when other players are still working hard to kill monsters in the game. I can only laugh and say that they are a group of humble and pitiful creatures, because I can easily get all kinds of game equipment and legions with just a few clicks. And all this happened just because I accidentally activated the Portable Store plugin. In this unfair world of game plugins, the Portable Store is the secret weapon that allows players to dominate the world. While everyone is still racking their brains to form a higher-level legion, some people have quickly created an invincible dream army with the help of Portable Store plugins. In the game, as long as the Portable Store plugin is turned on, countless healing potions will keep the legion supplied on the battlefield. Powerful weapons and equipment instantly increase the legion's attack power. Whether facing a surging tide of monsters or confronting a powerful enemy head-on, players can easily deal with it and become the absolute master on the battlefield. At first, I couldn't believe it was true. Just now, I was working all night long on a game auxiliary software for an income of 5,000 yuan. Those strings of code seemed to be the steps leading to a better life. However, the moment I finally completed the software, it was accompanied by a sudden darkness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a strange place. I began to sort out my confused thoughts. I was clearly Shao Qian, but I only remembered that my vision went dark after I completed the software, and when I woke up I was here. I began to observe the surrounding environment, which was clearly in the style of the Western Middle Ages. I found myself in a world of swords and sorcery. This world is full of fantasy. The existence of magic and fighting spirit makes everything here mysterious and desirable. My father in this world was a count with great military achievements, which meant I had the opportunity to live a luxurious aristocratic life. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel excited. Just as I was immersed in my vision of the future, I keenly noticed a red dot lingering in my sight. Out of curiosity, I tapped it lightly with my finger, and the red dot suddenly expanded and turned into the Portable Store plugin I made for others in my previous life. I was blown away by the instructions in the system store. It can actually copy an item from reality and bring it into the store every month. After it becomes a commodity, it can be purchased with money without limit, even including living creatures such as humans and monsters. And every month the store will randomly draw an item from this world and put it on the shelves. The function of this plugin is incredibly powerful. I saw a future of limitless possibilities, a world of swords and sorcery where I could purchase powerful characters and legendary creatures from my on-the-go shop. Earth Knights and Dragons, beings that once existed only in my imagination, now have the opportunity to become my helpers. I can even form an unprecedented Dragon Knight army and become the overlord of this world. Thinking of this, my heart is filled with excitement and anticipation. But I also know that achieving these goals is not easy. I need to understand the rules of this world and accumulate enough wealth to make the most of my portable store. And now, I decided to spend 100,000 gold coins to buy scrolls and equipment. In this world, 100,000 gold coins are enough to feed tens of thousands of people for a whole year. This is not a small amount. 100,000 gold coins, at least an ordinary Viscount's annual income. This means that even if a Viscount wants to afford this scroll, he will have to save money for at least 2 to 3 years. After all, it costs a lot of gold coins to maintain the life of a noble. Besides, it is impossible to save all 100,000 gold coins. You can imagine how expensive this thing is. After marveling at the price of the scroll for a while, I immediately clicked on the red scroll-shaped product out of curiosity. I checked the product information of the red scroll, level 9 magic scroll meteor shower. This magic can only be performed by a magician, and it covers an area of 500 meters in radius, and can destroy an ordinary army of tens of thousands of people in one blow. When I saw the product description above, an expression of sudden enlightenment flashed across my face, because the prices in this portable store are much cheaper than those in the game store. In addition to buying scrolls, I also want to buy a few knights or magicians. You know, as far as I know, the strong people in our kingdom are mainly divided into 6 levels. The knights from low to high are Bronze Knight, Silver Knight, Gold Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, and there is also the Legendary Knight, of which only one is in the royal family. Mages are divided into Mage, Archmage, Wizard, Wizard, Great Wizard, and Legendary Wizard from low to high. Among them, the Wizard and the Archmagician can only cast elementary magic of level 1 to 3. Mages are able to use intermediate magic from level 4 to level 6. Only mages and grand mages can use advanced magic from level 7 to 9. As for the Legendary Wizard, he can cast extremely terrifying forbidden magic that can destroy an entire city with one strike. Thinking of this, I also fully understood the importance of 9th level magic. But that's not all, because magic scrolls are much more precious than ordinary magic. and the conditions for their use are very simple. As long as you have fighting spirit or magic power, that is to say, even if you are just a magic apprentice or a bronze knight, you can use this powerful scroll to destroy an army of tens of thousands of people. Moreover, ninth level magic can be said to be the highest level spell that other wizards can cast below the legendary wizard. The difficulty of recording it on a small scroll is simply unimaginable. This means that the price of the magic scroll of Meteor Shower in reality is at least millions of gold coins, and it is not certain that you can buy it even if you have money. Because there are no legendary wizards in the Kingdom of Kate, and the magician's success rate in engraving the ninth level magic on the scroll is pitifully low. Moreover, the materials needed to make the scroll itself are extremely rare, so in the kingdom, it may take several years to see such a scroll at the largest auction in the imperial capital. And now I only need 100,000 gold coins to get this thing, and there is no limit on the purchase. Thinking of this, I feel more and more happy. But unfortunately, I only have more than 30,000 gold coins on me now, which is a long way from enough to buy the scroll. Otherwise, I really want to buy this thing and take a look, and by the way, verify the function of the portable store. Just when I was thinking about exploring whether the portable store had other hidden functions, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the house. Seeing this, I immediately commanded the screen of the portable store to hide in my mind. That's right, I discovered during the operation just now that the portable store can also be controlled by mind. Although I know that there is a high probability that other people cannot see this screen, I still have to be prepared for the worst. At this time, I was sitting on the bed, leaning against the headboard, looking towards the door with some curiosity. Although I had seen the appearance of my parents in this life in my memory before, I had never seen them in person, so I was still a little curious. I saw 6 figures walking into the door one after another, all with the same worry and excitement on their faces. The leader had a handsome face, a sturdy build, and was nearly 2 meters tall. He had an aura of majesty without even getting angry. This man was none other than the master of the earldom, Count Aberg. Next to him was a beautiful woman. Even though her eyes were slightly red from worry, it still couldn't conceal her elegant and graceful temperament. This is the mistress of the earldom, my mother Charlotte. The Kingdom of Kate originally had 5 provinces, of which 3 dukes controlled 3 provinces respectively, and the royal family directly controlled 2 provinces. Charlotte was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Griffin. Charlotte, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Griffin of the Kingdom of Kate, met and fell in love with Aberg, a commoner, while traveling. I don't know what the Duke of Griffin saw in Aberg that made him tacitly approve of their relationship. You know, it is difficult for a relationship to develop between commoners and nobles, let alone the relationship between the Duke's daughter and a commoner, which caused an uproar in the empire at the time. But it turned out that the Duke of Griffin was not wrong about him. In the subsequent battle to retake the Mondo province, Aberg performed brilliantly, which led to his current title of Earl. The Mondo province was captured by orcs 50 years ago and has now been recaptured by the Kingdom of Kate, expanding the kingdom's territory to 6 provinces. And the fact that Aberg was able to make great contributions in such a huge battle and obtain the title of Earl, in addition to the support from the Duke, his own abilities and adventures should not be underestimated. Of course, Charlotte, the good wife, is also indispensable. With such a legendary experience, Aberg and Charlotte are also very loving. So much so that now Abergil only married Charlotte, which is very rare among the nobles. This also resulted in me not having many brothers and sisters. I only have an older brother, an older sister, and I, a total of 3 brothers. At this time, my eldest brother Art and my second sister Alina came in, following closely behind Aberg and Charlotte. The 3 brothers all inherited their parents' blonde hair and handsome faces. The eldest brother Art is already 24 years old at this time. He has the strength of a peak silver knight and is expected to break through to a gold knight within 1 to 2 years. He has quite good talent. At the same time, Art married the daughter of Earl Angry Bear from the same province 2 years ago, and could be said to be the first heir to the earldom. But at this time, the sister-in-law happened to go back to visit relatives, so she was not here. My second sister, Alina, is only 20 years old now and has also broken through to the Silver Knight. She was only 1 year slower than Yat when he broke through to the Silver Knight at the age of 19, so her talent was considered outstanding. You know, knight training requires extremely high physical fitness. Therefore, children of nobles usually use various secret medicines to strengthen their bodies before the age of 15. They will not formally begin to practice the knight's secrets until they are 15 years old. Being able to break through from an ordinary person to become a Silver Knight in just 4 or 5 years shows a pretty good talent. Perhaps it was because of the strong family tradition, but the 20-year-old Alina had no intention of getting married and was still training in the Earl's direct troops. This makes Alina's delicate face look unique with a kind of heroic spirit rarely seen in women. The Earl and Countess were helpless and could only let her go. The two people walking at the end, one had gray hair and was wearing standard butler uniform, and the other was dressed in maid uniform. It was the castle's chief butler Prince and the maid Corona who had just gone to call for help. Seeing that I was indeed fine, the group led by Count Aberg finally breathed a sigh of relief. After they came to my bed, everyone gathered in a circle, and then Aberg said, "All the assassins who attacked you are dead. They were all death warriors. When they saw that their plan was unsuccessful, they all blew themselves up, leaving no one alive. So it is not clear yet who ordered the attack on you. But we all have a suspicion in our hearts that this revenge will definitely be taken." Hearing this, I suddenly remembered why I was lying here. A few days ago, I was just strolling around the main city of this earldom, Crazy Lion City as usual. Suddenly, 5 assassins launched a sneak attack on me. You know, it is usually very safe in Crazy Lion City, so I only brought 2 Silver Knight level guards with me at that time. Facing a sneak attack from 5 Silver Knight level assassins, the result is predictable. You have to know that I am only 16 years old now, and I have just broken through to the Bronze Knight. I am still a novice. The reason why I was not torn into pieces is mainly due to the Silver Guardian ring that my family spent a lot of money to buy. Thinking of this, I looked down at the silver ring on my hand. The Silver Guardian ring is a magical item that can transform into a magic barrier that can withstand the attacks of a peaked Silver Knight for 10 minutes. Once broken, it takes 10 days to recover before it can be used again. At that time, my 2 Silver level Knight Guards tried their best to block the 4 assassins, but a peaked Silver assassin still broke through the siege and killed me. But under the protection of the Silver Guardian ring, I was not injured at first, until the support from the city was about to arrive. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the 5 assassins resorted to the secret method of self-destruction. The combined power of the 5 people's self-explosion was comparable to the full-strength attack of the Golden Knight, turning the area within dozens of meters into ruins and causing hundreds of ordinary people to be killed or injured. The Silver Guardian ring barrier, which could only withstand the attacks of the peaked Silver Knight, naturally could not withstand the full-force attack comparable to that of the Gold Knight and was bound to break. I was about to be blown to pieces by the power of the explosion, but the 2 Guardian Knights tackled me to the ground in the critical moment. They used their flesh and blood to add a new layer of protection for me, which allowed me to be only seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although I died in the end, if I had really turned into pieces, I probably wouldn't have been able to get through. So it was the sacrifice of those 2 knights that made it possible for me to come here. Thinking of the protective spirit of the 2 knights, my eyes could not help but tear up slightly. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary person. I had never seen such a scene where others sacrificed themselves for me. Even for me before, this was the first time I encountered such a dangerous situation. Feeling down, I couldn't help but ask, well, what about Jorg and Sean? Jorg and Sean are the names of my 2 Silver Knight Guards. Even though I knew they were most likely dead, I still couldn't help but ask. They sacrificed their lives to protect you and upheld their knightly honor. I will pay 10 times the compensation and will also take extra care of their families. Don't worry. Your task now is to recover from your injuries. Yeah, you've just recovered, so you should rest more and don't worry about other things. You should know that when you were rescued 2 days ago, you were covered in blood, and even I could not save you with all my strength. You know how worried I was at that time. Charlotte, the Countess standing by, couldn't help herself at this moment. She walked up to me, held my hand, and said with a worried look on her face, "The Countess is a 4th stage water mage, capable of using advanced magic. Plus, water magic has a healing effect, which brought me back from the brink of death. Otherwise, I might have died again right after I came here." This also indirectly shows that I was indeed seriously injured at the time, and in the eyes of Charlotte, as a mother, I had experienced such a great ordeal, so she naturally didn't want me to worry about it anymore. After hearing these words, I glanced around and saw the worried looks of several people, so I nodded. Alina followed closely behind with a different kind of greeting, which brought back Olivia's message to my mind. Olivia is Alina's best friend and also my fiancée, which is why Alina said this. After greeting everyone, they also realized that it was not appropriate for too many people to be around me in my current situation. Count Aberg said, "Corona, take good care of Arthur," and then left one after another. At this time, I did feel a little hungry, so I replied, "Sorry for the trouble." Of course. Corona knew my preferences and didn't ask what food to prepare. Looking at Corona's departing back, I focused my attention on myself again and felt the weakness of this body. I was even more angry at the person behind the assassination 2 days ago. Because if that person can assassinate me once, he may do it a second time. Such a person must be found and eliminated as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, I also began to guess the identity of the person behind the scenes. Count Abergil was able to rise in the war, and he must have offended many people. But there are not many forces that want to kill both sides, and there are currently two. One is the orcs who were defeated 20 years ago. The earldom where I am now is on the front line against the orcs. Although there are frequent frictions with the orcs here, it is unlikely that the orcs will want to take revenge on Count Aberg, because the person who came to assassinate me was a human, and there is a blood feud between humans and orcs. They have never had any contact with each other, and it is almost impossible for them to be driven by each other. Besides, even if they killed me, it would have no effect on the outcome of the war between humans and orcs. There is no need for the orcs to do such a losing business. Another suspect is another earl next to the earldom, the Earl of Thornflower. When talking about the Count of Thornflower, we have to mention the power of the Mondo province, which has just been recovered. This is also the northernmost province of the kingdom. There is no duke in the province of Mondo. The most powerful are the 2 marquises and 3 earls, which makes the 5 territories larger than those of ordinary marquises and earls. As for the viscounts and barons, there are so many of them that there is no need to worry about them. The 3 major earls are the Earl of Mad Lion where I am, the Earl of Thornflower who is my neighbor, and the Earl of Angry Bear who is further away. The 3 earldoms jointly face the Savage Plains where the orcs are located. It can be said that they are standing side by side in front of the Savage Plains and are the first line of defense against the orcs. Therefore, the 3 earldoms are close to each other, and the Thornflower earldom is between the Angry Bear earldom and the Mad Lion earldom. Following the strategy of making friends with distant people and attacking nearby ones, my elder brother Art married the daughter of Count Angry Bear, which also put a lot of pressure on Count Thornflower who was caught in the middle. In addition, I got engaged to Olivia, the daughter of Marquis Rose, one of the 2 major marquises in Mondo province, not long ago, so the pressure on Count Thornflower was even greater. The best way to break this situation is to destroy the marriage between the Mad Lion Lord and the Marquis. Assassinating me would be a way to destroy the marriage between the 2 territories. Thinking about this series of circumstances, I also had some guesses about the enemy behind this assassination. As for the specific situation, we can only investigate it carefully later. As my thoughts came to an end, Corona came to the bedside with food. The food includes milk, cheese, desserts, and even some meat. The people here need to cultivate fighting spirit, so their digestive abilities are naturally very strong, so they don't have too many taboos about food. It's not like in the previous life, when patients who were seriously injured could only eat liquid food. My body is now capable of feeding itself, but Corona disagrees. Master Arthur, you are still very weak now. You should let me fulfill my duty as a maid to serve you. All right. In that case, I couldn't insist any longer and just enjoyed Corona feeding me. In this quiet and beautiful atmosphere, I looked again at the first person I met in this world. I didn't look at it carefully before, but now I realize that Corona's appearance is also top-notch in my impression. The oval face that originally seemed a little cold now showed an unusually gentle look when facing me. The tight-fitting maid outfit shows off her figure perfectly. She has both good looks and a great figure. Finally, with that special silver hair, it is truly a masterpiece. I have never enjoyed such treatment in my previous life. This scene also makes me happy. But Corona is not just a vase. She was an orphan before. After being adopted, she was carefully trained as my personal maid. Not only does he have a certain grasp of management, but his own strength is also strong. She is 4 years older than me. At only 20 years old, she broke through to the Silver Knight stage 2 months ago. Her talent for cultivation is comparable to that of my elder sister Alina, which can be said to be quite impressive. It was another 2 days before I was allowed to get out of bed and undergo further rehabilitation training. Actually, I could have gotten out of bed right after I woke up, but other people didn't think so, so I stayed in bed for 2 more days. During these 2 days, the Earl and others came to see me several times. Seeing that I was getting better and better, they were relieved. After being forced to stay in bed for 2 days, as soon as I was freed, I couldn't wait to go to the courtyard below the castle, picked up a knight's sword, and started training. After all, I am very curious about the fighting spirit in this world. Since I was just getting used to this body, I didn't wear any armor, just a brown silk uniform. Somewhat awkwardly, he mobilized the energy in his body that had been eager to try fighting spirit. As a bronze knight, I cannot release my fighting spirit outside my body. I can only hide it inside my body to increase my speed and strength. The ability of the Silver Knight is to release fighting spirit outside the body to enhance the body's defense and the sharpness of the weapon. As for leaving the body with fighting spirit and swinging the sword to cut, only the Golden Knight can do it. Those were still too far away for me. Now, I was swinging the knight's sword in the courtyard. Except that the sound of the sword cutting through the air was particularly sharp, the speed was a little faster. I look no different from an ordinary person. After all, I have just entered the bronze stage. After practicing formally for a while, I also noticed this gap and became more and more eager for higher strength. After all, it would be so cool and satisfying to split a mountain and stop a river with one sword. What's more, when I become a Sky Knight, I can fly. With this yearning in mind, I started practicing with great enthusiasm. I want to practice, but Corona won't indulge me. In Corona's heart, my body is the most important. So after just an hour, I was forced to rest. 5 more days passed like this, and everyone was completely relieved about my health and didn't pay as much attention to me anymore. Now that I have fully recovered, I can think about other things. For example, the situation of the families of Jorg and Sean, the 2 guards who sacrificed their lives to protect me. I handed this issue over to Corona, and it was quickly figured out. The Earl naturally trusts Jorg and Sean very much since they can be my guards. So these 2 are the old men who followed the Earl to conquer the world 25 years ago. At the beginning, they were both orphans with no worries, but now they both have families. For some unknown reason, Sean and his wife have not had any children. However, Xiao Gu has a son named George, who is 23 years old. He broke through to silver at the age of 22, which is considered to be quite talented. Now they are all serving as guards in the Earl's castle, which can be said to be a position inherited by the family. I asked, have the pensions for both families been paid? The Earl replied, all of them were given. They are elders of the family and have silver level strength. Their annual salary is 1,000 gold coins. The normal pension is 10,000 gold coins, but this time the compensation is 10 times, so it is 100,000 gold coins. Among them, Jorg's pension has been given to his son George. I felt relieved when I heard that both of their funeral affairs were handled well. Then my mind was focused on another thing, which was what items should be copied in my portable store once a month, and how to earn more gold coins to buy items in the store. First of all, the items to be copied, in addition to making money, should also be of some use to me in the future. This makes me think that there is no need to copy something too expensive for the first item, otherwise it will not only be unaffordable, but also too conspicuous when sold. Just like that, I thought about it, and suddenly my eyes fell on the knight's full body armor placed in my study. Knight armor, also known as knight full body armor, can protect the entire person and give people a great sense of security. What can be called knight armor is not an ordinary full body armor. At the very least, it can withstand multiple full-strength slashes from the Bronze Knight. And my set of knight armor is even more unusual. It is a gift from my father Aberg when I broke through to the Bronze Knight level this year. It is said that this was forged by a forging master and a magician. It can not only withstand 80% of the attack power of the Golden Knight, but also greatly weaken the power of the corresponding wizard's magic. One can tell from the mysterious patterns all over the knight's armor that this is a powerful weapon for charging into battle and saving one's life. Due to the power of the armor, it has another name, which is the Golden Knight armor. After all, it can help you resist most of the Golden Knight's attack power. Of course, this doesn't mean that I, a Bronze Knight, can wear the Gold Knight armor and fight against the Gold Knight. After all, even if the Gold Knight armor can weaken most of the Gold Knight's attack power, the remaining power is enough to kill me who only has the strength of a Bronze Knight. Such precious armor is extremely rare in the market and costs at least 300,000 gold coins. This makes the Golden Knight armor a family heirloom in most Viscount territories. This life-saving weapon will never be difficult to sell, and it can also be used by your subordinates in the future. It is simply a perfect portable store replica. Thinking of this, I made a decision in my heart. Then I gently touched the Golden Knight armor with my fingers and silently said, "Copy." As I silently recited, I didn't see anything unusual. The only difference was that there was one more item on the shelf of the portable store that was exactly the same as the armor in front of me. This made me feel relieved. Otherwise, I would have to be very careful when copying things in the future. Now that I see that there is nothing unusual with the copying, I feel relieved. But just as I relaxed, another question came to my mind. That is, the size of armor worn by different people is different. Even if the armor itself has a certain degree of adaptability, it won't work if the body shape difference is too big. I don't know if the portable store can solve this problem. Thinking of this, I clicked on the pattern of the Golden Knight armor in my personal store, and the detailed instructions appeared. A pretty good piece of armor that can withstand most attacks from the Golden Knight and the Wizard. You can choose the size of the armor to purchase. The price is 30,000 gold coins. When I saw that I could choose the size of the armor, I felt relieved. Then I saw that the price of the armor was only 30,000 gold coins, which meant that I had more than 30,000 gold coins on me and could just buy it. With the idea of testing the authenticity of the portable store, 30,000 gold coins suddenly gushed out of the space ring on my finger. The gold coins piled up into a small hill, and then he silently chanted, "Recharge," only to see the 30,000 gold coins disappear in an instant. The balance in the portable store changed from 0 to 30,000 gold coins. Then, with some trembling fingers, I tapped the purchase button on the armor. At this moment, I was very nervous. After all, if I could really buy the armor, it would mean that the portable store was real and I would have a bright future. If I can't buy it, it means that the portable store is just a decoration, and then I can only be a lord in the earldom in the future, and I will even lose the 30,000 gold coins I have recharged now. In this tense atmosphere, my trembling fingers finally clicked on the purchase button. Then, a piece of armor that looked exactly like the Golden Knight armor I had suddenly appeared on the carpet in front of me. Seeing this scene, I felt a lot relieved from my uneasy mood, but not completely, because I have to make sure that the armor I bought from the portable store is genuine. I touched it with my hands first and found that the material of the armor was no different. Then I took out the knight's sword and chopped it hard. Sparks flew everywhere, but the armor was intact, while the ordinary knight's sword had a small hole in it. It was not until this moment that I finally confirmed the authenticity of the portable store, and a feeling of ecstasy surged in my heart. Knowing that I was not allowed to make loud noises in the castle, I did not laugh out loud. Instead, I kept laughing silently and walked around the room, releasing my excitement. It took me a while to return to normal. After returning to normal, I quickly put the Golden Knight armor I had just purchased into the space ring, because I couldn't let others see it now, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. The next step is to think about how to sell the extra Golden Knight armor to recover the funds. In the next few days, I kept thinking about the sale of the Golden Knight armor, but I couldn't find a good solution. Because in the entire Crazy Lion City, which is the main city in the earldom, everyone who can afford 300,000 gold coins to buy the Golden Knight armor knows me. If I go to sell it directly, I will definitely be exposed. But things soon took a turn for the better, as a piece of news spread from the royal capital to the Mondo province. More than 20 years have passed since the recapture of Mondo province, and the kingdom now has the strength and resources to resort to military action again. We prepare to attack again to the north and seize more land from the orcs of the Savage Plains. The deadline is about 3 years later. Before that, anyone can obtain a pioneering order from the Imperial Noble Notary Council for 10,000 gold coins. Those who possess the pioneering order can first go to the wild plains outside the Mondo province to open up territory. The larger the territory occupied, the more directly they will be granted the corresponding title. As soon as this news came out, the whole kingdom was in an uproar, because in the kingdom today many noble children have no more titles to be given and can only be honorary nobles without fiefdoms. After all, there are only a few people like me who don't have to worry about having a territory in the future. And those wealthy businessmen also want to become high and mighty aristocrats. Only nobles who own a piece of territory can be considered true nobles. This sentence has been circulated among the nobles and is regarded as a wise saying. Now that there is a chance to become a true noble, everyone naturally becomes extremely enthusiastic. Moreover, the battle to retake Mondo province more than 20 years ago created a large number of new nobles. With this precedent, many people firmly believe that they would become one of the new nobles. But things are definitely not as simple as I imagined. I want to seize the land on which the orcs depend for survival, but how could the orcs let me succeed so easily? Therefore, the kingdom's policy of launching this pioneering order was actually to get the nobles in the empire to contribute more efforts to weaken the orc strength first, and lay the foundation for victory in the war 3 years later. At the same time, it can also weaken the power of the nobles in the kingdom, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The reason why I say this is also my opportunity is because I plan to explore. This way, I can not only act alone and keep many secrets, but also get a lot of gold coins and resources directly from the Earl. Take gold coins, for example. If the Earl knew that I wanted to explore the new world, he would definitely give me hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This way I can copy someone with the strength of a Golden Knight through the portable shop when I have the chance to copy again next month. After that, buy it, and let this Golden Knight sell the Golden Knight armor, and it will be safe. The reason why the Golden Knight is needed is that only the Golden Knight can keep the hundreds of thousands of gold coins obtained after selling the armor. As for the stronger Earth Knight, I estimated that I couldn't afford it even if I copied it. After all, there was only one such strong man in the entire earldom, so I gave up the idea for the time being. With this decision, and after inquiring about the whereabouts of the Earl's father, I went directly to Aberg's study. Father Aberg was actually handling official business, but when he saw me coming, he immediately put down what he was doing. This shows that he still cares about me quite a lot. So I didn't call him anything unfamiliar like Earl. Instead, he quickly walked to Aberg's desk, stood face to face and said, "Father, I believe you also know the kingdom's pioneering policy?" "Of course I know. Could it be that you—" After hearing what I said, Aberg had some guesses in his mind, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing that Aberg had guessed my intention, I didn't hesitate and continued, "Yes, father. I want to explore and become a lord who is no less powerful than you through my own efforts." Aberg didn't quite understand my decision, but if I really went, he wouldn't stop me. He felt gratified that his descendants, the Abergil Mad Lion, could inherit his spirit, and he could only try his best to persuade them. In response to Aberg's advice, I knew I had to let him see my determination, so I just replied with a few firm words and said nothing more. "In that case, I won't stop you, but I won't speak to your mother for you. You have to handle it yourself," said Aberg. "Thank you, Dad." Hearing this, I immediately smiled. "Don't be too happy too soon. Your mother is not that easy to talk to," said Aberg. "If you really manage to deal with your mother, come back and I will discuss the detailed plan with you," Aberg said. An hour later, I came to Aberg's study again in a somewhat embarrassed manner. At first, my mother Charlotte strongly disagreed with my decision to go and explore the wild plains, because she felt it was too dangerous, and I had just experienced a life and death crisis, so she was still frightened. Charlotte even tried to stop me, but I knew that with the help of the portable store, there would be no problem, so I started to persuade them. Charlotte was helpless about this and finally agreed to my request with a worried look on her face. But this process of coaxing and persuading was not easy, as could be seen from the fact that it took me an hour to arrive at Aberg's study. Seeing me again, Aberg knew that I had dealt with Charlotte, but he still said seriously, "Works are not as easy as you think. Are you really ready?" I knew it was my father reminding me, so I said seriously, "I will, father." The father said, "Well, let me tell you first that you need a development order to develop. I will help you with this. As for the place to develop, the one right in front of our Crazy Lion territory is very good. Although Armando province is in direct contact with the orcs, there is still a buffer zone of dozens of miles in between. This is a golden location for development. Our Crazy Lion territory is right next to the buffer zone, so we have a favorable geographical location. Now that you want to expand there, we can prepare in advance and build castles and other defensive fortifications in this buffer zone. So if you really want to develop it, wait another 3 months. At least make sure there are enough people to live there. I will also prepare enough food for you for a year. That's all for now. Do you have anything else to add?" I heard that Aberg had thought of everything for me, and that anyone could be assigned to explore in this situation, and I felt warm in my heart. However, after half a day, I still didn't hear the question about gold coins that I was most concerned about, so I said it a little embarrassedly. I said, "What about the gold coins? I will definitely need to support an army when I expand into new areas, as well as some other miscellaneous items, which also require money." Seeing my money-grubbing look, Aberg couldn't help but smile and asked, "Then how many gold coins do you want?" I didn't feel anything about Abergil's smile. After all, for me, as long as I have money, there are endless possibilities. I said shamelessly, "I'll take whatever you give me." Hearing this, the smile on Aberg's face became even more intense, and he said unhappily, "How about 1 million?" We talked for a few more sentences and almost finished our conversation. I didn't want to disturb Aberg from handling his official business anymore and left. Just like this, more than half a month passed, and in the next month, the copy opportunity of my portable store was refreshed, and I had one more chance to randomly draw goods. Nothing major happened in the past half month, but there were still a few things. First of all, my sister-in-law Jessica is back from visiting relatives. Later, my eldest brother and sister-in-law, as well as my second sister Alina, who knew that I was going to go out to explore the new world, came to visit me one after another. They all expressed their concern and support for my exploration. After asking me and knowing that I only wanted gold coins, Art and Alina each gave me 100,000 gold coins. Why are they so rich? That's because they are both over 18 years old and adults. As a congratulations, the generous Earl Aberg granted them the title of Viscount and allocated corresponding territories. They have the ability to make money, so they are much richer than me. In addition, The flow of people in the earldom has gradually increased, all because of the development order. Many landless nobles and ambitious people in the kingdom came to the border one after another. Many merchants who wanted to make money also came here after hearing the news. After all, it takes a lot of things to expand the territory. They could take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, which made the three earldoms on the border more and more prosperous. I have noticed all these changes in the outside world, but for me, who is already in the next month, the most important thing at the moment is the copying and extraction of goods in the portable store. Of course, for psychological comfort, I still silently chanted some random words of the gods before clicking the lottery button. As the red lottery box shook, a pattern of a giant with rock skin appeared in front of us, becoming a new product. I immediately clicked to check it out of curiosity. An ordinary mountain giant is 20 meters tall. It is usually the guardian of the elves and has strength comparable to that of a human earth knight. It is difficult for an ordinary human earth knight to break its thick rock skin. Moreover, its rock skin is resistant to magic and can resist most magical damage below forbidden magic. Even if he is injured, he can recover quickly by chewing on trees and standing on the ground. The Earth Knight is almost invincible against humans. The price is 1 million gold coins. Oh, how amazing! I couldn't help but exclaim after reading the introduction. And 1 million gold coins are really not expensive. You have to know that the earldom of Mad Lion, where he is considered to be relatively powerful among the earldoms, with an annual income of more than 2 million gold coins, enough to buy 2 mountain giants. You know, this is a being that is more powerful than his father, Aberg. He can buy 2 in a year. This comparison made me feel once again the power of the portable store. With it, as long as I don't mess around, I will definitely rise. But unfortunately, I can't afford this mountain giant now, and I dare not buy it. I can only stare at it for a long time before I reluctantly close my portable store. The next step is to copy the object of the portable store. I have already chosen it. It is Chris, the captain of the guard of the Earl's castle. He has the strength of a peak golden knight. He is one of the 5 golden knights under the Earl, and also the strongest man under the Earl. In fact, Chris had already been awarded the title of Lord, but he always felt that it was the Earl who saved him, and later it was the Earl's teaching that led to his current achievements. So he had always been loyal as a castle guard, protecting Arthur's family. So it was easy for me to reach out to him and copy him. I pretended to have a question to ask and accidentally bumped into him, and then I completed the copying. After asking for advice, I couldn't wait to go back to my room to check the details. After all, this is my first time cloning a living person, so I'm quite curious. I opened the portable store and saw that there was already a 4th product inside. The pattern was a full-length portrait of Guard Captain Chris. I clicked on Chris's image, and there were detailed instructions. He was once the captain of the guard of an earl. He is brave and good at fighting, and has the strength of a top golden knight. The appearance can be adjusted, and he is loyal to the buyer. Price: 100,000 gold coins. It only costs 100,000 gold coins. With the 500,000 gold coins I have now, I can buy 5 peak gold knights. This is the number of golden knights that only the entire Earl's mansion has, and I can have them all at once. The most important thing is that they are extremely loyal, which is the most rare thing. After this comparison, I once again feel that the portable store is a great deal. Although I really want to see what it's like to perform a magic trick, I don't dare to summon anyone out in the castle. So, I decided to go out for a trip. I said hello, and 2 silver knights followed me out of the castle in the city center as guards. Chapter 8: Purchase of the Golden Knights. He sent people to the imperial capital and spent a terrifying 2 million gold coins to capture it, and it was only delivered to Arthur a few days ago. 2 million gold coins. That is the net income of the Earl's mansion for nearly a year. Such a big thing had never happened before, and only now that Arthur was really attacked did the Earl's mansion reluctantly spend 2 million gold coins to buy the ring. This is a treatment that neither his elder brother nor his second sister has. When receiving this gift, Arthur was very grateful to his parents. After all, this was not a small amount of money for the earldom. At the same time, Arthur secretly made up his mind that he would repay his family many times over in the future. Arthur collected his thoughts and walked out of the castle, thinking that even if he wanted to give the extra golden knight armor to the golden knight who was about to buy it, he could let him sell it. The purchased golden knight also needed a space ring to store things, so he first found a chamber of commerce and spent 10,000 gold coins to buy an ordinary space ring that contained 10 cubic meters. Then he found a place to rent a house, a 500 square meter yard in a remote area of the city. After ordering 2 guards to guard the gate of the yard, he walked in alone. Although the 2 guards were somewhat puzzled as to why Arthur suddenly rented a yard, and in such a remote place, it was none of their business. After looking at each other, they honestly stood guard at the door. The reason why Arthur rented a house in such a remote place was to avoid attracting as little attention as possible when the Golden Knight he purchased came in and out. After searching the entire room and finding that there was indeed no one else, Arthur in the room opened his portable store with confidence. After adjusting the appearance of the Golden Knight he was going to buy to a more normal one, he clicked the buy button. The next moment, a middle-aged man with a height of 1.9 meters, a strong build, ordinary appearance, and wearing coarse cloth clothes appeared not far in front of Arthur. As soon as this person appeared, without waiting for Arthur to say anything, he knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "My lord, what do you want me to do?" When Arthur saw this man show a gesture of submission as soon as he appeared, he knew that it was the loyalty effect mentioned in the portable store and smiled with satisfaction. Then he stepped forward and helped him upwards. "I feel your loyalty, and I do have something to ask of you, but get up first." "Yes, sir." After the man stood up, Arthur looked at him carefully again and found that he had nothing with him except the coarse cloth clothes worth few copper coins. Although he was mentally prepared, he still had some complaints. The portable store really wouldn't let him take advantage of even a single silver coin. After expressing his feelings, Arthur was curious and asked about the specific situation of this person. "Can you describe your current situation, such as strength, memory, etc.? As for strength, I possess the strength of a peak Golden Knight. As for memory, I only have some common sense about this world and some memories of combat techniques." "Oh, so that's it." Hearing this, Arthur nodded with some satisfaction. Although this person does not have all of Chris's memories, as long as he has his fighting ability and common sense of this world, it would be good if he could help Arthur. "Then you have a name." "My lord, my name is Matt." Hearing the name, Arthur nodded again, because he was bad at naming. "Besides, I don't know how many people I will summon in the future. I can't let him name them one by one. It's best if he has a name himself." "Well, Matt, I summoned you out because I really have something for you to do. I need a lot of gold coins, but I can't go out and sell items directly, so I need you to sell some goods in the store for me in exchange for a lot of gold coins." Everyone who made a purchase from the store knew about the existence of the portable store, so Arthur was not afraid of letting it slip. Hearing Arthur's words, Matt nodded and promised, "Sir, this is not difficult. Just leave it to me." Seeing this, Arthur handed a space ring he had just bought to Matt, and then bought 10 sets of Golden Knight armor from the portable store, spending 300,000 gold coins. Together with the Golden Knight armor that Arthur bought when he was testing the portable store, a total of 11 Golden Knight armors were placed on the floor of the room. These are 11 pieces of Golden Knight armor. Your mission this time is to sell 10 of them. The extra piece can be used as your own armor. After all, a knight cannot survive without armor. "Thank you for the reward, sir." As he said this, Matt knelt down on one knee again, his face full of gratitude. Arthur was very satisfied with this. After all, having such a loyal subordinate was a very fulfilling thing. "As my subordinate, I will definitely prepare basic weapons and armor for you. Hurry up." "Yes." "Speaking of weapons, I don't have any extra ones. I'll give you another 100,000 gold coins. Buy yourself some clothes and a weapon before you sell your armor." As he spoke, Arthur threw out another pile of gold coins and placed them in the room. The price of weapons of the same level is several times cheaper than armor, so 100,000 gold coins are enough to buy weapons of the Golden Knight level. "Yes, sir. I'll leave everything to you after that. I'll come back here in 10 days. I will never refuse even if I die." After a detailed conversation for a while, Arthur did not stay any longer and left the newly rented small courtyard. Now he is looking forward to 10 days later. Because he spent 300,000 gold coins just to buy 10 sets of Golden Knight armor in the yard, plus the 100,000 gold coins to buy the Golden Knight and the last weapon, a total of 500,000 gold coins were spent. As a result, Arthur now has very few gold coins on him. This made Arthur feel very insecure, so he was looking forward to the day when he would become rich in 10 days. Arthur didn't spend much time wandering around after that, and soon returned to the Earl's castle. On the other side, after Arthur left, Matt collected the armor and gold coins in the room with his space ring without any delay. As for the extra set of Golden Knight armor, Matt put it on directly. After all, the people on the border are tough, so it is normal to see people wearing armor. Since Matt had common sense information in his mind, he quickly arrived at the central area of Mad Lion City. Apart from the core area where the Earl's castle is located, the central area is the most prosperous place in the entire city. Most of the officials and wealthy businessmen in the territory live here. Therefore, This is also the most prosperous trading area in the entire Crazy Lion City, and the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, which spans several kingdoms, also has a branch here. Matt's target was the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. After all, the gold coins from selling 10 sets of golden knight armor were at least 3 million gold coins, which was not a small amount, and an ordinary Chamber of Commerce could not afford it. Chapter 9, Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, such a large Chamber of Commerce would not spend millions of gold coins to do anything shady, which can save a lot of trouble. Soon Matt arrived at a 3-story building covering several hundred meters in the core area. Above the building, the words Dawn Chamber of Commerce were written in a flamboyant style, showing its full momentum. At this time, Matt was wearing a black coat with a hood over his body, covering his entire body, hiding his face and body shape. It looked somewhat mysterious. Even though there were people coming and going at the entrance of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, everyone still involuntarily left a gap for Matt, allowing him to enter the attic of the Chamber of Commerce first. The people at the Dawn Chamber of Commerce also noticed Matt's difference. A pretty female employee who was in charge of reception came up to him and said to Matt with a smile, "I wonder what this distinguished guest wants to buy from the Chamber of Commerce. I can introduce it to you. I don't buy things, I only sell things." On the way here, Matt had spent 80,000 gold coins to buy a knight's broadsword. So now he only wanted to sell the 10 sets of golden knight armor to complete the task assigned to him by Arthur. Then, seeing that the female employee didn't react much, Matt added, "This is a big deal. Please call the person who can make the decision." "I see. Then please follow me to the VIP room on the 3rd floor and wait. I will call our manager right away." Upon hearing that it was a big deal, the female employee immediately smiled happily. Although she cannot make the final decision on big business, as long as it goes through her hands, he will also get a commission when the business is completed. "Of course, I am happy to make money." Soon Matt followed the female employee of the Chamber of Commerce to the 3rd floor of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce and walked into a small VIP room of only 50 square meters. There are all kinds of free desserts, fruits, and tea on the table. Please feel free to use them. Wait a moment, the steward will be here soon. Yeah, no rush. The female employee had a pretty face, was wearing a tight-fitting skirt, and had a very kind attitude. Although Matt was summoned, he was no different from an ordinary person except that he was loyal to Arthur and his strength could not change. Faced with such thoughtful service, the tone was naturally very calm. Just like that, 3 minutes passed and Matt, who had been sitting quietly in the VIP room, heard approaching footsteps. Looking up, I saw a middle-aged man with a square face and dressed in a purple robe had arrived at the door of the VIP room. I could see that he had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. When he came to Matt, "Hello, I am the branch manager, Glenn. I wonder if you have any items to sell? Our Chamber of Commerce will definitely give you a reasonable price to purchase them." Hearing this, Matt, who didn't want to reveal his identity, made up a random name. "You can call me Paul. I wonder if the Chamber of Commerce can buy this thing." As he spoke, Matt first took out a set of golden knight kai, and a set of full body armor that was 1.9 meters high immediately appeared next to the two of them. Glenn's vicious eyes told him at a glance that this was the golden knight kai that the golden knights had been dreaming of. Most importantly, this set of armor was brand new, which was quite intriguing. There was no way around it. After this set of armor was given to Arthur, he had never used it in battle once. Naturally, it was brand new, so the copied one was also brand new. After all, the store can be resized, but there is no such thing as adjusting the newness or oldness. This means that even though this set of golden knight armor just barely meets the Chamber of Commerce's standard for big business, Glenn is still very interested in this business. Of course we will buy it. The golden knight kai is the battle weapon that the golden knight has always dreamed of. However, the manufacturing process is very complicated. A master craftsman and a magician can only make about 4 sets a year, and the supply is often insufficient to meet the demand. The market price of this armor is generally 300,000 gold coins, but considering its scarcity and brand newness, our Chamber of Commerce is willing to purchase it for 350,000 gold coins. I wonder if Mr. Paul is satisfied. Arthur only needed 30,000 gold coins to buy the golden knight armor in his personal store, so he told Matt that he could sell it for only 300,000 gold coins. The 9-fold profit already made Arthur very satisfied. Now Glenn has increased the price by another 50,000. So there is no reason for Matt to disagree. Seeing that Matt agreed, Glenn prepared to take out the gold coins to complete the transaction. But Matt's next move made Glenn stunned. Matt waved his left hand with the space ring, and 9 identical suits of armor appeared in the room again. "In that case, I'll sell these 9 other suits of armor to your Chamber of Commerce as well. They'll all be priced at 350,000 gold coins. Is that okay? Matt's words woke Glenn from his daze, but at this time, the look Glenn gave Matt was sparkling as if he was looking at a treasure. Because Glenn discovered that the 9 newly displayed golden knight armors were also brand new, which meant that there must be a craftsman behind Matt who specialized in making knight armors. If we can get Matt to cooperate with him, we will make a lot of money. Glenn came to his senses and immediately replied, "No problem, absolutely no problem. Our Chamber of Commerce will take as many armors as we can get. I just don't know if Mr. Paul has any more in stock. We want them all." After saying that, Glenn stared at Matt intently, trying to see something from him. Unfortunately, most of Matt's face was covered by the hood at this time, so it was just a lonely sight. Arthur had planned to continue selling the golden knight armor, so Matt also gave a positive response. "I don't have any goods on hand for the time being, but the price the Chamber of Commerce paid for it made me very satisfied. I will come back soon." "Oh, that's great. Then you'll be a regular customer. I won't be stingy and will buy a set of armor for 360,000 gold coins. What do you think?" "Thank you very much." Matt was definitely happy to get an extra 10,000 gold coins, so he accepted it directly. "But I have one request. That is, the gold coins you give me can only be real gold coins, not those savings cards. This is also the limitation of the portable store. Otherwise, it would be a mess if you could just change the numbers on your savings card to recharge it." "That's no problem. Cash transactions are totally fine." Glenn made the decision after just a slight hesitation. After all, cash transactions were just a little more troublesome, but compared to the profits earned, this little trouble was nothing. "Then it's a pleasure to work with you." "It's a pleasure to work with you." Glenn knew that Matt meant that he would continue to sell armor here in the future, and he immediately responded excitedly. After chatting for a few more sentences. Chapter 10. Little Elves. Glenn saw that Matt didn't want to say anything more, so he said, 10 sets of golden knight armor will cost you a total of 3.6 million gold coins. I don't have that much cash on me. Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." After a while, Glenn returned to the VIP room and handed Matt a space ring containing 3.6 million gold coins. "This space ring is a gift. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation next time." "Yes." After confirming the number of gold coins in the ring, Matt responded happily. This was the first time Arthur gave him a task, so he was naturally happy to have completed it. Matt, who got the gold coins, didn't stay long and left quickly. Matt, who was leaving, didn't know that after he left, on the 3rd floor of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce branch, Glenn was standing respectfully next to a purple-haired girl in a white gauze dress. This girl also has both beauty and figure. She can even be said to be stunningly beautiful, but it's a pity that Glenn next to him didn't dare to admire her at this time. This girl is the president of this branch, Avril Dawn, an unappreciated illegitimate daughter of the current president of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, she would not have come here to serve as the president. President, if this person can come to the Chamber of Commerce to trade frequently, the performance of our branch will be much better. You may also be valued by the family. I hope so. Avril sighed slightly. You know, she was still the president in the imperial capital last year, but now she has been squeezed out to the earldom on the border. It is extremely miserable. Naturally, she had no confidence at this moment. Finally, the two could only remain silent. On the other side, Arthur had already returned to the castle when Matt was selling the golden knight armor. Ever since Arthur got into trouble, even if he was wandering around the Lion City, he was secretly protected by people sent by the Earl. His unusual behavior today naturally reached the ears of Count Aberg, who just smiled and said, "It seems this kid has a secret too." Then ordered to, "As long as it doesn't endanger his safety, leave him alone." Yes. Actually, Arthur had nothing to do at this time except practicing, but practicing could not be done all day long. So, with nothing to do, he decided to go to a place that made him happy, which was also the important place of the castle. After turning several corners and passing countless guards, Arthur finally arrived at a courtyard in the castle. It's very peculiar here. There are only 5 plants planted in the 5 acres of land, including wheat that is nearly 3 meters high, grapevines as thick as arms, roses that are 1 person tall, and apple trees that are 10 meters high. The most peculiar thing is the small tree in the middle, which is only 1 person tall, but is blood red all over. It looks like it was dyed red with blood, giving a somewhat evil feeling. These 5 plants are the real bodies of the 5 elves owned by the Earl's mansion. Speaking of elves, I have to explain here that this is a unique product of the continent of gods. Not some kind of elf living in the forest, but a magical product born from nature. Elves are very cute, beautiful, yet mysterious creatures. People don't know when and where elves will be born, but as long as something belongs to nature, there is a possibility of their birth. So getting them depends entirely on luck. For example, the wheat elves were born from the 3-meter-tall wheat in the courtyard, and the grape elves were born from the arm-thick vines. These elves are generally divided into 3 levels: small elves, big elves, and holy elves. Among them, the elves are only the size of a human thumb. Apart from having a pair of transparent wings, they look no different from humans, so they are very cute. The big elves are the size of a palm, and the holy elves are even no different from ordinary people, which is very magical. There are only small elves and big elves in the Earl's mansion and the kingdom. As for the holy elves, they only exist in legends. There are huge differences between these 3 levels of elves. For example, although they are all wheat elves, the lifespan of a small elf is only 100 years, while that of a big elf is 300 years, and that of a holy elf is at least 1,000 years. This is just the difference in lifespan. In terms of function, a wheat elf can increase the wheat yield within 100 acres by more than 10 times, and the wheat produced is of high quality. The great wheat elf can increase the wheat yield of 1,000 acres by more than 10 times. As for the holy elf, that can increase the yield of at least 10,000 acres. In addition, elves are divided into 3 categories. The wheat elves mentioned above are only plant elves. There are also mineral elves and special ones. For example, there are elves and goldmine elves in the ore category, which can increase the content of gold ore. The higher the level of the elf, the more gold ore will be added, and it will increase every moment. As for the special elves, there was a ready-made one in front of Arthur, which was the blood-red tree in the middle of the courtyard, called the blood-quenching fruit tree, which could purify the blood of Warcraft. Although special elves are similar to plant elves, the difference is that they cannot increase the yield of the same plants on a large area, but can only shorten the ripening time of the fruits of that plant. Because this special plant usually takes 10 years or even 100 years to mature, but after the elf is born, it may only take 2 years or even less to mature. In a sense, special types of Pokemon are generally magical plants with special functions. There are now a total of 6 elves in the earldom, 1 mineral type, 4 plant types, and 1 special type. The mineral elf is the goldmine elf, which is placed outside the city. It can bring the Earl's mansion an income of 100,000 gold coins a year and can collect gold coins continuously for 100 years. The special type is the blood-quenching fruit tree mentioned earlier. It is the only big elf in the Earl's territory. While it has a lifespan of 300 years, it also allows the blood-quenching fruit tree to mature once a year instead of once every 50 years. The blood-quenching fruit tree is the foundation of the earldom. Relying on the 10 blood-quenching fruits that mature every year from the blood-quenching fruit tree, the earldom has now cultivated more than 200 magical beasts called golden sharp mad lions, which are feared by all. This is also the origin of the earldom's name, the Mad Lion territory, and the Earl Aberg's nickname, the Mad Lion. You have to know that Warcraft is generally unruly and difficult to tame, and it is very difficult for humans to train them into mounts, which leads to the fact that there are only a handful of Warcraft cavalry regiments in the entire Kingdom of Kate. The golden mad lions bred in the Earl's territory are bred from ordinary lions using the blood-tempering fruit. They have a more docile temperament and can be ridden. As for why it must be a lion, it is because the Earl obtained a secret medicine in his early years, which, when used with the blood-quenching fruit, has a greater effect on the lion. The combination of various items has made the Mad Lion Cavalry Regiment famous today. As for why Arthur said this place is a pleasant place. Chapter 11 earned 10 million gold coins a month. Yeah. As soon as Arthur arrived in the courtyard, he heard a few cute cries, and then he saw 4 thumb-sized and 1 palm-sized little people flying towards him from the courtyard with transparent wings. Due to some rules, elves are all in the image of little girls. These 5 elves are no exception, and they look extremely cute. Yeah. 4 little elves and 1 big elf, a total of 5 little cuties, soon came to Arthur's cheek and kept rubbing his cheek, giving Arthur a soft and warm feeling. But this warmth did not last long, as these naughty little guys ran to Arthur's head and started playing with his hair. The 5 little guys are most afraid of and love their master, Count Aberg, the most. As for Arthur, Alina and others just love him and have a good impression of him, but they can also be very naughty. Arthur felt neither good nor wanted to be harsh to them. While playing with these little guys, Arthur silently made up his mind that the next few copying opportunities would be given to them. After all, if he could get these little guys, he would make a lot of money. If he copied and bought them, he would make a lot of money. After playing for half an hour, Arthur left the courtyard in a noticeably happier mood. In this way, 10 days passed, and it was the day when Arthur and Matt had agreed to meet. Early in the morning, Arthur excitedly went to the remote courtyard he had rented before. After arranging 2 guards to guard the door as usual, Arthur entered the room in the courtyard alone. After entering the room and closing the door again, Arthur saw Matt walking out from the darkness. When he saw Arthur, Matt first clenched his right fist, then placed his right fist on his left chest and saluted. Grown-ups. This etiquette is similar to the salute in the previous life. It is also a kind of etiquette from the lower to the superior, but it is lighter than kneeling on one knee. This was all Arthur's request. After all, it would not be nice to kneel whether you came or not. You can kneel in important matters, but under normal circumstances, this fist-beating and chest-beating ceremony is enough. After nodding slightly, Arthur said, "How is the armor selling? How many gold coins did you get?" Hearing this, Matt took out a space ring and replied, "I sold all the armor to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce in the city at a price of 360,000 gold coins per piece, earning a total of 3.6 million gold coins. There is also the extra 100,000 gold coins you gave me. After buying the weapons, there are still 20,000 gold coins left, so there are a total of 3.62 million gold coins in this ring." Hearing Matt's words, Arthur smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it is beyond my expectation that a piece of armor can be sold for 360,000 gold coins. As for the remaining 20,000, you can keep it for yourself. As a golden knight, you should have some money on you." As he spoke, Arthur took the 3.6 million gold coins from the space ring that Matt handed over. After putting 10 more golden knight armors into the space ring, he returned it to Matt along with the remaining 20,000 gold coins. "Thank you, sir." Matt gladly accepted Arthur's kindness. After all, it would be convenient for him to have some money on him. As for why only 10 suits of armor are given to Matt to sell now. First, Arthur only planned to let Matt sell the armor to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce for the time being, because the more merchants he sold it to, the greater the probability of attracting extra attention, and Arthur did not want to cause too much discussion at the moment. Also, it has been 10 days since Matt went to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce to sell his armor, but there has been no special topic in the Earl's territory. It can be seen that the Dawn Chamber of Commerce is reliable, and we can continue to do business with it. And selling 10 sets of armor to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce in 10 days was already enough. After all, the earldom only earned more than 2 million gold coins a year, and the value of his 10 sets of armor exceeded that. He was afraid that if he took out too many pieces of armor at once, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce would not have enough gold coins. After all, it was just a branch in the Earl's territory, and Arthur would not overestimate them. After completing the transfer of money and goods, Arthur was about to leave, but was stopped by Matt. "My lord, I have one more thing to explain to you. During these 10 days, I discovered that some people from the Earl's mansion had secretly monitored this place, but their highest level of cultivation was only silver, and they did not discover me, and they only explored it during the few days you were there, and never came again after that. It seems to be happening again today." "Okay, got it." Matt only had the right to explain but not to ask questions about the Earl's mansion, so he stopped talking after Arthur said he knew. On the other hand, after Arthur heard Matt say that someone from the Earl's mansion was following him, he guessed that it must be someone sent by his father to protect him secretly, so he didn't care much. What Arthur was thinking about most now was that he had finally become rich. A meteor shower scroll that costs 100,000 gold coins can buy more than 30 of them, so it is no problem to wipe out an ordinary army of 300,000 in one go. Even if the price is 1 million gold coins each, he can now buy 3 of the Earth Knight's invincible mountain giants at once, and his sense of security is greatly improved. This resulted in a faint smile on Arthur's lips for the next few days. 20 days passed quickly, and we entered the next month, which was May. During this period, Matt conducted 2 more transactions with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, which increased the amount of gold coins in Arthur's space ring by 7.2 million. Adding the remaining 2.8 million gold coins, 3.7 million minus 900,000 for the purchase of 30 sets of armor, Arthur's savings actually reached nearly 10 million gold coins. This was truly an astronomical sum of money, which kept Arthur in a good mood. And the Dawn Chamber of Commerce did exactly as Arthur expected, conducting a transaction once every 10 days, which was already the best that the current branch of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce could do. However, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce branch also guaranteed that in a few months, they would be able to improve their purchasing capabilities. But in fact, the transaction of 10 million gold coins in this month is already an astronomical figure. With this calculation, there are more than 100 million gold coins earned in a year. Arthur estimated that the annual income of the kingdom's royal family is only this number. On the other hand, Arthur's current strength is no longer enough to protect his wealth. After all, The strongest trump card in his hand is only the Mountain Giant at the Earth Knight stage, while the strongest in the kingdom is a Legendary Knight, which is 2 levels higher. If you want to keep your current wealth, you need at least a strong man at the level of Sky Knight. So Arthur was considering whether to change his plan of copying the elves and copy more powerful ones so that he could have the ability to protect his current huge wealth. All this depends on the items drawn in the new January portable store. If he can draw a strong one above the Sky Knight, then he will copy the elf. Chapter 12 Purchase Sky Knight. If he couldn't get the chance, Arthur would immediately ask his mother Charlotte to take him to visit his grandfather, the Duke of Griffin. After all, the Duke of Griffin has the strength of a Sky Knight. If there is really no other way, he can only copy his grandfather, the Duke of Griffin. As for other Sky Knight level warriors, he can't get close to them casually. So Arthur's next plan depends on the items he wins from the portable store in the new January and May. After washing up as he did last month and praying to all the gods and Buddhas, Arthur, alone in the room, clicked the lottery button in the portable store with great anticipation. Soon after, the red lottery box began to shake violently. A pattern of a man in armor and with extraordinary aura flew out of the lottery box, landed in the portable store, and became the 5th item. It was actually a person, and a knight at that? Arthur was a little surprised when he saw the pattern and made a preliminary guess. After all, this was the first time a human was drawn. Click to see out of curiosity. A leader of the royal knights during the fall of the kingdom, fighting to the very end, a true warrior. Possessing the strength of a peak Sky Knight, the price is 10 million gold coins. After reading the above introduction, Arthur's first reaction was that the portable store really fulfilled his wish and drew a Sky Knight for him. But judging from the character's introduction, this Sky Knight is most likely dead. What Arthur didn't expect was that the portable store could actually pull out dead people. Maybe there would be even bigger surprises for him in the future. Thinking of this, Arthur's mood changed from shock to excitement. He was excited for a while, but when Arthur saw the Sky Knight's price of 10 million, he frowned slightly. It's not that he thinks the price is too high. On the contrary, for a top Sky Knight, only 10 million gold coins is already very cheap. For example, his grandfather, the Duke of Griffin, can earn at least 20 million gold coins a year, but now his grandfather's family only has one Sky Knight, the Duke of Griffin. Arthur frowned because the Sky Knight wanted 10 million gold coins, but he only had 9.9 million gold coins left, which was only 100,000 gold coins short. This made him very itchy. Arthur's urgency for the Sky Knight made him not want to wait another 10 days to trade with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. He began to think hard about new ways to make money. Soon, a method that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone came to Arthur's mind. Arthur had always felt that the earldom was a little weak. Apart from his parents, who were strong men above the gold level, there were only 5 gold level knights left. Although it was considered strong compared to the earls of the same level, Arthur felt that it was not enough. Before the territory he opened up was fully developed, this would be his rear base. He could now exchange for 5 golden knights at their peak and have them come to join the earldom. Then, let those 5 people voluntarily ask to sign a contract lasting 10 years or even longer, and then ask the earldom to pay their wages in advance, and they can get a large reward. After transferring these wages to Arthur, it will also solve his urgent needs. After all, a strong man at the peak of the Golden Knight's power must have an annual salary of at least 50,000 gold coins. Even if the 5 of them only sign a 10-year contract, they can bring Arthur 2.5 million gold coins. In this way, Arthur not only gained money, but also strengthened the strength of the earldom, which was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the earldom's trust in the 5 people, the contract Arthur mentioned before is not just a piece of paper. In the magical continent of gods, those contracts really have restrictions and will not allow people to do whatever they want. It is a powerful magic contract, and the price is usually a bit expensive, possibly reaching tens of thousands of gold coins. But compared to ensuring the reliability of the Golden Knight, that few gold coins are nothing. So in general, if those 5 people are willing to sign the magic contract, Arthur believes that the earldom will not give up the 5 golden knights who have come to surrender, but he will be confused. The fact was just as Arthur expected. When he summoned 5 golden knights in a deserted place in the city and gave each of them a set of golden knight armor and a space ring, he let them go to the earl's mansion. This action reduced Arthur's gold coins by 700,000. In addition to the people, there were 5 sets of armor worth 150,000 and 5 space rings worth 50,000. The earl's mansion was very surprised and incredulous at the arrival of the 5 people at first. After all, the strong men at the peak of the Golden Knights were not easy to come by, but the 5 people had never heard of them. He was very hesitant at first, But when the 5 people proposed to sign a magic contract, they only needed to be paid 10 years' salary in advance. Count Aberg finally couldn't resist the temptation of having 5 top-notch golden knights and nodded slowly in agreement. Since they had signed a magic contract, there was no need to worry about them causing any harm to the Earl's mansion, and asking for 10 years' remuneration at once also increased their credibility to a certain extent. After all, if a stranger casually says he wants to be loyal to you and doesn't ask for anything in return, no one will believe it. Of course, the Earl's mansion couldn't trust them immediately. In the first few years, they would probably only let them do some simple guarding work and keep them like offerings. In addition, since the Earl's mansion concealed the news of the 5 people surrender, it did not cause any disturbance. On the first day that the 5 people entered the Earl's mansion, Arthur secretly took 2 million gold coins from them. As for the remaining 500,000, he left it to the 5 of them to deal with. After obtaining 2 million gold coins, Arthur's savings reached 11.35 million gold coins. After buying a Sky Knight, he would have more than 1 million left. Early the next morning, Arthur left the Earl's castle and found an empty place in the city to buy the Sky Knight. Arthur does not need the close protection of the Sky Knight now, because as long as his identity as the supplier of the Golden Knight Kai is not exposed, Arthur is safe. So Arthur's order to the Sky Knights was to hide in the dark to protect Matt and kill those who later discovered something was wrong and coveted Matt. Matt's identity has not been exposed yet, but we still have to prepare for the worst. In addition, Arthur also decided that he would not have direct contact with Matt in the future, but would instead exchange money and goods with Matt through Sky Knight. This provides an extra layer of insurance. With the Sky Knight's secret protection, Arthur's somewhat uneasy heart finally calmed down. 10 days passed again, and Matt made another transaction with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Just when Arthur thought everything was normal, Matt brought him a piece of news. Considering Matt's low-key request, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce had previously secretly transferred most of the Golden Knight armors to other provinces for sale. Chapter 13: Copying the Goldmine Elf. This meant that the branch only gained money, but its influence in the empire hardly increased. According to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, if they want to increase their future transaction volume, the influence of their branch is essential, so the Dawn branch wants to be able to sell a large amount of knight armor in Crazy Lion City. After hearing the news, Arthur thought for a moment and realized that the increase in the transaction amount was fake. After all, the Chamber of Commerce would make money if it could. The Dawn Chamber of Commerce's request for local sales is probably just the personal desire of the branch president. He wants to improve his status in the Dawn Chamber of Commerce more quickly through this move. As for the transaction amount, it is just a cover. If it were last month, Arthur would not have agreed to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce's request. After all, this would inadvertently bring him more trouble. But now that Arthur has the powerful Sky Knight as his backer, he doesn't have to worry so much about trouble. More importantly, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce didn't need to discuss with Arthur where to sell the Golden Knight Kai. Now that they had shown a negotiating attitude, Arthur didn't need to make things difficult. So I agreed immediately. On the Dawn Chamber of Commerce side, after Matt brought the news of agreement, the branch president Avril, who had rarely smiled because she was squeezed out to the earldom branch, now showed an unprecedented smile on her beautiful face. Glenn, the Chamber of Commerce manager who was standing quietly by the side, also hurriedly congratulated him. The force represented by Paul, Matt's pseudonym, has sold 40 sets of Golden Knight Kai to the Chamber of Commerce, proving their strength. I believe there will be no problems with future transactions. Now that they have agreed, Knight Kai will sell directly in our branch, which will at least bring our branch an annual turnover of hundreds of millions of gold coins. With such a huge turnover, even the Dawn Chamber of Commerce in the imperial capital is probably far behind us. Moreover, selling a large number of such precious golden knight armors can greatly enhance the reputation of our branch. I believe that our branch will soon become the #1 Dawn Chamber of Commerce in the Cade Empire. In this way, I believe that it won't be long before the president will be able to see the young lady's efforts, and those who exclude the young lady will be speechless. Yes, so now I am really grateful to Paul and the forces behind him. Compared to a month ago, Avril now had a lot more smiles on her face. At the same time, Arthur didn't know that he had inadvertently received the gratitude of a young girl. Now, after obtaining the Earl's permission, he has arrived at a gold mine outside the Earl's city. This is where the 6th elf of the Earl's mansion, the Goldmine Elf, is located. For Arthur, who has a portable shop, gold coins are everything. So the first elf he copies is naturally a goldmine elf that can continuously produce gold mines, which is equivalent to gold coins. Once the elf recognizes its master, it cannot recognize the master again unless the master voluntarily gives up the contract. Even if their owners die unexpectedly, they will only die of sadness and depression. Such loyal attributes make these little guys even more lovable. It was precisely because of the elves' loyalty that the gold mine had fewer guards than Arthur had imagined. There were only 5 silver knights and 10 bronze knights. Of course, this is also closely related to the fact that the gold mine is located next to the Crazy Lion City. If there is an attack, support can arrive in an instant. Arthur naturally knew all these guards, so he was not stopped at all and saw the thumb-sized, golden gold mine elf. After teasing the little guy for a bit, Arthur copied him directly, only to find that in order to copy the elf, he couldn't touch the little guy. At first, Arthur thought that the elf could not be copied, and his heart skipped a beat. But Arthur quickly figured out the problem, and after copying the elf's body, which was the special piece of gold ore, he succeeded. But Arthur was still worried, so he immediately clicked on the product with the gold ore pattern in the portable store. A piece of gold ore that contains miraculous power breeds a corresponding gold mine elf. An elf has a lifespan of 100 years and can produce gold ore worth 100,000 gold coins per year. The price is 10,000 gold coins. Note: considering that this type of elves will produce gold coins, if you buy them arbitrarily, it will cause an imbalance in the price of the portable store, so there is a limit, and you can only buy 100 per year. After reading the explanation of the products in the store, Arthur couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It turned out that he couldn't get the portable store to work. If he could buy unlimited gold coins, Arthur would only need to find an empty place, buy elves to mine, and quietly obtain countless gold coins. As expected, there is still no way to get through such a gap. But on second thought, 100 gold mine elves every year is not a small number, equivalent to 10 million gold coins, so don't be too greedy. Thinking of this, Arthur felt much better. After completing the copying, Arthur played with the gold mine elf for a while before leaving and returning to the city. A month and a half later, there was only 1 week left before Arthur was due to leave for the 3-month development deadline. The sun was shining brightly that day, but Arthur was sweating in the training ground, the palm-wide knight's sword whistling in his hand. Cross slash. With a shout in Arthur's heart, he swung the knight's sword twice with great force in the blink of an eye, cutting the wooden puppet in front of him into 4 pieces. After this move, a muffled sound came from Arthur's body. It turned out that his strength had finally broken through from early bronze to middle bronze. The improvement in strength brought a smile to Arthur's face, who was originally out of breath. In fact, Arthur's strength would not have improved so quickly. After all, he had just broken through to the bronze stage. It would take at least half a year to break through again, but he did it in just 3 months. All of this depends on the help of external things. The first is a fist-sized Do-Chi crystal that is worth 100 gold coins. This is a special mineral that can speed up the user's Do-Chi cultivation by about 50%. Of course, fighting spirit crystals alone are not enough. It mainly depends on the bottle of potion that Count Aberg brought to Arthur a few days ago. It is a special fruit similar to the blood-quenching fruit. It is a potion made by a magician's branch, the alchemist, to speed up the knight's training. It is very precious. Just 1 bottle of potion almost accelerated Arthur's training progress by 3 months, allowing him to advance to the middle bronze level before pioneering. It's such a good thing that Arthur became addicted after using it once. Although this thing is expensive outside, 1 bottle costs tens of thousands of gold coins. It is so expensive and rare that Arthur had to work very hard to get this bottle from Aberg. No wonder Arthur had never heard of it before. In addition, if this thing can only be taken once a month and is most effective for Bronze Knight training, the price may be even higher. Of course, there must be more than one kind of potion that can enhance strength. There should also be ones that have a huge effect on silver or gold knights, but Arthur can't use them for the time being. Chapter 14: Obsidian and the Wind Crossbow. But it will always be used, so Arthur secretly asked the Dawn Chamber of Commerce to collect it. After obtaining this thing, Arthur planned to copy it before drinking it, otherwise such a good thing would be hard to find. Over the past month, in addition to Arthur's slight improvement in strength, significant changes have also taken place in Crazy Lion City. The first was the sale of the Golden Knight Kai of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce in the city, which greatly increased the popularity of the Dawn branch in the city. Many people's attention was also focused here, and some anxious Golden Knights even ran to Crazy Lion City to buy the armor in order to get it as soon as possible. Coupled with the continued implementation of the development order, there are more and more monsters on the border, and the pressure on the Earl's mansion is naturally increasing. But fortunately, Count Abergil was able to control all of this, so no major trouble occurred for the time being. As Matt traded more and more with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, it was inevitable that some flaws would be noticed. But when those people wanted to continue exploring along Matt's path, they found that all the people they sent out had died. This was naturally the action taken by the Sky Knight in the dark. This greatly shocked all parties. Although they were still somewhat restless, at least they would not make stupid moves again in the short term. The temptations of these people and the fact that Arthur was about to go to the Wild Plains to open up new areas made Arthur realize that trading once every 10 days was too frequent. After more than a month, the Dawn Branch in Crazy Lion City has achieved tremendous development. I believe that even if Arthur trades once a month now, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce will be able to collect enough gold coins. With this idea in mind, Arthur prepared to explain it to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce when Matt made his next transaction in 5 days. In the past month, Matt conducted a total of 4 transactions with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, allowing Arthur to obtain a net profit of 13.2 million gold coins. This brought Arthur's total savings to 1,455 gold coins. Even if he bought another Sky Knight, he would still have more than 4 million gold coins left, making Arthur feel secure again. In addition, although Arthur will go to explore in a few days, his pioneering territory in the buffer zone has been completed. The place looked like a small town. In order to guard against attacks by orcs, it was surrounded by a 15-meter-high wall. The city is the size of a small town and can accommodate 30,000 people for daily residence. Now, 10,000 people have been moved there by Earl Aberg, and there are 1,000 ordinary troops and 2 squads of knights stationed there. A knight squad consists of 1 silver knight and 9 bronze knights. Therefore, the 2 knight squads meant that there were 2 silver knights and 18 bronze knights stationed there. This force is enough to withstand small-scale beast attacks, and ordinary barons do not have this kind of military force. 50 miles away from Arthur's town, other gathering places began to appear, some large and some small. The larger one was about the same size as Arthur's small town, while the smaller one only had 1,000 people, a dozen houses, and a 2-meter-high earthen wall. They are all ambitious people who want to occupy land and become powerful aristocrats. As for why there are no bigger cities, there are many reasons for this, one of which is that if your city is much larger than other cities, you will become the first target of the orcs' attacks, and you will often not gain any benefits. If many people built similar small towns, they could share the orcs' attention and help them hold out. Of course, this is a secondary factor and also a manifestation of insufficient strength. The real reason is that building a small city is already very expensive, and those who can come to open up the city are not the most powerful ones, and they do not have the ability to build a bigger city. Arthur is an exception. He just doesn't want to be exposed so quickly and get into trouble. Speaking of which, during these 3 months, the orcs did not attack the territories under construction. It was also thanks to the kingdom sending troops deep into the Wild Plains to fight guerrilla warfare with the orcs, which attracted the orcs' attention. It laid a good foundation for everyone to establish their roots in the Wild Plains. Now the construction of most territories has been basically completed, and they will not be able to complete the remaining ones even if they are given another 3 months. This means that the kingdom's army is about to retreat, and the real test is about to come for the lords who come to open up the kingdom. Of course, the reason why Arthur and others built their territories so quickly was mainly due to the earth magicians. This is the standard configuration for rich people, but for those who are poor, when the orcs come, their 2-meter-high earth wall will become their grave. A week passed quickly, and the new January and July arrived, and the time came for Arthur to leave the Lion City. 2 days ago, Matt conducted Arthur's last transaction in the city with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, which brought Arthur a profit of 3.3 million gold coins. The Dawn Chamber of Commerce also expressed the feasibility of conducting a transaction once a month. And until now, Arthur's random store has accumulated 2 copy opportunities and 2 draw opportunities. Arthur used them all before he left, yesterday. The 2 items randomly drawn are Obsidian and Gale Crossbow, and their descriptions are: Obsidian is pitch black but extremely hard, comparable to steel. It can withstand strong physical impacts while also possessing some resistance to magic. It would take a full-strength chop from the Earth Knight to cause any damage. Price in gold coins cubic meter. The Gale Crossbow can shoot 3 arrows in a row. It is a powerful crossbow with magical power. The arrows it shoots are as fast as the wind, but also dissolve into the wind silently. Its power remains undiminished within 300 meters. If the Silver Knight is not wearing special protective gear, he cannot withstand its edge with just his fighting spirit. Price gold coin. Crossbow arrows can also be purchased separately. Ordinary iron crossbow arrows cost 1 gold coin and 100. Armor-piercing crossbow arrows cost 10 per gold coin. These 2 things can be considered good things, but compared to the things drawn in the previous 3 times, they are obviously a level lower. It seems that you can't draw rare items every time you randomly draw. It really depends on luck. You might even draw a branch in the future. Arthur couldn't help but shudder when he thought of that scene. So scary. As for the two copying opportunities, Arthur copied a bag of flour made from fine wheat each time. After all, we will need food to feed so many people in the future, so it is better to be prepared. As for why the wheat elves were not copied, Arthur said that one elf could only increase the yield of 100 acres of wheat, which was still too little. If it was a great elf, he would still consider it. Besides, since it's all for food, wouldn't it be better if he just bought ready-made flour? It was the last chance to copy, and Arthur remembered that there seemed to be no one or item in the team that could heal, so he prepared to look for something in this area to copy. As for healing, it has always been what life and light mages are best at, and water mages can also make do. Chapter 15. The Ferocity of the Golden Lion. The other mages in the territory, except for his mother Charlotte, were only at the wizard level at best. But unless he had to, Arthur didn't want to copy his relatives because it would be a bit weird. So Arthur just picked a life wizard to copy. Today is the day when Arthur will go to explore the wild plains. So the whole family gathered again in the castle of the Earl's mansion. The Earl and his wife, the eldest brother, the second sister, and Arthur were all gathered in the main hall of the castle. They sat around the long table and enjoyed breakfast quietly together, as if nothing had happened. But occasionally, you could see worried looks in the eyes of a few other people. Sugio, the master of the Earl's mansion, Aberg spoke first. I won't say anything more. Please be careful on your way. Don't worry, I will definitely open up a large territory in the Savage Plains. Besides, you don't know what's going on in my little town? My father's arrangements are already very good. As long as we don't encounter a large orc army attack, there's no need to worry about safety issues. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, the carefree second sister also hurriedly replied. Third brother's town is only 20 miles away from the border of our earldom. If he is in danger, just send a signal and our border troops will arrive in a few minutes. Don't worry. Seeing that the atmosphere was slightly relaxed, Art, the eldest brother, immediately responded. Besides, my parents should have some cards to pass on to my brother. As the eldest brother, Art knew the Earl and Countess better and made this guess. Yes, we do have something else for Arthur. Let your mother reveal it. After Albert responded, he looked at Charlotte, who nodded and said to Arthur with a smile. In addition to the normal maids and butlers, we are going to select another Golden Knight from the Earl's palace. In addition, there are 20 members of the Mad Lion Cavalry, 2 of whom are silver and 18 are bronze. The members of the Mad Lion Cavalry Regiment, riding on magical beasts, can defeat 3 to 5 times their number of enemies. With this power, it will be difficult for ordinary Viscounts to defeat you, so we are relieved. As Charlotte spoke, Art, Elena, and Arthur all showed expressions of surprise on their faces. They were all surprised at the generosity of the Countess and his wife. Although Arthur's hidden strength far exceeds the number of strong men given by the two, a Sky Knight is far more than that. But such a large number of strong men was equivalent to 1/10 of the number of strong men in the earldom, and Arthur was very moved by this friendship. You have to know that if these people go to the wild plains to open up, they may never come back. Faced with this love, Arthur didn't know what to say. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will definitely pay attention to safety and explore successfully. Hearing this, Earl Aberg nodded slowly. He had also noticed Arthur's abnormality in the past few months, but he had not investigated it carefully. I couldn't help but think secretly in my heart, I hope this little guy can bring me a surprise. Yeah, we believe you. Yes, third brother will succeed. In response to Arthur's promise, the others all expressed their affirmation. An hour later, Arthur arrived at the gate of the Lion City and was ready to go. Since food and other daily necessities had been transported to the town by the Earl, even the butler, maid, Archon and others had arrived in the town first, ready to welcome Arthur's arrival. So now the team has less than 30 people. In addition to the 21 strong men that the Count mentioned in the living room before, there are only Arthur and the personal maid Corona. At this time, Arthur was wearing silver white gold knight armor, riding a white tall horse and standing at the front of the team, looking like a Prince Charming. Corona, who possesses the strength of a silver knight, is also wearing a suitable knight's armor, but the armor cannot hide her curvy figure. With her silver hair, she really has a graceful and heroic feeling. As for the strong man at the Golden Knight level, it was Chris, whom Arthur used to copy the Golden Knight a few months ago. As the captain of the castle guard, Chris possesses the peak strength of the Golden Knight. The Earl sent him to follow Arthur this time, which shows that he has good intentions. Except for the 3 people above, the remaining 20 people were riding on a kind of golden lion. The elite Mad Lions are golden monsters. The magic of gold makes their skin as hard as metal, and their claws are extremely sharp, reflecting a chilling cold light from time to time, making people sweat. Among them, the elite Mad Lions ridden by the 18 Bronze Knights only had the aura of bronze level. However, these elite Bronze Lions are 2 meters tall, which is intimidating. The silver level elite Mad Lions ridden by the 2 Silver Knights were even more amazing. The height of the 2 monsters reached a terrifying 3 meters. Most people had to look up at them. The sense of oppression was unparalleled. How could ordinary knights and horses possibly withstand a confrontation with such a cavalry regiment? No wonder the Golden Sharp Wild Lion Cavalry Regiment could fight at least 1 against 3. Speaking of which, it would definitely be more impressive if I could ride on such a mighty monster. But you can't ride a monster whenever you want. Generally, you need to cultivate a relationship with them from a young age. Otherwise, an unfamiliar person will only be eaten if he rides one. This is also the reason why Arthur and the other 2 were riding horses. Under the gaze of Earl Aberg and others, Arthur took a deep breath and shouted, "Set off!" Following Arthur's orders, this team, which was capable of competing against an ordinary Viscount, galloped away into the distance with the sound of dull hooves. The earldom of Mad Lion was considered prosperous, and the news that Arthur was going to open up the Savage Plains spread as the people who had previously collected the territory from the Earl went to Arthur's small town. In addition, the earldom of Mad Lion is located on the frontier and has a huge hatred for the orcs who have plundered many times. So at this time, as Arthur walked away, many civilians at the city gate were shouting, "Master Arthur, have a safe journey. Lord Arthur, you must kill more orcs." Arthur responded to those people's blessings by raising his hand behind his back and waving it. Their destination was the Savage Plains. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours to travel all the way from the Wild Lion City, the center of the earldom. It was now nearly noon, so Arthur had no time to waste. 6 hours later, the golden sun had become somewhat dim, and Arthur and his party finally crossed the border and arrived at the small town that belonged to Arthur alone. When he was still a few hundred meters away from the town, Arthur gradually slowed down his riding speed because he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart at this moment. Looking at the small town in the distance dyed golden by the setting sun, Arthur knew that he could finally show his talents in the future. Chapter 16: Arrival at the Territory. As Arthur slowed down, the entire team also slowed down. Although Corona and others were puzzled by Arthur's actions at this time, their awareness as subordinates prevented them from asking too many questions, and they just followed silently. Finally, the whole team stopped and stood there quietly for more than a minute before Arthur suddenly said, "Go!" The whole team set out again. The people in the town already knew that Arthur, the original owner of the city, would be arriving today. Therefore, when Arthur and his party arrived at the city gate, more than 10,000 people in the small town had been waiting at the gate for a long time. When the civilians saw the 20 cavalrymen riding golden lions behind Arthur, they were all stunned. After all, 20 huge monsters are running towards you. How can an ordinary person not be afraid? I've long heard about how powerful the Earl's Ace Cavalry, the Golden Sharp Mad Lion Cavalry Regiment, is. Seeing it today, I find that it is indeed as good as its reputation. Yes, Lord Arthur has such powerful cavalry under his command, and we are safer. Seeing Arthur and his group getting closer and closer, a shout suddenly came from the front of the team at the city gate. "Quiet!" It turned out that it was the consul among the 4 leaders who spoke. The 4 leaders of the team were Poussin, the butler assigned to Arthur by the Earl. He was the son of Prin, the butler of the Earl's mansion, so his loyalty was guaranteed. He looks to be in his 30s, has a serious demeanor, and seems to be a good housekeeper. There is also the governor of the territory, Charles. Arthur had never heard of this man before. He only knew him when he was looking through the territory information a few days ago. However, Arthur believed that since the Earl could send him, he should be reliable. The consul also looked to be in his 30s. He did not have the fat and big-eared image of an official that Arthur had in mind. On the contrary, Charles had a decent square face and looked like a good official who was honest and upright. The remaining 2 are the captains of the 2 knight teams, the 2 strongest silver knights in the town before. They are nothing to Arthur now, so there is no need to introduce them. As Arthur and his 20-odd men gradually approached, the more than 10,000 people at the city gate all knelt down under the leadership of these 4 men. People of certain status and soldiers knelt on one knee, while the majority of civilians knelt on both knees. Then, more than 10,000 people shouted in unison, "Welcome, Lord Arthur." More than 10,000 people shouted in unison, and the momentum was so powerful that even Arthur felt shocked, and at the same time, His blood began to boil in his chest for some reason. So this is the power of power. After that, the people who knelt down remained silent, and Arthur rode on his horse, slowly glanced around, and nodded. Everyone, get up. I see your sincerity. When everyone stood up, Arthur continued. Now that you have all become my subjects as a lord, I will do my best to protect your safety and improve your quality of life. But in return, you must also work hard to make the territory prosperous. I believe that the wild plains and orcs cannot stop us from moving towards a better life. I will make the territory better and better. Please wait and see. We believe in Lord Arthur. Everyone responded in unison again. Arthur nodded in satisfaction, then dismounted and walked to the front of the team. He said to the four leaders, "You must be Charles Pauschen, right?" "Yes, sir. I am very satisfied with this welcoming ceremony. It is getting dark soon, so you should quickly arrange for the people to enter the city. I will go to the castle first, and then you can come to the castle and report the detailed situation here to me." "Understood, sir." The other three, Pauschen, had no objection to Arthur's arrangement. After finishing his instructions, Arthur mounted his horse again and headed towards the castle in the center of the city. The castle in the center of the city covers an area of about 10 acres and can be said to be impregnable. Arthur was very satisfied after taking a look at it. 30 girls in maid costumes were waiting silently at the castle gate. "Welcome, Lord Arthur." Since these 30 maids were wearing maid uniforms, it was inconvenient for them to kneel down, so they all just bowed respectfully. "Stand up." After the ceremony, a slightly older maid at the front of the team spoke up. "Sir Arthur, I am Mitna, the head maid of this castle. You must be quite tired after running all day. We have prepared hot water for you in advance. Do you want to take a bath and relieve your fatigue?" "Okay, thank you for your hard work." "It should be." After dealing with Mitna, Arthur turned his attention to the 20 elite wild lion cavalrymen behind him. These huge guys couldn't stay in the castle. "Chris, your Golden Knights are the strongest in my territory right now, so you will be the commander of my territory's army for the time being." Without waiting for Chris to respond, Arthur continued. "Your first task now is to arrange for these golden sharp lions. The military camp in the north of the city should be able to do it. Go." "Yes, Lord Arthur." Chris knew that Arthur said this because he didn't want him to refuse, so he agreed directly. After Chris left with 20 cavalrymen, Corona was the only one left by Arthur's side. When the two of them walked to Arthur's bedroom in the castle, "Corona, you've been traveling all day. Go wash up. You don't have to accompany me anymore." "Clear." Finally, Arthur was alone. Then a strange scene happened. Arthur suddenly said to the air, "Victor." "What do you want, Lord Arthur?" As the voices echoed, a burly and handsome knight appeared behind Arthur. This person was none other than Victor, the top-level Sky Knight whom Arthur had purchased a few months ago. Now that Arthur has come to the Savage Plains, Victor will naturally follow to provide protection. Speaking of Victor, he also brought a surprise to Arthur. After purchasing him, Arthur discovered that Victor was actually a rare different attribute Do Chi, a powerful thunder attribute Do Chi master. The attributes of fighting spirit are generally 5 types: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Attributes like wind, thunder, and ice all belong to fighting spirit with different attributes. People who possess these special attributes of Do Chi will be much stronger than those who possess the 5 general attributes of Do Chi. Coincidentally, Arthur's fighting spirit attribute is thunder. However, due to the rarity of thunder attribute knights, the corresponding thunder attribute fighting skills and advanced training methods are also relatively difficult to find, resulting in Arthur previously practicing only ordinary thunder attribute training methods. So when Victor appeared, Arthur was very surprised. You know, the strong man you bought has memories of cultivation, which means that Victor can teach Arthur more advanced thunder attribute cultivation methods and fighting skills. It can be said that there were unexpected surprises. Now Arthur has converted his original training method to Victor's, and has also learned the fighting skills Thunder Instant Body and Thunder Slash from Victor. 1 displacement and 1 attack are enough for now. Chapter 17, Understanding the Territory. As for Arthur bringing Victor with him, what about Matt, who has been noticed by various forces in Mad Lion City? There is actually nothing to worry about. After all, those who can make it in life are not stupid. They usually dare not act rashly without figuring out the forces behind Matt. Because if you act recklessly, you might end up offending someone you can't afford to offend, and that would be the end of you. Besides, Matt himself is also a powerful Golden Knight. Unless the Earth Knight takes action, he cannot be threatened. Hearing Victor's voice, Arthur turned around and said with a smile, "No instructions. I called you just to confirm your existence. You should continue to hide. Yes, sir. After confirming that Victor, the ultimate killer, was always nearby, Arthur felt relieved and went to wash up. An hour later, Arthur, wearing a brown silk robe, sat on the main seat in the castle's reception room. The personal maid Corona and the butler Poussin stood behind Arthur, while several powerful figures in the territory sat below. Archon Charles, Chris, the only golden knight in the territory, and 4 others with the strength of silver knights, the 4 captains of the knight squad. At this time, the 6 people were looking at Arthur, waiting for his instructions. Arthur first turned his attention to the Archon Charles. Charles, you will be the first to introduce the situation of the territory. Yes, Lord Arthur. Charles stood up immediately after receiving Arthur's order and saluted to Arthur. Then he said to the crowd, "This small city took 3 months to build and can accommodate 30,000 people. All the buildings in the city are made of stone, which is warm in winter and cool in summer, and can reduce a lot of trouble. In terms of population, the Earl originally migrated 10,000 young and middle-aged people here, with a male-to-female ratio of 7-3. But in the 2 weeks before your arrival, many people came here because of the reputation of the Earl and you, Your Excellency. For the better development of the territory, after selection, I agreed to recruit 2,000 people as the territory's citizens. So the current ordinary population of the territory is 12,000. As for the army, there are 1,000 ordinary soldiers and 41 knights including Captain Chris. There are sufficient reserves of daily necessities, enough for 30,000 people to use for a year, so there is no need to worry for the time being. But we don't have arable land in our territory, so how to solve the food problem in the future? Please give me some advice, sir." Arthur already had flour made from fine wheat as a commodity, which was 10 times cheaper than the grain on the market, so he was not worried about the food problem. Then he replied, "As for food, you should do your best to have people cultivate farmland and plant crops. We may not be self-sufficient in the first 1 or 2 years, but I will find a way to make up for the shortfall. Don't worry. Then I'll be fine, sir." Hearing this, Arthur's eyes left Charles and looked at Chris. "Since there is nothing else to do, let me announce a new appointment. Chris's strength is beyond doubt, so let him lead the 1,000 ordinary soldiers and 40 knights in the territory." "Thank you, sir. I will do my best." Hearing that he was entrusted with an important task, Chris quickly stood up from his seat, knelt on one knee, and expressed his loyalty to Arthur. The continent of gods has always respected the strong, so the remaining 4 silver knight captains naturally had no objection. "Yeah, I believe you." After talking for a while, Arthur had a clearer understanding of the people's livelihood and military affairs in the territory and felt that there was nothing more to talk about. "I just arrived today, and I'm not familiar with the situation here yet. I'll give you some new instructions in a few days. That's it. You guys go back first." After saying this, Arthur thought they would leave one after another, but Chris said before everyone said goodbye, "Lord Arthur, I think there is one more thing I need to explain to you, and that is the issue of the castle's guard." "Oh, what do you say?" "Before you came, the castle was guarded by only 50 ordinary warriors. Now that you are here, the previous guards are obviously not enough. I think we should send at least 2 knight squads to guard the castle. If necessary, I can continue to serve as the captain of the castle guard." Hearing this, Arthur thought about it and felt that Chris was right. Although he was secretly protected by the Sky Knight Victor, others didn't know it. On the surface, we still need to have decent protective forces, so he nodded and agreed to Chris's proposal. "We can add 2 more knight squads to the castle to guard it day and night. But Chris, you need to lead the army, which is not convenient in the castle. As for safety issues, if a strong man of the Golden Knight level really attacks, I will have a way to deal with it, don't worry." When Chris heard that Arthur didn't need him to guard the castle, he was still a little worried. But when he saw that Arthur didn't seem to be lying, he didn't say anything more. "I understand. It's late at night, so I won't bother you anymore. I'm taking my leave." Charles and others followed closely and said goodbye. Early the next morning, Arthur opened his eyes on his new Simmons bed. Maybe it was because of the change of location, or because he finally had his own territory, but Arthur was so excited that he didn't sleep well last night. You have to know that although the Earl and Countess were very good to Arthur in the earldom, he was always restricted. It was not like in the Savage Plains, where he had the final say in everything in the territory. This feeling of holding power will naturally make people excited. After clearing his mind for a while in bed, Arthur finally got up and prepared to do his daily morning practice. Corona had been serving by the side for a long time, so Arthur could see the beautiful silver-haired girl in maid clothes as soon as he got up, which made him feel much happier. Arthur's waking up time is almost fixed, and in order to serve Arthur better, Corona has already adjusted her biological clock to wake up 1 hour earlier than Arthur's waking up time. This means that Corona can always wait by Arthur's side early before he wakes up, making her the best personal maid. With Corona's help, Arthur quickly finished washing. Then comes cultivation. Arthur came to the castle's training ground and suddenly didn't want to practice alone today. He looked at Corona, who was waiting outside. Suddenly I felt that compared to the maid outfit, the night armor she wore yesterday seemed to highlight Corona's charm better. A cold, oval face, shoulder-length silver hair, and armor that highlights her figure. She really has a cold and domineering feeling. He said to Corona, "Put on your armor and let's practice sparring." "Yes, Lord Arthur." This request was normal, so Corona responded and went to change her armor. Chapter 18. Visitors. During this period, Arthur also changed into the golden knight armor with strong defense. After all, sparring could be dangerous, so it was better to be safe. After a moment, Arthur and Corona stood at the two ends of the training ground respectively, staring at each other through the cross gaps in their helmets, and the atmosphere seemed very serious. Arthur's strength was only mid-bronze, much lower than Corona's early silver, so Arthur had no hope of winning. The most he could rely on this time was the training effect, so he took the lead in attacking. Arthur's current strength is at the bronze stage, and he is simply unable to bring out the power of the fighting skills he has learned, Thunder Instant Body and Thunder Slash. So when Arthur, who was the first to attack, used the Thunder Instant Body, although Arthur's speed increased several times, for Corona, who was in the silver stage, she could still barely see Arthur's movements clearly. When Arthur rushed from behind Corona to attack her, Corona turned around, raised the knight's sword in her right hand, and blocked the attack. Bite! After the sparks flew, there was the sharp sound of steel clashing. Arthur's realm was lower than Corona's, and his strength was naturally not as good as hers, so after the fight, he did not hold on and retreated immediately. In the subsequent battles, Arthur was almost always the one taking the initiative to attack, while Corona was the one on the passive defense. It was like Corona letting Arthur be a sparring partner. After all, Corona's fighting spirit is ice-attributed. If she used her true strength to cover the knight's sword with her fighting spirit, Arthur, who had fought with him so many times, would have been frozen and unable to fight again. The battle with the Ice Knight cannot last for a long time. Otherwise, your physical condition will only get worse and worse. Arthur also knew this, but he did not get discouraged because the gap in realm was there. If Arthur also reached the silver stage and was able to cover his entire body with fighting spirit, he would not be afraid of Corona's ice-attributed fighting spirit. At this time, Arthur just attacked as much as possible to make the fighting skills more proficient. Arthur could feel that the pressure he was putting on Corona was increasing. An hour later, Arthur was exhausted and gasping for breath. On the other side, Corona, who was sweating profusely, exclaimed, "It is worthy of being one of the most powerful thunder-attributed fighting spirits. If your realm can be improved a little more, you can reach the late stage of Bronze Knight. With that powerful fighting skill, I may not be able to react to your attack speed." After a short rest, Arthur recovered and looked at Corona, who had tortured him to death before, and said with a smile, "Corona, what is your dream? You have such a good talent for cultivation. It would be a waste if you just become a maid." Ah! Hearing Arthur say this, Corona was stunned at first, and then her cheeks, which were already a little red due to the fierce battle, became visibly redder. It seemed as if she was a little embarrassed by Arthur's compliment. Then Corona came back to her senses and waved her hands. "I don't have any dreams. If I have to say I have one, I just want to stay by your side and serve you. Please don't send me anywhere else." To be honest, Arthur was in a good mood just now. If Corona was willing, he could train her to be a female commander of an entire army of monster cavalry. But since Corona didn't have that idea, Arthur didn't force it. Besides, it's nice to have such a beautiful woman who looks cold but is pure at heart by your side, which is a feast for the eyes. After thinking about it, Arthur saw that Corona was about to cry, so he quickly comforted her. "As long as you still want to be my maid, I will let you be my maid for the rest of your life. Don't worry." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Corona immediately smiled and carefully sought confirmation. "Real. Great, thank you, master." Seeing Corona so happy just because of this news, Arthur smiled and thought at the same time. As expected, with this kind of personality, I can only feel at ease if I let him stay by my side. When the training was completed, it was already bright. Arthur was starving at this time, and he soon began to eat and drink. Night training consumes a lot of energy, so even for breakfast, Arthur's food was almost all meat. What comforted Arthur was that, perhaps because of magic, There were more spices in this world than in his previous life, and the meat cooked tasted quite good and did not make Arthur's stomach bitter. After breakfast, Arthur washed up and planned to walk around the city and conduct some field research. But the arrival of Consul Charles caused him to change his plans. "Sir, there are 2 outsiders, each with 11 strong men at least at the Bronze Knight level. They say they are from the lord next to us. After hearing that you are here, they want to pay you a visit. I don't know whether to meet them." Hearing that they were his neighbors, Arthur knew that he would probably see them again in the future, so he nodded. "Then let them come, but before that, you have to get Chris and the 2 teams of Golden Lion Knights over first." "Understood, sir." Charles knew that Arthur just wanted to scare his neighbors and prevent them from doing something bad, so he immediately agreed to it. Soon after, Arthur sat quietly in the castle's living room. Chris and the 20 elite Lion Knights lined up at the gate of the castle, waiting for the arrival of the 2 lords. Speaking of the 2 lords who came to visit, actually they did not come together at first, but they just happened to meet on the way and decided to go together. The fact that they were able to build their territory next to Arthur, so close to the border, shows that their origins are not simple. As for those who have no ability and no background, they can only build their territories closer to the orcs and become the first batch of cannon fodder. Therefore, the strength of these 2 people's territories should be quite good, not much different from Arthur's. In addition, the strength of the men they brought with them was surprisingly similar: 1 gold knight, 1 silver knight, and 9 bronze knights. But unfortunately, their mounts are all horses. Although they are stronger than ordinary horses and even have some signs of demonization, they are not magical beasts after all. So when they encountered 2 teams of Golden Lion Knights standing at the castle gate 50 meters outside the castle, the horses they were riding couldn't help but neigh in fear and dared not move forward. This made the 2 lords' faces change slightly, and finally they had no choice but to dismount and walk the last section of the way. Chris, who was also standing at the door, seemed not to notice anything unusual. He stepped forward and said to the 2 people in front of the team, "My master is waiting for you in the castle's reception room. My lord only wants to see you too, so please wait for a while. We will arrange a place for other guests to rest. What do you think?" Chapter 19. Alliance. The 2 lords had already expected Arthur to see only the 2 of them, so they did not object. After giving some instructions to their subordinates, the 2 followed Chris into the castle. Arthur was in the living room. After waiting for a while, he heard some noise. He looked up and saw 2 handsome men in their 20s following behind Chris. Looks more mature than the 16-year-old Arthur. But it's true, for someone as young as Arthur, there are only a few bronze knights who can come out to explore. As for the handsome-looking children of the nobility, there are basically no ugly ones. "Lord Arthur, these 2 are the lords on our left and right." Chris took the lead in the introduction. "Well, you've worked hard. You can go down first." "Yes, sir." After Chris left, the 2 lords who came to visit introduced themselves. "Hello, Baron Arthur. My name is Buell Kadri. You can call me Buell. I am from the Kadri family in the province of Elon. My territory is on your left. As long as they come out to expand their territory, all parties will assume that they are barons. Of course, this is just a title. If you want official recognition, you have to wait until the war against the orcs is over in 3 years. Only then will the real division be carried out." The man next to me is Martin Sean, also from the province of Elon, from the Sean family, and his territory is on your right. We didn't know each other originally, we just met on the way here and got to know each other for a while. Martin didn't react to Bueller's direct introduction of himself. He just nodded in cooperation, obviously agreeing. This also shows that Bueller is more active among the 2, while Martin is relatively taciturn. When Arthur heard the 2 people's introductions, he was also thinking about their identities in his mind. The Kadri and Sean families are the 2 major marquee families in the province of Ireland. The Crazy Lion family to which Arthur belongs is only an earl and is weaker than them. The main reason why Arthur, the son of the earl, was able to establish a territory here was because of the geographical advantage, because the lion territory was right next to the border. With his mind full of thoughts, Arthur began to introduce himself. "So it's Baron Buller and Baron Martin. Although you already know who I am, I still want to introduce myself. I'm Arthur the Lion, from the Mondo province. I am honored that you 2 have come to visit me. Why don't we sit down and talk?" Then the 3 of them sat down in the reception room. As soon as he sat down, the more active Buller said with a smile, "Mondo province was just recaptured from the orcs, so the nobles there should have extra land to distribute. And as far as I know, you, Baron Arthur, are the only one who came to explore the Mondo province. Although I don't know why, I admire this courage." Without waiting for Arthur to reply, Buller continued, And I've long heard that the golden sharp Crazy Lion cavalry of Count Crazy Lion is very famous. In the battle to retake Mondo province more than 20 years ago, Platinum Lion defeated an army of up to 10,000 orcs with only 100 Golden Lion cavalry. The physical fitness of ordinary orcs is more than twice that of humans. Count Mad Lion can achieve such a record with only 100 people. The Golden Mad Lion cavalry is indeed powerful. You have to know that there are strong ones in the orc army, and they are not all ordinary orcs who have not cultivated their fighting spirit. I originally doubted the credibility of this rumor. But today, when I met Baron Martin at the gate of the castle, I truly understood the horror of the Golden Lion. Baron Arthur has such a powerful weapon, so he will surely succeed in his development. How enviable! After saying this, there was actually a hint of envy in Bueller's eyes. It seems that these words come from the heart, but it is also true that in this wild plain where you may face the attack of orcs at any time, it is naturally enviable to have a more powerful force. Even Martin on the side showed an envious look, but I didn't feel jealous at all. I don't know if it's because I'm good at hiding it, or if I'm really open-minded. Arthur listened to Bueller's long speech, which turned out to be a compliment to him, and couldn't help laughing. Baron Bueller, you are embarrassing me. My strength is nothing. You should know that the families behind you two are more powerful than our Crazy Lion family. Both of you have newly built territories, so you should have a lot of things to do. How come you suddenly thought of visiting me? Seeing that Arthur didn't care about his flattery, Bueller couldn't help but secretly improve his opinion of Arthur. You know, as far as he knows, Arthur is only 16 years old. It is rare for him to be so humble and calm. No wonder the Earl of the Lion, who only has 2 sons, could let Arthur come to such a dangerous wild plain. Seeing Arthur's businesslike manner, Bueller paused for a moment and began to explain the purpose of their visit. Baron Arthur, you are also aware that the 3 months are up, and the kingdom's army that went to harass the orcs will soon return to the kingdom. At that time, those of us in the Savage Plains would be attacked by orcs, and we would not be able to stop the orcs with our individual strength alone. Therefore, we need to unite the forces of each territory and help each other, so that we can prevent the orcs from defeating us one by one. Hearing this, Arthur knew that Bueller was telling the truth, even though the orcs would not do their best for them. But the orcs are, after all, a force that can confront the entire kingdom of Kate. Even if they only use 20% of their strength, it will still be a great terror for the lords like them. Of course, it is impossible for the orcs to send out 2 powerful warriors at once. After all, there is no point in using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Besides, the orcs are not as united as the kingdom. They are united in the form of tribes. If they had not encountered food shortages, they would not have gathered together to attack the kingdom and plunder. Therefore, before these lords showed a huge threat, the first attacks on them might just be 1 or 2 orc tribes close to them. However, these are all based on the assumption that Arthur does not have any external plugins. With external plugins, he is not afraid of orcs. Although alliances were useless to Arthur and he would not form one, it would not hurt to hear what Bueller had to say about alliances, so he asked, "Oh, then how do we unite?" Hearing that Arthur seemed interested in an alliance, Bueller's face lit up and he continued. To form an alliance, we naturally need to form an alliance with people of equal strength. As for us lords who live near the border, the strengths won't differ too much. We are the best candidates for alliance. We can sign a contract. Once one of our territory is attacked, the others must send troops to support us. Of course, the best way is for each territory to send soldiers to form a coalition army, but it is too difficult to achieve. After all, no one knows who will lead such an army, and no one will obey. We will talk about it later. Chapter 20, Patrolling the Territory. After Bueller finished speaking, Martin, who had been silent, also interrupted. What a coincidence. I came here just to say hello to Baron Arthur. After meeting Baron Bueller, I heard him talk about the alliance and thought it was a good idea, so I agreed. So I sincerely hope that Baron Arthur can join us. Both of them strongly recommended it, but Arthur didn't want to join this messy alliance. He was just curious and continued to ask, who are the people who are ready to form an alliance, and what are the requirements for sending troops to support them? Among the 12 territories closest to the border, 8 lords, including Baron Martin, have agreed to form an alliance. Apart from you, we haven't talked to the other 3 yet. There are only benefits to forming an alliance, so I believe they will agree. The most basic requirement for sending troop support is a team of knights, namely 1 silver knight and 9 bronze knights. Of course, if you are strong and willing to send more people, we will not stop you. A bronze knight can kill dozens of ordinary soldiers with complete weapons, and a silver knight can kill more than 300 ordinary soldiers. A squad of knights is almost equivalent to the entire military force of a baron, and such support is acceptable for normal people. So Arthur nodded slowly as if in agreement and continued to ask curiously, if this is the level of support, then this alliance will still have some effect. But if we sign a contract, there will be penalty conditions in the contract. What are they? Buller was surprised that Arthur was so concerned about the penalty conditions of the contract, and then explained, generally speaking, the price of violating a contract is being cursed, but how can people like us take such a risk? You know, curses are difficult to remove. So the contract we signed was just an ordinary contract written on a piece of white paper. However, if you do form an alliance and do not take responsibility, the other members of the alliance will attack you. If more than a dozen lords of equal strength attack a territory, that territory will be impossible to resist. Of course, there are special circumstances, that is, if you are also attacked by orcs, then you don't need to provide support. Hearing this, Arthur understood that this was just a verbal agreement, but most people did not dare to violate it. After all, the development order actually depends on who occupies a larger territory. The higher the title you will be awarded 3 years later, the more people will want to destroy you and gain a larger territory. If the threat from the orcs was not too great now, these lords of the Savage Plains would immediately eliminate their neighbors. So naturally, the contract couldn't be a real magic contract. Otherwise, what would happen when fighting for territory in the future? Thinking about this, Arthur felt that this alliance was of no use to him. So facing the expectant eyes of Buller and Martin, Arthur shook his head expressionlessly. Although this alliance is great, it is of no use to me. Sorry, both of you. Buller and the other two were so shocked by Arthur's refusal that there was even a short period of silence at the scene. After a long time, the shocked Buller even stood up and advised again. Lord Arthur, even if you have the Golden Lion cavalry, there are only 20 of them. You are powerless to stop the orcs' attack. Are you really not going to consider forming an alliance? Seeing that Buller thought he only had the elite Wild Lion cavalry, Arthur smiled meaningfully and continued to refuse. I still say the same thing. I'm sorry, both of you. I have no intention of forming an alliance. As for the orcs, I will naturally have ways to deal with them. You. The angry Buller could only utter one word and couldn't say any more. Finally, I can only say one harsh word. I hope you don't regret it. Martin, let's go. Watching the two men leaving, Arthur suddenly felt that he had wasted a lot of time meeting them. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided it wasn't a loss to hear some extra information, so I stopped worrying about it. As soon as Bueller and Martin left, Chris, who was waiting outside the door, came in and asked in confusion, Sir, I saw that they were very angry when they left. Will it be bad for us? Do we need to make any preparations? No, I don't take them seriously. Besides, our enemies are orcs now. They won't do anything reckless. Understood, sir. Just as Chris finished speaking and was about to leave, Arthur suddenly called him. Chris, I'm going to inspect the territory today. You just stay with me as a guard. Yes, sir. Since he was just inspecting the territory, Arthur didn't make any preparations. Soon he and Chris were riding horses each and strolling around the territory. After walking around for a long time, Arthur felt that the current territory was still too immature. Even though the Earl had made sufficient preparations before, and even among the people sent to the territory, there were still various precious life professions, such as blacksmiths and carpenters. But the territory had just been completed after all, and all the shops were not open yet, so it still seemed too depressed. But it will eventually develop, and Arthur is not in a hurry. Let's go for a walk outside the city. After touring this small town, Arthur decided to go outside the city. Of course, Arthur went there with a purpose. After all, the orcs were about to attack, and the military strength of his territory was still too weak. He planned to go out and exchange 2 mountain giants to bring back. As for how to lead, that depends on Arthur's ability to talk nonsense. As for Arthur's desire to leave the city, Chris was stunned for a moment and then persuaded him. Lord Arthur, we are now in the Savage Plains. It is still somewhat dangerous outside the city. If you really want to go out, I suggest you at least bring a team of Golden Lion cavalry with you. There was nothing wrong with bringing one more team of people, and for Ancrus's sake, Arthur agreed. Besides, his performance later would require an audience. After a while, Chris arrived with a small team of 10 Golden Sharp Lion cavalrymen. Arthur and his group wandered outside the city for a long time, until they were getting farther and farther away from his small town. When Chris couldn't help but remind him, Arthur stopped. Chris, did you hear some heavy footsteps? Hearing this, Chris listened carefully, and after confirming that he hadn't heard anything, he replied in confusion. No footsteps were heard except ours, my lord. Yeah. As he said this, Arthur turned his gaze towards the portable store. He used his mind to control the icon of the mountain giant twice, and the gold coins in the store decreased by 2 million. Suddenly, dull footsteps were heard 1,000 meters to the left of Arthur and his group. Since Arthur had tried it in front of Corona before and others could not see the projection of the portable store, he now dared to open the store in public. Chapter 21. Exchange for Mountain Giant. In addition, Arthur also tested out that the items purchased from the portable store do not have to appear in front of Arthur. He does not know whether it will be able to appear farther away in the future, but now it can appear at most 1,000 meters away from Arthur. The footsteps were so heavy and frightening that Arthur even felt the ground shaking beneath his feet. What's going on? Why are there such huge footsteps? Chris and the others exclaimed in amazement at first, then looked to the left based on their senses, although at this time the object making the dull footsteps was 1,000 meters away from them. But Chris still saw clearly what it was. It was not only because Chris was a golden knight and had eyesight far beyond that of ordinary people, but also because the thing was so huge. It was actually 20 meters high. It's actually a giant, a mountain giant that accompanies the elves in the forest. It's a terrifying monster that only the Sky Knight can defeat. How could such a thing appear here? Don't they like to live among mountains and rocks? This is a plain. And why didn't we find them before? Chris and others were full of doubts at this time, but they quickly realized that it didn't matter why the mountain giant appeared here. The important thing is that they can't defeat the mountain giants at all. If they really meet, they will only die. He couldn't run away. After all, 1,000 meters was not far for a giant like the Sandling giant who was 20 meters tall. If you don't run, people may not notice you. But if you really run, the noise you make will most likely attract attention. After his mind was working frantically, Chris suddenly discovered that there was a rare steep slope not far from them. Hurry and whisper, "My lord, let's quickly hide on that steep slope, or we'll be dead if we're discovered by the mountain giant." The mountain giants can be considered slow to a certain extent, but that is only relative to the strong. For Arthur and his group, whose highest strength is the Golden Knight, their speed is more than enough. Arthur wanted to pretend that he didn't know anything at this time, so he hurriedly followed Chris to hide on the steep slope. Even the previously aggressive Golden Lion, after realizing the huge gap between itself and the mountain giant, now crawled on the ground tremblingly and dared not make a sound. Then Chris and the others began to pray silently, praying that the mountain giant would not discover them. But things obviously didn't develop as Chris expected. The heavy footsteps were actually getting closer and closer to them, becoming deafening, and even the dirt on the ground began to bounce. Damn it, that mountain giant is actually walking towards us. Chris cursed at first, then his eyes became determined, and he said to Arthur solemnly, "My lord, it seems that the mountain giant has discovered us. Stay here and let's lead it away." Hearing this, Arthur looked at Chris and the others seriously, and when he found that each of them had a very determined expression, he felt warm in his heart. "I didn't expect that I would accidentally test the loyalty of Chris and others," Arthur thought to himself. Arthur was somewhat touched by the performance of Chris and the others, so he stopped making them anxious and said, "The situation is not as bad as you think. I have a feeling that those two mountain giants have no ill intentions towards us." Hearing this, Chris' eyes widened a little, and it was obvious that he didn't believe Arthur's so-called premonition. But Arthur didn't wait for Chris to recover from his shock. He stood up and jumped onto the steep slope. "Grown-ups!" Chris and the others shouted anxiously, but seeing that the situation was irreversible, they could only go forward, prepared to die together. At this time, the two mountain giants were only 100 meters away from Arthur and his group. Such a close distance caused the mountain giant's 20-meter height to bring unimaginable oppression to Arthur and his group. Even if Arthur knew that he had purchased these two mountain giants, they would not harm him. But as the earth-shaking footsteps of the mountain giant came closer, Arthur's heart began to tremble. Arthur was like this, let alone Chris and the others. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, which showed that they were under unimaginable pressure. Finally, the two mountain giants stopped 20 meters away from them, just when Chris and others thought they were going to be attacked by a violent storm. The two mountain giants did not take any action, but just said, "Human, what is this place?" In fact, when the mountain giant first saw Arthur, he would call him Sir. But just now when Arthur and his companions were hiding on the steep slope, the Sky Knight Victor, who was hiding in the dark, had already explained Arthur's plan to the two mountain giants, so they also cooperated in acting. This caused the mountain giant to stay in the same place for a while, but Chris and others were afraid of being exposed and did not dare to check. Faced with the mountain giant's questions, Chris and others were so nervous that they couldn't react at all, so it was natural that only Arthur, who knew everything, answered. Hello, two mountain giants. This is the Savage Plains. I don't know why you are here. I've never heard of Savage Plains. My two brothers and I accidentally triggered a teleportation array and suddenly appeared here. Have you heard of the Elf Forest? We lived there before. Sorry, I haven't heard of this place either, so I guess you can't go back for the time being. While Arthur continued talking with the mountain giant, the eyes of Chris and others looked at Arthur with some admiration, because they didn't expect that Arthur could communicate with the mountain giants so calmly. What a strong heart it must have. Moreover, Arthur could have sensed that the two mountain giants had no ill intentions and did not take the initiative to stand up. This mysterious performance puzzled them, but also made them feel sincere admiration. After Arthur had a pretentious conversation with the two mountain giants, he finally got to the point. Since you two can't find your way home for the time being, running around won't help. Why don't you go to my territory first? I will use my power to help you continue your search. And I will also provide you with your favorite earth magic core. As he spoke, two yellow magic cores appeared in Arthur's hands, emitting a heavy aura. These were exactly the earth-type magic cores that the mountain giants liked. The mountain giant also showed his delight, and after taking the magic core from Arthur, he said, In that case, let's stay in your territory for a while. Then, as if he felt that this was not a good idea, the mountain giant added, We don't live and eat for free. If there are enemies, we can help you solve them. Then it's a deal. Chapter 22, Bringing Back the Mountain Giant. As Arthur happily reached an agreement with the two mountain giants, the incredible expressions on the faces of Chris and others became more and more obvious. Because they couldn't understand how Arthur could trick these two mountain giants with invincible strength of the Earth Knights into the territory just by talking. And they seemed to have become his thugs. This was too outrageous. You have to know that the Count Aberg, to whom they had previously served, only possessed the strength of a peak Earth Knight. But he couldn't defeat any of the mountain giants. Now, Arthur had defeated two of these powerful men who surpassed Aberg. It was too dreamy. Even if the Earl knew this news, he would probably be so shocked that he would be speechless. The dramatic shock of information made Chris and the others look extremely stunned. Arthur had already jumped onto the mountain giant's outstretched hand and used it to stand on the mountain giant's shoulder. Chris. Here. Chris came back to his senses as Arthur shouted, Return to the territory, and you will follow behind. Then, accompanied by deafening footsteps, Arthur sat on the shoulders of a mountain giant and headed towards the territory. Chris and the others looked at Arthur's receding back and admired him even more in their hearts. Although they didn't understand what kind of charm Arthur had, he was able to get the mountain giant to agree to stand on his shoulders. This was a sign of trust. But it's awesome. Following such a powerful lord, their future will be even more exciting and broad. Thinking of this, Chris and the others became excited and followed Arthur and the mountain giant with smiles on their faces. On the way back, Arthur learned the names of two mountain giants, Zog and Zoffy. The two mountain giants called Arthur Baron, because with Arthur's current bronze-level strength, it would be too strange if the two mountain giants called him Sir, and all the previous performances would be in vain. But if they called him Arthur directly, the two mountain giants felt that it was too disrespectful, so they could only call him Baron. 15 minutes later, as Arthur and others continued to approach the territory, the people in the territory also noticed the huge noise made by the mountain giant's movement. Bang, bang, bang. The huge noise and the vibrations underfoot became more and more obvious as time went by. The strange phenomenon made the whole city alert. Soldiers began to rush onto the city wall. Eventually, the mountain giant's massive bulk began to be discovered. Giant. What a terrifying giant. Just when people began to panic, the sharp-eyed Silver Knight spotted Arthur on the giant's shoulders, and Chris and others following behind them. Although it was incredible, I still gave advice as quickly as possible. Don't panic, the Lord is with the giant, and the giant is in the same group with us. As the most powerful person in the city now, the Silver Knight's advice was still effective and the panic was quickly calmed. And as time went by, when Arthur and his group were only a few hundred meters away from the town, other people also discovered Arthur, Chris and others one after another, and the panic finally subsided completely. After the panic, everyone's mood turned more into curiosity, wondering why the two giants were with their lord and came here. When the mountain giant came to the small town, his 20-meter-tall body was taller than the 15-meter-high city wall, and the huge sense of oppression made the whole city silent. Arthur knew he had to explain, otherwise it would be difficult to eliminate the panic of the people about the mountain giants. Everyone, I have good news for you. These two mountain giants are my new friends. Their names are Zog and Zoffy. They will live with us for some time to come, and when danger comes, they will face it with us, so there is no need to be afraid." After explaining, Arthur did not wait for everyone to react, and said to Zog and Zoffy, "You two are too big to live in the city, so you should rest outside the city gate, and also to deter outsiders. You are too polite, Baron. We mountain giants use the ground as our bed and the sky as our blanket. We don't care about those messes. As for dealing with those who have bad intentions, this is what we promised the Baron, so it's no problem." "Well, please." Then Arthur left Zoffy and Zog outside the city and went into the city with Chris and others. It took a long time for people in the city to realize what had happened. Now that they have two powerful allies, the strength of their territory has been greatly enhanced, and the threat posed by the orcs to them is not as great. Long live Lord Arthur! Lord Arthur, Your Majesty! Everyone who reacted kept shouting Arthur's name and praising his bravery. At this moment, Arthur's reputation in the territory reached its peak. As for Zog and Zoffy outside the city, as mountain giants they didn't like to move, so according to Arthur's instructions, they quickly lay down at the city gate, turned into two small hills, and fell asleep. After Arthur returned to the castle, Corona looked at him with admiration. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling, making Arthur feel a little embarrassed. Tap her head. "Okay, stop looking at it. What's so surprising about this? If you want, I'll take you to Zog and Zoffy's shoulders next time to have some fun." "Ah, really?" Being able to stand on the shoulders of giants and on the backs of dragons is the dream of many people in the continent of gods. Seeing that she had the possibility to realize this dream, Corona couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Of course it's true. Would I lie to you?" "Ah, Master is so kind." After getting Arthur's confirmation again, the surprised Corona wanted to go up to Arthur and do something, maybe a hug, but she finally stopped walking after thinking of something, leaving her little hands rubbing the corners of her clothes restlessly, expressing her excitement and joy. The butlers Poussin, Chris and others on the side cast envious glances at Corona. After all, they also wanted to have such a great moment of standing on the shoulders of giants. But it's just something I can think about. They are different from Corona. Corona is Arthur's personal maid, but she grew up with Arthur, and the relationship between the two is beyond comparison. Then, Consul Charles rushed to the castle with admiration and surprise. "Sir, you are amazing. You were able to bring back two giants just by going out on patrol. With these two giants, the restrictions on the development of our territory will be greatly reduced." Arthur waved his hand in response to Charles's compliment. "Okay, I accept your compliment. But now that there are fewer restrictions on territory development, you must work hard to develop the territory as quickly as possible." Chapter 23: Arrival of Alina. As for the population issue, we must at least fill the city's 30,000 habitable population. When Charles heard Arthur talking about serious matters, the smile on his face suddenly faded a lot, and he said seriously, "Don't worry, Lord Arthur. With these two mountain giants, our territory is the strongest among the pioneering territories in the Savage Plains, which means our territory is also the safest. Once this matter spreads, I believe that people will come to our territory in an endless stream, and there is no need to worry about the population problem." "Yeah, that's right. Then I'll leave this matter to you." "No problem, sir, but I still have something I want you to decide on." "What's up?" Hearing this, Arthur was somewhat curious about what Charles suddenly wanted him to decide. "It's the name of this city. This city has never had a name, so it's inconvenient to call it that. Most importantly, a city with a name can increase everyone's sense of belonging." After hearing what Charles said, Arthur thought about it for a moment and felt that he was right. He nodded and said, "Let me think about it. This city is the first city under my command. In that case, let's call it the Initial City." Initial City. Charles read it silently and thought it was a good name. He complimented, "This name is very good. Your Excellency is indeed talented." Arthur felt somewhat comfortable with Charles's compliment, so he decided that as long as Charles had the ability to run the Initial City in an orderly manner, he would not treat Charles unfairly. But on the surface, he still stopped Charles from doing this. "Well, you better think about how to run the Initial City better." "I will, my lord." 5 days passed, with Charles's powerful communication. The news that Arthur met two mountain giants during his patrol, became friends with them, and brought them back to his territory spread throughout the Savage Plains and finally even reached the Kingdom of Kate. Originally, almost no one believed it. After all, the mountain giants were terrifying monsters that could easily reach the level of Earth Knights, and only Sky Knights could defeat them. And these two terrifying beings actually took refuge with a baron from the frontier territory. You know, even the few powerful sky knights in the kingdom find it difficult to subdue mountain giants. Now, two mountain giants have been subdued by a baron who is only at the bronze knight level. With such a huge contrast, naturally few people believed it at first. But as more and more people went to the original city, they saw two protruding hills at the city gate, which showed the truth of the rumors. After stunning countless people who came to observe, the name of Lucky Baron spread throughout the kingdom of Kate. After all, with Arthur's strength and status, he was able to subdue two mountain giants. He could only be described as lucky, so he was called the Lucky Baron. However, at this time, our Lucky Baron's face was not as happy as people outside imagined, and he even looked a little sad. The news that he had tamed the mountain giant spread to the kingdom of Kate, and the neighboring earldom naturally heard about it as well. In order to find out the truth, Arthur's second sister Alina came over in person. After confirming that the situation was true, Alina was so envious that her saliva almost flowed from the corners of her mouth. After all, Alina is a warlike person, and she was extremely envious when she saw such a violent thing as the mountain giant. But Alina also knew that she could not control the mountain giants, and even if Arthur gave them to her, Alina would not dare to accept them. So I could only enjoy the sight and stayed in the original city without going back. As for the Earl and others who were waiting for her news in the Mad Lion territory, Alina said that she could just send anyone back. This is really hard for Arthur. With Alina around, some things become difficult for him to handle, making Arthur look a little worried. Arthur had no choice but to find Alina. Second sister, if you don't go back, father and the others will be worried. Why don't I let you go to the mountain giant's shoulder to experience your excitement, and then go back after you've had enough of the glory? Third brother, something's wrong with you. You want me to go back so much? Are you hiding something from me? In response, Arthur could only make an expression that said, "You're overthinking it." No way. Why would I hide anything from you, second sister? I'm just afraid that father and the others are too worried about you. If you don't want to say it, forget it. But can you really let me, your second sister, stand on the shoulders of the mountain giants? Will they agree? It seems that Alina still can't resist the temptation of standing on the shoulders of giants. Asking this question also means that she agrees with Arthur's plan. Hearing this, Arthur smiled with a look of success. Then you underestimate my relationship with Zoffy and Zog. Don't worry. I promised Corona a few days ago that I would let her stand on the shoulders of giants. Wait for me. I will ask her to go to the city gate together. When Alina heard that Arthur actually agreed to Corona, she couldn't help but give him a strange look, as if to say, I see through your plan. When Arthur saw that look, he knew that Alina had the wrong idea, but he didn't object. After all, he did have that idea. It's just that he is a little young now, so it's not easy for him to put it into practice, but it's still possible to deepen the relationship and lay the foundation for the future. Soon after, Arthur, Alina, and Corona arrived at the two hills at the city gate. Arthur shouted directly, Zog, Zoffy, wake up. I'm here to give you the magic core. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, the two originally silent hills began to shake, and then, in the shocked eyes of Alina and Corona, they turned into two giants 20 meters tall. At the same time, this move also caused shock to many other people. You know, as the news of the mountain giants spread, Arthur's original city became much more lively. The most obvious thing was that the permanent population in the city was almost approaching 20,000. It is estimated that in another week or two, the 30,000 people will be able to live there fully. The hustle and bustle means that there are many people coming and going at the gate of the initial city. Now they are all stunned by the unusual movement of the mountain giant. Arthur took out a few earth magic cores with a smile on his face and threw them to Zog and Zoffy. After the two of them ate them, Arthur told them the reason for his visit. Zog, Zoffy, let me introduce you. This is my second sister, Alina, and this is my personal maid and also my best friend, Corona. Arthur felt that introducing her as just a personal maid was not serious enough, so he added her as a friend. Friend. Arthur's casual word shocked Corona. After silently repeating the word friend, her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 24 Purchase the Wind Crossbow. For Corona, who has always regarded herself as Arthur's maid, the word friend is very heavy. This word, in a way, brought her and Arthur closer. As a result, Corona even forgot the existence of the mountain giant, and her mind was filled with the word friend. Arthur did not notice anything unusual and continued to look at the mountain giant. They both yearned to be as powerful as the giants, so they want to stay on your shoulders for a while and feel it for themselves. No problem, it's a small matter, Baron. Even if Arthur asked them to die, Zoffy and Zog would not hesitate at all, so they agreed to this small request directly. But this shocked Alina. Didn't they say that the shoulders of giants and the backs of dragons were not the places where they trusted people very much, so it was impossible for them to stand there? Yet, these two mountain giants actually agreed to this. Alina thought that Arthur would have a good talk with the two mountain giants, and it would be good enough if they could reluctantly agree in the end. Even she was prepared for Arthur to fail. It seemed unrealistic to Alina that they agreed so easily. Maybe she really underestimated the relationship between Arthur and these two giants. This thought suddenly popped up in Alina's mind, and her eyes looking at Arthur became a little complicated. She didn't expect that she was a little confused by her younger brother after not seeing him for just a few days. After agreeing to Arthur's request, Zoffy and Zog each stretched out their stone hands, which were several meters wide, to the ground, motioning Arthur and the others to stand up. As the two giant hands approached, Corona and Alina came back to their senses from their respective fantasies. Arthur took Corona's hand and climbed onto Zog's palm, leaving Alina alone to go to Zoffy's palm. Then the three of them each climbed onto the shoulders of two mountain giants. When Arthur held her hand, Corona's rosy cheeks turned even redder until she actually climbed onto the shoulders of the mountain giant. Corona, who had been held by Arthur like a puppet, pulled her hand away from Arthur embarrassedly. In response, Arthur simply savored the remaining softness in his hand and did not perform any unnecessary operations. After all, there is a long time to come, so we should not rush things. Perhaps because of their age, although Arthur and Corolla had a good relationship in the past, they always maintained a normal distance between a master and a maid. This is the first time we have held hands like today. But now Arthur said that such behavior will happen more often in the future. After all, Corona's appearance, whether in the past life or this life, is one of the best in Arthur's impression. He won't let it go. On the other side, Alina has been excited since she climbed onto Zoffy's shoulders. It looks like she wants to roar. Zoffy, Zog, let's go for a walk and take a look around the initial city. Yes, Baron. Then, amid the shocked gazes of everyone at the initial city gate and the excited expressions of Corona and Alina, accompanied by the shaking of the ground, the two mountain giants gradually walked away. It was not until the sun set and only a ray of afterglow remained in the distant sky that Corona and Alina returned to the original city with a look of reluctance on their faces. After getting down from the shoulders of the two giants, Arthur said to Alina, "Remember what you promised me before." Okay, I get it. You just want me to leave so badly." After having a taste of being a giant, Alina was too lazy to argue with Arthur and waved her hand to show that she understood. After Arthur and his two companions entered the city, the two mountain giants fell asleep not far from the city gate and turned into two small hills. The next day, with Arthur almost unable to hold back his smile, Alina left reluctantly. In fact, Alina wanted to stay for 2 more days, but as the kingdom's army withdrew to the border the day before yesterday, it was uncertain when the orcs would come. If Alina didn't leave now, she would not be able to leave when the orcs really came. So Alina could only leave reluctantly today. As the orcs approached, for some reason, Arthur's fear of insufficient firepower from his previous life began to act up. Without exposing the Sky Knight and other trump cards, he felt that even if there were 2 mountain giants, if there were too many attacking orcs, as most of the soldiers in the city are just trained ordinary people, the existing force is still not enough to ensure the safety of the city. Besides, an army of 1,000 people is too few. Arthur wants to recruit soldiers and issue new weapons. The first thing is to recruit soldiers. The initial city has 4 walls, and there must be 1,000 soldiers on at least one wall. This requires recruiting at least 3,000 soldiers. As for the new weapons, the Gale crossbow he had drawn before was very good, and had considerable lethality against ordinary people and bronze knights. After replacing the special armor-piercing arrows, it posed a considerable threat even to the Silver Knight whose entire body was covered with fighting spirit. It has no effect on high-end combat forces above the Golden Knights, and even if it is taken out, it will not cause much reaction from other forces. Even if there is some impact, Arthur, who has the Sky Knight, can withstand it. After deciding, Arthur opened the portable store and clicked on the wind crossbow. The Gale crossbow can shoot 3 arrows in a row. It is a powerful crossbow with magical power. The arrows it shoots are as fast as the wind, but also dissolve into the wind silently. Its power remains undiminished within 300 meters. If the Silver Knight is not wearing special protective gear, he cannot withstand its edge with just his fighting spirit. Price gold coin. Crossbow arrows can also be purchased separately. Ordinary iron crossbow arrows cost 1 gold coin and 100. Armor-piercing crossbow arrows cost 10 per gold coin. 500 gold coins for a Gale crossbow. In addition to the imagined 4,000 ordinary people's army, bronze and silver knights can also use it, so buy 4,100. That is 2,500,000 gold coins. A Gale crossbow is equipped with at least 1,000 ordinary crossbow arrows and 100 armor-piercing crossbow arrows. That is 4.1 million ordinary crossbow arrows and 410,000 armor-piercing crossbow arrows, costing 82,000 gold coins. The total cost of the crossbow and crossbow arrows is 2,132,000 gold coins. For Arthur, who still had 15.85 million gold coins, it was just a small amount, so Arthur confirmed the purchase directly. The delivery location was designated in a blank space ring in Arthur's hand. As the balance in the store decreased by 2,132,000 gold coins, piles of crossbows and crossbow arrows appeared in Arthur's empty space ring. I took out one of the Gale crossbows and observed it, and found that the length of the crossbow was only 20 centimeters, which was not very big. The crossbow is covered with mysterious patterns. It seems that it is these patterns that give the Gale crossbow magical power, making the crossbow arrows it shoots both more powerful and silent. With the idea of giving it a try, Arthur came to the window and shot 3 arrows at the ground on the first floor of the castle. As expected, Arthur did not hear any strange sound from the crossbow arrows in the air, only the sound of 3 stone slabs on the first floor of the castle being pierced. Chapter 25, Jackal Attack. Looking down, there were only 3 holes on the stone slab on the first floor of the castle, and even the tail of the crossbow arrow could not be seen. It must have been shot deep into the ground. Seeing the powerful Gale crossbow, which could shoot 3 arrows at a time, Arthur nodded with satisfaction. Then he arranged for someone to find Chris and gave him a Gale crossbow in the small martial arts training ground of the castle. Chris, this is a new crossbow I got. You can test its power and see how it works. If you think it's okay, I will purchase a batch of it and make it a standard equipment for the army, one for each soldier. The thing that Arthur specifically told me must be powerful. Chris took the Gale crossbow out of curiosity. After taking a closer look, he looked at the mysterious pattern on the crossbow and exclaimed, "Could it be that this crossbow is a magical weapon?" Arthur just smiled at this. "You will know if you try it out." "Your Excellency is right." After saying that, Chris used a loaded crossbow to tentatively shoot an arrow at a rock 50 meters away. At the moment the crossbow arrow was shot out, Chris thought the crossbow was broken because he didn't hear any sound. But just as this thought came to his mind, a strange sound coming from a stone in the distance broke his doubts. Then Chris hurried forward to check the situation and exclaimed, "The arrow was shot silently, but with such great power that it completely penetrated the boulder. It's really a masterpiece. This crossbow has never been heard of in the kingdom before. May I ask where you bought it? And sir, what is the name of such a powerful crossbow?" Chris was so excited that he kept asking questions like a cannon. Arthur was very satisfied with his performance and replied with a smile, "This crossbow is indeed new, and it's called the Gale crossbow. As for where I bought it, it was from a businessman I happen to know. He's very mysterious and didn't explain where he came from." "I see. Your Excellency is truly blessed to have known such a capable businessman. Gale crossbow is also a good name. However, such a magic weapon would cost at least 5,000 gold coins on the market. If we really want to equip each of our more than 1,000 warriors with one, that would cost more than 5 million gold coins. We don't seem to have that much money." Arthur didn't explain much to Chris about his worries, and he didn't need to. He just said, "Don't worry about the money, I will take care of it. Also, I didn't say to buy only 1,000 Gale crossbows. We still have too few soldiers now. I hope you can increase the number of ordinary warriors to 4,000 within a week, and then I will purchase a total of 4,100 Gale crossbows. The excess is for later use. The first training item for these 4,000 men is the use of bows and crossbows. As for combat, it will be postponed until later, so that they can fully prepare for the war with the orcs. 4,100. That's a lot. Recruiting 3,000 new people is nothing to the current initial city. Most of the people in the city are young and strong, and there are plenty of sources of soldiers. The 4,100 Gale crossbows really shocked Chris. After all, in Chris's impression, if one Gale crossbow costs 5,000 gold coins, this means 20 million gold coins, which is equivalent to the tax revenue of the earldom for nearly 10 years. What's more, this does not include crossbow arrows, which is another huge expense. But looking at Arthur's tone, it seems that these are not a problem. With such spirit, Chris looked at Arthur as if he was looking at a god, so rich. Arthur had anticipated Chris's behavior, but he would not explain anything. A certain amount of mystery would help the superior to better control the inferior. He continued to explain things. I remember that the monthly salary of an ordinary soldier is 30 silver coins nowadays. Yes, sir, the soldier's food, clothing, housing, and transportation are usually provided free of charge by the army. The remaining 30 silver coins were enough for their 2 family members to meet their basic living needs. This is also the standard monthly salary for the kingdom's military. Hearing this, Arthur did some calculations. If each soldier received a monthly salary of 30 gold coins, and there were 4,000 soldiers, that would only be around 15,000 gold coins a year. Even if it is increased to 50 silver coins per month, it is only more than 20,000 gold coins a year. This is just a drop in the bucket for Arthur, so Arthur doesn't mind making life better for his people. 30 silver coins a month is still a little too little. From now on, the monthly salary of ordinary soldiers under my command will be increased to 50 silver coins. Your Excellency is merciful. With this move, I believe they will be more loyal to you. When Chris heard that Arthur was going to increase the soldiers' salaries, he was once again surprised at Arthur's wealth, but also admired him very much. After all, other lords would give as little as possible, and many people who joined the army could not even get a monthly salary of 30 silver coins. Arthur's move will certainly cause a huge uproar, and countless people will come to join the army, so the warriors selected will be even stronger. I'm just doing the best I can. Arthur still respected those warriors who were ready to sacrifice their lives for their territory. If he himself didn't need gold coins so badly, he would have added more. After sighing, Arthur remembered that he had something else to tell. I will hand over the Gale crossbow to you in 2 days. You know how precious this thing is, so you must manage it well. Although I trust those soldiers, if there is no supervision, some people will inevitably become greedy and resell military supplies. Don't worry, sir. I will never let a Gale crossbow be left out in the open. Well, I believe in your ability. Go recruit soldiers. I'll take my leave. Afterwards, tempted by Arthur's high salary, 3,000 new soldiers were recruited in just 3 days. This was a case of selecting the best of the best, so the quality of this batch of soldiers was very good. I guess they can become elite with a little training. After Chris finished recruiting new soldiers, Arthur gave him the ring containing the crossbow and crossbow arrows. Chris was ecstatic about this and expressed his admiration for Arthur's efficiency. During the 3 days when Arthur's camp was busy recruiting soldiers, the outside world was also not idle. According to people who escaped from the depths of the Savage Plains, the Wolf tribe on the border of the Orc King's court confirmed many times that the kingdom's army had withdrawn. They have begun to retaliate and plunder the human settlements on the Wild Plains. Therefore, the human frontier territory closest to the Orc King's court has suffered. Those humans who fled here are proof of this. According to previous information, the Werewolf tribe is a large tribe with a population of over 1 million. Although there are no strong men of the Sky Knight level among them, they can be said to be soldiers of all people. All men and women are warriors, and when a Gnoll gets old enough, he or she will be abandoned by the tribe. Chapter 26 Forced Alliance. As a result, out of the millions of Gnoll tribes, except for 200,000 young Gnolls, 800,000 of them were capable of fighting. In contrast, the Earldom of Mad Lion has a population of nearly 2 million, but only 200,000 combat-capable soldiers. There is no way around it. After all, for humans, a 10-to-1 ratio of joining the army is already a bit too aggressive. But humans are not without advantages. Compared with the Orc Kingdom's population of 28 million, the total population of the Cait Kingdom has reached more than 80 million, more than 3 times that of orcs. Moreover, the ratio of 1 in 10 to join the army is only when there is no war. If the situation is really critical, it is possible that 1 in 5 or even 1 in 3 will be selected. In terms of personal strength, the physical fitness of ordinary orcs is more than twice that of humans, but humans' weapons and armor are more advanced. Overall, the two sides are evenly matched, with some winning and some losing. Having said so much, it is just to express that for Arthur and other pioneers, the Werewolf tribe is really a huge force. Because according to statistics, there are more than 200 lords who came to open up the land this time, but the total population is less than 3 million, and most of them are just untrained ordinary people. Without Arthur, all the pioneer lords combined would not be able to defeat a tribe of werewolves. Everyone knows about this gap, but they all had a lucky mentality before, thinking what if the orcs didn't come to bother them? But as more and more territories were destroyed, in just 3 days, more than a dozen territories and nearly 100,000 people disappeared. On the other hand, The Jackals seemed to have lost only 10,000 men, a difference of nearly 10 to 1. Of course, such a huge gap has a lot to do with the fact that there are only 10,000 warriors among the 100,000 humans. Being able to inflict 10,000 casualties on the Jackals with 90,000 ordinary people and 10,000 warriors is already quite remarkable. As for why they disappeared instead of all dying, it was because humans were also a resource to the orcs. Humans could help the orcs forge weapons and open up farmland. Therefore, the defeated humans will be captured by the orcs and made slaves. More than a dozen territories were conquered at once, and the remaining pioneering lords began to feel insecure. Many members of small alliances who claimed to be weak began to seek membership in larger alliances. 3 more days passed, and only 2 of the originally chaotic alliances in the pioneering territory remained. Or 3, since there was also Arthur who was alone. This was all because Arthur was lucky enough to get the help of 2 mountain giants, which gave him exceptionally strong military power. Let the 2 alliances recognize Arthur's special status. As for the other 2 final alliances, their leaders were all descendants of the Duke, and no one was willing to be another's subordinate. So this situation came about. In 3 days, the Gnolls conquered several more territories. In order to deal with this situation, the 2 alliances prepared to jointly build 2 large cities that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at the forefront facing the orcs. Used to integrate the power of the 2 alliances, form 2 coalition forces, and resist the orcs first. In response, Arthur said that he had guessed wrong before. I originally thought that a coalition force was impossible, but under the pressure of external forces, nothing is impossible. But the city cannot be rebuilt just because they want to, and the Gnolls will not let them do so easily. Building a new city takes time. Even if we only build the city walls and don't build houses in the city and live in tents first, it will take a week. The 2 alliances had no choice but to pool their money together. They raised 2 million gold coins and asked the border troops to go and stop the Gnolls for a week. With the tacit approval of all forces in the kingdom, the army accepted this windfall. And Arthur also contributed 5,000 gold coins, because according to the alliance between the 2 parties, this also helped Arthur. Arthur didn't want to offend the 2 major alliances and lose the support of the people because of such a small matter, so he paid the 5,000 gold coins. After all, if the Gnolls really attacked, the civilians would suffer the greatest harm, so Arthur was willing to pay the 5,000 gold coins. Another week passed, and with the initial construction of the 2 huge cities named Jubii City and Dinghuang City completed, Arthur's 3,000 new soldiers were almost trained. Of course, this only means that they have almost mastered the accuracy of using the Gale crossbow, and they still need to practice other aspects. The 2 huge cities now each have 100,000 ordinary soldiers and a knight group of 500 people, totaling 200,000 troops and 1,000 knights. This was the result of more than 200 territories trying their best, and almost all the soldiers guarding the homes were gone. But this was obviously not enough. Everyone had no choice but to start training heavily. The last war against the orcs was more than 20 years ago, which caused many lords of the frontier territories to misjudge the strength of the orcs and have too few soldiers. Now they can only make up for their losses. Even Arthur, who did not send out troops, also began to train his troops. According to Arthur, 4,000 people were still not enough. Train another 6,000, and we'll have a total of 10,000 people. When Arthur's original city began to recruit soldiers again, the atmosphere in the 2 newly built cities was very tense because the kingdom's army was about to withdraw. Building new cities and gathering troops would only give them some capital to fight against the Gnolls, but none of the lords dared to say they could win. At this time, the lords of the 2 huge cities had already started meetings to discuss measures to deal with the Gnolls. In one of the huge cities, more than 130 lords gathered together. Upon closer inspection, there were 2 lords Arthur knew among them. They were the lords next to Arthur, Buller, and Martin, who had visited him before. As scions of the Marquis family, they were both quite capable and were currently sitting in the front row. But their faces were not good now, because more than 130 of them gathered together and discussed for most of the day, but they could not find any way to fight against the Jackals. After a while, Buller said, I didn't expect the Jackals to attack with an army of 300,000. Even if we only deal with half of them in Jubii City, the other half can be handed over to Dinghuang City. Even with our 100,000 warriors and 500 knights, it is estimated that we will not be able to stop 150,000 Gnolls. Can we pay for the army to stay here for another week or 2? By then, we can train a new batch of soldiers. We can add another 200,000 soldiers to Jubii City and maybe even recruit a lot of knight-level warriors. A man suddenly spoke out his thoughts. Hearing this man say this, some small lords who were not well informed suddenly showed hope on their faces. In response to this statement, the Duke's son, who was sitting in the first seat, explained, "You should know that the essence of the royal family's launching of the development order this time is to reduce the strength of other forces, most importantly the nobles, in order to strengthen the rights of their royal family. Therefore, the outcome that the royal family would like most is that the orcs will kill all of us pioneer lords, while also suffering heavy losses themselves." Chapter 27, Promise of Support. The kingdom's army agreed to help us resist the orcs a week ago. In fact, they wanted us to integrate our forces. Otherwise, we would be annihilated by the orcs all at once, and the orcs would just take advantage of us. The essence is the same as the kingdom's army blocking the orcs in the previous 3 months. It only allows us to have a certain ability to resist the orcs so that we don't suffer too badly. The best thing is for us to have a certain amount of strength to resist, but not be able to resist. So even if we offer enough gold coins now, the kingdom's army will most likely not agree to help us resist the gnolls. If that's the case, what can we do? Upon hearing such news, some of the ill-informed sons of small lords and businessmen who had become pioneer lords suddenly looked even more worried. The atmosphere became gloomy again. Suddenly a person. Doesn't Arthur of the First City have 2 mountain giants? 2 giants are enough to resist the 50,000-strong army of gnolls. After all, the mountain giants' defense is too strong. Without the help of the Sky Knights, almost no one can break their defense. With its 20-meter-tall body, it is simply a war machine. Why don't we invite him over to fight the gnolls with us? Faced with this idea, someone quickly refuted. You think too well. Arthur has such strength, and his territory is only 20 miles away from the border of the kingdom. The gnolls will not suffer too many casualties for him. He is already in an invincible position, so why would he wade into muddy water? Maybe he is waiting for us to fail and then take over our territory. Neither this nor that works. What should I do? After a long time, no one came up with a solution, and finally the Duke's son had to make the final decision. I just mentioned 2 methods. Although there is no hope for either, we can only try our best now. The Imperial Army and Arthur should send people to have a talk first, just in case it works out. Of course, we also know that the hope is slim, so those 200,000 new recruits who have been trained for less than 10 days must all be sent to Jubii City. As a reserve soldier. It's the only way. As for the opinion of their leader, David Crook, the son of a duke, everyone knew that this was the only way now, and they all agreed. That night, Arthur received messengers from Jubii City and Dinghuang City. It seemed that the 2 forces had the same idea. Arthur did not directly reject the 2 cities' request for support as they expected, but instead stated his conditions. Which of you 2 forces is willing to give me 2 million gold coins first? I will go to support that side. This is the price you gave to the Imperial Army. If you want my support, it's okay to give me this price. And the first to come will get it, the last to come will lose it. I will go to the city that pays first. In response to Arthur's request, the messengers from both cities said that they could only go back to discuss it first. After all, the amount of money was too large. In this regard, Arthur could only say, let them do it as soon as possible. Watching the messengers of the 2 forces going further and further away, Arthur sighed. He wanted to refuse Beicheng or Dinghuangcheng from paying him. Because if the gnolls really broke through the 2 cities and marched straight in, there would surely be tens or even millions of humans dying, which was something Arthur didn't want to see. As for fighting for territory, there is nothing wrong with fighting after repelling the gnolls. This will not cause large-scale human deaths. After all, in a war between humans, the probability of soldiers surrendering will be much higher. And they will not capture or kill all the civilians like the jackals did. Time came to the next day. The kingdom's army has begun to withdraw, indicating that they have rejected the requests of the pioneer lords as expected. The messenger to Arthur also brought Arthur's request to the 2 cities at dawn. In Jubii City, everyone was angry at Arthur's request, and some even cursed Arthur's greed. Although they both paid money, they were somewhat different from the kingdom's army. Because Arthur had the same status as them a dozen days ago, and it was only by luck that he subdued 2 mountain giants, and his strength was greatly improved. Now everyone asked him to fight against the jackals, and it cost money. This is just like when your friends and colleagues suddenly win the lottery but look down on you. The huge sense of jealousy makes everyone lose their original judgment on the matter. What's more, Arthur wanted an even higher price. The kingdom's army only earned 2 million gold coins for a week of resisting 300,000 gnolls. Now, if Arthur goes to a city and helps resist half of the gnolls, it will also cost 2 million gold coins, so the price is higher. But there are still people who understand. As the leader of the alliance, David Crook, a son of a duke, was very sober and stopped the quarrel. Well, We are lucky that Arthur can come to support us, and asking the kingdom's army is the same as asking Arthur. Even if the money he demands is higher than what the kingdom's army wants, we can't do anything about it now. The most important thing is that we are very lucky to be able to pay for support, so stop complaining. In this way, the people of Jubii City were finally persuaded by their leader David. Half a day later, the people in the North City collected 2 million gold coins, and before the gnolls surrounded the city, they sent someone to find Arthur with the money. Only an hour later, 150,000 gnolls arrived outside Jubii City and surrounded it. Seeing this, the people of Jubii City sighed. That was close. If I was slower, I wouldn't be able to get out. On the other side, the people from Dinghuang City were slower and were blocked by the jackals. In the absence of flying monsters, there is nothing we can do. Half a day later, that is, in the evening of the same day, Arthur received 2 million gold coins from Jubii City. Under the anxious gaze of the messenger from Jubii City, Arthur began to gather the troops, prepare the corresponding supplies, and set off tomorrow morning. In fact, it is no wonder that the messenger from Jubii City is anxious, because this time he came to invite Arthur with 2 million gold coins, which is a serious matter. To this end, David, the leader of Jubii City, gave the messenger a rare magic communicator. This magic communicator comes in a pair. People holding this pair of magic communicators can communicate within a distance of 1,000 miles. It has great strategic significance, so this thing is held by the military and rarely revealed. David was lucky enough to get a pair because of his status as a duke's son. The messenger with the communicator knew that after the jackals surrounded Jubii City that day, they soon launched an attack. In just one afternoon, the casualties in Jubii City reached as high as 5,000. Although the jackals were stronger, they were at a disadvantage as they were the attacking party and suffered nearly 3,000 casualties. But everyone knows that this is child's play, because gnolls have night vision that is inferior to wolves, and night is the real time for them to attack. Chapter 28 War Mobilization, Departure. However, humans have very poor vision at night, which creates a huge gap. Fighting with gnolls at night is bound to result in huge casualties. As for light magic, illumination. Light talent is a rare talent, and very few people have awakened it. There are only 2 people in Jubii City, and their strength is not strong, only at the level of a great wizard. That is the Silver Knight corresponding to the knights. It is unrealistic to rely on these 2 great light wizards to illuminate a huge city like Jubii City that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The people of Jubii City can only try their best to light enough torches at night. As for using some precious lighting magic props and light magic scrolls, Jubii City didn't have many of them, so he could only use them sparingly. All in all, Jubii City will face a fierce battle at night. If this fierce battle continued for another day, the casualties in Jubii City would be much greater, so the messenger was anxious for Arthur and his army commanders to provide support as soon as possible. Arthur's response was to set off the next day. After all, there are a lot of preparations before the war. Besides, Arthur had another purpose for being so unhurried. That is to let the people of Jubii City fight with the jackals for a whole night. After suffering heavy losses, they will cherish Arthur's support and feel that their 2 million gold coins were worth it. After sending the messenger away, Arthur began to think about the specific configuration of the support. First, the 2 mountain giants must go, followed by the 20 golden lion cavalrymen. Then the 4,000 newly trained crossbowmen must also be brought along to see their combat effectiveness. There is also Chris, who is more familiar with Arthur's army. Also bring Corona along, because this operation is not very dangerous for Arthur. By bringing Corona along, he will have someone who can serve him. As for the others, they all stayed behind, including the 6,000 new recruits who were still in training and 2 ordinary night squads. After making these decisions, Arthur ordered Chris to carry them out. Fortunately, there are space rings in this world, so transporting logistical supplies is not too troublesome. Otherwise, one night may not be enough. After careful consideration, Arthur felt that this was not enough, so he exchanged for 2 peak gold knights before it got completely dark and sent them out of the city. Then let Victor go and inform them to accompany the people who came to seek refuge. Soon after, the castle's steward, Pusin, came to inform Arthur that 2 powerful men were outside the castle. Even the silver knights guarding the castle couldn't tell their depth, so they were most likely the gold knights, who claimed to have come to seek refuge. Sir, shall we receive them? If a strong man comes to seek refuge with me, I will naturally meet him. Maybe I can get new help? Understood, sir. After receiving Arthur's instructions, Pusin quickly brought in the 2 golden knights that Arthur had just purchased. Looking up, they saw 2 golden knights wearing the golden knight armor that Arthur had bought and thrown over. They looked really powerful. Due to Victor's previous instructions, the two Golden Knights did not directly perform any gift to Arthur. Pusin, you go down first. I'll have a good talk with them. Butler Pusin knew that Arthur had the means to protect himself, so he went down without worry. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, the two Golden Knights knelt down on one knee. Lord Arthur, hurry up. From now on you will be the Golden Knights who come to seek refuge. Arthur pointed at someone at random. Tomorrow I will go to the battlefield of the Knolls. You will go with me as my guard. Then he pointed to another person and said, you stay in the initial city and guard the territory. Yes, sir. Although the Golden Knight behind him also wanted to follow Arthur to the battle to protect him, he still strictly obeyed Arthur's orders. Afterwards, Arthur called Pusin in again and explained to him that the two Golden Knights had already defected to him, and asked him to arrange accommodation for the two Golden Knights. This made the respect in Pusin's eyes when he looked at Arthur even more intense. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Who told Arthur's recent series of actions are too amazing. It's human nature for Pusin to be like this. The next day, at daybreak, Arthur's 4,000-strong army assembled outside the city. Arthur stood on the shoulders of the giant on the top of the mountain, his eyes first sweeping over Chris and the new Golden Knight at the front of the team. Then he swept past the 20 knights of the Golden Sharp Lion, and behind them were 4,000 high-spirited warriors. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After a moment, Arthur broke the silence and said loudly, everyone, I think everyone knows what we are going to do. The feud between the orcs and our kingdom of Kate has a long history. They seized our Mondo province 50 years ago, although we took it back 20 years ago. But we all know that as long as the orcs are not destroyed, the war between us humans and them will not stop. For the sake of the kingdom, for the sake of the territory, for the sake of our harmonious life, we must destroy the orcs and defeat the Knolls. Destroy the orcs and defeat the Knolls. Arthur's series of performances made everyone in the territory admire him very much. So following his call, the soldiers outside the city began to shout in unison. After a moment, Arthur raised his hand to signal and stopped. Seeing that the momentum was strong, Arthur did not delay any longer and said directly, set off. As the army marched out, many civilians poured out of the city, shouting, have a safe trip. Defeat the Knolls. Lord Arthur will win. Amid the shouts of many civilians, some of Arthur's people gradually walked away. Afterwards, Arthur got down from the mountain giant's shoulders, rode a white horse, and walked at the front of the team with Corona, Chris, and others. As daybreak approached, the attack of the Jackals from Jubii City had retreated, and their leader David had time to speak. So Arthur asked the messenger who was not far from him, how is the battle situation in Jubii City? In response to Arthur's question, the messenger from Jubii City, who had seen the might of his army today, hurried back too. After I contacted Alliance leader David just now, he expressed his desire to talk to you in person. Why not let him explain it to you? After saying that, the Jubii City messenger handed the magic communicator to Arthur. Arthur looked at the crystal-like square object handed over by the messenger from Jubii City and thought to himself, so this is the magic communicator. It looks good, but I can't tell from the outside what it is used for. Soon after Arthur took the magic communicator, it began to vibrate. Seeing this, Arthur thought about it for a moment and understood that this should be what David meant by requesting communication. Then he pressed a raised button on the crystal object, and a slightly magnetic male voice came out. Chapter 29, Obsidian Weapons. Your Excellency must be Baron Arthur. I am David Crook, and I am also the leader of Jubii City. After saying hello, David paused, probably waiting for Arthur's response. Yes, I am Arthur. May I ask Alliance leader David how the battle in Jubii City is going? Is there any problem? Facing Arthur's question, David also sighed. Alas, the Jackals took advantage of the better visibility at night and attacked frantically all night, retreating only at dawn, causing 30,000 casualties to us. And we estimate that the casualties were only 10,000. We won't be able to last even a week if this continues. Hearing about David's dire situation, Arthur did not disappoint him and replied, the orcs are really strong, but don't worry, I will do my job after I pay you. I will probably reach Jubii City in half a day, and then we will find a way to counterattack the Jackals. Although David already knew from his men that Arthur was on his way to Jubii City, Arthur still had the final say on the speed of his march. There would be nothing David could do if Arthur cheated, and the journey that should take half a day would take 10 days or half a month. So David was quite happy when he heard Arthur say that he would arrive in half a day. Slightly excitedly said, then I will be waiting for Baron Arthur in Jubii City. When the Baron arrives, please contact me so that I can pick him up. That would be great. I'll contact you again in half a day. On the way to Jubii City, Arthur looked around and suddenly found an interesting phenomenon. That was when he accidentally glanced at Corona's pretty face under a wisp of silver hair. Arthur detected a nervous look in her gem-like purple eyes, and to confirm, he glanced at Corona's slender hands. I noticed that her delicate hands were tightly gripping the saddle, and the huge force made her hands turn purple, which was a sign of nervousness. After confirming this, Arthur thought that with Corona's simple personality, she would indeed be nervous when going to the battlefield for the first time. Since Arthur brought him here, he had to find a way to help him relieve the pain. Otherwise, Arthur would feel guilty. As for whether Arthur was nervous, as a man, he was not only nervous but also excited when he went to the battlefield for the first time. With the help of the portable store, the excitement in his heart far outweighed his nervousness. This is also the reason why Arthur was able to remain calm when he went to the battlefield for the first time. As for how to relieve Corolla's tension, Arthur thought about it and decided to take the simplest approach and talk to him. Carolina. Arthur suddenly spoke. I'm here, sir. The nervous Corona was obviously startled by Arthur's shout. It's your first time going to a battlefield. You must be a little nervous, right? Hearing this, Corona knew that Arthur had discovered something wrong with her, and not wanting to cause trouble for him, she hurriedly explained. Master Arthur, I'm not nervous. I was just distracted just now. Arthur did not expose Corona, but said in a gentle tone, Well, I believe Corona is not nervous. But what I want to tell you is that as long as the young master is around, he will ensure your safety and will not let the gnolls hurt a hair on your head. Do you believe the young master? How could Corona not understand at this moment that Arthur was just comforting her? Corona, who understood the meaning, immediately had tears in her purple gemstone-like eyes. At this moment, there was no longer any tension about the war in her mind, only the feeling of being touched by Arthur. Arthur saw that Corolla's eyes turned red easily, and he sighed in his heart that there were not many treasure girls as easy to please as Corolla. Of course, there must be a factor that Corona cares about Arthur, otherwise most people would not react to the concern of a stranger, and might even be wary. During the rest of the journey, Corona smiled more often. Perhaps in her heart, with the young master's guarantee, she was not afraid of anything. Time passed slowly, and the group was only 10 miles away from Jubii City. Since they might be discovered by the jackals if they went any further, the team stopped temporarily. Arthur stopped moving and inadvertently saw the mountain giant's empty hands. He suddenly realized that if the mountain giants were equipped with weapons, their combat effectiveness would definitely increase greatly. The weapons that the mountain giants can use must be at least 15 meters in size, and such weapons simply cannot exist in Kate's kingdom. So Arthur turned his attention to the portable store, where the obsidian was very good. Weapons made with it must be consistent with the attributes of mountain giants. Moreover, obsidian is extremely hard, and only the Earth Knight can cause damage to it. Of course, the prerequisite is that it must be at least 10 centimeters thick. If it is too thin, it cannot meet the hardness requirement. In addition, the obsidian exchanged in the portable store can be shaped, which makes the obsidian perfectly suitable for making mountain giant weapons. The exchange price of obsidian is 10 gold coins per cubic meter. So after Arthur spent 1,200 gold coins, two 15-meter-long maces made of obsidian appeared not far in front of Arthur. Because this thing was released close to the ground, it did not cause any noise, but its huge size still attracted everyone's attention. Then there were constant exclamations. Everyone subconsciously thought that this was something Arthur took out of the ring, so they were not surprised by the appearance of the obsidian mace. They were surprised that Arthur could find someone to build such a huge weapon, which was a reflection of his strength. At least in the kingdom of Kate, there are only a handful of people who can forge such weapons. After being surprised, everyone realized from its size that this was the weapon equipped for the mountain giants. Everyone couldn't help but imagine the scene of the mountain giant holding a 15-meter-long mace and killing the gnolls. They shuddered secretly and mourned for the gnolls. Zog, Zafi, this is a weapon I made specifically for you too. Take a look and see if it fits your hands. Thank you, Baron. Although they had expected it, Zog and Zafi were still happy when Arthur spoke. After all, who doesn't want to have a powerful weapon of their own? After Zog and Zafi picked up the obsidian maces, they began to swing them. The huge maces cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and the wind they brought even created a scene of sand and rocks flying around. Arthur and the others couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if they were hit. I guess they would be turned into meat paste with one hammer. A minute later, Zog and Zoffy finally stopped. At this moment, their huge stone faces were full of smiles. Baron, we like this weapon made of stone. Chapter 30. Quickly kill tens of thousands of jackals. It is already very strong, and after we infuse it with magic power, it becomes even more indestructible. It is a weapon that suits us very well. As a monster, the mountain giant doesn't know any magic, but he still has some magical powers, otherwise it would be difficult to support his huge body. In addition, the mountain giant also has a signature spell, Taunt. After a roar, he can forcibly attract the enemy's hatred to himself, thus ensuring the safety of his teammates. It can be said to be a perfect meat shield. This is also a manifestation of their magical powers. Now that the mountain giants have weapons, everyone's confidence in fighting the gnolls has increased again. Arthur didn't waste any more time, picked up the magic communicator and called David. After connecting, David, I'm already 10 miles away from the south gate of Jubii City. Be ready to pick me up? David was immediately excited when he heard Arthur say that he had arrived, which meant they were safe. Great, then how do you want us to respond? Hearing this, Arthur recalled the plan in his mind and said, I don't need you to send soldiers out to support us. I'm going to come in from the south gate, so you just need to be ready to open the south gate. You also need to clear a piece of open space behind the south gate wall, because the gate is too narrow and the mountain giant can't get in directly, so he needs a foothold when jumping in from outside the wall. You just need to do the above two things. No problem, I'll arrange everything within 10 minutes, then I'll be waiting for you in the city. When David heard Arthur say not to let them go out to support, it meant that they would have fewer casualties, so there was no reason for him not to be happy. After preparing to enter the city, Arthur shouted, Attack at full speed. This place is quite close to Jubii City, and the gnolls may discover them at any time, so they need to rush to the city gate as quickly as possible to avoid being surrounded. However, since Arthur could not gather so many horses at the moment, the archers were all on foot, and their speed was not particularly fast. 10 minutes later, Arthur and his companions could vaguely see the 30-high city wall of Jubii City. At this time, they were still 2 kilometers away from Jubii City. Because the mountain giants made too much noise when walking, the gnolls stationed in the south of Jubii City have gathered together. 40,000 gnolls gathered together in a black mass, ready to welcome Arthur and his men. Even the 70,000 gnolls in the west and east were moving towards the south, and it was estimated that they would arrive in a few minutes. Speed. Arthur, knowing that time was urgent, urged everyone to run faster again. Otherwise, he and the strong ones like the mountain giant might be fine, but the 4,000 crossbowmen would probably suffer casualties. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the jackal, Arthur began to make arrangements according to the plan. Zog, Zoffy, the two of you rush to the front of the team and disrupt the formation of the gnolls before we do. Once we get closer, we can use the roar skill on the jackals to attract their hatred and allow us to pass safely. Yes, Baron. After agreeing, Zog and Zoffy, who had been walking slowly in order to keep the same speed as Arthur and the others, began to gradually speed up. In the end, he even reached the point where he could jump and take dozens of meters in one step. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the loud noise, the group of jackals began to get a little agitated, because the momentum of the 20-meter-tall giant running towards them was too astonishing. When Zogo and Zoffy ran to the front of the jackal's formation, they swung their 15-meter-long maces, and the jackal's formation was immediately emptied. Suddenly, blood rained down, and hundreds of werewolves were knocked into the air with their broken bodies. Then the process repeated itself, and amid the screams of the jackals, their numbers continued to drop by 100 per second. During this period, the gnolls also fought back against the mountain giants, but at most they only caused wounds of a few centimeters, which was not painful at all for the mountain giants. A minute later, the rear troops led by Arthur arrived. At this time, the jackals had learned their lesson after paying a heavy price and no longer gathered together in groups. Instead, they scattered and attacked the mountain giants in groups, depleting their strength. The attack efficiency of the mountain giant dropped by half, and it could only kill about 10 gnolls per second. Seeing that Arthur and 4,000 archers had arrived nearby, Zoffy and Zog also taunted as planned. Ouch! As the two opened their mouths wide, a roar covering an area of hundreds of meters was heard, causing most of the gnolls' eyes to turn red, and they launched a desperate attack on the mountain giant. Arthur knew that the mountain giant's roar would only last for half a minute, but there was a 1-minute interval. With only 500 meters left to go, he dared not slack off, rushing forward courageously. But there were still nearly 5,000 lucky gnolls who were not taunted, and they became the effective force to stop Arthur and his group. Seeing this, Arthur directly ordered, "Stop, 3 rapid shots." At Arthur's command, the 4,000 archers who were running quickly and in an orderly manner stopped immediately. Then they adopted the method of the front row shooting while the back row prepared. After the front row shot, they retreated to the back. In just 10 seconds, 4,000 archers shot all 12,000 crossbow arrows at the 5,000 gnolls rushing towards them. 10 seconds later, those 5,000 jackals were wiped out, with not a single one left standing. The terrifying killing power of the mountain giants and 4,000 crossbowmen was all seen by David and other lords on the city wall. At this moment, they all opened their mouths wide in shock. Because in just a few minutes, Arthur's army caused nearly 10,000 casualties to the gnolls. It was equivalent to their entire knight's efforts. Such a huge gap shocked David and others. At this time, Martin and Buller, who had met Arthur once, looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Buller first said involuntarily, "Now that I've seen it for myself, I understand how terrifying the mountain giant is. One strike can kill or injure dozens, or even hundreds of people. If I were to fight against such a giant, I probably wouldn't have the courage to charge." Hearing this, Martin nodded in agreement and continued, "Yes, and the 4,000-man crossbow troop is also extremely terrifying. You see, the crossbow arrows they shoot are not like our usual crossbow arrows and bows and arrows. They just shoot into the bodies of the werewolves or get stuck in their muscles and cannot cause much casualties. Some of the gnolls were able to charge at us even with several arrows hitting them. The crossbow arrows shot by Arthur's 4,000 crossbowmen went straight through the bodies of the werewolves, creating holes as big as fists. It can even cause damage to the enemy behind it, creating a 1 through 2 and 1 through 3 effect. Such terrifying power is not an ordinary crossbow, but may be an extremely precious magic weapon. Chapter 31 Smooth Entry into the City. When Buller heard Martin's speculation, his eyes widened and he retorted, "Magic weapons? That's impossible. If those 4,000 people were using magic weapons, that would cost a fortune. Even Arthur's father, Earl Aberg, would have to spend all his wealth. Besides, with so much money, wouldn't it be better to train strong people?" The power of the Gale crossbow is indeed terrifying, but Buller and Martin are both knowledgeable people and they can see it. The attack of the Gale crossbow is at most effective against the Silver Knight and cannot threaten the Gold Knight. The 20 million gold coins used to purchase 4,000 magic crossbows could have trained several Golden Knights, which was not worth it for ordinary people. Martin heard Buller's rebuttal. Although he wanted to say something against it, his vision was limited by that of an ordinary person. He didn't know how to object and could only say helplessly, "There's no point in us arguing here. We can just ask Baron Arthur directly later." "That's true." Hearing this, Buller nodded in agreement. While the two were arguing, David, the chief of the Jubii city, was also excited when he saw how powerful Arthur's army was. "Open the city gate immediately." At the same time, the Gale crossbow requires half a minute to reload after 3 consecutive shots. So after Arthur's 4,000 archers wiped out the 5,000 gnolls who came to block them, he did not linger on fighting, but continued to issue orders and head towards Jubii city. "Keep charging." At this time, Arthur's army was less than 500 meters away from the south gate of Jubii city. So just 1 minute later, they entered Jubii city through the open city gate. "Close the door." Seeing that Arthur's troops had basically entered the Jubii city, David also gave the order to close the city gates. Only 2 mountain giants were left outside the city to continue blocking the gnolls. At this time, the gnolls coming to support from the east and west could be vaguely seen, so the mountain giants no longer wanted to fight. After repelling another wave of attacks from the jackals, he went straight to the city gate, jumped over the 30-meter-high city wall, and entered Jubii city. The remaining gnolls outside the city could only stare in amazement. Even though there were a few gnolls among them who were as powerful as the Golden Knights, they did not dare to jump in directly because that would be walking into a trap. There are also many powerful humans in the city. In the end, they had no choice but to curse in the common language of the mainland to relieve their depressed mood. David, Buller, and the others had already accumulated a lot of hatred towards the jackals through the battle with them the day before. Now, listening to their curses formed out of resentment, they found it extremely pleasant to the ears. At the same time, when David and the others looked at Arthur, the source of their joy, their eyes became extremely kind. In order to express their goodwill and respect for Arthur, David and more than 100 other lords immediately walked down the city wall to welcome Arthur, who had just entered the city. The two sides soon met on the main road under the South City Gate. David looked at Arthur, whose handsome face still had a hint of immaturity, and thought of the horrific record of his army killing 10,000 jackals without any loss. I can't help but sigh in my heart. What a terrifying young man. He has such power at such a young age. His future achievements are unimaginable. We must make friends with him. Thinking of this, David's smile became more friendly. Baron Arthur, I am David who communicated with you through the magic communicator before. On behalf of everyone, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you for coming to Jubii City to fight against the gnolls with us. Arthur smiled back at David's polite words. No, this is what I should do as a human being. The threat from the jackals is still great. We must cooperate well from now on. Certainly. Seeing that Arthur had achieved so much at such a young age, yet remained calm and composed, David's smile became even more sincere. The two wanted to continue the greeting, but a shout came from the city wall. The jackals from the east and west have all gathered here. Hearing this shout, David also showed a serious look on his face. We'll have plenty of time to gather together later. Baron Arthur just caused huge casualties to the gnolls, and we don't know if they will retaliate immediately, so let's go up to the city wall first and observe the situation. It's my duty. What David said made sense, so Arthur naturally wouldn't object. In this way, David brought his more than 100 lords. Arthur took Corona and 2 golden knights, including Chris, to the southern city wall. At this time, after the jackals from the east and west gathered together, the number of jackals outside the south city wall had reached nearly 100,000. This was a terrifying number. Even though everyone had just experienced a victory, they still couldn't relax after seeing the densely packed swarms of jackals. Arthur took a quick glance and found that several leading figures of the jackals were gathered together, discussing something angrily. Arthur guessed that he was deciding whether to attack Jubii City immediately and take revenge. Jubii City has been in a state of preparation for war, so there is nothing to do now, just wait quietly for the gnolls to make a decision. At this time, in the camp of the gnolls, a gnoll who exuded an aura no less powerful than that of the Earth Knight was scolding another gnoll who was no less powerful than the Gold Knight. The former is Kenshi, the leader of the 150,000-strong jackal army, and the latter is Carrie, who was previously responsible for commanding the 40,000 jackals on the South City Wall. Carrie, don't you want to do this anymore? It's been less than 10 minutes since we came here to support you. But under your command, our tribe lost as many as 10,000 warriors. If I didn't think you were still useful, I would have killed you with a single blow. After hearing what Kenki said, Carrie said he felt aggrieved. It was clear that all the humans before were vulnerable, so why was the one he met today so perverted? But facing the furious Kenki, he still had to explain aggrievedly. Lord Kenki, the defeat in this battle is not my fault. You didn't see that the new human not only had 2 mountain giants as his subordinates. The power of the crossbows fired by his 4,000 archers was also terrifying. After our werewolf warriors were hit, holes as big as fists appeared on their bodies, and they immediately lost their combat capabilities. If you don't believe me, I can have someone bring the body of the warrior who just died in the battle, and that will be the evidence. When Kenki heard Carrie say there was a mountain giant, he was immediately shocked, because that was a powerful creature that he could not defeat. Now there are 2 of them. As for the crossbow arrow, although Kenki was surprised, he didn't care much about it. After all, that thing could not threaten him. Then have someone bring up the body of the warrior who just died. Soon, 2 bodies of werewolves were carried up. One of them was no longer in wolf shape and its body was shattered, which was caused by the attack of the mountain giant. Chapter 32. New Earth Knight. The remaining werewolf had 2-inch-wide holes on his body, which were caused by being shot by the Gale crossbow. After observing the 2 jackal corpses, Kenki already believed Rick 80%. But out of caution, he randomly found a few werewolves who had just fought with Arthur and his group. After asking them, he got the same conclusion, and only then did he completely believe Rick. Although he now understood why Rick was defeated, the appearance of the mountain giant and the new crossbow still made Kenshi frown. Kenki knew very well that the Gnoll tribe had no way to deal with the mountain giants, which meant that when they faced mountain giants in the future, they could only rely on wolf lives. This is the case when the mountain giant does not run away. If the mountain giant runs away, they cannot stop him. If this is true, it means that the humans only need to send mountain giants to conduct guerrilla warfare against them dozens of times, and their hundreds of thousands of jackals will be wiped out. Coupled with the extremely powerful bows and crossbows, they would probably suffer heavy losses if they launched an attack. Today's humans have become a problem for them. After thinking for a long time, Kenki knew that facing this situation, fighting a protracted war would only put them, the jackals, in an increasingly unfavorable situation. Therefore, they can only fight quickly and decisively. while their overall strength is still stronger than that of humans, and concentrate all their strength to launch a fierce attack. Only then will it be possible to defeat humans. Then let's set the time for tonight. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. Human crossbows are probably not very accurate at night, which is equivalent to wasting a great weapon of mankind. Thinking of this, Kinky's chances of winning increased a little bit. After Kinky made up his mind, Arthur and others on the city wall clearly saw that the jackals were not blinded by anger and launched an attack during the day, but instead retreated 5 miles away. In this regard, Arthur and others could only express regret. Since the gnolls did not attack, David and others did not have to guard the city wall all the time after arranging enough rotating guards. Speaking of which, because of the attack by the werewolves yesterday and Arthur's arrival today, David and his men haven't had a rest for the whole day. The soldiers stationed on the city wall looked obviously tired even though they were taking turns to rest. Faced with this situation, when Arthur heard that David and others wanted to give him a lively reception, he quickly refused and asked them to go to rest quickly, because the gnolls are likely to attack again from the favorable environment at night. David and the others did not force themselves to accept Arthur's advice, because they were very tired after being tense all day. After greeting Arthur, they couldn't wait to rest. Knowing that there would probably be a fierce battle at night, Arthur let his men, who had been running for a long distance for half a day, rest. Of course there are exceptions. Arthur, Chris, Corolla and others came here on war horses, so they were not tired. He took advantage of the time when everyone was resting to walk around Jubii City and familiarize himself with the surrounding situation. It took me an hour to get a general idea of the tour. At this point, Arthur forced the remaining few people to rest. When Arthur was alone, Victor emerged from the darkness. "Sir, I have carefully checked and found that in terms of high-end combat power, the only one among the gnolls who has the level of an Earth Knight is their leader. And in Jubii City, David's guard captain is also an Earth Knight." Hearing this, Arthur was also surprised. After all, the Earth Knight was no cheap commodity and could be said to be already at the level of a non-human. Compared with the Silver Knight's fighting spirit covering his entire body, the Gold Knight's fighting spirit can leave the body and launch a slashing attack. The first enviable thing about the Earth Knights is that they have undergone a transformation, and their lifespan limit has been increased to 300 years. Then that's why they are called Earth Knights at this stage. Because they can absorb energy from nature anytime and anywhere to restore themselves, the recovery speed of their fighting spirit is several times faster than before. The most prominent among them are the Earth Attribute Knights. As long as they stand on the ground, their fighting spirit is almost endless, so this realm is also called the Earth Knight. Of course, what is restored is only the fighting spirit, and physical strength will still be consumed. Moreover, if it is consumed too quickly, the fighting spirit will not be able to keep up with the recovery, so you will still be exhausted to death. As for the Sky Knights, they were given this title naturally because they could fly, and their lifespan had also been increased to 500 years. Their ability to fly also makes them almost invincible when facing opponents below the level of Sky Knight. Arthur knew that the leader of the 150,000 gnolls was an Earth Knight, but he didn't expect that David actually had an Earth Knight under his command. But if you think about it carefully, there must be an Earth Knight in Jubii City, otherwise once the Earth Knight takes decapitation action, the other side is likely to fall into chaos. The situation in Jubii City will be much worse than it is now. As expected of a duke's son, he has quite a background. Arthur secretly exclaimed. Time passed slowly, and when the sky began to darken, everyone who went to rest walked out of the tent tacitly, apparently ready for battle. David and his team met with Arthur and others again to discuss what improvements could be made in the defense of Jubii City. Arthur took this opportunity to put forward his request. "Everyone, I believe you have also seen how powerful my initial city's crossbowmen are. But they still have a shortcoming, that is, their defense is not enough. So I hope that Jubii City can send 4,000 veterans with shields to guard them, so that they can attack more calmly." "No problem. Baron Arthur's request is very reasonable. The attack power of the archers under your command is so strong. If the gnolls attacking the city get hurt, it will be a loss. I will mobilize 4,000 of the most elite shield soldiers to protect them." David saw that Arthur's request was not excessive and would be beneficial to their defense of the wall, so he did not discuss it with the lords and made the decision directly. "Thank you very much, Alliance Leader David." Seeing that David agreed to his request so readily, Arthur also expressed his gratitude to him. Afterwards, since the defense of Jubii City was already perfect, no one could come up with any other results. Boom! After dark, 4 deep horn sounds were heard from 4 directions of Jubii City. These were warnings issued by the sentinels on the city wall after they noticed the attack of the jackals. Soon afterwards, messengers from 4 directions came on horseback, all saying that tens of thousands of gnolls had launched an attack in their direction. It seems that all the gnolls have come out to fight us. After summarizing the information, David looked heavy-hearted. He did not expect the commander of the jackals to be so decisive. Chapter 33. The Jackals Raid. In this case, we cannot retreat. Give orders to evenly distribute the 200,000 new soldiers who have not yet completed their training to the 4 city walls. If all the veterans are dead, let them take over. Since Arthur's army was not under David's command, David quickly gave the order and then turned his attention to Arthur. In this regard, Arthur also consciously said, I just heard a report saying that the largest number of gnolls attacking the northern wall is nearly 50,000. Then my troops will go to the north wall. You leave it to me, and the troops originally stationed at the north wall will be transferred to other directions to strengthen the strength in other directions. Hearing that Arthur was willing to take on the most difficult task of defending the north wall alone, the leaders of the North City, led by David, could not help but show goodwill to him. Arthur smiled back. The battle was urgent, and no one stayed any longer. Arthur led his 8,000-strong army to the north wall. The extra 4,000 were the 4,000 shield soldiers David had promised Arthur. Knowing that the jackals were serious this time, the people of Jubii City were no longer stingy and used all kinds of magic props and scrolls for lighting. As a result, the Jubii City is now as bright as day. At least in terms of vision, the advantage of the jackals is minimal. This boosted the morale of the people in Jubii City a lot. Later, when Arthur led his 8,000 troops to march quickly to the north wall in this bright Jubii City, something puzzled him. The gnolls who had already rushed up the city wall actually began to retreat. At first, Arthur thought that his performance during the day was too conspicuous and scared the werewolves away. But from the news that came later, it was learned that all 4 sides of the city walls had retreated. This left Arthur dumbfounded for a moment. This was not what he expected. Then they speculated that this was just a feint attack by the werewolves. But this speculation was quickly broken by Arthur himself. Because half an hour later, Arthur, who had taken over the garrison on the north wall and was still on the wall, discovered that the Jubii City, which should have been as bright as day, was actually much dimmer than half an hour ago. Arthur immediately understood the reason. You know, light magic scrolls and some lighting props have time limits. Therefore, the jackals retreated before because they did not want to give up their night vision advantage. They wanted to wait until the lighting props in Jubii City were used up before actually launching an attack. But even if Arthur figured it out, it was useless, because soon after, the werewolves launched another attack. Their attack is real, but as long as the light props in Jubii City are used to a certain extent so that human vision is not greatly affected, they will retreat. This can be said to be an open conspiracy, constantly consuming the light props of Jubii City. However, the people of Jubii City dared not use light items, because if they did not use them, the gnolls who had the advantage of vision would cause huge casualties to them. It was late night and the jackals had already attacked and retreated 6 or 7 times, consuming most of the light items in Jubii City. The reason why light items were consumed so quickly was mainly because the werewolves attacked too fiercely tonight, and they looked like it was a matter of life and death, much more fierce than last night. There was no sign that they were capable of a continuous retreat. This forced the people of Jubii City to keep the lighting level around the city high at all times. As for Arthur, there were no lighting products in his personal store, and he himself did not buy too many such items, so there was no good solution. When it came to the second half of the night, the lights around Jubii City had been forced to dim a lot. Kenki outside the city saw that the time had come and showed a fierce look on his face. Follow the plan.
Yes.
The ones who responded to Kenki were 18 Golden Knights. They were all leaders of various tribes in the Werewolf Legion, and at this moment they all had an expression of being ready to die. Then there was a brief silence, and then the silent wolves left in groups. On the city wall, Arthur, Corona, and Chris stood together. 4,000 crossbowmen and shield soldiers were evenly distributed on the northern city wall that was several miles long. The newly summoned Golden Knights and 20 Golden Sharp Mad Division cavalrymen served as support troops, constantly roaming around the north city wall, providing support wherever the attack was fierce. The 2 mountain giants, Zog and Zofi, stood directly outside the city wall, trying their best to intercept the attacking gnolls. This formation enabled Arthur to withstand the waves of attacks from the gnolls tonight, and no one was killed. Only dozens of shield soldiers and crossbowmen were injured. The gnolls lost at least 10,000 men, which can be said to be a remarkable achievement. Of course, this is normal for Arthur's lineup, or even less. But Arthur had no choice. The werewolf was smart, and after seeing that Arthur's side was very strong, he did not fight to the death. Instead, 20,000 of the original 50,000 troops were divided and transferred to other directions, making Arthur's claim that he came specifically to guard the north wall where the most jackals were located untrue. In this regard, David and others had nothing to say when faced with enemies that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They could only blame themselves for their bad luck. Afterwards, the remaining 30,000 gnolls in the north did not fight to the death, and even went through the motions, resulting in Arthur's record not being so dazzling. So even though the light around Jubii City was already dim at this time, Arthur did not have any special reaction to the werewolves' renewed attack, still watching them attack calmly. But after a few minutes, Arthur noticed something was wrong and asked the two people beside him, "Are there fewer experts in the Gnoll army?" Arthur's strength was still a little low. Although he noticed something was wrong, he couldn't be sure. So he asked Corona and Chris, who were stronger than him, for confirmation. Hearing this, Corona and Chris felt a chill on their backs, and they carefully detected the aura of the more than 20,000 jackals who were coming to attack. The final result shocked them. There isn't even a single gold knight, and there are only 2 silver knights. The last time we attacked, there were 2 gold knights and nearly 20 silver knights. How come so many are gone all of a sudden? After saying this, Corona and Chris also realized that things were getting serious. The werewolves might have gathered their strong men together and launched a surprise attack on one of the city walls, and raid where it is most likely to happen. There were only 20,000 jackals attacking the south wall, so the defense there was the least and the most lax. Thinking of this result, the 3 people said in unison, "Southern city wall." Guessing that the south city wall would most likely be attacked by powerful werewolves, Arthur quickly took out the magic communicator that he had not yet returned to David and called him. Chapter 34. The south wall of Jubii City is broken. Arthur didn't waste any words and said directly before David could speak, "I found that many strong gnolls disappeared in this attack. They may launch a surprise attack on the southern wall where the defense is the weakest. You should quickly reinforce the southern wall." Hearing this, David also realized the seriousness of the matter. He didn't notice it just now, but now that Arthur had revealed it, he glanced around the battlefield and suddenly realized that there were not many powerful werewolves on the west wall where he was guarding. But just as David was about to send a messenger to dispatch troops to support the southern city wall, even on other city walls several miles away, they could find that the southern city wall suddenly became chaotic, and even screams could be heard faintly. Even the horn representing an emergency stopped abruptly after being blown halfway. Damn it, the jackals have launched a raid. Seeing this situation, David knew it was too late and couldn't help but roar in anger. As the southern city wall was raided, Arthur, David, and others keenly discovered that the gnolls attacking in their direction had actually begun to retreat. The direction the jackals headed towards after their retreat was the already chaotic southern city wall. It seems that the gnolls are preparing to break through the southern city wall in one fell swoop and capture the northern city. Seeing this, the defenders of the other 3 walls, except the south wall, left behind a certain amount of defensive forces and all rushed to the south wall as quickly as possible to provide support. On Arthur's side, he left behind 4,000 archers, 4,000 shield soldiers, and 20 golden lion knights. He rushed over with Corona, Chris, another golden knight, and 2 mountain giants. Zophie, Zog, enter the city immediately. We will rush to the south wall from inside the city. Yes, Baron. Bang bang. Accompanied by 2 deafening noises, Zog and Zophie jumped from outside the city and entered the city. Afterwards, Arthur and the other 4 who were preparing to go for support went directly to the shoulders of the mountain giant. The mountain giant was the fastest among them and could provide support to the south city wall in the shortest time. Then there was a deafening sound of footsteps, and 2 mountain giants rushed towards the south city wall while stirring up a strong wind. At this moment, Chris suddenly realized his dream of standing on the shoulders of giants, but the situation in the city was so urgent that he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. At the same time as Arthur was taking action, the people on the east and west walls, leaving less than half of the guards behind, went straight to the south wall to provide support. Although Arthur's mountain giant was very fast, its northern wall was still a little farther from the southern wall than the east and west walls, so the 3-way support arrived at the southern wall almost at the same time. The tragic scene that came into their eyes made Arthur and others frown, and Corona's face turned paler. At this time, the southern city wall was littered with corpses, and most of the 20,000 veterans originally stationed there had died. Even the lives and deaths of the dozen or so lords who were in charge of the command were unknown. As for the 50,000 new recruits, They were so frightened at this time that they dared not move forward, so their casualties were not heavy. Kinchi, who was at the level of Earth Knight, brought more than 10 Gold Knights and more than 100 Silver Knights-level Jackals with him. They did not care about the remaining human warriors who had lost their fighting spirit. They were now frantically attacking a building. It was an altar-like building, protected by a transparent light shield, but the light shield was now dim and looked like it could break at any time. Damn it! Stop them now! David, Arthur, and others who could already see the situation on the South City wall clearly also discovered what the Jackals were doing. David was so angry that he couldn't help but swear. Even the sadness he had felt when he discovered the miserable state of the South City wall disappeared, because the gnolls were attacking the center of the formation on the South City wall at this time. Building materials as hard as obsidian are not easy to find, so after the construction of a city with general military objectives is completed, a magic circle will be set up to enhance the hardness of the city walls. Some important fortresses will also be set up with no-fly arrays and strength-suppressing arrays to make defense easier. Jubii City arranged 4 such magic arrays to strengthen the defense of their 4 city walls. In this way, ordinary Golden Knights cannot break through the city walls, and only Earth Knights can cause significant damage to the city walls. But it would take several strikes to create a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. Wherever there is a magic circle, there will be a magic circle center, which means that as long as the werewolf Kinki leads the other werewolves to destroy the magic circle center, the southern wall of Jubii City will become an ordinary stone wall. If that were the case, the southern city wall would become so strong that even the Silver Knights could break through it with one blow, and it would be easily destroyed, and the remaining 100,000 or so gnolls would be able to march straight in. It is precisely because of the importance of the magic circle center that David and his team were so anxious when they saw the actions of the werewolves. Unfortunately, there was no point in just being anxious. At this time, David and his men were still 500 meters away from the Jackals, and there was no time to stop them. Bite! All that awaited them was the crisp sound of the protective shield cracking, and then the center of the magic circle was destroyed by the werewolves. Seeing this, David and his group stopped charging forward because they knew it was useless. Instead of rushing forward in chaos, it is better to form a formation and fight to the death with the gnolls who are about to rush in. This way, you can kill more gnolls. So soon a strange scene appeared near the South City wall. Only a few hundred meters away, the gnolls were busy destroying the city wall that had lost its magic circle and waiting for the gnolls from the other 3 directions to meet up. David was also quickly gathering the defeated soldiers on the south wall and summoning the reserve defenders on the other 3 walls. A sense of sorrow spread throughout the army of Jubii City. Now that the city wall had been breached, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Of course, that was other people. Arthur didn't have that kind of emotion because in addition to the mountain giants, he also had the Sky Knights, which gave him the confidence to leave in a cool manner. He watched all this silently from the side, knowing that if he didn't do something now, everyone in Jubii City might be in danger tonight. So he came to David, who was constantly commanding the troops. David, I have an extremely powerful 9th-level fire magic scroll that can solve the current crisis. But you know, this magic scroll is very precious, and the werewolf cannot pose a life-threatening threat to me. So if you want me to take out the scroll, you have to pay the corresponding gold coins. The situation is urgent now. I don't ask you to pay on the spot, but after this battle, you must pay the gold coins to buy it. What? Arthur, you actually have a precious 9th-level fire magic scroll? Chapter 35, The Terrifying Power of Meteor Shower. David, who heard Arthur's words clearly, was immediately surprised. The only words in his mind were 9th-level fire magic scroll. As for the gold coins Arthur mentioned, he didn't care at all. After all, the market price of a 9th-level magic scroll was only over 1 million gold coins, which he could afford. But now it is a life-saving thing. Moreover, this thing is too difficult to buy. Fire magic is synonymous with destruction. Even if an Earth Knight is hit by the 9th-level fire magic, he will be seriously injured at best, and the Gold Knight will probably be killed without a complete body. After the surprise, David no longer had any interest in gathering the troops. He temporarily handed over the command to others and asked them to continue gathering the troops. Then he hurriedly said, Arthur, you are able to constantly surprise me. Thank you so much. I want this scroll. How about 2 million gold coins? No problem. That's great. What kind of magic is that scroll of yours? Is it for a single person or a group? Here are 2 million gold coins. Take it out and let us see it. In this situation, David naturally hopes that the magic scroll is for the group. After all, the 9th-level magic was already excessive damage against the gnolls, whose highest rank was the Earth Knight. Therefore, Even single-target magic with more terrifying attack power is not necessary. Instead, group magic with a larger range that can cause greater casualties to the army is the best. Seeing David's impatient look, Arthur did not delay any longer. After taking David's 2 million gold coins, he bought an item he had drawn in the first month, the 9th-level magic scroll meteor shower, from his portable store. The next moment, a red magic scroll that emitted a faint fluorescent light appeared in Arthur's hand. This scroll is engraved with the 9th-level group magic, meteor shower. You pay for it, and it's yours to use. Looking at the scroll glowing red, David took it and examined it carefully, his face becoming even more excited, and he murmured, "It's actually the most famous 9th-level group magic in the fire system, meteor shower. Haha, it looks like we have a chance to turn the tide this time." After saying that, David turned his excited gaze towards the group of powerful gnolls who were hundreds of meters away and had not yet dispersed. 1 Earth Knight, a dozen Gold Knights, and more than 100 Silver Knights. Under normal circumstances, this meteor shower would at most kill 10,000 ordinary gnolls and a few powerful ones. For the gnolls who have an army of over 100,000, the impact is not that great. But as the saying goes, success and failure are both due to Xiao He. The gnolls' act of concentrating their strong men to launch a surprise attack did indeed break through the southern city wall, but their act of gathering the strong men together also doomed them to be annihilated more easily. Without these strong men and leaders, the remaining gnolls were vulnerable. Thinking of this, David's eyes became brighter, and his right hand holding the meteor shower scroll began to tremble slightly. After that, he no longer hesitated, injecting fighting spirit into the scroll while controlling the landing point of the magic. As the fiery red scroll suddenly dissipated, fire elements began to gather rapidly hundreds of meters above Jubii City. A few seconds later, hundreds of 1-meter-sized fireballs floated in the sky above Jubii City, making the city, which was supposed to be night, seem like daytime. Even the temperature became like summer, making the ordinary soldiers sweat profusely. Advanced magic. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations in the sky, the werewolf Kinky guessed what that thing was. The jackals could not use such means, so it was humans who made the noise. Thinking of this, he felt a chill on his back and shouted, "Disperse!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Hundreds of fireballs gathered in just a few seconds. In the next moment, it smashed towards the werewolf warrior where Kinky was at a speed that broke the speed of sound. The 9th-level magic can cover a range of 500 meters, and it is so fast that those powerful werewolves can't escape at all. Each fireball was like a cannonball. When it hit the ground, it created a shock wave and heat that covered an area of dozens of meters. 300 fireballs plowed the 500-meter area several times. When the flames died down, all that was left in the area of several hundred meters were countless pits that continued to emit hot air, with magma even flowing in them, which showed the high temperature of the fireball. The hundreds of powerful gnolls and thousands of ordinary gnoll warriors who were previously at that location were reduced to ashes. Such a horrifying scene stunned even David, who had used it himself, not to mention others. The battlefield was completely silent this time. Everyone was immersed in the tremendous power of the 9th-level magic. After seeing this horrifying scene, Arthur felt a little regretful. He regretted that he should not have given the scroll to David to use. He himself hasn't used such a powerful thing yet, but he let others use it first. After everyone came to their senses from the shock, they soon showed polarized emotions, and people in the North City began to cheer. The gnolls, who were in high spirits a few minutes ago, now had no fighting spirit at all. The gnolls, who had lost most of their strong men and leaders, even began to fall into spontaneous chaos. David naturally did not want to miss such a godsend opportunity, so he immediately prepared to pursue the victory and exterminate as many remaining jackals as possible. But suddenly a discovery made David suspend the order. That is, in the area covered by the meteor shower, there was a piece of soil that began to rise upwards. Then a figure jumped out from the earth. It was Kinky. At this time, Kinky was covered in blood, with many burn marks on his body. There was little of his originally soft hair left, and he was considered seriously injured. Speaking of which, the main reason why Kinky was able to survive the meteor shower was that this magic was not cast personally by a strong man above the level of a mage, so those fireballs could not be accurately positioned. As a result, Kinky, who possessed the strength of an Earth Knight, avoided the direct attack of the fireball, but was seriously injured by the impact. But even if Kinky managed to survive, most of his strength had been lost. So David was not very surprised, but looked at a middle-aged man next to him. "Please, Knight Care. I will live up to your trust." David's guard captain, Kale, who was also an Earth Knight, rushed towards the seriously injured Kinky immediately after taking the oath. In this situation, as long as Kinky is killed, the backboneless jackals will scatter in one blow. The gnolls finally saw hope, so they naturally would not let the humans kill their leader. They regrouped and rushed towards the humans. In response to this, Arthur directly made the decision that was most beneficial to the current situation, which was to order the two mountain giants to go with Kalak to kill Kinky. Kinky was already seriously injured. How could he hold out against the three Earth Knights? Chapter 36 Defeat the Gnolls. Just a moment, leaving a sentence. Damn humans, my people will not let you go. It turned into a pile of flesh on the mountain giant's 15-meter mace. As a result, the gnolls who had just regained their strength became completely demoralized again. Even after all this trouble, their defense was completely broken, and most of the gnolls started to flee directly. David, Arthur, and others would naturally not want to miss such a good opportunity, and directly dispatched all their troops to pursue with all their might. In this way, it was noon of the next day, and the people of Jubii City chased the jackals for hundreds of miles before they stopped. During this period, they killed nearly 100,000 jackals in total, and only more than 10,000 jackals escaped. Arthur and the others were not going to pursue them anymore, because if they continued, they would go deeper into the Orc King's court, and then they would be surrounded and killed, which would not be worth it. Now, the war between Jubii City and these hundreds of thousands of jackals has truly come to an end. David, Arthur, and the others, who had been chasing for a whole night, were physically exhausted but mentally excited. At this time, they were all smiling and chatting happily as they headed towards Jubii City. Now, hundreds of pioneer lords led by David are obviously more enthusiastic about Arthur. The biggest reason was that yesterday's victory was all thanks to Arthur's meteor shower scroll. Although David paid for it, some things cannot be bought with money, not to mention the emergency situation yesterday. So David and the others owed Arthur a big favor. As a result, on the way back, Arthur became the center of attention. Corona watched quietly from the side, and seeing her favorite young master being so powerful, she always had a faint smile on her face. In this joyful atmosphere, Bueller and Martin also asked the questions that popped up in their minds a day ago. Baron Arthur, are the special crossbows equipped by your 4,000 crossbowmen magical weapons? Arthur took out the wind crossbow, not afraid of exposing it, and replied directly. Yes, I bought it from a mysterious merchant and spent a lot of gold coins. That merchant's whereabouts are erratic. Even now I can't find him. It's actually a magic weapon. Baron Arthur, you have so many treasures in your hands. After getting Arthur's confirmation, Bueller and Martin also exclaimed. But that was all. They could neither ask Arthur why he had so many gold coins nor inquire about the specific origins of the mysterious merchant, because the former would never tell others how he makes money. The latter understood from Arthur's words that the mysterious businessman's whereabouts were erratic. In a way, this was also what Arthur was unwilling to tell them, so they tactfully did not ask in detail. Everyone present was smart, and the conversations during the rest of the journey were filled with laughter. Although we won a great victory this time, the casualties were also huge, so there is no rush to hold a celebration banquet. A day later, the casualty report of Jubii City came out. Just the night before yesterday, more than a dozen lords and more than 20,000 soldiers were sacrificed in Jubii City. The heaviest casualties were suffered by the soldiers stationed on the southern city wall, including more than a dozen lords and more than 10,000 soldiers, all from there. In this regard, everyone can only express their condolences and deliver the pension intact to the families of the fallen soldiers. Speaking of fallen soldiers, fortunately, Arthur's men did not suffer any casualties. In more than a day, while Jubii City was sorting out the casualties, the news of their victory over the jackals also reached Dinghuang City, which was under siege. While the people in Dinghuang City were cheering, the jackals outside the city began to curse. The sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of jackals is not a small number for the jackal tribe with a population of only 1 million. It will take them more than 10 years to recover. Moreover, the failure of Jubii City meant that the jackals besieging Dinghuang City could be attacked by Jubii City at any time, and suddenly they would be caught in the dilemma of being attacked from both sides. More importantly, Jubii City was able to defeat those hundreds of thousands of gnolls, so it might be the same against them. So no matter how unwilling the leader of this gnoll team was, they had to retreat first. After returning to the tribe, we will make the next plan. Just like that, the crisis of Dinghuang City was resolved. 2 days later, the southern wall of Jubii City was finally rebuilt. During this period, the gnolls showed no signs of making a comeback, as if they had temporarily given up attacking the humans in the frontier territory. In fact, Arthur didn't know that this was mainly due to the two mountain giants under his command. With such a strong man around, the Jackals will have to pay a heavy price if they want to capture Jubii City again. At least the lives of tens of thousands of Jackals. Moreover, they may not succeed. If they fail again, their strength will be greatly reduced and their status in the Orc King's court may be affected. It's not worth it. After thinking it over, the Gnoll felt that there was no need to fight to the death, so he temporarily gave up the idea of attacking. As long as humans do not continue to expand northward and invade their territory, it is estimated that they will not make up their minds to attack humans again for a while. Since the Gnolls are not planning to attack, the problems left over from the previous war have been almost dealt with. Then it's time to have a celebration party. Except for those who had stayed behind, the lights in Jubii City were on that night, and ordinary soldiers ate meat, which they rarely got to eat. Arthur, David, and other leaders planned to hold a party in a castle that had just been built in the past 2 days. Of course, women are indispensable at the party. Others don't know what to do, but Arthur plans to take Corona as his female companion. Speaking of Corona, I don't know if it's the influence of Arthur's previous memories, or the recent daily interactions with her, or Arthur himself has longed for a simple woman who only has eyes for him since his previous life. It's the kind of love, not loyalty, otherwise Arthur would just use the portable store to buy women. Arthur gradually had a place in his heart for Corona, this simple and kind girl. Until today, he finally decided to take the initiative and win Corona. On the other hand, Corona was trained as Arthur's personal maid, and she has always regarded herself as such, and it has become a habit. And a maid cannot be happy about her master. The most she can do is warm the bed and sleep with her master. So she has been suppressing some feelings towards Arthur. But now Arthur doesn't want this and wants Corona to change this idea, because in Arthur's eyes, Corona will no longer be a maid, but his wife. In this way, the maid concept that Corona has been taught since childhood becomes a huge obstacle between the two. Originally, Arthur didn't know how to change Corona's mind, but now he thinks that letting Corona accompany Arthur to more such gatherings would be a good idea. Corona was originally strictly against it, because how could she, a maid, be Arthur's companion? Arthur had anticipated this, so he said that they were already friends, and that they had grown up together, and their relationship was no longer just that of ordinary servants, so she shouldn't mind it. Of course, the above are all auxiliary. The most important thing is to rely on Arthur. Jubii City is a front line, so there aren't many girls there. Do you want me to go to the party alone? You will be laughed at by others. This. Hearing that Arthur might be laughed at by others, Corona hesitated. Corona wanted to go because she didn't want Arthur to be laughed at by others, but the maid education she received since childhood did not allow her to do that. From this we can see that Corona is centered around Arthur, which is why Arthur wants to take her down. Seeing Corona's expression, Arthur knew that he was just one step away from success, so he pretended to be sympathetic. Chapter 37 Celebration Party. Well, if you don't want to, forget it. Even if I will be laughed at by David and others, I don't want to make you unhappy because of this. As soon as these words were spoken, Corona's mind was full of thoughts. If Arthur could understand her, why couldn't she let go of her shyness and preconceived ideas? Finally, he nodded slowly and said in a low but firm voice, I don't want you to be laughed at, so I'll be your female companion. Hearing this, Arthur smiled happily and immediately ordered people to dress up Corona. Because Corona looked cold on the surface, very similar to the Snow Queen in an animated film called Frozen that Arthur had watched in his previous life. And although Corolla does not have ice and snow magic, it also has ice-type fighting spirit. So Arthur dressed up Corona like the Snow Queen. The silver-white hair was tied into a big braid. There were no extra gemstones adorning her body. She was only wearing a blue off-shoulder ice gauze dress dotted with objects resembling ice crystals, which was already dazzling enough. This close-fitting icy veil also shows off Corona's curvy figure to the fullest, and with her pretty oval face that exudes a cold look, she looks like a princess. After watching it with admiration, Arthur also gave a compliment. Corona, you really look like a princess now. I will take you to the party later. I guess David and the others may not recognize you. Corona blushed immediately at Arthur's high praise, revealing a shy expression that didn't match her cold face. Lord Arthur, you are exaggerating. I am just a maid. How can I look like a princess? Arthur had long been accustomed to Corona's persistence in her identity, and it would take time to change her mindset, so Arthur did not continue to praise her, but just smiled and said, Haha, okay, I don't look like a princess, but I am really beautiful. Now Corona couldn't refute it anymore. After all, She couldn't say that she was not beautiful. Soon it was evening and the party began. In fact, the composition of the party was very simple, consisting of more than 100 lords, Arthur and their senior military generals, and the female companions these people brought with them. In fact, those female companions were basically not in Jubii City during the previous war with the werewolves. After the victory of the war in the past 2 days, the families of those lords came to Jubii City from various pioneering territories to visit their families. No one came to the party with a maid like Arthur did. As the protagonist of the banquet, Arthur's every move was naturally very eye-catching. Corona was by Arthur's side during the war with the werewolves, so her identity was naturally known to everyone. So when Corona attended the party as Arthur's companion, everyone present was very shocked. They looked at each other in surprise, but due to the strength Arthur displayed, no one said anything in the end. David and the others had originally thought that Arthur would attend the party alone, and had even thought about it. When the time comes, they will try to match Arthur with their sister. If that works, they will be able to use some of Arthur's power. Now it seems that the path of marriage is not feasible. At first, everyone didn't understand why Arthur brought a maid to the party. But when everyone looked at Corona's beautiful appearance in the snow-white gauze, just like a princess in a fairy tale, it seemed that they suddenly understood why Arthur did this. Behind Corona's beautiful appearance, she had many worries, so other people who wanted to be matchmakers had to give up. After all, even if they sent people to contact Arthur, if those people were not as beautiful as the maid beside Arthur, wouldn't that be a humiliation to themselves? The party then went on as normal, with those with female partners dancing together first to the singing. Both Arthur and Corona received formal aristocratic education. As a noble, Arthur naturally had to learn. As Arthur's personal maid, Corona's job is to ensure that if Arthur ever makes an embarrassing mistake by forgetting etiquette, Corona can step forward and teach him. So although Corona is just a maid, she is very proficient in many things about the nobility. As the dance progressed, Corona and Arthur hugged each other many times. To be honest, this was the first time they were so close. Under close contact, the movements of the two became a little stiff. As Arthur danced, he looked at the beautiful face so close to him, and his thoughts became a little confused. Suddenly I thought, no matter in the past or present life, except for relatives, no one would care about Arthur as much as Corona did, and regard Arthur as everything to her. How could Arthur let such a person go? In the continent of gods, although nobles are allowed to marry several wives, there is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate wives. Given Corona's maid status, if Arthur really didn't treat her as a lover but treated her as a normal woman and even married her, it would definitely lead to rumors. I believe this is also the reason why Corona has been deliberately avoiding Arthur. But Arthur doesn't care about these. The continent of gods is a place where strength speaks. Arthur, who has a portable shop, believes that he can eventually suppress all disobedience, so he doesn't care about other people's rumors at all. Soon, the dance ended, and Arthur and Corona reluctantly parted. Then it was time for everyone to make friends and chat. As Arthur is the most powerful lord in Jubii City, there is an endless stream of people looking for him to talk. As Arthur's female companion, Corona also greeted many people present and got to know them a little bit. Although many people came to talk, they all knew their own limitations and just wanted to get acquainted with Arthur, so it didn't take long for Arthur's side to become quiet. It was not until this time that David, the strongest man besides Arthur, came over with a woman. Haha, Baron Arthur has such a beautiful lady by his side. I really envy you. Without waiting for Arthur to reply, David turned his gaze to Corona. Knight Corona, no, I should change my address from now on. I should call you Baroness. Corona naturally understood what David meant. She blushed and weakly retorted, Master David, you are joking. I am just Master Arthur's maid, not a baroness. Seeing this, Arthur immediately thanked David for his help, then looked at the woman next to him and said, I guess this naturally beautiful lady must be the wife of Alliance leader David. David is so lucky to marry you. In response to Arthur's praise, David's wife smiled brightly, then showed a guilty expression. Baron Arthur is exaggerating. David was able to repel the gnolls this time thanks to you, Baron. Otherwise, David might be in danger. For this, I sincerely thank the Baron. Hey, there's no need to do that. As a member of the frontier territory, it's my duty to repel the orcs. Chapter 38 Further Relationship. After that, the four of them talked to each other for a while, and David's wife took Corona to the camp of the noble ladies, preparing to take Corona to get to know the others. David was helped by Arthur many times in this war with the jackals, so he was no longer so distant with him. Looking at the backs of Corona and the other two leaving, David's smile suddenly faded, and he said in a slightly serious tone, "Although I helped you attack Corona just now, Arthur, are you really determined to marry Corona in the future? That means you might become a laughing stock among many nobles, and even be out of tune with the nobles in the kingdom. Besides, you have an engaged fiancée, Olivia. She is the Marquis's legitimate daughter. You two haven't even gotten married yet, but you've already exposed Corona to the public. This may cause the Marquis Yueji to be furious. Is it really worth it?" When Arthur heard David say these words, he realized that David already regarded him as a close friend, so he also expressed his inner thoughts. "David, I'm so glad you told me this. Olivia, although she is my sister's best friend, they knew each other when they were studying in the imperial capital, and I have not met her many times. Our engagement is just a normal marriage. I don't have any feelings for it. Although Corona is just a personal maid trained by my father for me, we have been together for nearly 10 years and know each other very well. Most importantly, I can feel that Corona already regards me as the most important person to her. How can I not respond to this? Even if Marquis Yueji gets furious about this and causes the marriage between our two families to fail, I won't regret it. As for those who laugh at and exclude me because of this, I don't care. I will definitely become a strong person in the future. A strong person will not care about the ridicule of the weak. If he is really annoyed, he will just destroy them at will." David had no doubt about Arthur's statement that he would become a strong man in the future, because the mysteries Arthur displayed in this war proved it. David, on the contrary, admired Arthur's courage to disregard worldly views. You know, he and his wife were just married for a marriage arrangement, and they had only met a few times before the marriage. David is lucky that his wife is an easygoing person, so the two of them get along well. But it would be uncomfortable if he met another person who was difficult to get along with, so David also admired Arthur's bravery. "Then I'll help you succeed." "Thank you." After this heart-to-heart talk, the relationship between the two became obviously closer. On the other hand, when Mrs. David brought Corona to a group of noble ladies, these noble ladies did not show any displeasure towards Corona, but were very enthusiastic instead. There are two reasons for this. One is that Arthur's territory is the strongest among all the people present, so they dare not offend them. The second is that Arthur played a great role in repelling the gnolls and saving the North City from danger. Otherwise, I don't know how many of their husbands would have died. From this perspective, Arthur can be considered their benefactor, so it is impossible for him to look down on Corona. The second reason is the main reason. Otherwise, with the original arrogance of the nobles, even if they did not want to embarrass Corona due to Arthur's strength, they would not talk to her enthusiastically. Afterwards, the noble ladies curiously asked Corona about her and Arthur's situation, and asked how they confirmed their relationship. This is a big melon, and the ladies, who are gossipy by nature, naturally want to know the details. Some were even radical and asked them what stage they had reached. Corona was at a loss for words and could only keep refutating weakly, saying that they were not in that kind of relationship. But how can her one mouth be worth hundreds of others' mouths? As a result, Corona finally stopped denying her relationship with Arthur, and she had no choice but to keep silent. This was taken as a tacit agreement by other noble ladies. However, it is not without effect that these noble ladies have been talking about this topic. Although Corona didn't say it out loud, she sometimes fantasized in her heart how happy she would be if she really became Arthur's wife. But thinking of the difference in their identities, Corona quickly shook her head secretly and rejected those fantasies. In fact, Corona understood Arthur's meaning. She just didn't dare to hope for it. In any case, Corona, who attended the banquet, was no longer so eager to refute others' claims that she was Mrs. Arthur. "After all, I've gotten used to it, so this is also a kind of progress. The party will eventually end." Arthur and Corona looked at each other in silence as they sat in the returning carriage. Arthur knew that Corona had received a huge amount of information at this banquet, so he didn't want to disturb her anymore and wanted her to digest it. Corona was embarrassed. After all, she had been called Arthur's wife in the past few hours. Now she didn't know how to start the conversation. Just like that, the two of them didn't say another word until they returned to their temporary residence in Jubii City. The next day, when Arthur opened his eyes, Corona was still as usual, dressed in a maid's outfit, standing by his bed, always paying attention to his needs. "Good morning, Corona." "Good morning, Master Arthur." The two seemed to be back to normal again. But what was different from the past was when Arthur casually helped Corona remove a small piece of fallen leaf from her silver hair. Corona did not remind Arthur not to do this because of his status as she did in the past. Instead, her pretty face blushed silently and she remained silent. It seems that Corona can now accept a certain degree of intimacy with Arthur. Since intelligence showed that the Gnolls no longer had any plans to continue attacking the Pioneer territory, Arthur stayed in Jubii City for another day and then set off back to the initial city. News of Arthur's performance in Jubii City had already spread back to the original city, and even to the earldom and the kingdom. So when Arthur returned to the original city, everyone in the city came to greet him with smiles on their faces. This time was different from when Arthur first came to the territory. They were all spontaneous. After all, Arthur has saved them from the war this time, and with a powerful lord like Arthur, their lives will be better. So now the people in the initial city are extremely enthusiastic about Arthur. After waving to the enthusiastic crowd, Arthur finally returned to his familiar castle. Sitting in the familiar study, Arthur thought that it seemed like August was less than a week away, and he would be able to add new items to his portable store. He was really looking forward to it. Just when Arthur thought that the peaceful days would continue, a message from the Earl's palace arrived that evening. It turned out that the news that Arthur brought Corona to the banquet and acknowledged her as the Baroness spread to the earldom and the kingdom. This matter concerns Arthur's lifelong event. To the Earl and Countess, Arthur's defeat of the werewolves is not as important as this news. Naturally, they have to meet with him in person to have a talk. Chapter 39 Return to the Earldom. On the other hand, people from the Marquis of Yuegi also went to the Earl's mansion, hoping that the Earl's mansion could give them an explanation on the matter, otherwise the marriage between the two families would be cancelled. In short, he just wanted Arthur to go back to the earldom. Hearing this, Arthur could only sigh that he really couldn't stop. He had just returned to the territory, and he had to go out again. Compared with Arthur's indifference, after Corona learned that Arthur was called back to the Earl's mansion by the Earl because of her and might even be broken off from the engagement, she hurried to find Arthur with a guilty look on her face. Looking at Corona's little face with tears in her eyes due to guilt, Arthur sighed in his heart that Corona still cared about him so much. In order to eliminate Corona's guilt, Arthur immediately put on a smile. This is my own decision, don't think too much about it. Besides, my parents didn't necessarily want me to go back to scold me. Maybe they wanted to praise me for finding them a daughter-in-law as good as you. Master, you are comforting me again. Hearing this, Corona immediately burst into laughter. At this moment, she seemed to have accepted Arthur's statement that she was his wife, and asked with a little concern, "What about the engagement at the Marquis's mansion?" Hearing this, Arthur also recalled the appearance of his fiancée Olivia, whom he had only met a few times. Although Olivia is comparable to Corona in face and figure, she is a first-class beauty. But Arthur was not familiar with her, and it was impossible for him to hurt Corona's heart for her. If the Marquis is still willing to hold the wedding of the two, Arthur would not recommend accepting another such beauty. But if the Marquis's mansion made any excessive demands, such as forbidding Arthur to associate with Corona again, Arthur didn't mind canceling the engagement. After all, Arthur, who had his own shop, didn't care about the Marquis. So Arthur returned. If they are willing to continue the engagement with the Marquis's mansion, I have no objection. But if they make any demands that hurt you, then the marriage will not take place. Due to the inherent polygamy system in the continent of gods and Corona's own status, Corona had no complaints about Arthur's statement that he might continue to fulfill the engagement. On the contrary, when she heard Arthur say that he would refuse the marriage with the Marquis's daughter for her, her heart was suddenly moved. Moved by this feeling, Corona took the initiative to hug Arthur for the first time, got close to him, and buried her head in his chest. Muttered, "Master Arthur, you are so kind." Seeing this, Arthur also hugged Corona, and then felt Corona's body stiffen. It seemed that she was a little uncomfortable. Comfort. It's nothing. I will be better in the future. In this way, the two hugged each other for a long time, leaving a beautiful picture in Arthur's study. If Arthur hadn't been a minor and was afraid that doing that kind of thing too early would affect his physical growth, he would probably have taken the opportunity to eat Corona tonight. But in the end, it didn't happen. The two of them just slept together normally and didn't do anything else, not even kissing. The next day, when it was just getting light, Corona's biological clock woke her up early. She looked at Arthur's angular face beside her and smiled sweetly. Until now, Corona still couldn't believe that she had actually confirmed her relationship with Arthur. After staring at Arthur in a daze for a while, Corona wanted to get up early and take care of Arthur as usual. But as soon as she moved, Arthur's strong arms wrapped around her. Arthur woke up at some point. He saw what Corona was going to do and said softly, "From now on, you will be the mistress of the castle. You don't have to do those things of taking care of others. Remember, you can't do it again, Otherwise, I will be angry. Now get some more sleep." At the end, Arthur's tone became a little harsher because he knew that Corona's years-long habit could not be changed in a short time. He had to be strict with her so that Corona would obey Arthur's words more and become the mistress of the castle faster. Corona was touched by Arthur's concern and accepted it calmly. After responding softly, he closed his eyes and began his first lazy nap in several years. After it was bright, which was usually around 7 o'clock, the two woke up. At this time, Corona wanted to help Arthur get dressed again. This time Arthur did not stop her, because this was also a sign of intimacy to some extent. After training as usual and having breakfast, Arthur, who was about to return to the Earl's mansion, first gathered everyone in the castle. In the spacious living room, the butler Poussin and dozens of maids stood neatly in the center, wondering what Arthur was going to announce that made it so solemn. Today, Corona changed into a normal white and blue tight-fitting Lolita skirt and stood in front of the crowd with Arthur. Looking at the different Corona and thinking about the news from the past few days, everyone seemed to have guessed something. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Arthur did not waste any more time. "Everyone, I believe you have all heard the news about Jubii City a few days ago. Today I want to tell you that the news is true. From today on, Corona will no longer be my personal maid. She will become the mistress of this castle. I hope you can get rid of your previous stereotypes about her and do what you should do. Do you understand?" "Clear." Arthur was responded to by the crowd with 2 crisp words. Seeing this, Arthur nodded and asked everyone to leave. In fact, everyone's hearts were not as clear and calm as the answer. On the contrary, their hearts were filled with shock. After all, there was no precedent in Kate's kingdom for a maid to become the mistress. In the past, those maids could only become lovers of the nobles at most. Now Corona has become the mistress and everyone is a maid. It would be strange if those people were not envious. Arthur didn't care what the maids thought. He just wanted to make them understand that Corona's identity was different now. Although Arthur had always said that she was the mistress of the territory, when Arthur announced it personally, Corona was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. At this moment, she finally became the wife of the most important person in his heart. Corona, who had no place to vent her inner excitement, kissed Arthur directly in front of Arthur's surprised gaze after everyone left. In response to this, Arthur, as a man, naturally could not be timid. He immediately stretched out his hands and hugged Corona tightly. Arthur reluctantly let go until Corona was out of breath. At this moment, Corona's pretty face was extremely red, as beautiful and charming as a blooming flower. Arthur had the urge to kiss her again, but seeing Corona's pleading eyes, he finally let her go. Arthur then began to arrange the list of people returning to the Earl's mansion. First of all, Corona must go back. After all, the ugly daughter-in-law still has to meet her parents. Next came Chris and the 20 Golden Lion cavalrymen, and finally the mountain giant. Considering that the 4,000 Gale crossbows have to be left in the initial city together with the crossbow soldiers, so many magic crossbows are very valuable. So a mountain giant has to be left behind to take charge. So Arthur could only bring one mountain giant back to the earldom, and he chose Zog at random. Since there were not many people going back this time, preparations were done quickly, and by noon, Arthur and his group were ready. Lord Arthur, Lady Corona. This morning, the news that Arthur announced Corona's identity in the castle has begun to spread to the entire initial city. Chris and the others naturally also got the news, so when they saw Arthur and Corona coming, they changed their words directly. In response, Arthur nodded calmly, while Corona nodded in response with some discomfort. Before, Corona was the one who greeted others, but now it's the other way around, and Corona couldn't adapt to it for a while. It may take some time to truly adapt to your new identity. Set off. After more than 20 days, Arthur returned to the place where he had lived for more than 10 years. In the evening, Arthur and his companions finally saw the majestic city walls of Mad Lion City, which were tens of meters high. Along the way, the mountain giant's exaggerated size scared many people and also caused some trouble for Arthur. At least when passing through various checkpoints such as borders, it is much more troublesome than usual. For example, the mountain giant is 20 meters tall and cannot fit into the ordinary checkpoint gate. He can only jump over, which makes even more noise. And that jump must have damaged other people's floors. Arthur lost a lot of gold coins for this. Arthur even regretted bringing the mountain giant back. But thinking that this is a great way to show off, I just gritted my teeth and accepted it. Now it's finally here. Maybe someone had informed him in advance, because at this moment, 2 familiar figures were standing at the city gate. They were his eldest brother and second sister. Chapter 40 Family Recognition. I found that many people say that forcing these two to marry is poisonous. But in fact, my idea is that the protagonist did not want to get married. He didn't want his sister to break up with her best friend or his father to have a rift with his former comrades because of him, so he tried to continue the marriage. He himself doesn't care. Seeing his eldest brother and second sister coming to greet him personally, Arthur did not dare to delay and hurriedly whipped up his horse to quickly cover the last stretch of distance between them. Then he dismounted and took the lead to greet. "Brother, sister, why did you come to pick me up in person? You can just wait in the castle. This is too much trouble." Looking at Arthur's current high-spirited appearance, the eldest brother Art and the second sister Alina felt as if they were in another world. After all, a month ago Arthur was still a younger brother who needed their care, but now Arthur's fame has far surpassed theirs. With such a huge change, there will naturally be a strong sense of separation when we meet again. But this is a good change for everyone. So Art and Alina were just stunned for a moment, and then they immediately started talking with smiles on their faces. "You've been causing more and more trouble lately. How can we be at ease if we don't come out to pick you up? By the way, you fought a battle with the gnolls a few days ago. You weren't injured, were you?" "No, don't worry. I won't be hurt by orcs so easily." Since Alina had seen a mountain giant before, the two of them had different focuses when they first saw Arthur. After a few greetings, Art's attention immediately shifted to the 20-meter-tall mountain giant, not far behind Arthur. Mountain giants are legendary creatures to some extent, and now that he can be seen, Art is naturally more concerned about them. He asked with a little excitement. "That person must be the mountain giant who played a great role in the war against the gnolls. I wonder if it's Zog or Zoffy?" Seeing Art's excitement, Arthur knew that it was worth bringing Zog back this time. He smiled in his heart, but he said calmly on the surface, "Brother, Zog came back with me this time, and Zoffy is still in the territory." "I see." After knowing that the giant in front of him was Zog, Art also greeted him. "Hello, Zog. Welcome to the Wild Lion territory. If you have any requests, please tell us, and we will do our best to meet them." Art didn't know the true relationship between the mountain giant and Arthur, so he treated the mountain giant as a strong man and talked to him with relatively respect. Art could think so, but Zog couldn't just accept it. He quickly waved his giant hand, which was several meters long. "Don't be so polite. Arthur and I are friends. Just treat each other normally." "Really? That's great. You have to know that the mountain giants are more powerful than Yaberg. Such beings are kind to people like them who only have the strength of silver knights just because of Arthur. It can be seen that the relationship between Arthur and Zog is more than just ordinary friends. And how could Arthur, who only had bronze strength, establish such a special relationship with such a strong man? Is it really just a rumor? Arthur promised to help the mountain giants find a way home. Are they grateful for it? I guess not many people would believe it. To be honest, Art was really curious about the truth, but since Arthur didn't say anything, they couldn't ask more questions and could only keep their doubts in their hearts. It is precisely because of this curiosity that Art looks at Arthur with even greater respect. Unlike Art, who first paid attention to the mountain giant, Alina, who had already stood on the giant's shoulder, immediately looked at Corona beside Arthur. I want to see if the two are really together as rumored. To be honest, when Alina got the news, she was a little angry at first. It's not that she looks down on Corona, but Olivia is her best friend after all. If this is true, how can she explain it to Olivia? The guilt towards Olivia made Alina a little angry at first. Facing Alina's probing gaze, Corona couldn't stand it at all and lowered her head guiltily. Seeing this, Arthur also took a step forward. "Second sister, there's no need to look. Corona and I have already confirmed our relationship, and I've already announced her identity as the Lord's wife in the territory this morning. I think it won't be long before the news spreads." "What?" Upon hearing this, Alina also exclaimed in surprise. But the matter was done, and Yelena couldn't say anything more. She said helplessly, "I don't object to what's going on between you and Corona, but you can just postpone it. Why don't you just show it after you get married? Now what do you want me to tell Olivia?" Arthur knew the relationship between Corona and Olivia, and this matter was indeed difficult for him to handle. If he was not careful, Corona might even lose a good friend. "I can only say with a little apology. Second sister, don't worry. I will try to resolve this matter peacefully with the Marquis's mansion, and it will not affect your relationship." Hearing this, Yelena also showed an expression that said, "I believe you." Then she said regretfully, "Olivia's grades in the academy have always been better than mine. I originally thought that I could surpass her by becoming her younger sister. It seems unlikely now. What a pity." As the legitimate daughter of a marquis, Olivia married Arthur, the son of an earl, which was actually a marriage of downgrade. Now that Arthur has done such a thing, Alina has already thought that they are impossible. Arthur didn't expect that Alina and Olivia had such a past. He could only say embarrassedly, "Then your idea is really going to fail." Hearing this, Alina couldn't help but give Arthur a blank look. Then she thought of something and said with a little worry, "You should already know that the Marquis' men are still in our castle. What are you going to tell him?" Arthur was calm about this. Tell the truth. Whether or not the marriage should continue, let the Marquis' mansion decide for themselves. That's the only way. Alina couldn't think of a better solution. This topic is over for now. Then Alina looked at Corona again, but now her eyes were filled with kindness. "Corona, since Arthur has acknowledged you as his wife, I will be your second sister from now on. If Arthur bullies you in the future, tell me and I will teach him a lesson for you." "You can also tell me and I will teach him a lesson," Art agreed. Art and Alina's words were a sign of recognition for her. Corona was very happy to understand what they said, but she immediately explained why Arthur bullied her. "Thank you, big brother and second sister. Arthur has always been very kind to me and will not bully me. Don't worry." Haha, that's the best. After that, everyone talked for a few words and went into the city. The mountain giant leaped forward again, crushing the floor tiles within a radius of several meters. After arriving at the castle, Count Aberg and his mother Charlotte asked similar questions as Art and Alina. Arthur gave the same answer. Chapter 41: The Reason for the Marriage. In response, Aberg could only sigh, and then with memories in his eyes, he said, "When we were retaking Mondo province, Marquis Ueji and I fought together, and we even saved each other's lives. In order to deepen this friendship and consider the interests of the family, we have now formed a marriage between our two families." After hearing this, Arthur finally understood why he, the son of an earl, could marry the daughter of a marquis. It turned out that Aberg had once fought side by side with the marquis. At the same time, Arthur also understood that his unilateral confirmation of his relationship with Corona not only harmed his second sister Yanina, but also his father Aberg. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Aberg took in Arthur's expression and thought to himself, "You know how much you have let your father down," and then continued, "So the marriage between our two families is not just a simple one. You were wrong in this matter. When you meet the Marquis' envoy, you must show an attitude of admitting your mistakes. Do you understand? After you admit your mistake to the Marquis' envoy, whether or not to continue the marriage depends on the decision of my old friend." Perhaps he felt that this was forcing Arthur, so he explained, "Of course, we watched Corona grow up. We trust her and will not ask you to separate." Arthur knew that this matter concerned Aberg, a comrade who had fought side by side with him before. His indifferent attitude disappeared, and he said solemnly, "Don't worry, father. I will apologize now. If Marquis Ueji is unwilling to forgive me, I will cancel the marriage. I will make it up to him so that he won't be angry with you, father." Hearing Arthur's solemn promise that he could give a gift that would make the Marquis forgive him, Aberg suddenly thought of all the mysteries Arthur had displayed in recent months. Thinking that this kid might indeed make the Marquis not angry, Aberg felt much more relieved. The look in his eyes when he looked at Arthur no longer contained any blame like before. He waved his hands unhappily. "Then I'll leave it to you to appease Marquis Ueji. I only care about the results." Seeing that his father had given up the marriage, Arthur was relieved and assured again. "Don't worry, father." Seeing that Aberg had resolved his worries, Charlotte, who had been watching the conversation, couldn't help but speak. "Arthur, I know you've been hiding a lot of things from us lately, but there's no such thing as a free gift in this world. I want to hear your serious answer. Is it really not dangerous?" After saying this, Aberg looked at Arthur with concern. In their opinion, Arthur had gained many benefits recently, and it was impossible for him not to pay a price, and that price should be quite serious, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people living a mediocre life. Charlotte showed her concern for Arthur as soon as she spoke, which warmed Arthur's heart. Then he looked at Charlotte seriously and said, "Don't worry, mother. Although I have gained many good things in recent months, I didn't pay much for them." After saying this, Arthur paused, thinking that he still had to find a reason, otherwise his parents would worry. Then he continued, "I just had an opportunity. Not long after I was attacked, a mysterious strong man saw my qualifications, accepted me as his apprentice, and then took me to join an organization. I cannot tell you the specific name of the organization. I can only say that it is a mutual aid organization that is spread all over the continent and has a deep foundation. My teacher was a member of the organization, but he seemed very busy. After giving me 10 million gold coins, he disappeared. I used the 10 million to do a lot of things in the organization, such as hiring the 2 mountain giants. There are also the magic crossbows used by the 4,000 crossbowmen, and the 9th level magic scrolls I used in Jubii City, all of which I bought with gold coins in the organization. At this point, Arthur paused again, wanting to give his parents some time to absorb the information. Aberg and Charlotte were ecstatic when they heard Arthur's words. They didn't expect that their son had such an opportunity and could be accepted as a disciple by a mysterious, powerful man. And judging from Arthur's appearance, his teacher was pretty nice to him. In addition, that mysterious organization also sounds incredible. Arthur can accomplish so many things in the organization with nearly 10 million gold coins. If it were in the Kingdom of Kate, 10 million gold coins wouldn't even be enough to buy those 4,000 magic crossbows. From this, we can infer that the prices in that mysterious organization are much cheaper, which also shows that they have a deep foundation. The things you care about are not precious to them, so they are cheap. The main reason why Aberg and Charlotte believed Arthur's words was that the continent of gods was too vast and held too many secrets. The Kate Kingdom where they live is just a small corner. Moreover, the reason why this continent is called the continent of gods is because gods appeared on this continent tens of thousands of years ago. Now it just disappeared for some reason. What's so strange about having a mysterious organization on a continent like this? After a long time, the two people's faces, which had been changing unpredictably due to the shocking news, finally calmed down and turned into joy. Charlotte said excitedly, "So that's how it is, as expected. My son will have a great future. With your teacher and the mysterious organization as your support, your future achievements will definitely far exceed ours. I am proud of you." "Thank you, Mother." Arthur was happy to see his mother Charlotte happy. Aberg also smiled at this time, but as a father, his words were a little more serious. "This is a serious matter at this moment. If it were known to others, someone might want to learn about the organization through you, so don't tell anyone else about this matter. Even your elder brother and second sister cannot tell you." Then Aberg said with some blame, "In fact, you shouldn't even tell us. After all, the more people know, the more risk there is. I just don't want my parents to have any crazy thoughts and worry about me." "Hey, you." Hearing Arthur say this, the love in Abergil and Charlotte's eyes almost overflowed. Now this loving scene filled Arthur's heart with warmth, but at the same time he also felt a little guilty. After all, he had deceived them. But Arthur knew that what he did was right. The functions of the portable store far exceeded those of ordinary items, and even artifacts could not compare to it. Arthur was the only one who knew about this kind of thing, so he felt at ease. Moreover, even though the portable store was kept secret, he would be able to help his family in the future with the non-existent teacher and organization, so it made no difference. Thinking of this, Arthur suddenly felt much better. Then Arthur thought, now that the teacher and the mysterious organization have been made up, some things can be told directly to his parents. Chapter 42, Confessing to Parents. "Father and Mother, I have something else to explain to you." "Oh, what is it?" Hearing this, knowing that Arthur still had something to tell them, the two elders became a little curious. "Father, Mother, do you still remember the 5 top-level Golden Knights who suddenly came to surrender a few months ago? You must be very curious about their origins, so you don't trust them yet." "Yes, their coming is indeed very strange, so we are just arranging them to do some small things now. Could they be related to you? You are the one who hired him in the mysterious organization." The fact that Arthur said this already explained something, plus Arthur had said before that the mountain giant was hired by him, so Aberg made this guess. But this was not the answer Arthur wanted to give. He could only nod and then shake his head. "It's definitely related to me, but I didn't hire him. Those 5 Golden Knights are the Death Warriors that my teacher gave me, specifically to protect my safety. Even if I asked them to die, they would not hesitate." In order to let Aberg feel at ease using the 5 Golden Knights, Arthur described them as death squads, which would be more reliable. But what Arthur didn't know was that his words could severely suppress Abergil and Charlotte. Arthur's teacher must be very generous to send 5 Golden Knight-level warriors at once. To be honest, if they were subordinates at the level of the Golden Knights, they could still understand it. But if they are dead warriors, they are on a different level, because the Golden Knights can live freely and comfortably wherever they go in Kate's kingdom. It's horrifying to think that such a person would be willing to die for others. But after the shock, the two were even happier. Arthur's teacher was capable, which meant that Arthur's future would be brighter. But then a question suddenly popped up in Charlotte's mind, and she asked out loud, "Since they were arranged by your teacher to protect you, why do you want them to stay in the earldom?" Without waiting for Arthur to answer, Charlotte changed her question to arrange. Although they are of some use to the earldom, your safety is more important. You should take them away from now on. Arthur knew that his mother was worried about his safety, so he smiled and said directly without keeping the secret. That's because, of course, the teacher has arranged stronger guards for me. Then Arthur shouted, Victor. Since Arthur knew he needed to talk to his parents, he asked Victor to stay a little further away, so his voice was a little louder when he called him now. I'm here. Arthur was actually overthinking this. With Victor Sky Knight's strength, he could easily hear the conversation of the three people even if they were 100 meters apart. Victor, who knew why Arthur called him, knelt on one knee the moment he appeared, presumably to prove what Arthur had just said. Such a fast speed. Aberg and Charlotte only vaguely saw a black shadow passing by and had no time to react before Victor appeared, which made the two of them exclaim in surprise. You must know that Aberg and Charlotte are powerful warriors who are at the peak of Earth Knight and Mage respectively. He is just one step away from breaking through to become a Sky Knight and Grand Mage. Even they couldn't see the figure of the person coming clearly, so the strength of the person in front of them was obvious. The two who understood couldn't help but exclaim again, Powerful Sky Knight. Hearing this, Victor turned around slightly and knelt down on one knee to the two of them. You two are Lord Arthur's parents. From now on, just call me Victor. You call Arthur Sir, so you are the guard assigned to him by his teacher. The two were still a little bit incredulous at this time. You know, there are only a handful of Sky Knight level strong men in the Kate Kingdom, and their status is very high. Such a person would actually be Arthur's bodyguard, which made Arthur ask again. To this, Victor replied calmly, Yes, I am the leader of the guards that gentleman assigned to Lord Arthur. After getting Victor's acknowledgement, the two had no choice but to believe it no matter how unbelievable it was. In this way, Teacher Arthur's power was raised to a higher level in the hearts of the two. And because of Arthur, a powerful Sky Knight like Victor actually knelt on one knee in front of them. For a moment, the two of them felt a little flattered. Arthur looked at the satisfied expressions of his parents and smiled. Although Arthur wanted to continue to satisfy the vanity of the two elders, it was not a good idea to make Victor kneel all the time. Can only speak. Get up. Victor, you have been carefully protecting my safety. Thank you for your hard work. That's what I should do, sir. Then Arthur turned his gaze to the two elders and said with a smile, Now you understand why I didn't bring those 5 golden knights as guards. Now that you have met Victor, you don't have to worry about my safety anymore. Yes, we feel relieved to have a strong man like Victor as your guard. The two elders nodded in agreement, then turned to Victor and said in a pleading tone, Victor, Arthur's safety is in your hands from now on. We would like to say thank you here. It's my duty. In the eyes of the two elders, it was incredible that a strong man like Victor could be Arthur's bodyguard. They didn't dare to really act like superiors and could only ask, Please, Victor. Arthur saw this and wanted to explain that Victor was also a death warrior, but then he thought that the Sky Knight being a death warrior was too exaggerated in the kingdom of Kate, and he was afraid of scaring the two elders. In the end, I decided to let the two elders digest the previous information first, so I didn't say much. After that, Arthur hid Victor again. The eyes of the two elders were already shining at this time. They could even send the Sky Knights to serve as guards. They could imagine what Arthur would achieve in the future under the guidance of such a teacher. It can be said that their dream of raising their son to be successful has now been fulfilled. How can I not be excited? It took a long time for the two elders to calm down. Seeing this, Arthur expressed some of his inner thoughts. Father, Mother, although I have just joined that mysterious organization, there are restrictions on what I can buy, and there are not many items. But it's enough for me now. I'm sure you can guess that things in the organization are several times cheaper than those in Kate's kingdom. If you need it, I have 3 items I can buy for you now. Arthur did this only because he wanted the earldom to be stronger, so that the two elders would have less to worry about. Is this feasible? Will the mysterious organization investigate your behavior if they find out about it? When Charlotte and Aberg heard about purchasing on behalf of others, the first thing they thought about was not how much of a bargain they could get or what items were available, but whether Arthur would be pursued by the mysterious organization. Chapter 43: Selling Goods to Parents. It can be said that he cares about Arthur very much. Arthur was also stunned by their concern. After thinking it through, he felt that he had done nothing wrong. Hurry to explain. Of course I don't blame them. The credit they gave me was for me to use. The organization doesn't care who I buy for. Don't worry, I won't cheat myself. That's good. Hearing this, the two elders nodded in relief, and then asked curiously, What are the 3 items you can buy for me now? How many can you buy, and how much do they cost? The things Arthur bought for his parents must not be too precious or exotic, otherwise his parents would not be able to sell them after buying them. After a little thought, he said, "The items I can purchase on your behalf now are the Gale crossbow, obsidian, and flour made from fine wheat. Among them, the Gale crossbow, which is the magic crossbow I used in Jubii City, can be purchased for another 20,000 units, and the price is 1,000 gold coins each. The matching crossbow arrows are divided into ordinary iron crossbow arrows and special armor-piercing crossbow arrows, priced at 2 gold coins for 100 and 2 gold coins for 10 respectively. The purchase quantity limit is 5 million. Obsidian, a hard stone that is 10 centimeters thick enough to withstand the attacks of the Earth Knights. You can also buy another 100,000 cubic meters at a price of 20 gold coins per cubic meter, and you can choose the thickness and size. The flour made from fine wheat is packed in bags, with a bag weighing 50 kilograms, and you can buy 100,000 tons at a price of 10 silver coins per bag. For the above 3 items, the prices Arthur quoted were twice as expensive as those in the portable store, but even so, they were still 5 times cheaper than the prices in Kate's kingdom. Although Arthur made some money, the 2 elders also made a lot of money. In fact, it's not that Arthur couldn't sell the things to the 2 elders at the original price, but they would be scared if the things were too cheap. Also, Arthur himself was in great need of gold coins, so he finally offered this price. On the other hand, Aberg and Charlotte guessed that the prices in the mysterious organization would be cheaper. But when Arthur really told them the price, the 2 of them suddenly calculated and found that it was at least 5 times cheaper than the price in the kingdom. Such a huge price difference also shocked them. I can't help but ask a question from my soul. With such a cheap price, don't the people in your organization make money? Arthur thought for a moment and replied, "Because we want to help each other, the price is only slightly higher than the cost price. And their costs should be lower than we thought. That's the only way." The 2 thought about Arthur's explanation and decided that this was indeed the only possibility. Seeing that the 2 had accepted the horrible price, Arthur continued to ask, "How about this? How much of each of these 3 items do you want to buy?" Hearing this, Aberg and Charlotte looked at each other. Of course they wanted all of these cheap things. After all, these 3 items are very practical, and you can make a lot of money by reselling them. But these bargains should have belonged to Arthur. If they bought them all now, Arthur would have nothing to buy. Yaberg thought about it and said, "You must know that if you resell these things, you can make a lot of money. So I decided that we would buy the things, but we would pay twice as much as the price, so that you, Arthur, can also make a profit." Hearing this, Arthur understood their concerns, but he had already made some profit, so he firmly refused to agree to raise the price again. But the 2 elders were more determined than Arthur and said that if Arthur did not raise the price, they would not buy it. Arthur was left with no choice but to agree to their request to double the price, thinking that even if he doubled the price, it would only be 40% of the market price, and Aberg and Charlotte would also make a lot of money. At this, Aberg and Charlotte nodded in satisfaction and began to talk about the items they wanted to purchase. Aberg and Charlotte have saved nearly 21 million gold coins over the years, so the amount they purchased this time is relatively large. The first is the flour made from 100,000 tons of high-quality wheat. At the newly negotiated price of 20 silver coins per bag, it would only cost 800,000 gold coins to buy all of it. This amount is enough to feed millions of people for a year. Next came 100,000 cubic meters of obsidian. At the newly negotiated price of 40 gold coins per cubic meter, the total purchase would cost 4 million gold coins. Next is the most expensive Gale crossbow. As a weapon of attack, Count Aberg does not want to resell this thing to other lords, as that will only bring greater threats to himself. In addition, he did not have enough money, so he only planned to purchase 5,000 Gale crossbows for his own use. Buy 2 million ordinary crossbows and 100,000 armor-piercing crossbows. According to the latest negotiated price, the price is 2,000 gold coins per body, 4 gold coins per 100 sticks, and 4 gold coins per 10 sticks. Therefore, the Gale crossbow and crossbow arrows cost a total of 10.4 million gold coins. All in all, the 3 items would cost Aberg and Charlotte a total of 14.94 million gold coins. Arthur will earn 1,125,000 gold coins from this. It can be said that we have gained another powerful Sky Knight. While Charlotte and Abergil are strengthening themselves, they can also earn nearly 3 million gold coins by selling obsidian and wheat flour. You have to know that the earldom's annual tax revenue is only more than 2 million gold coins. It is not a small number to earn so much money. Besides, this is the first time. After a few months, Arthur can tell his parents that he has the authority to buy things again. This way Charlotte and Aberg can continue to make money. It is conceivable that the Earl and his wife can earn hundreds of millions of gold coins through Arthur, so that the strength of the earldom can be rapidly enhanced, and the two elders can have more smiles on their faces. After counting the money, Aberg and Charlotte confidently handed the more than 14 million gold coins to Arthur first. Arthur didn't waste any time and directly assured that the goods would arrive within a week. The three of them then talked for a long time before Arthur returned to his own room in the castle. It was already dusk when Arthur arrived at the Lion City today. As he talked with Aberg and the other man for too long, it was now night. The mission of visiting the envoy of the Marquis's mansion can only be postponed until tomorrow. Arthur returned to his room and thought about the conversation he had with his parents today. He felt relieved when he felt that there was no problem. Although Arthur and Corona's relationship has been confirmed, this is their parents' castle after all, and they can't go too far, so Arthur is the only one in his room now. At this time, Arthur recalled that there was one more thing he had to do when he returned to the kingdom this time, which was to find out the murderer who assassinated him a few months ago and caused the death of the original owner. Arthur had already guessed the target of suspicion, and that was the Earl of the Territory of Thorns. As for the manpower for the investigation, Arthur, who had more than 20 million gold coins on him, was ready to purchase another powerful Sky Knight. Chapter 44. Marquis Courier Paul. Now Arthur knew that the castle guards could not find the trace of the Sky Knight. So Arthur no longer ran outside the castle to buy the Sky Knight as before, but directly clicked the purchase button in the room. As Arthur's gold coins decreased by 10 million, a handsome middle-aged man with a righteous face who looked somewhat similar to Victor appeared beside Arthur. Lord Arthur, what do you want? When this person appeared, he also knelt on one knee and greeted Arthur. Arthur looked at the new Sky Knight wearing only coarse cloth and felt that this was somewhat unworthy of his status. He took out a space ring containing 100,000 gold coins. I have something for you to do, but there's no rush. Get up first. After the new Sky Knight stood up, Arthur asked again, May I have your name? Petro, my lord. Okay, Pedro, there are 100,000 gold coins in this space ring. Go buy some clothes, weapons, and armor for yourself. I know you can't buy anything good with this little money, but I don't have any extra money right now, so I'm sorry to bother you. Don't dare, Lord Arthur. The Summon Victor and Petro both have the strength of the Peak Sky Knights, and the fighting spirit can be added to weapons and armor to greatly enhance the sharpness and defense. So even if they are holding ordinary weapons and equipment, they can kill fully armed ordinary Sky Knights with their own hard power. This is enough for Arthur now. In addition, due to his own gold coin limit, he is not in a hurry to help them find weapons and equipment of corresponding strength. After Petro took the space ring, Arthur began to tell him what to do next. The first thing is to go to the castle of Arthur's biggest suspect, Earl of Briarflower, to see if it was really him who planned the assassination of Arthur. If so, then Earl of Thornflower and all his people must be killed to prevent future troubles. He then returned to the Wild Lion territory to protect his family. Of course, if not, then continue to explore other targets and wait until the mastermind behind the scenes is truly killed before returning to the Mad Lion territory. After receiving Arthur's order, Petro did not stop for a moment and quickly left under the cover of night. He estimated that he would reach the Earl of Thornflower's palace before dawn. Arthur also went to rest with peace of mind. The next day, when the family was having breakfast in the morning, Art and Alina were surprised to find that their parents seemed to smile a lot more often, as if something happy had happened. And he was extremely kind to Arthur. In contrast, looking at the look in their eyes, there is a sense of disappointment. It's like saying, we are all of the same species. Why are there such big differences between us? This made Alina and the other two feel a little confused. But the two were not stupid. After a little thought, they understood the cause and effect of the matter. It was probably something that Arthur said to Abergil and Charlotte last night that caused such a drastic change in his parents. Unfortunately, until they finished breakfast, Arthur and the other two did not mention what happened. This made Alina and Art feel a little itchy, but they didn't dare to ask. Finally, the two of them looked at Arthur with a hint of resentment in their eyes. In response, Arthur could only smile at the two of them embarrassedly. After all, he had just promised his parents yesterday not to say anything nonsense. Now I can only ignore the inquiring looks of Art and Alina. After dinner, the first thing Arthur wanted to do was to visit the envoy from the Marquis's mansion. This matter was arranged by Prin, the butler of the Earl's palace. Of course, before the visit, Arthur went to the room to get something. Just like that, under Prin's curious gaze, Arthur carried a box and went with him to the residence of the Marquis's envoy in the castle. On the way there, Prin also introduced the identity of the messenger to Arthur. Master Arthur, The Marquis's envoy this time is the captain of the Marquis personal guard, named Paul. He is Marquis Rose's confidant. This man is nearly 50 years old and has the strength of an Earth Knight. In addition, Paul is also Olivia's martial arts instructor. He has watched Olivia grow up and loves her very much. At this point, Poulin paused and said apologetically, "Master, what I'm going to say next may go a little beyond the limit. Please don't blame me." "It's okay. Keep talking." Hearing this, Poulin continued to speak with confidence. "Master, you also know that what you did can be said to have hurt Olivia to some extent, or even belittled her. So when Paul first arrived at the Earl's mansion, his attitude was very bad. The Earl also spent a lot of effort to stabilize it temporarily. Young master, you must be mentally prepared when you visit him this time." After listening to what Prince said, Arthur also realized that this meeting with the Marquis's messenger Paul might be more difficult than he expected. After all, Paul can be said to be Olivia's elder to some extent, and it is not easy to fool him. The castle of the Earl's mansion was quite large. After the two walked for a few more minutes, a room with a courtyard came into their sight. The door to the courtyard was not closed, and one could see from outside that there was a sturdy middle-aged man, nearly 2 meters tall, swinging a knight's sword continuously, making a violent whistling sound. The man was energetic, with a head full of black hair, and didn't look like someone in his 50s at all. Arthur was not surprised by this. After all, the Earth Knight had a lifespan of 300 years. It would be abnormal for Paul to have white hair. Although the door was open, it would be impolite for the two of them to just walk in, so Prin called out, "Master Paul, Master Arthur is here to visit you." Since Paul is a powerful Earth Knight, it is not excessive for Prin to call him sir. Upon hearing this, Paul, who was training in the garden, immediately stopped waving his weapons and looked at Arthur with an unfriendly yet curious look. Not nice. As I explained before, it would be strange for Paul to have any feelings for Arthur. As for curiosity, Arthur's name is now famous in the Kingdom of Kate due to his recovery of the mountain giants and a series of actions in the North Rejection City. He is the most outstanding among the younger generation, especially the mountain giant, who is an invincible warrior among the Earth Knights, but he was conquered by Arthur. Paul was naturally curious about what kind of charm he had, so I looked at him carefully as soon as we met. But after looking at him for a long time, he couldn't see anything, except the handsomeness unique to aristocrats and a hint of immaturity revealed by Arthur's young age. The most peculiar thing was Arthur's self-confidence, but he didn't see any special charm. On the other side, Arthur let Paul, the Earth Knight, stare at him for a long time, and he also felt a little hairy all over, so he couldn't help but speak first. "Captain Paul, I would like to apologize to you and the Marquis's mansion first. I apologize for my immature behavior before." Chapter 45 Gift of Goldmine Elf. Paul was stunned when he heard this, because in his impression, a favored child of heaven like Arthur should be arrogant. So why is he so humble? He had originally intended to give Arthur a hard time, but now he couldn't do that. After all, he has already apologized. You still deliberately make things difficult for a junior. It will be embarrassing if others tell them about it. Although it was not a good idea to embarrass others, Paul did not give Arthur a good look and said unhappily, "You were able to do that kind of thing before, but now you know how to apologize. I tell you, it's useless. If you can't give me a detailed explanation today, the marriage between our two families will not continue, and our two families will no longer be friends." Listening to Paul's harsh words, Arthur did not back down and continued to speak in a dignified and unyielding manner. "Explain. I don't know what explanation Captain Paul wants." Hearing this, Paul thought Arthur had given in, so he told him what he was thinking. "Of course, you have to announce to the outside world that your previous affair with the maid was all fake and was just a show. And that maid can't stay with you anymore, otherwise people will gossip about you." Arthur had such a guess, and guessed that the Marquis's mansion would definitely not allow his relationship with Corona to continue. But he wouldn't agree, so he just shook his head calmly. "I'm sorry, Captain Paul, I can't give you this explanation. The relationship between Corona and I for nearly 10 years will not be broken up because of this. I can only promise you that I will not marry Corona before I marry Olivia. This way, the reputation of the Marquis mansion will not be affected too much. Arthur has already made a concession by not marrying Corona first. Corona will definitely be sad and needs to be comforted." But Paul was not satisfied with this. In his opinion, the separation of Arthur and his maid was the bottom line. Otherwise, the Marquis's mansion would become a joke. Directly and bluntly. "Then there is no need to discuss this matter. Let's cancel the marriage." The situation was at a stalemate, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Fortunately, Poulin left at the beginning of the conversation. Otherwise, he would probably be worried and blushing. But Arthur was not worried, because he knew that it was actually the noble's face that was at work. He believed that as long as the benefits offered were sufficient, the nobles who focused on interests would not care about their face. So I opened my mouth again. Captain Paul, calm down first and listen to my terms. If after I finish speaking, you still don't want to agree to the marriage between the two families, then this is all we can do. But I believe you will be willing. Looking at Arthur's confident look, Paul suppressed his impatience and felt a little curious. After all, Arthur's recent performance has been quite mysterious, and I don't know what conditions he can offer. Oh, then I'm all ears. Seeing that Paul had the patience to listen to him, Arthur slowly opened the box in his hand. What caught their eyes was a golden ore and a thumb-sized golden little fellow who was sleeping with a cute face. Gold mine elf. Paul, who was well informed, immediately recognized the contents of the box and exclaimed in surprise. You should know that Marquis Rose only has 10 elves and 1 big elf in total. Judging from Arthur's current posture, he is planning to give this elf to the Marquis's mansion as an apology gift. This gift was already very valuable, so Paul was so surprised. But soon Paul's expression calmed down, as if to say, this is not enough. Indeed, elves are very precious and rare, which shocked Paul. But a gold mine elf is of little use to the Marquis's mansion. You should know that the annual income of the Marquis's mansion is nearly 6 million gold coins. The gold mine elf's annual gold output is only worth 100,000 gold coins. This thing is a coveted item for barons and viscounts with annual incomes of nearly 10,000 or 100,000. But for the Marquis, it's still a little short. Arthur knew this, so he continued. This is just my gift to apologize to the Marquis. As for the conditions for the marriage, this is certainly not it. Oh, what exactly are those conditions? Seeing that Arthur gave away an elf just for an apology, Paul was completely intrigued by Arthur. He was curious about what conditions Arthur could offer and couldn't help but ask. Seeing this, Arthur did not pretend to be mysterious and said directly, as long as the Marquis is willing to continue the marriage and marry Olivia to me, after we are married, I will give one of my mountain giants as a betrothal gift and let him serve the Marquis's mansion indefinitely. I don't know what the conditions are. Perhaps thinking that Paul would not believe it, Arthur added. We can sign a contract with the mountain giants for this matter. The mountain giant was only worth 1 million gold coins to Arthur, so he was not too sad about it. He estimated that Olivia's dowry was much more than that. Moreover, he was in the wrong in this matter, which caused embarrassment to the Earl and his second sister. So he had to let the marriage go ahead. When he counted the things he could take out now, only the mountain giant was the most suitable. On the other side, Paul, who finally heard Arthur's conditions, widened his eyes, because he couldn't believe that Arthur was willing to give the mountain giant to the Marquis's mansion. You have to know that the mountain giant possesses the invincible strength of the Earth Knight. Even if the Marquis's mansion has 3 Earth Knights, they are probably no match for him. And Arthur, such a strong man, was actually willing to send one person away. And from another perspective, mountain giants, as a species of giants, have a much longer lifespan than humans, and adults can live for thousands of years. The lifespan of a mountain giant with the strength of an Earth Knight has exceeded 2,000 years, which is longer than the legendary 1,000-year lifespan of humans. Such a long lifespan means that it can protect the Marquis's mansion for thousands of years, and unless something unexpected happens, it can ensure the Marquis's mansion's prosperity for 1,000 years. Of course, the premise of all this is that the mountain giant never leaves. It is rumored that Arthur's relationship with the 2 mountain giants is just cooperation. This does not guarantee that the mountain giant will listen to Arthur and continue to serve the Marquis. Paul soon thought of this, and the excitement on his face disappeared, and instead he looked suspicious. Baron Arthur, although I am very tempted by the conditions you mentioned, I doubt whether the mountain giants will listen to your instructions. Unless you can convince me that the mountain giant will follow your instructions, this condition is not met. Arthur didn't expect Paul to believe him directly, so he smiled and said, I will naturally prove this to Captain Paul. If it is proven to be feasible, will the marriage go ahead? Chapter 46 Conditions for Continuing the Marriage. Paul saw that Arthur did not seem to be lying, so in order not to lose this golden opportunity, he quickly promised to. Of course. In that case, then follow me. The mountain giant Zog had entered the city with Arthur, so now he was also in the Earl's castle. Arthur quickly led Paul to where Zog was resting. This is a small horse farm of the castle, which is more than enough for Zog to live in. Bored, Zog fell into a deep sleep again and turned into a hill. So when the two of them came together, Arthur shouted directly, "Zog, I'm here to see you, wake up." Hearing Arthur's voice, Zog woke up from his sleep. With a loud bang, he stood up and appeared in front of the two. "Baron, what is it that you woke me up for?" Paul saw that after Arthur woke up the mountain giant Zog, the latter did not show any signs of being angry. Instead, he immediately asked Arthur what was wrong. You know, people usually get impatient when they are woken up by someone. So Paul began to believe Arthur's words a little, but only a little. It still depended on Arthur's performance. There were only 3 of them at the racecourse at the moment, so Arthur spoke directly. "Zog, if I ask you to live in the castle where Mr. Paul is and keep watch over them, would you be willing?" Arthur actually had feelings for the brothers Zog and Zophie and was familiar with them, so he would not send him to the Marquis's mansion. He would only buy one more mountain giant. He believed that the Marquis would not mind. It made no difference to them anyway. At the same time, if Arthur wanted to get married, he had to wait until he was at least 18 years old, which would take more than a year. By then, Arthur's strength would be on another level, and he probably wouldn't be afraid of exposing one more mountain giant. On the other hand, although Zog didn't want to leave Arthur, he would not object to Arthur's order and immediately replied, "Since it is the Baron's order, I am willing to obey." Arthur and Zog's question and answer shocked Paul so much that he was stunned, because Paul discovered that Zog's behavior was clearly what a subordinate would do. Arthur actually subdued the mountain giant. It was not a collaboration as rumored. How did Arthur do it? After the shock comes another surprise. Regardless of how Arthur did it, it meant that the conditions Arthur had just stated were true. As long as Olivia marries Arthur, the Marquis will have a mountain giant as its guardian. Although this may seem like selling out Olivia and feel a bit unfair to her, it is also a good choice for Olivia to marry a potential and mysterious guy like Arthur. Thinking of this, Paul looked at Arthur with a kind look. Arthur also noticed the change in Paul's expression and smiled. "Captain Paul, I have proven the authenticity of the conditions I mentioned before. I'll leave the Marquis's affairs to you. Of course, I will have a good talk with the Marquis. I believe he will agree to the conditions proposed by Baron Arthur." After Paul happily agreed, he thought of another thing and asked, "If the Marquis agrees, how do we sign the contract?" Arthur smiled and replied, seeing Paul being so cautious, "I should be back in Initial City in a few days. If the Marquis agrees to my terms, you can ask him to send someone to Initial City to sign the contract." "That would be great. Then I'll trouble Baron Arthur to wait for a few days." "No problem." Then the two of them left the racecourse. On the way back, Paul still had many questions in his mind, such as how Arthur convinced the mountain giants to take them as his subordinates. But Paul knew that he was destined not to get an answer, and asking rashly would only destroy the harmonious relationship between the two of them, so he had no choice but to endure it in the end. When Arthur sent Paul to his room, considering that his relationship with the mountain giant Zog was a secret, Arthur said before entering, "Captain Paul, I believe you understand how great the impact will be if the news of my special relationship with the mountain giant gets out. So I hope you tell as few people as possible, and it would be best if you just tell the Marquis and his wife and Olivia." Even if Arthur didn't say it, Paul knew the importance of keeping the matter secret. If the news really got out, the Duke's daughter might even seek marriage with Arthur. After all, he is an invincible mountain giant of the Earth Knight. By that time, they would probably not even be able to get a place in the Marquis, so he would naturally not do such a stupid thing. Solemnly, "Don't worry, Baron Arthur. I will never tell anyone about this." "Well, I believe Captain Paul." Since the matter had been resolved, Arthur did not chat with Paul anymore and left alone soon after. Paul was also extremely anxious. After Arthur left, he quickly said goodbye to the Earl and Countess and returned to the Marquis's mansion with the gold mine elf. This made the Earl and Countess curious about what Arthur used to deal with Paul in such a short time. In response, Arthur confessed to them directly, saying that as long as the Marquis's palace was willing to continue the marriage, Arthur would send a mountain giant to the Marquis's palace as a guardian after the marriage. Although Arthur told the Earl and Countess yesterday that his mountain giant was hired, the Earl and Countess did not find anything wrong with Arthur's statement. After all, hired people can be sent to other places. What's more, the Earl and Countess now think that Arthur has made great progress and no longer inquire into his behavior too much. This inquiry was just to satisfy their curiosity, and there was no follow-up. On the other hand, Paul hurried on his way after leaving the Earl's mansion and finally returned to the Marquis's mansion the next morning. Paul's return also attracted a lot of attention. After all, The news he brought would determine how Marquis Rose and Count Mad Lion would get along in the future. But when Olivia's brother, the designated heir of the Marquis of Rose, asked about the results of the negotiation because he cared about Olivia, he only got Paul. "Sorry, young master, this matter is of great importance and cannot be disclosed for the time being." After hearing the words, everyone immediately realized that something big had happened. Paul then went straight to where Marquis Rose was. Afterwards, many people came rushing over after hearing the noise, with Olivia's brother being the first to be affected. But considering confidentiality, only Marquis Rose and his first wife, Olivia's biological mother, Olivia, and Paul were left in the study. First, the Marquis of Rose asked, "Paul, what on earth happened that made you, a powerful Earth Knight, make such a fuss and even go to such lengths to keep it a secret?" Upon hearing this, Paul recounted his experience in Crazy Lion Ridge. After listening to Paul's story, Marquis Yu finally understood why Paul was like that. He wouldn't be much better if it were him. Chapter 47 Olivia, expanding the initial city. He also didn't expect that Arthur would be so generous that he would give them a mountain giant with terrifying strength just for the sake of marriage. They all believed Paul's words and had no doubts. So the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quite frenetic, and in order to digest this huge amount of information, no one spoke for a long time. After a while, the most knowledgeable Marquis Rose was the first to come to his senses. Then he thought, "I can't get the mountain giant for the time being, but didn't Arthur still give him a gift?" He turned his eyes to the box in Paul's hand and asked, "What's inside is Arthur's apology gift, the goldmine elf?" "Yes, my lord Marquis." Hearing this, Paul quickly opened the box in his hand. Suddenly, a golden little guy flew out, babbling and looking very cute. Seeing this, the four of them were also amused by this cute little guy and smiled. The Marquis also nodded with satisfaction. It seems that boy is thoughtful. But a father is a creature who loves his daughter very much. So when Marquis Yu thought of something, his face suddenly changed and he looked at a young woman in the field. The girl has the same white hair as Corona and a graceful figure, but her face shape is different. She has a delicate oval face that exudes a calm and peaceful aura at all times, which spreads around her and makes people unable to help but calm down as soon as they see her. This woman was Arthur's marriage partner, Olivia. At this moment, Marquis Rose suddenly thought of Olivia's feelings. After all, Arthur had just done something wrong to her. It would be too hurtful if they did not even ask Olivia's opinion, just because Arthur's conditions were too generous. So Marquis Yu looked at Olivia with a guilty and pleading look on his face. "Daughter, what do you think about the marriage? Do you want to continue?" To be honest, Olivia's mood was quite complicated at this time. First of all, she thought that Arthur had let her down and caused her to lose a lot of face by announcing his relationship with Corona even though he was engaged to her. This made her impression on Arthur decrease a lot. But girls all dream of marrying a hero, and Arthur's recent performance has shown some heroic qualities. In addition, the mysterious characteristics he displayed also made him a stock with great potential, which helped Arthur regain a lot of points in Olivia's heart. In addition, Arthur's apology was also very sincere. First of all, he gave away a very rare goldmine elf as a gift. Then there is the mountain giant who even his father could not refuse. The fact that Arthur was willing to pay such a heavy price for the marriage showed that he still cared about her. Moreover, if she really objects, even though her father loves her, would he really be willing to give up a support that could make the family prosperous for 1,000 years for her? Thinking about all these, Olivia finally showed a forced smile. "Father, since Arthur has offered such generous conditions, I am willing to continue the marriage. Moreover, Danchi is a good match." Seeing Olivia's aggrieved but sensible appearance, Marquis Yueji felt sad and hurried over to hold Olivia's hand, patting her and saying, "I'm sorry for wronging you." In this way, the Marquis decided to continue the marriage with Arthur. On the other hand, after Arthur stayed in the Earl's mansion for 2 days, considering that the initial city had just been established for a month, it would be difficult for Arthur, as the Lord, to leave for a long time, so he returned to the initial city. To be honest, Arthur really can't sit still. As soon as he returned to his castle, the territory governor Charles came to him and reported to him the recent situation of the initial city. In the study, Charles also unknowingly reported the key points. "Sir, due to the great reputation you have created in recent days, Initial City has become recognized as the safest city in the Savage Plains. Therefore, there are now an endless stream of people coming to sign up to become subjects every day. The population of 30,000 has already been filled, but there are still countless people who want to become civilians of the Initial City. In order to ensure future development, the city can only be expanded. This is a big project, so I want to ask for your advice. After hearing what Charles said, Arthur thought for a moment and said, "It is indeed imperative to expand the city. In this case, let's use the current initial city as the inner city and expand outward to build the initial city into a giant city that can accommodate 1 million people." Charles was shocked when he heard Arthur mention a giant city that could accommodate millions of people. The scale was too huge. Hurry up and talk about the seriousness of this matter. Sir, it is estimated that building such a huge city would cost tens of millions of gold coins. Moreover, it would take at least several months, which would probably delay the farming season. In addition, this means that all the farmland that the people of the initial city had reclaimed and cultivated outside in the previous month will be occupied, and the losses to the people will be very serious. I hope you will think twice. Looking at Charles's well-organized statement, Arthur nodded in agreement. But this does not mean that Arthur will not expand the original city. He just agrees with Charles's professionalism, and the city still needs to be expanded. Charles, I know what you said, but I can solve these problems. I will compensate the people whose lands have been occupied. Those lands have just been reclaimed and are not valuable, so I will implement the compensation of 1,000 kilograms of wheat flour per acre. As for the flour, come and ask me for it after you have calculated the amount of compensation. I believe that this compensation is enough for the people to eat for a year, or even longer, so it doesn't matter if they miss the farming season. As for the huge expense, I have my own way. There are only 5 days left until next month, and Arthur is going to make the copied items into mage-level earth magicians. As long as Arthur buys enough earth mages, he won't need much money to build the city. Moreover, after the city is built, those earth-type mages have very strong combat power, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Charles didn't know what Arthur was planning, but seeing how confident he was, he felt relieved. After all, their lord has been constantly bringing them surprises and performing miracles, and he still trusts Arthur's words. In order to complete the city expansion as soon as possible, Charles and Arthur gave instructions on a few small matters, and then left to count the amount of food to be compensated to the people. The next day, the results came out. Perhaps due to the relatively strong physique of humans in the continent of gods, in just 1 month, the people of the initial city had reclaimed nearly 10,000 acres of farmland in the surrounding area. Although it has only been initially reclaimed, and the wild plain is flatland, reclamation is relatively easy, but it is still very remarkable. Sure enough, farmers' love for the land is engraved in their bones. Chapter 48: Identify the murderer and take revenge. In this way, Arthur distributed 10 million kilograms of wheat flour as compensation. This number seems huge, but it only cost 20,000 gold coins to buy it in Arthur's personal shop. It was nothing to Arthur. In addition, since Arthur's Earth Mage has not yet arrived, even if the compensation has been paid, the expansion has not actually started and will have to wait until next month. While Arthur was busy preparing to expand the city, Petro, who was sent to the territory of Earl of Thornflower, finally made a major discovery. Petro has been in Count Briarflower's castle for 2 days, watching Count Briarflower day and night to see if he could reveal any flaws. But maybe it was because of Pedro's bad luck. But the Count of Thornflower was just working normally these 2 days and didn't even mention any secrets. But all this took a turn for the better early this morning, when a man who looked to be the captain of Earl Briarflower's intelligence team found Earl Briarflower in a hurry. "Sir, according to the spies, it seems that Marquis Ueji is planning to form a marriage alliance with Arthur. They are even preparing a convoy to visit Arthur these past 2 days. Damn it, how could this happen?" Upon hearing the news, Count Thornflower's originally calm face suddenly turned grim. You know, in recent months, Earl of Thornflower's mood has been up and down. First, the assassination attempt on Arthur failed, which made him angry. But then the news that Arthur was going to go to explore made him excited again, because the mortality rate of pioneers was relatively high. At that time, he thought Arthur was just a kid who didn't know how to live or die. But later, as news came that Arthur had conquered the mountain giants and defeated the werewolf army, Lord Briarflower felt that things were out of his control. When Arthur announced that Corona was his woman, Count Briarflower finally felt a little relieved. Because he believed that with this news, the marriage between Arthur and Olivia would definitely fail, which would also weaken the strength of Crazy Lion Ridge in disguise. But now the marriage between the two can actually continue. How can the Earl of Thornflower, who had felt a little comforted before, accept this? He immediately flew into a rage. Seeing this, the intelligence captain hurried to comfort. "Sir, although Arthur is extremely lucky, his strength is still too low, only at the bronze level. Because of their size, the 2 giants could not always guard him. A few months ago, We were able to seriously injure him and put him on the verge of death. Now, as long as we are willing to send a strong man at the level of the Golden Knight to assassinate Arthur, I believe that the kid will definitely die, and this will solve our biggest worry. Otherwise, when he becomes stronger, the chances of assassination will be slim. Hearing this, Earl Thornflower nodded heavily and said helplessly, "It seems that this is the only way now." As soon as these two sentences came out, Petro, who was in the dark, understood that the assassination of Arthur a few months ago was manipulated by the Count of Thornflower behind the scenes. So without waiting for the two to discuss the details of the next assassination, Petro showed up directly and split the intelligence captain in half with a sword. The splattered blood directly dyed the Earl of Thornflower beside him red. Feeling the warmth of the blood on his face, the Earl of Thornflower just realized that there was an assassin. Based on his previous attack, Count Thornflower knew that this man was no match for him and was about to call for help. Petro stepped forward and grabbed the Count of Thornflower's neck with one hand, making him a lamb to be slaughtered, unable to make any sound. How could Petro, who regarded Arthur as a god, tolerate the Count of Thornflower, the mastermind who wanted to harm Arthur? So he couldn't let him lose his life easily. Under the horrified gaze of Count Thornflower, Petro began to crush all his bones inch by inch. In just a moment, the Earl of Thornflower became like a puddle of mud, and his whole body became limp. At this moment, veins on his face were bulging and sweat soaked his whole body. It seemed that he was indeed enduring unimaginable pain. The Earl of Thornflower is indeed on the verge of collapse now. He doesn't understand when he had offended a powerful Sky Knight and made him hate him so much that he even put down his status and tortured himself, a Knight of the Earth. He even suspected that the person in front of him had mistaken his target, but he was speechless at this moment and could not even make an excuse. He could only feel his life slipping away in great frustration and pain. A few minutes later, Petro felt that the Count of the Thornflower was about to die, and just then he said his first words here. "You shouldn't have offended Lord Arthur. Don't worry, I will send your whole family to accompany you." Then, under the incredulous gaze of Count Thornflower, he smashed it into pieces with one palm. Just like that, the Count of Thornflower's castle was destined to be bloody tonight. That evening, when Arthur was alone in his study thinking about the future direction, a person who surprised him appeared in front of him. That is, Pedro, who was sent by Arthur to investigate the truth about the assassin to Count Thornflower, has returned. Arthur looked closely and found that there was a hint of murderous intent in Petro. He seemed to have anticipated something and asked, "What was the result?" Hearing this, Petro knelt down on one knee. "Your Excellency has foreseen this situation. Earl of Thornflower is indeed the real murderer behind your assassination. I have killed all the people in his territory who have blood relations with Earl of Thornflower. I have come here to report to you. Specific news will probably be released soon." Petro was talking about people with blood relations in the territory, which means that he not only killed the relatives in the Count of Thornflower's castle, but also killed the relatives who were divided out. This was done more thoroughly than killing everyone in the castle, as Arthur had previously ordered. Hearing this, Arthur looked at Petro with more and more satisfaction. As expected of a strong man in the sky, he was efficient and decisive in doing things. In less than 3 days, he had found out the truth and eliminated all the murderers. He quickly stepped forward, put his hand on Petro's shoulder, and helped him up. "Thank you for your hard work, Petro. You really helped me solve a big problem." After receiving Arthur's praise, Petro's face was filled with smiles. It was hard to tell that he was a murderer who had killed hundreds of people in just one day. "Thank you for the compliment. This is what I should do." Count Thornflower is an old nobleman. He was a viscount before the Battle of Mondo Province, so he has quite a lot of relatives. After that, Petro explained the specific method of action in detail. After nearly 20 minutes, Petro remembered something and grabbed dozens of space rings from his body. "My lord, these are the spoils I obtained in the Earldom of Thornflower. The preliminary estimate is nearly 30 million gold coins." Chapter 49. The news spreads, the new Sky Knight. In order to prevent others from guessing that we are the murderer through the items, I only took the copper, silver, and gold coins from the Thornflower territory. Although just looting money would result in the loss of a lot of valuable things, Petro did nothing wrong, because Arthur could not show his true strength now. He has a fear of not being strong enough, and feels unsafe as long as he can't crush his opponent. Therefore, without the support of several legendary strongmen, he would not go against the kingdom of Kate. Killing hundreds of nobles in one day was a huge provocation to the kingdom, so Arthur could not reveal his identity. Besides, 30 million gold coins is not a small amount. It can buy 3 Sky Knights. It takes 3 months to make money by selling the golden knight armor. Arthur is already very satisfied. I couldn't help but pat Petro's shoulder. Haha, you did a great job. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely equip you with armor and weapons of corresponding strength. As a soldier, he must be very concerned about his weapons and equipment. So Petro also hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir. I am willing to die for you." Then Arthur saw that Petro looked a little tired, so he said, "You've worked hard this time. Rest for 2 days first, and then go to the wild lion territory to protect my family. I obey your command." Then Petro withdrew. Arthur looked at the dozens of extra space rings in his hand, and without further delay, he excitedly took out the money worth 30 million gold coins and deposited it into his portable store to destroy all traces. With his assets suddenly increasing by 30 million gold coins, Arthur's desire to buy has been aroused again. Then, thinking that Victor was the only one to protect him and had no free time at all, he stopped hesitating and bought another Sky Knight. This way, there would be someone taking shifts with Victor, which seemed much more reasonable. As for the newly summoned Sky Knight, named Wilson, Arthur gave him 100,000 gold coins as usual and asked him to prepare his own clothes and weapons and equipment. After spending 10 million gold coins at once, Arthur's desire to buy was satisfied, so he didn't spend too much time in the portable store. He went to bed directly with a satisfied smile on his face. Corona, who was lying on the bed, was happy to see Arthur happy. She could not help but hug him and smiled sweetly. Seeing Corona's considerate look, Arthur was even happier, so much so that he lay in bed for a long time before he suppressed his inner excitement and slowly fell asleep. It was the next afternoon, and Arthur was in his room handling official business. Chris and Charles came to Arthur at the same time, both looking excited. Arthur guessed why they came, probably because the story of Count Briarflower had spread. "Sure enough," Chris said excitedly. "My lord, we have news that the Earl of Thornflower, who has always been at odds with our wild lion lord, was stabbed to death in the castle. And not only him, all the people in the Thornflower territory who were related to him by blood died. Only those married women who were not in the Thornflower territory escaped by chance. It can be said that the Earldom of Thornflower is now in name only." Seeing Chris's excitement, Arthur could only show excitement in order to keep it secret. "Really? That's great." Seeing that Arthur was still a little unconvinced, Charles quickly added, "It is true, my lord. This news has spread throughout the kingdom of Kate this morning. We are in the Wild Plains, so the news spread slower, so we only know about it now. Earl of Thornflower had always been against our territory, and it is gratifying that he has been destroyed now. It's a pity that his prosperous territory has no one to inherit, so it has to be taken back by the royal family. Charles is worthy of being the consul. He is in charge of money and affairs, but he is sensitive about things like land. The rule of inheritance for the nobility in the Kingdom of Kate is that when there is a direct heir, the inheritance will be passed on to the corresponding direct bloodline. Only direct descendants are allowed, not collateral descendants. In addition, the wives of nobles also have the right of inheritance. Of course, this is only possible if the noble has no sons or the sons are not yet adults. Generally, the order of inheritance is son, then mother, and finally daughter. Daughters cannot get married. If all those who have the right of inheritance die, the royal family will nationalize it, and the nearby nobles cannot snatch it away. Because if they really wanted to seize the territory, the nobles in the kingdom would have to fight each other to grab the territory. Then the kingdom cannot be maintained at all. Therefore, for the stability of the kingdom, if it wants to increase its territory, it can only expand abroad and cannot create disputes within the kingdom. This is also the reason why Arthur did not ask his father to send troops to attack when he knew that the Earl of Thornflower was in chaos. Charles and Chris then began to talk about how much of a shock this incident had caused to the kingdom. Since the murderer was able to kill a powerful Earth Knight like Earl of Thornflower silently, the murderer must be at least several powerful Earth Knights or Sky Knights. No matter which one it is, it means that the murderer is very powerful. If the murderer wanted to kill other nobles, then 99% of the nobles in the kingdom would be unable to resist. This has also led to a spreading panic in the kingdom today. Under such tremendous pressure, the royal family even sent out a special investigation team, which will arrive at the Thornflower territory soon. Arthur was not worried about this. With Petro's strength as a top Sky Knight, no one else would be able to find any clues unless the royal legendary knight came in person. But this kind of thing would not alarm the legendary strongman, so Arthur was not worried. In addition, there is a rumor in the kingdom that the Thornflower massacre was most likely caused by the Mad Lion Lord and the Angry Bear Lord. After all, the three earldoms are close to each other, and they often fight with each other and have deep resentment. The successor of the Mad Lion Lord, Art, is married to the eldest daughter of the Angry Bear Lord. It is possible that the two parties are cooperating and carrying out this murderous act. However, this is just a rumor. It is of no use except causing some trouble to the Crazy Lion territory and the Angry Bear territory. The fall of the Earldom of Thornflower is something to be happy about. So after Arthur talked with Chris and Charles for a long time, he held a rare dinner party, bringing together several senior executives of the initial city to have a good meal. In this way, another day passed, and the royal investigators finally arrived at the Thornflower territory. But this had nothing to do with Arthur. He was just thinking that there were only 2 days left before the 1-week deadline he promised to give his parents supplies. Thinking there was no time to waste, he directly spent more than 3 million gold coins to exchange for the corresponding Gale crossbow, obsidian, and wheat flour. Finally, Sky Knight Victor was arranged to deliver the space ring containing something to his parents. Because the supplies were too large, it took 2 large space rings to pack them in. Chapter 50. Secret Techniques of the Advanced Knights. Since Victor is a Sky Knight, he can fly in the sky, and his speed is much faster than Arthur's previous trip to Lion City. So in less than 3 hours, the Earl and Countess received Arthur's space ring. Seeing that the things inside were exactly the same, he expressed his gratitude to Victor. By the way, the Earl and Countess were also very excited when they learned that Count Thornflower had been exterminated. And they did not panic about the unknown murderer, because they knew some of Arthur's strength and guessed that he was the murderer. But that was just speculation, so they asked Victor. Knight Victor, do you know who destroyed hundreds of people in the Earl of Thornflower? In response, Victor smiled mysteriously and replied, My lord, it is just as you thought. Lord Arthur found out that Lord Thornflower was the murderer who assassinated him a few months ago. So this is done to prevent future troubles. The Earl also suspected that Count Thorn was responsible for Arthur's assassination, but after months of investigation, he was unable to find out the truth due to his limited means. Now that he heard that Earl of Thornflower was the murderer, he couldn't help but show anger on his face. Sure enough, it's this old guy, and only him. Then a look of pride appeared on his face. Arthur's achievements now surpass mine, so I can avenge myself now. After that, the 3 of them talked for a while. Originally, the Count and his wife wanted to keep Victor for a while and entertain him to thank him for making a special trip to deliver the gift. But Victor didn't dare to trouble Arthur's parents for such a small matter. He could only say that Arthur still needed his protection and entertainment. Hearing this, the Earl and Countess had no choice but to let Victor leave. After watching Victor disappear, Charlotte smiled and said, It seems that Knight Victor is really dedicated to his duties. He is not willing to waste even this little time. Yes, we can rest assured now. Hearing this, Count Aberg nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, the case of Count Briarflower had a very big impact, and many nobles began to become nervous. Just like the Marquis of Rose's convoy that was originally preparing to go to Arthur to sign a contract, it has not yet set off because of this incident. A few days later, Arthur still didn't see the Marquis of Rose's convoy in the initial city. But time has quietly come to the new month of January, August. This means that Arthur can add 2 new items to his portable store. First of all, it was the copied goods. Arthur had made the decision a few days ago and was going to copy a mage-level earth mage to use for building the city. Considering that there were no such high-level earth mages in the Savage Plains and the Mad Lion territory, that night, Victor and the newly summoned Wilson, a total of 2 Sky Knights, took Arthur and flew to the territory of the Marquis of Rose. I found a famous earth mage and copied it. Since the price of goods of the same rank is fixed, it would be best for Arthur to copy an earth mage at the peak of the mage level in order to maximize his profits. Arthur's method of copying was also very simple. He did not try to get close to the earth mage, as that would be too troublesome. Instead, Arthur, with 2 Sky Knights, launched a sneak attack at night. Faced with the sneak attack from 2 Sky Knights, the mage-level earth mage was knocked unconscious before he could even see who it was. Those automatically reactive protective shields were also broken with 1 strike. Only then did Arthur walk out slowly, tap lightly on the unconscious earth mage, and copy him. After completing the copying, the 3 of them left quietly. The earth mage was suddenly left lying alone on the floor of the room. The earth mage woke up several hours later. He was in a trance for a while, and then realized that he had been knocked unconscious. He hurriedly checked whether he was missing any accessories, and then checked his money. Only when he found that nothing was missing did he breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't lose anything, so why did I knock myself out? Finally, The Earth Mage could only flee from the area where he lived with confusion and planned to stay there for a while. Yes, he didn't dare to look for the person who knocked him out in a high-profile manner. Since the other person was stronger than him and didn't hurt him, he naturally didn't dare to provoke that unknown strong man. Arthur was not clear about the series of actions taken by the Earth Mage afterwards, but he was confident that even if the mage wanted to investigate, he would not be able to find out anything. Before dawn, Arthur returned to the starting city. Considering that he was exhausted from the journey, he did not draw any more goods but went to sleep first. The next day at noon, after Arthur got up, he washed up first, then worshipped the gods and Buddhas as usual. After he thought he was ready, he clicked the random draw button. As the familiar red lottery box was shaken again, Arthur's heartbeat unknowingly quickened. After a few seconds, something resembling a book jumped out of the prize box and turned into a store merchandise. It turned out to be a book. Arthur felt a little puzzled. This was the first time Arthur had obtained such a product, so he clicked on it quickly to take a look. The secret technique of the Advanced Knights can connect 10,000 knights of different levels who have practiced the same technique, share damage with each other, and concentrate attacks. It is an indestructible weapon on the battlefield and a treasure book for fighting against opponents of higher levels. Price: 10 million gold coins. It turned out to be the secret skill of the knights. After seeing the item clearly, Arthur exclaimed in his heart. Arthur had heard of this thing before. It could even be said to be very famous. Because the royal family of the Kingdom of Kate became a royal family because it has legendary knights. The royal family mastered a set of secret skills of an intermediate knight order, and the 3 major knight orders that were cultivated from them also intimidated countless forces in the kingdom, making them dare not act rashly. The secret skill of the intermediate knights is to connect 1,000 knights who practice the same skills but at different levels, making them invincible on the battlefield. Correspondingly, there is also a secret report of the primary knights, which can only connect 100 knights who practice the same skills. This secret skill is possessed by the 3 dukes of the kingdom. Before Arthur, only these 4 forces possessed the secret skills of the Knights Templar. You can imagine how rare this thing is. Corresponding to its rarity is naturally its terrifying power, which can be seen from the introduction that it represents the power of hundreds or thousands of people. There are actual combat examples of this, most recently in the Battle of Mondo Province, where Arthur's grandfather, the Duke of Griffin, sent 100 golden knights who had mastered the secret skills of the Knights Templar to the battlefield. The 100 men not only killed several Earth Knight-level orcs, but also fought against a Sky Knight-level orc for a long time, until the Golden Knight himself ran out of fighting spirit and showed his defeat. It can be said that the art amazed the whole audience. Chapter 51: The Marquis's Envoy returns. This means that a group of 100 knights who have practiced secret techniques can kill enemies of higher levels, or even stop enemies 2 levels higher. It's so terrifying. What's more, this is only the basic knight's secret skill. Above it are the intermediate knight's secret skill mastered by the royal family and the advanced knight's secret skill that Arthur just drew. Arthur estimated that 1,000 golden knights who practiced the secret skills of the intermediate knights could kill the Sky Knights and stop the legend. 10,000 golden knights who have practiced the secret skills of the advanced knights can kill legendary knights and stop demigods. After doing this calculation, Arthur seemed to suddenly realize that he had a way to defeat the legend and copy it. The cost is just too high. Even for Arthur, 10,000 golden knights would require 1 billion gold coins, which would take 10 years to save at the current rate of earning. In addition, the power formed by this kind of knight group is still less flexible than that of an individual. If 10,000 golden knights face a legendary warrior, and the legendary warrior insists on running away, he will probably be able to escape at a cost. But there is finally a way, and Arthur feels relieved. Then Arthur looked at the price of the advanced knight's secret skills. 10 million gold coins was considered cheap. There was no rush to take this thing out, so after taking another good look at it, Arthur shifted his gaze to the Earth Mage product that he had just copied last night. Arthur can use this thing now. Earth magicians can cast advanced earth magic above level 7, with a coverage range of more than 100 meters, or even several thousand meters. Even if Arthur wanted to build a huge city that could accommodate millions of people, he would not need too many earth mages. After all, building a city could not rely solely on earth mages, and the cooperation of other technicians was also needed. What's more, if there were too many strong men like this appearing at once, it would be too eye-catching and would not be in line with Arthur's action strategy. After considering for half an hour, Arthur finally just clicked 3 times in a row to summon 3 earth magicians, spending 3 million gold coins. Arthur did not place the appearance of these 3 earth magicians in the castle, but in the wild plains outside the city, and listed their identities as people who came to seek refuge because of their reputation. Then he asked Victor to send them clothes that matched their identities and Arthur's plan. After that, Arthur followed his plan and waited for the Earth Mage to come and join him. He then asked Archon Charles to come over and introduce the four of them to each other, and let the three Earth Magicians follow Charles's arrangements to build the city. Arthur entrusted him with such an important task that Charles was so excited that he was shaking a little, because for an ordinary person like him, it was a great honor to be able to command a powerful mage. As for Arthur's ability to call upon an unknown strong man, the clever Charles simply congratulated Arthur and said, "Your reputation is truly awe-inspiring. Now even a powerful mage like the mage has come to you to join him. Since the things built by Earth Mages are rather rough, they can build city walls and house walls, but they cannot outline subtle details such as windows and roofs. Therefore, if you really want to build a city, you still need the participation of various technicians, such as bricklayers and carpenters." Afterwards, they discussed the recruitment and the remuneration to be offered. Arthur had no money, only food. After all, this was the best deal for him. Finally, it was decided that the salary for the city builders would be 2 kilograms of wheat flour a day, distributed monthly, and half a month's salary would be paid to those who signed up. After discussing the matter, Charles and the three Earth Magicians withdrew first. Of course, Arthur arranged accommodation for the three Earth Magicians and also gave them some money. After all, they are here to seek refuge, so we still have to do some face-saving work. A few more days passed, and now it has been a week since the demise of Earl of Thornflower. Due to the decision to expand the city, the initial city is now becoming bustling. Because of the recruitment for city construction, a large number of people have poured in. The city is already full, and many people are setting up tents outside the city. Although there were all kinds of wild beasts and even magical beasts in the Savage Plains before, now with Arthur's army constantly patrolling, the area within 10 miles of the initial city is still safe. Arthur stood at the highest point of the castle, which was also the highest point of the original city, and looked around. Seeing that the original city was undergoing new changes every moment, he nodded with satisfaction. This is his own city. Corona was also beside Arthur, her flowing silver hair swaying in the breeze. She was wearing a simple white dress, but she still looked charming with her pretty face and exquisite figure. She held Arthur's arm and quietly accompanied him to see the scenery. For a moment, it seemed quiet and peaceful. After a long time, Arthur, who was looking from a high place, suddenly found a convoy coming towards the initial city. He couldn't help but feel curious. Who are they? Although Arthur and the initial city are well known, the initial city is too small and is located in a remote and wild plain. There are no special products in this place, so there are very few people who can form a caravan to come here. Arthur was a little curious about the identity of the visitor. It was not until the convoy approached that Arthur realized what was going on when he looked at the rose patterns carved around the carriages. Isn't this the aristocratic pattern exclusive to Marquis Rose? It looks like the Marquis of Rose is here. Now, 7 days have passed since the tragedy of Count Briarflower, and the kingdom has still not found the murderer. But the murderer wasn't committing any crime either. After all, the nobles still have to live, so life seems to have slowly returned to what it was before, and the Marquis of Rose's convoy set off again and arrived at Arthur's territory. At the same time, Arthur felt a little embarrassed when he saw who was coming, and he turned his head to look at Corona beside him. Corona knew what Arthur was thinking, but smiled comfortingly. "I am content just to be with you. Besides, you and Miss Olivia were already engaged a long time ago, and I was the latecomer. Being with you has caused you a lot of trouble." After saying that, Corona fell silent, and she looked a little guilty. Arthur could tell that Corona said this sincerely. Faced with such an overly considerate girl, Arthur didn't know what to say. He could only turn around and hug her to express his gratitude and guilt. After that, the two of them stayed on the top of the castle for a long time until the butler Poussin came to report. "Sir, the envoys from Marquis Uegi have arrived. I have arranged for them to stay in the living room. When can I meet them?" Last time, Arthur finally managed to ease the relationship with Marquis Uegi. Now he couldn't neglect the envoy again. "Go now. We can't keep the Marquis's envoy waiting for too long." A few minutes later, Arthur and the other two arrived at the castle's reception room. Arthur looked over and saw a familiar face. It was Paul, the Marquis's envoy from last time. Paul sat at the head of the delegation, and it seemed that he was taking the lead again this time. Seeing this, Arthur couldn't help but smile and went up to Captain Paul. "We meet again. I'm sure the Marquis has already considered it." Chapter 52 Olivia in the Mission. Paul was also smiling at this time. After all, He still had to rely on Arthur to deal with the mountain giant. He couldn't neglect it. He hurried back to. Baron Arthur's generosity is so great, there is no reason for the Marquis to refuse. I came here to give you a message. In addition, the Marquis took into account the lack of supplies in the wild plains and brought you some food, weapons, and armor. I hope you don't mind. Finally, let's sign a contract. Although it was expected that the Marquis could not resist the temptation of the mountain giant, Arthur was relieved only when he got a positive answer. In this way, Count Abergil and his second sister Alina would not have to feel embarrassed when facing the Marquis's family. The smile on his face became more sincere. That's good enough. I'll accept the food and weapons. Thank you, Marquis, for your support. As for the contract signing, it's as it should be. Let's find some free time later. Paul was very happy to see that Arthur had no intention of changing his mind, and then glanced at Corona beside the former. The fact that Arthur was willing to pay the price of a mountain giant for this man shows that he holds a very important position in Arthur's heart. Since Olivia has decided to marry him, Paul no longer has the intention to look down on Corona's previous status. He smiled and said, I guess this is Ms. Corona. There were some misunderstandings before, but they have been resolved now. When my daughter Olivia marries you, she will be your sister. I hope you two can get along well. Although Corona knew that Arthur had negotiated terms with the Marquis, she did not expect that the Marquis's people would be so kind. So when faced with Paul's friendly greeting, Corona was stunned for a moment, and then replied embarrassedly, Captain Paul, you're too polite. No matter what happened in the past, since it's an established fact that Olivia and I are sisters, we will get along well even for Arthur. Corona's frank words also made Paul look at her with a higher opinion. After all, there are only a few women who don't mind their men looking for other women. Can't help laughing. Baron Arthur, you have a really good vision. You actually found a woman as virtuous as Corona. I am a little envious of you. Hearing this, Arthur also smiled and looked at Corona, and then answered, You are really lucky, so just pray that your luck will be better in the future. Haha, I hope so. Because there were other outsiders in the Marquis's delegation, the few people only talked about some daily matters. After the formalities were completed, Arthur, Corona, and Paul came to the study. Although nobles would not sign a magic contract casually, a mountain giant was too valuable to Marquis Rose, and they would only feel at ease if a magic contract was signed. Arthur had no choice but to obey them. The contract stipulated that Arthur must hand over a mountain giant to the Marquis of Rose within 1 month after his marriage, and let the mountain giant and the Marquis sign a contract. As long as the Marquis's mansion provides offerings to the mountain giant under certain conditions, the mountain giant cannot leave without permission and must perform the duty of guardian. After carefully checking the contract to make sure there were no problems, Arthur signed his name. Immediately, along with the Marquis's signature already signed, the contract came into effect, and the two contracts emitted a faint fluorescent light. Then Arthur and Paul each took one. After getting the contract, Paul felt relieved again. After expressing his gratitude, he left. During the signing process of the contract, Corona watched silently from the side, and she saw all the contents of the contract. Knowing that Arthur was willing to sacrifice a mountain giant in order to settle the matter with her, she was deeply moved. As someone who had witnessed the fighting power of the mountain giants with her own eyes, she clearly understood what the mountain giants meant to the Lord. Corona had been holding back until Paul, the outsider, left. She finally couldn't help it anymore. With tears in her beautiful eyes, she murmured, Is this really worth it? Arthur knew what to say at this moment, and said with a firm look, It's worth it, of course it's worth it. In my heart, not to mention one mountain giant, even 10 or 100 of them are not as important as you. Arthur's words were too heavy for the girls in the continent of gods. Corona was so dizzy from what she heard that she couldn't help but kiss Arthur. Naturally, Arthur did not show any weakness and responded immediately. A few minutes later, the two separated, gasping for breath. At this moment, Arthur only hated that he was too young. In this way, the relationship between the two deepened a little. On the other side, after signing the contract, Paul strode back to the housing that Arthur had arranged for their delegation. When he opened the door of his room, a white-haired woman with an oval face was already waiting there. When Paul saw this man, he immediately beat his chest and saluted. Miss Olivia, Arthur has already signed the contract. It seems that your marriage is inevitable. You were hiding in the delegation and observing Arthur before. What do you think of him now? It turns out that this person is Arthur's fiancée Olivia. She actually mixed in with the delegation just to observe Arthur. It seems that she is not a simple woman. Paul is Olivia's elder, So what he said is almost like an elder's concern for the younger generation. Olivia seemed accustomed to Paul's tone and said calmly, "Uncle Paul, it's good enough that the contract is signed. As for my feeling about Arthur, I think he is very different from before and can be said to be much more confident. And judging from Corona's appearance, he should be nice to girls. If I marry him in the future, even if we can't love each other, we should be able to live in harmony." In addition, on the way here, I discovered that the initial city was being expanded at full capacity. After asking, I found out that Arthur actually planned to build the initial city into a large city that could accommodate 1 million people. This is the standard equipment for a duke. It shows that Arthur has great ambitions. Is that so? Hearing this, Paul pondered for a moment, then said as if it was a matter of course, "Arthur is a bit mysterious, and he has shown great abilities, so it's normal for him to be ambitious. In fact, he will be an adult in a year or so. By the time you marry him, you should be able to find out some things about him." I hope so. Olivia knew that Arthur's rapid rise must have a lot of secrets behind it, so she had no confidence that she could find out. Just like that, the two of them fell into silence. On the other side, Arthur didn't know that Olivia was also there. Otherwise, he would have been surprised. Because when a man and 2 women get together for the first time, it is likely to be a Shura scene, and he doesn't know how to deal with that kind of situation yet. Chapter 53. 6 months later, the initial city was built. The delegation from the Marquis' palace left after staying for 2 days, and Olivia did not reveal her identity until they left. Arthur didn't know that in Olivia's mind, his image had become that of a mysterious and ambitious man. However, before leaving, Paul also invited Arthur, saying that Olivia's 18th birthday would be 9 months later, and the Marquis would hold a party for his daughter, and hoped that Arthur could attend. This request was normal, so Arthur naturally agreed. After the envoys from the Marquis' mansion left, Arthur, who had rested for a day, suddenly remembered that he had not yet completed the transaction with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce this month. He immediately bought 30 sets of golden knight armor from his personal store, gave them to Victor, and asked him to go to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce branch in Mad Lion City to trade. A few hours later, Victor returned with the gold coins he had traded. "Sir, you asked the Dawn Chamber of Commerce to find the magic potion for cultivation. They have already found the result and will trade it with you this time. There are 11 bottles of potions in total, 5 of which are for Bronze Knights, 3 for Silver Knights, 2 for Gold Knights, and the last one is for Earth Knights. The intervals for taking these potions are the same. Taking them once a month can equal 3 months of training progress." The prices were 10,000 gold coins, 30,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins, and 100,000 gold coins respectively, so the 11 bottles of potion cost a total of 340,000 gold coins. 30 sets of Golden Knight Kai earned 10.8 million gold coins. Now there are 10.46 million gold coins in this space ring. I hope you can check it out. Hearing this, Arthur took the space ring containing gold coins and potions, but did not examine it carefully because he still trusted the summoned character. Just took out a few bottles of potion and looked at them. "Thank you for your hard work this time, but this magic potion is really rare. The Dawn Chamber of Commerce has only collected this much in a month. Sir, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce has also expressed its apologies for only collecting these few bottles of potions. They said that as long as you need more, they can provide similar quantities every month in the future." Arthur has a portable store. As long as he has a bottle of magic potion, he can buy unlimited potions after duplicating it. So he didn't plan to buy it repeatedly. If we already have them, we don't need them anymore. Next time, tell the Dawn Chamber of Commerce that we still need potions for Sky Knights and even Legendary Knights to practice, but only 1 bottle for each will be enough. "Yes, sir." It was said that a month had passed since Arthur last took a potion, so Arthur immediately went to the training ground, drank a bottle of bronze potion in 1 gulp, and then began to practice hard. After half a day, Arthur felt that the medicine in his body had been almost digested and his strength had improved a lot. Arthur estimated that if he took another bottle next month, he should be able to break through to the late bronze stage. The potion was indeed a rare thing, and his strength improvement was indeed rapid. Considering that there were 3 bottles of silver potion and 2 bottles of gold potion, and only 1 bottle was needed to copy, Arthur later found a reason and gave a bottle of potion to the silver-level Corona and the gold-level Chris respectively. Received their gratitude. Time flies, and soon half a year has passed, and it is February of the new year. During the past 6 months, the relationship between the Kingdom of Kate and the Orc Royal Court has been relatively peaceful, and no major conflicts have occurred. Arthur's original city was being built step by step. With the help of the Earth Mage, this magnificent city that could accommodate 1 million people was finally completed 2 weeks ago. This new initial city wall is 50 meters high and is covered with a 10-centimeter thick layer of obsidian, making it look indestructible. The entire city covers an area of 30 square kilometers and is rectangular, with one side being 5 kilometers long and the other side being 6 kilometers long. The length of the city wall is 22 kilometers. So it cost Arthur 1.1 million gold coins to lay a 10-centimeter layer of obsidian on the surface of the city wall. In fact, the entire city was almost completed in more than 2 months of construction, and the next 3 months were spent on fine-tuning. Although the giant city was built, the population inside was far from enough. Due to the scarcity of population in the Savage Plains, Arthur's original city is now home to only over 200,000 people, making this new giant city somewhat empty. In order to better protect this huge city, Arthur increased the number of ordinary soldiers to 50,000. Among them, 20,000 were crossbowmen equipped with gale-repeating crossbows. The extra 16,000 gale-repeating crossbows cost Arthur nearly 8 million gold coins. As for Arthur's strength, after the blessing of the magic potion, he finally broke through to the early silver level within half a year. Now he has just turned 17 years old, 2 years faster than his elder brother Art, who broke through to the silver level. This is the power of money. Actually, it's not that the Earl couldn't afford the 10,000 gold coins that the bronze potion cost for his elder brother Art, but the potion was too difficult to buy, and it was something that couldn't be purchased even with money, so his elder brother didn't use the potion to practice. Arthur was able to purchase it because of his significant cooperation with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, which spans many countries. In addition, Corona broke through to the middle silver stage thanks to the potion. During the past 6 months, Arthur also gave Chris a bottle of gold-level potion every month. But his strength has already reached the peak of the Golden Knight, and it is not easy to break through the Earth Knight, so his strength has not changed, but his foundation is deeper. The transactions with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce were normal. After 6 transactions in half a year, Arthur earned a total of 60 million gold coins, and Arthur asked them to find a magic potion that could help the Sky Knights and even the Legendary Knights in their training. A bottle of Sky Knight level potion was found, but there is still no news about the Legend Knight level potion. After all, legends are truly powerful, and it is not easy to find things that can support their cultivation. Arthur was not in a hurry about this. After all, it was unknown how long it would take for him and the people around him to cultivate to the level of legends. In addition to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, Arthur also opened up another way to make money in half a year, that is, the Goldmine Elf. Since the Kingdom of Kate was located on a peninsula with the ocean not far away, Arthur sent Victor to look for uninhabited islands overseas with a map. Such small islands are easy to find, because some islands are very barren and crops cannot be grown at all. In addition, there are also monsters in the sea, making it difficult to fish. If people can't survive there, naturally no one will live there. And such a despised island is useful to Arthur. After all, as long as the Goldmine Elf is placed in the land, it will continuously generate gold mines, and the barrenness of the land will have no effect on it. Arthur's personal store can only purchase 100 Goldmine Elves in a year. Now that the new year has arrived, Arthur's purchasing authority can purchase a total of 200. Chapter 54. Meteoric Fall and Legendary Guardian Ring. Except for the one given to Marquis Rose, Arthur planted the remaining 199 Goldmine Elves on that remote and uninhabited island. 199 Goldmine Elves cost 1,990,000 gold coins. In addition, Arthur equipped it with 1 Earth Knight, 2 Gold Knights, and 100 Silver Knights. The Earth and Silver Knight are Arthur's new items, which will be explained below. They were used as garrisons to protect the safety of nearly 200 small gold mine elites. It cost more than 3 million gold coins. At the same time, these more than 100 people also have the responsibility of absenteeism. Arthur is the only one who is considered absentee among the Silver Knights and above. If other people knew about this, they would definitely spit on Arthur and say he was wasteful. Arthur collects the gold coins on the island once a year, so Arthur has not yet gained any profit from it. These are all external changes, and Arthur's portable store has also added 12 new items in the past 6 months. First of all, there were the 6 replica items decided by Arthur, among which 3 types of cultivation potions of bronze, silver, and gold levels occupied 3 positions. The prices in the portable store are 1,000 gold coins, 3,000 gold coins, and 5,000 gold coins respectively. The next 3 positions were copied respectively: the Silver Peak Knight, the Earth Peak Knight, and the Silver Level Golden Sharp Lion. The prices in the portable store are 10,000 gold coins, 1 million gold coins, and 10,000 gold coins respectively. The 3 kinds of cultivation potions were copied to supply the cultivation of Arthur and those around him. The purpose of copying the Silver Peak Knight and the Earth Peak Knight is to fill the gap in the strength of the knights around Arthur. Before, he only had the Golden Knights and Sky Knights under his command, so some things were difficult to do. For example, when forming a knight group to fight against the outside world, in the Kingdom of Kate, the strength of the Gold Knights is still higher, and the Silver Knights are the best. As for the last Golden Lion, Arthur said that the knights also needed a mount, and Arthur had long felt that riding a horse was not majestic enough. The reason why he didn't copy other monsters to make mounts was because Arthur was the son of Aberg, and taking out the Golden Wild Lion as a mount could reduce some speculation and trouble from the outside world. The reason for copying the Silver Stage Golden Sharp Mad Lion is that the Mad Lion leader can only cultivate a Golden Sharp Mad Lion of silver strength at most, and there is no way to copy it if you want a higher level. With these newly copied knights and Warcraft mounts, Arthur also formed an elite Mad Lion cavalry regiment of 300 people in the initial city. Arthur had considered this number as any more would be too conspicuous. The entire cavalry regiment consists of 303 people. The weakest member is the Silver Knight. Then there are 10 people in a team. The captain of the team is the Gold Knight, and the remaining 9 members are Silver Knights. A brigade consists of 100 people, which is composed of 10 squads. The captain of the brigade is the Earth Knight, so there are a total of 101 people. It cost Arthur 8.7 million gold coins to exchange these more than 300 people. In addition, these people also need to be equipped with some weapons and armor of decent quality. Arthur has the Golden Knight armor weapon. 303 sets are 9 million gold coins. Of course, in order to prevent others from discovering Arthur's extravagance, only the armor of the Golden Knight and the Earth Knight remained in the original appearance of the Golden Knight's Earth armor. In addition, the Golden Knight armor equipped by nearly 300 Silver Knights were all dyed. Arthur didn't have any weapons, so he had to go to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce to buy them, which cost him 5 million gold coins. This team of 300 men is the most powerful among the Marquises, able to intimidate the other heroes without causing a sense of threat to the Duke and the royal family at the top of the kingdom. It helps that Arthur continues to develop under the radar. There are 6 randomly drawn items in the portable store. Arthur doesn't know whether his luck is good or bad. These 6 draws are a bit extreme. It's hard to say, but Arthur finally understood the meaning of random. An ordinary branch, an ordinary stone the size of a fist, an ordinary wooden chair, and an iron pot. These 4 items were actually also offered as merchandise and were drawn by Arthur. Arthur was really speechless and began to doubt his life. I was lucky enough to draw 2 very good things, one of which was a magic scroll type I had drawn before. However, this time the magic scroll is extremely powerful, reaching the level of forbidden spells that can only be used by legendary wizards. The forbidden spell scroll meteorite fell from the sky, and the earth-based forbidden spell magic condensed into a boulder with a diameter of hundreds of meters at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. It fell heavily to the ground under the push of magic power. This launches an earth-shattering attack that affects an area of dozens of miles. The price is 10 million gold coins. It's a good thing, and also a powerful weapon in war. Unfortunately, it's also a group attack magic, and it won't be very effective against powerful warriors above the legendary level. The second good thing is a legendary defensive magic item, which can be said to be a super version of his previous Golden Guardian Ring. Legendary Guardian Ring is a magic ring that contains extremely strong protective power. It will automatically protect itself when attacked. When fully deployed, it can cover an area of 100 meters in radius and can block legendary magic or fighting spirit attacks for 10 minutes, leaving the user unharmed. It can also absorb magic power from nature to restore itself, and all magic power can be fully restored in 5 days. The price is 10 million gold coins. There is a saying that goes, you can only output if you are alive, so Arthur fell in love with this thing at the first sight, and immediately spent 10 million gold coins to buy it and put it on his hand. Arthur gave the Golden Guardian Ring he had received to Corona. Corona was so moved that she allowed Arthur to enjoy another wave of benefits. With the legendary Guardian Ring, even the legends will not be able to harm Arthur for a while. At this time, Arthur only had about 65 million gold coins left. Next, Arthur did not plan to spend money lavishly. He planned to save up 100 million first, so that when he drew or copied a legendary powerhouse, he could buy it as soon as possible. Half a year passed and Arthur, who was already 17 years old, became more mature. Because his strength had broken through to the level of Silver Knight, he had grown even faster and was now nearly 1.9 meters tall. It was hard to tell that he was under 20 years old. The construction of the new original city naturally included the reconstruction of Arthur's castle. Now the highest point of Arthur's castle reaches 60 meters, which is still the highest place in the city. Since when, Arthur has been in the habit of coming to the highest point of the castle to look around when he is free. Looking at the brand new city below, Arthur felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Now it has been less than a year since he came into this world, and Arthur believes that he will bring even greater changes to the world in the future. A few more peaceful days passed, and just when Arthur thought everything was fine, further north of him, in the Orc King's court, a huge storm had been brewing secretly, ready to pounce on the people of Kate's kingdom at any time. Chapter 55. Millions of orcs are coming. At first, the major tribes of the Orc King's court did not take the people who came to the kingdom of Kate seriously. Of course, the most important thing is that they still want to live their own good lives and don't want to cause any trouble. But as humans encroached on more and more of the savage plains, wise men began to emerge among the orcs, pointing out that humans were gradually taking over their territory and that they must fight back. Otherwise, humans will become more and more arrogant, and the gap in strength between orcs and humans will become larger and larger. The Gnoll tribe, which had suffered a loss, saw an opportunity for revenge and immediately strongly supported the war against humans. Since orcs and humans have always been at odds with each other, the decision to go to war was quickly passed. It was decided that the orcs' southern Boar tribe, Tauren tribe, and Gnoll tribe would form an army of 2 million to clear out the humans on the wild plains. As for why they didn't attack the kingdom of Kate, it would be unwise to start a national war without the certainty of victory. Now they just want to teach humanity a lesson. If most of the more than 3 million humans on the savage plains could be captured, it would be enough for them to digest, and they would not be in a hurry to attack the kingdom of Kate. The orc court is composed of more than a dozen orcs, but there are only 9 powerful tribes among them. Boarmen, Tauren, and Gnolls are all members of the 9 powerful tribes. These 3 tribes are mainly concentrated in the southern part of the Orc King's court, which is close to the kingdom of Kate. Among them, the Tauren are the strongest. Although they have a population of only more than 2 million, they have the most strong people, and there is even a sky-level Tauren chief. Ranked second are the Wild Boar people. They have the largest population, with a total of 5 million people, and almost all of them are young and strong. If they didn't eat too much and couldn't feed so many people, their population would be even greater due to their reproduction rate, which far exceeds that of humans. The third one is the Jackal people, who we have dealt with before, with a population of only 1 million. After deciding to send troops, the Quillboar sent out 1 million soldiers, the Tauren sent out 600,000, and finally 400,000 Jackals, forming a total army of 2 million. You have to know that there are only a little over 3 million humans on the Savage Plains. They sent out 2 million troops, probably hoping to win a quick victory and intimidate humans. Fortunately, in any war, there will be intelligence personnel on both sides of the conflict, even between orcs and humans. When the orcs began to mobilize their troops, intelligence personnel in the Orc King's court passed the news that the orcs were preparing to launch an attack to the kingdom. The kingdom wanted to prevent the humans on the wild plains from dying in vain. After obtaining the intelligence, he quickly passed the news of the orcs' impending attack to more than 100 lords on the savage plains. Arthur was closer to the border of the kingdom, so he was one of the first to receive the news. He couldn't help but sigh that it seemed that the peaceful days were coming to an end. Compared to Arthur's calmness, the other 100 or so lords on the savage plains were in a state of panic. They did not expect the orcs to make such a big move in one fell swoop. They originally thought that they could survive for 3 years, and when the kingdom's army fought a decisive battle with the orcs, they would become the new group of nobles. But now it seems that everything is lost. They made a wrong bet. Even if their 2 major alliances have each stockpiled 300,000 soldiers in Jubii City and Dinghuang City, they probably won't be able to hold out for even 3 days against the 2 million orcs army. The kingdom only brought them the news that the orcs were about to attack, but there was no support at all. This caused great panic. Some timid lords realized that they could not resist 2 million orcs, so they simply gave up their noble dreams, began to pack up their things, and fled back to the kingdom. Nearly 60 small lords escaped, leaving less than 100 lords in the savage plains, and they also took away a population of 500,000. Population is the cornerstone of prosperity. Although they have given up being lords and no longer need those people, they can still bring them back to the kingdom and sell them to other nobles, thus making some of their investment back. Of course, the kingdom allowed those people to come and explore in order to consume the orcs. It was impossible for them to run back to the kingdom whenever they wanted. If all the lords run back, then the kingdom will have been in vain. Therefore, those who escape must pay a price. Those lords who escape back to the kingdom need to hand over 7 layers of property when passing the border as a punishment for their desertion. For those who are only concerned about saving their lives, this punishment can be accepted with gritted teeth. After all, there is no point in leaving money behind if the life is gone. The remaining 90-odd lords did not flee immediately, except that they were worried about losing their property that would be fined. It was not because they had the confidence to fight against the orc army, but because they were unwilling to go back in disgrace and become ordinary people without fiefdoms again. The two alliances began to rack their brains to think of ways to deal with the orcs, and in the end they all thought of Arthur. Because Arthur's strength is obvious to all, especially with the completion of his new initial city, he has become the nominal number one force in the Savage Plains. They had no way to resist, but Arthur might have had one. Otherwise, why would Arthur spend so much energy to build a huge city on the Wild Plains? Taking this into consideration, the leaders of the two alliances rushed to Arthur's original city as soon as possible. On the night that Arthur received news that the orcs were about to attack the Savage Plains, the leaders of the two alliances came to Arthur's castle. Butler Poussin also sent the news in time. Sir Arthur, the two leaders are already waiting in the reception room. Would you like to go and meet them? Since they are rushing here, I naturally want to meet them. Soon Arthur met two leaders of the alliance in the reception room. One was an acquaintance of Arthur, David, whom he had met when he went to Jubai City for support half a year ago. The other was the leader of Dinghuang City, whom Arthur had never met. Since David and the other leader came to ask for help, when they saw Arthur coming, they hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Arthur, I haven't seen you for half a year. You have made another major breakthrough in your strength. Congratulations. When David saw that Arthur had broken through from mid-bronze to silver in just half a year, he was shocked but also hurried to congratulate him. It's a small breakthrough, David. You're exaggerating. Arthur and David had a certain comradeship before, so they addressed each other by their names. After David and Arthur greeted each other, the other person also hurriedly introduced himself. Baron Arthur, I am Denis Favno, the leader of Dinghuang City. So you are the leader of Dinghuang City. I have heard of you for a long time. I don't dare. After a few pleasantries, Arthur got straight to the point. I wonder what brings you two here so late at night? Hearing this, David and Denis looked at each other in surprise. Chapter 56, Plans to Deal with the Orcs. Arthur must know why they came. He just wanted them to speak themselves so that Arthur would have more initiative. Although they knew Arthur's intention, David and the others had something to ask for, so they had to speak first. David had some friendship with Arthur, so it would be best for him to do the talking. So David said, Arthur, I believe you have also received news today that the orcs are about to form an army of 2 million to attack us. Denis, and I don't have a way to deal with it. I think you are stronger, so I came to ask you what you have to deal with it. Arthur was indeed confident that he could deal with the 2 million orcs, but only if he brought out his hidden strength. He didn't want to reveal too much of his strength now. Thinking of this, Arthur knew that he couldn't let all the other lords lose confidence and retreat back to the kingdom. You still need to attract some allies to the initial city to resist the orcs together, and take the opportunity to gain some benefits for yourself. Sidewalk. Intelligence shows that the commander of this orc army is the chieftain of the Tauren tribe, who has sky-level strength. In the Savage Plains, including my initial city, there is no no-fly zone magic array. This type of magic array is too complicated, and it is too late to build one now. Even with the anti-air array, the defenses of our city walls cannot withstand the attack of the Sky Knights. In short, if we allow the chief to attack us in the air at will, we will undoubtedly be defeated because the Sky Knight can use his full strength to strike with sword energy that is tens of meters wide and hundreds of meters long. So we have to negotiate with the kingdom. We can stay in the Savage Plains and fight the orcs, but the prerequisite is that the kingdom must send a strong man at the level of Sky Knight to help us contain the Tauren chieftain. As for the rest, I believe we can handle it. In fact, the orc army had not originally planned to send out sky-level warriors this time, but the earth-level warriors from the 3 orc tribes were unwilling to submit to each other and all wanted to have the right to command. In the end, there was no choice but for the Tauren chief to come out. After hearing Arthur's words, David and Denis looked at each other again. What they were most worried about this time was the Tauren chieftain. No one can stop his sky-level strength. As for the Earth Knights, even if there were 10 of them, Arthur's 2 mountain giants would probably be able to fight them on equal terms, not to mention that humans also have other powerful Earth Knights. The two thought about it and felt that Arthur's method was feasible and was the only way now. Feeling that there was hope of fighting against the orcs, David forced a smile on his face and said, This method is indeed good. The kingdom certainly doesn't want us to retreat completely. I think the kingdom will most likely agree to our request, but we may have to pay some price, such as some gold coins. But this is a small matter. It will be enough for each of us to gather 20,000 or 30,000 gold coins." Hearing this, Arthur nodded and continued. "The Kingdom Sky Knights are the most important part of this battle plan. As the two of you are descendants of the Duke, you must be more confident in negotiating with the kingdom. I'll leave it to you. Leave this to us." After David agreed, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "The orcs have sent too many troops for this matter. If we, the leaders, split up, we think it would be a pipe dream to hold on. Only by gathering all our strength together can we resist the orcs' army. It is too late to build such a city now, Arthur. Your original city is a suitable place for a decisive battle between the two sides. This city was designed to accommodate the normal life of 1 million people. If they squeeze in, it can accommodate more than 2 million people, which is all the human beings on the Wild Plains today. I wonder what you think of this suggestion, Arthur." Arthur knew that this was the only solution available at the moment, so after a little thought he nodded in agreement. Besides, Arthur wasn't letting those people live there for free. The initial city was short of people right now, and after those people arrived, at least 800,000 of them would have to stay to fill up his initial city of 1 million people. Thinking of this, Arthur nodded and put forward another condition. "Of course you can, but I have a request." "What request?" David and Dennis asked nervously when they heard that Arthur had another request. "The requirement is that if you want to seek refuge in my initial city, a lord must allow 10,000 of his subjects to enter my initial city and become my citizens. If one person is missing, I will make up 10 gold coins." Seeing that this was Arthur's request, the two of them relaxed a lot. Perhaps in their opinion, this condition was not too strict. Reply immediately. Among the remaining 90-odd pioneer lords, 30 of them only have a total population of 10,000. However, compared to returning to the kingdom and having to hand over 70% of their wealth, I guess they would be willing to do so. Besides, normally one person costs only about 5 gold coins, so Arthur, your request is not too much. After the two of us go and persuade them, I believe everyone will agree. That's best. Just like that, the three of them reached an agreement. Considering the urgency of the orc attack, the three did not talk much. David and Dennis left after leaving a magic communicator each. 3 hours later, around 11 o'clock in the evening, Dennis and David each called Arthur's magic communicator. Inform Arthur that the remaining 95 lords have agreed to Arthur's conditions and are willing to enter Arthur's original city to defend it together. So they might move to the initial city overnight, and Arthur should be prepared to receive them. As for the Sky Knights on the kingdom's side, there are many things involved and the answer may not be known until tomorrow morning. Knowing that more than 2 million people would move to the initial city tonight, Arthur did not dare to delay and quickly summoned Governor Charles to be responsible for the accommodation of those 2 million people. At the same time, he recruited Chris and asked his 50,000 ordinary troops to assist Charles. More than 3 hours later, it was already past 2 in the morning, and dense spots of light began to appear outside the initial city. It turned out that those were the lights used by the relocated people when they walked at night. After that, people kept coming, and it was not until around 8 in the morning that most people arrived. However, at this time, the accommodation problem of more than 2 million people has only been solved by more than half. It will probably take until the afternoon to solve it completely. Fortunately, the orcs' attack came later than expected. At least they did not take advantage of the situation to attack when people were relocating. This prevented the remaining 1 million people who were queuing outside the city and had not yet arranged accommodation from panicking, and they queued up in an orderly manner. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that accommodation for more than 2 million people was finally arranged. Chapter 57, Royal Sky Knight Flynn. However, on the other hand, many houses in the city that were supposed to house 3 people are now occupied by 7 or 8 people. Charles, the civil servants in the city, and 50,000 soldiers have been busy all night and can finally rest. During this period, Arthur was not completely idle. Along with the refugees came more than 90 lords. Arthur met with them one by one, fulfilling his duty as a host and promoting his own reputation. There is also good news. The kingdom agreed to Arthur's request to send the Sky Knights, but the kingdom has 2 requirements. First, a fee of 3 million gold coins is required. This is just a gesture. After all, 3 million gold coins cannot hire a Sky Knight. Second, the Sky Knight will only help them contain the Orc Tauren chieftain and will not participate in anything else. After Arthur, David, and others agreed, the kingdom also stated that the Sky Knight would arrive before dark today. In order to deal with the upcoming Kingdom Sky Knights, Arthur asked the 2 Sky Knights, Victor and Wilson, who had always been inseparable from him, to stop following him and to find a room in the castle to stay in temporarily and not go out. After all, they are all Sky Knights. Arthur was afraid that the powerful Sky Knight of the kingdom would discover the traces of Victor and the others, which would be bad. Now that Arthur had the legendary Guardian Ring, he didn't have to worry about danger even if the two were not around. So they agreed to Arthur's arrangement. As the time came to evening, more than 90 lords including David and Dennis, looking forward to the arrival of the Sky Knight, also walked up to the city wall of the initial city and looked into the distance. After all, whether the Sky Knight of the kingdom can come or not, in their minds, determines whether they can resist the attack of the orcs this time. Naturally, they are very concerned. What's more, he is a strong man at the level of Sky Knight. They dare not neglect him. Although Arthur didn't care, he waited with them just to fit in. Just when the sun was about to set, everyone suddenly discovered that there was a stream of light in the south, in the direction of Kate Kingdom, flying towards this side at a high speed accompanied by a whistling sound. Being able to fly in the sky at such a high speed, it seems that he is the Sky Knight of the kingdom. Sure enough, when the man flew above the initial city, his speed gradually slowed down and finally stopped. He looked like a middle-aged blonde man with a somewhat rough face. There are 6 Sky Knights in the kingdom of Kate, one for each of the 3 dukes, and the other 3 are powerful members of the royal family. They are so few in number, yet so powerful, so one of the required courses for the nobles is to get to know these 6 powerful men. The 90-odd people present were all children of nobles. The merchant lords with less background had already left. After seeing the person coming clearly, everyone greeted him by beating their chests. Duke Flynn. In the kingdom of Kate, as long as one possesses the strength of a Sky Knight, he or she will become an honorary duke, so Arthur and others are called that. Arthur and others immediately recognized the person who came. It was Flinkate, one of the 3 Sky Knights of the royal family. Flynn was considered a war enthusiast in the kingdom. After hearing that the kingdom was going to send a Sky Knight to the Savage Plains to take charge for a period of time, he petitioned to come here on his own initiative. Therefore, Flynn had a good impression of Arthur and other lords who came to the Savage Plains to open up the wasteland and fight against the orcs on the front line. He said with a smile, "Hello everyone. I believe everyone knows that my purpose of coming here this time is just to deal with the Tauren chieftain. Despite this, I still hope that everyone can repel the orcs, or even destroy more orcs, and become a hero to the human race. I will live up to the Duke's expectations." Everyone reassured in unison once again. After Duke Flynn responded, he glanced at everyone present, and then paused at Arthur's figure at the front of the team. Thinking that the king had asked him to observe this person carefully to see if he could find any clues, he smiled and said to him, "You must be Baron Arthur. I've heard of you in the kingdom. You're so young, but you've been able to make such a big fuss and annihilate hundreds of thousands of gnolls. Your future is limitless. Maybe the war between humans and orcs could end in your hands, and that would be recorded in history." Haha. When Flynn said this, not only Arthur was a little surprised, but David and others also widened their eyes. They didn't expect that Flynn, the Sky Knight, thought so highly of Arthur that he actually said that the orcs would end up in Arthur's hands. Flynn praised Arthur so much because he was excited to see such an outstanding junior like Arthur, so he exaggerated a little. After all, he hated orcs the most, but he didn't have much hope that Arthur could destroy the orc kingdom. Flynn could say that, but Arthur didn't dare to agree directly, because that would make him look too arrogant and show his inferiority. The Duke is too kind. I am still a long way from destroying the orcs, but I will try my best. Haha, okay, I'll wait for you. Seeing Arthur's neither humble nor arrogant attitude, Flynn also laughed. After a few more words, everyone went to the reception room of Arthur's castle to discuss the specific matters of fighting against the orcs. Although the walls of the initial city are protected by obsidian, they can only withstand a few attacks from the Earth Knights. It is better to add another layer of magic protection. After all, the subsequent battle will be very fierce. Agree. While everyone in the initial city was discussing specific measures to deal with the orcs also learned that humans were retreating on the defensive. For a moment, he was a little frustrated. After all, he couldn't launch a sneak attack. In a huge tent, 3 Earth-level and 1 Sky-level orcs gathered together. The Earth-level strongmen include one each of the Boarman, the Gnoll, and the Tauren, and the Sky-level strongman is the Tauren chieftain. Because of the information leak, the atmosphere in the tent was a little tense. Damn those bestials. They actually leaked our intelligence to humans, allowing them to prepare. Now it will take a lot of effort to take them down. The Gnoll, eager for revenge, couldn't help but roar, and the other 3 beasts also frowned. Just when the Gnoll was about to say something, the Tauren chieftain spoke. "Okay, Hank, What's the point of saying that now? We should attack immediately before the humans are fully prepared. How long will it take us to assemble? Among Quilboars, Gnolls, and Tauren, Gnolls have the best brains. So after calming everyone down, the chief turned his gaze to Hank and asked about the level of assembly of his troops. Hearing this, Hank put away the anger on his face and replied respectfully, "Sir, we will need another day to gather, and then we will march quickly for 5 hours to reach the initial city where humans are." Well, let's get ready.
Yes.
Chapter 58, Flynn's Test. In the original city, they didn't know that the orcs would arrive in another day. They were just doing their best to make final preparations, such as adding another layer of magical protection to the city wall. In fact, magical protection can be done by the Earth magicians under Arthur. But before that, I had considered that setting up a magic protective shield was much more expensive than laying obsidian, and the defensive power of obsidian was only slightly worse than that of the protective shield, so I didn't waste the money. Now that the lords are prepared for danger in times of peace and are willing to pay for the materials, Arthur is willing to set up another one. After all, it will increase the defense of his initial city. I have to mention here that another Duke's son, the strongest man under Dennis, is a fire mage. Corresponding to the Knight of Earth, the fire mage would also set up a protective array, and Arthur summoned 3 earth mages, each responsible for the protective array of one wall. The 4 of them are expected to set up 4 simple protective arrays on the 4 walls within one day. This simple array does not mean that the defensive power of the protective array is insufficient, but that it is a defective product with a short service life. But all the lords knew that the orcs would arrive soon, so they could not afford to waste materials at this time. In addition, the royal Sky Knight Flynn came to the original city to contain the Orc Tauren chieftain. Therefore, Flynn didn't care about the various arrangements in the initial city. Arthur, David, and others shouldn't have had any interaction after meeting him. But Arthur had done too many incredible things recently. The royal arrangements and Flynn's own curiosity prompted him to find Arthur on the morning of the second day after his arrival. He wanted Arthur to take him around the initial city and introduce the current strength of the initial city to see if he could find any clues. Arthur was a little surprised that Flynn came to him, but he felt it was reasonable. After all, as the rulers of the kingdom, the royal family must want to grasp all the situations in the kingdom. Arthur's sudden rise in the past 6 months is incomprehensible to them, so they naturally want to investigate. Then, under the surprised gazes of David and other lords, Arthur and Flynn toured the original city. Except for the 2 Sky Knights Victor and Wilson who had already hidden themselves, there was nothing that Arthur couldn't let Flynn see, so he strolled around with him with peace of mind. Petro went to protect his parents. On the other side, Flynn was also observing Arthur's expression carefully, and noticed that after he said he wanted to take a careful look around the initial city, Arthur did not show any special expression. Flynn also had a rough idea in his mind, knowing that this inspection would probably yield nothing. The first stop for the 2 was the residence of the mountain giant in the city. Taking into account the orcs' attack, the mountain giants also moved into the city in the past 2 days. When Flynn saw the 2 mountain giants, Zog and Zoffy, he couldn't help but marvel at the magic of giants. Given the mountain giants' defense, even for me, it would probably take several moves to severely injure and defeat them. This is already a high praise. After all, it is the sky hitting the earth. Afterwards, the 2 went to see Arthur's 20,000 crossbowmen and 300 Golden Lion cavalry regiments. The story of how Arthur obtained the mountain giant had long been widely circulated, and it was said to be an accident, so Flynn did not ask about the origins of the 2 men. But the 20,000 Gale crossbows and the 300 Golden Sharp Lion cavalry regiments appeared suddenly, especially the 300 Golden Sharp Lion cavalry regiment at the back. You know, although Arthur's father Aberg also formed a Golden Lion cavalry regiment of nearly 300 men, but the strongest among them is only the Gold Knight, and most of them are Bronze Knights. And in one of Arthur's cavalry regiments there are 3 Earth Knights, and the weakest ones are all Silver Knights, who are much more powerful than his father Aberg. This is unusual. This made Flynn take the opportunity to inquire about the origins of these troops after seeing them, hoping to learn 1 or 2 secrets of Arthur's sudden rise. "Arthur, I think your wind crossbow is a really good thing. Where did you get it from? If allowed, our royal family will also purchase some. And your cavalry regiment, which consists of more than 300 Silver Knights, looks very powerful. Where did you find so many powerful people? Why haven't I heard of their names before?" Arthur had already thought of an excuse for this. "Duke Flynn, I bought the wind crossbow from a mysterious merchant whom I met in the Savage Plains. In the past 6 months or so, he has come twice, and I am not sure whether he will come again after that. As for the 300 members of the Knights, I have no idea where they came from. Anyway, they all said that they came to me because they heard of my reputation. I saw that they were quite capable, so I accepted them all. To sum up, Arthur's words were equivalent to saying nothing. After hearing this, Flynn knew that Arthur was unwilling to tell him, so he did not ask any more questions. First, Arthur has not done anything to harm the kingdom now. At least they haven't discovered it. The second is that although Arthur's current strength is equivalent to that of a top marquis, he is still too weak in the eyes of the royal family. It was not worth breaking the rules and forcing a junior like Arthur into questioning. On the contrary, after this inspection, Flynn had a new respect for Arthur. Because Arthur was able to remain neither humble nor arrogant in his conversation with the Sky Knight, which was something many people could not do. Not even Arthur's father, Aberg. Flynn's admiration for Arthur made him pray secretly in his heart that Arthur would not become an enemy of the royal family in the future, otherwise the two would come to war. Flynn didn't know that the reason Arthur was so confident was mainly because of the legendary Guardian Ring. With the ring, Arthur no longer has to worry about Flynn suddenly attacking him. If Arthur had not had the protection of Victor and other Sky Knights before drawing this ring, he might have really talked to Flynn cautiously. After all, they can kill you with just one casual blow, so you have to be careful. Flynn's sudden investigation also made Arthur realize that the royal family had begun to pay attention to him. This made Arthur suddenly feel that it was time to find something for the royal family to do. Thinking of this, Arthur had another idea in his mind, which was to summon some strong men to rob the rich and help the poor among the nobles with bad reputations in the kingdom, and to implement it after this Orc War. After spending a whole morning with Arthur, Flynn didn't get any useful information, but he didn't care. After thanking Arthur for his company, he left alone. Arthur also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was a bit uncomfortable to stay with a strong man like Flynn who was not on his side for a long time. What followed was an agonizing wait, waiting for the orcs to arrive. Cry. The next morning, a flying monster that was heading north to gather information let out a shrill cry over the initial city. This was a warning to the people in the original city that the orcs were not far away. Chapter 59. Enemy at the Gate. This flying monster is a variant of the eagle. It is usually a reconnaissance monster used by the military. It has a wingspan of only 1 meter, but has the wisdom of a child and is a good reconnaissance monster. After receiving the warning from the falcon, many people who were still sleeping woke up and began to prepare for battle. Half an hour later, the endless army of orcs arrived. Looking at the endless enemy, an inexplicable sense of oppression suddenly came over them, causing the soldiers standing on the city wall to swallow their saliva. Fortunately, the wall of Arthur's original city was only 5 or 6 kilometers long, so it was enough to accommodate 20,000 people on one side. There were about 100,000 people standing on the 4 walls, all of them veterans. Therefore, the soldiers on the city wall were just swallowing their saliva. They were not trembling or even unable to walk, otherwise their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Because Arthur's crossbow was a powerful weapon for defending the city, 5,000 of the 20,000 crossbowmen were assigned to each of the 4 walls. There is almost a person every 1 meter, so the firepower should be barely enough. Arthur, David, and other lords also came to the north wall of the original city at this time, facing the direction of the orcs. Arthur discovered that the first thing the orcs did after arriving was to divide their forces and surround the original city from 4 directions, as if they were determined to defeat Arthur and his men. After taking a look, Arthur seemed to understand why the orcs were so confident. Compared to the gnolls that Arthur and his men had dealt with half a year ago, those gnolls were about the same height as humans, almost all around 1.8 to 1.9 meters. But the newly added 600,000 Tauren and 1 million Quillboar are different. First of all, there are the wild boar people. They are fat and strong, with thick skin and flesh. Ordinary bows and arrows can only break their skin. In other words, even if they are not wearing armor, their defensive power is equivalent to that of humans wearing armor. Fortunately, the Orc King's court is located in the wild plains and is relatively poor. Most of the 2 million soldiers are unarmored. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for humans. Moreover, the average height of wild boar people is over 2 meters, and some are even around 2.5 meters tall. They are much taller than humans and give people a very oppressive feeling. Not to mention the most powerful minotaurs. Each of them is about 3 meters tall, holding a pillar about 4 meters thick that a man can hug. It is estimated that after the impact of that pillar, only the Bronze Knights on the human side can resist and kill them. Ordinary people would be killed or injured if they were touched. Even for elite warriors, it would probably take 3 people to surround and kill it, and they would have to be fearless and pay a heavy price. After reading this, Arthur understood clearly that it was no wonder that the orcs could compete with the kingdom of Kate with less than half the number of humans. And they were fortunate that the wild plains where the orcs lived were relatively barren and could not grow much food. Otherwise, their population would have increased and humans would not have been able to stop them. A few minutes later, in a tense atmosphere, the orcs completed the encirclement, but they did not attack immediately. Arthur soon discovered why. In the direction of their northern city wall, a huge minotaur, 5 meters tall, nearly 2 meters taller than the other minotaurs, flew up from the center of the orcs under the orcs' awe-inspiring gazes. This person is the commander of the orcs, the Tauren chieftain. He stopped after flying to a height of nearly 60 meters, which was a bit higher than the wall of the original city. Then he looked down at Arthur and the others, using his fighting spirit to make his voice spread over miles. Humans in the city, I believe you have also seen the gap between us and us. I advise you to surrender immediately to avoid too many casualties and the loss of many slaves for our people. Humans and orcs have been fighting for many years, and both sides know that neither side will surrender easily, so the words of the Tauren chieftain are nothing more than a provocation. By the way, it will hit the morale of mankind. But what greeted him was the shouting and scolding of countless human soldiers. Damn orcs! Go back, you orc bastards! Come here if you dare. I will kill you without a single piece of armor left. Faced with the verbal abuse directed at the orcs, Arthur and the others did not stop them, because this was a way to boost morale. The Tauren chieftain frowned when he saw that becoming humans not only did not lower his morale, but instead boosted it. I thought that since talking wouldn't work, the only thing I could do was to let humans experience the horror of the Sky Knight. I believe that once he breaks the city with one blow, those humans will naturally surrender. In addition, this attack can also test what cards humans have in mind to avoid being tricked later. Thinking of this, the Tauren chieftain directly took out an 8-meter-long totem pole from his space bracelet and prepared to attack the north wall of the initial city. But just as the Minotaur chief was preparing to charge for an attack, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, causing him to subconsciously swing his pillar to block. Bite! The next moment, a sharp sound of metal clashing spread throughout the initial city, causing Arthur and others to frown. Some ordinary soldiers who were close to the scene even had expressions of pain on their faces and covered their ears with their hands. Arthur looked up and saw that Flynn had come behind the Minotaur chieftain at some point and launched a surprise attack on him. Flynn was originally planning to wait for a better opportunity for a sneak attack, but when he saw that the Tauren chief was about to launch an attack, he had no choice but to take action. We can't wait any longer, because the Tauren chieftain is only 100 meters away from the initial city. If we wait until he actually launches a powerful attack, even if Flynn resisted, the aftermath of the attack would have a great impact on everyone on the city wall. So he had no choice but to take action. But because the timing was not perfect, Flynn only cut a 10-centimeter gash on the shoulder of the Tauren chieftain with the knight's greatsword. Although this damage was nothing to the 5-meter-tall Minotaur, it still made it angry. After all, for the Minotaur chief, being hurt by humans is a shame. He breathed heavily through his nostrils and threw Flynn, who was confronting him, away with force. Roar! Flynn, you damn old thing actually attacked me by surprise. Sky Knights are rare figures, whether in the kingdom of Kate or in the Orc royal court. There are 6 humans and 4 orcs. This resulted in them both knowing each other, so the Tauren chieftain immediately shouted out Flynn's name. In addition, 2 of the 6 human Sky Knights have the strength of the pinnacle of Sky Knights and can go head-to-head with orcs of the same level. These 2 people are Flynn, who is now in charge of the initial city, and Arthur's grandfather, the Duke of Griffin. The remaining 4 were slightly weaker and needed to fight 2-on-1 against orcs of the same level. This resulted in that although humans had more Sky Knights than orcs, their actual strength was almost equal. It was precisely because of Flynn's strength that the Tauren chief just cursed after blocking him and had no intention of continuing the fight, because he knew that the 2 men were equally strong and there was no point in fighting. On the other side, Flynn smiled calmly at the curse of the Tauren chieftain. Kurt, you don't have to pretend to be so righteous. If you had the chance to injure me severely, would you not seize it? It's such a pity that the sword just now could have moved from your shoulder to your neck. Chapter 60, Powerful Catapult. Hearing this, the Tauren chieftain, Kurt, turned his head and looked at the wound on his shoulder that had stopped bleeding, his expression somewhat gloomy. But then he thought of something and smiled. Flynn, let's forget what happened just now. You and I know that neither of us will gain any benefit from our fight. In this case, let's not waste our efforts. Oh, so you mean that you orcs should retreat? Seeing Kurt's insincere look, Flynn couldn't help but tease him. Hearing this, Kurt's huge bull head showed an incredible look. How is that possible? I mean, there's no need for both of us to fight, but everyone else has to rely on their own abilities. It turned out that the Minotaur Kurt thought that if they could get rid of the two of them, the orcs would have an advantage in other aspects, so he came up with this method. However, Kurt didn't expect Flynn to agree, so he just asked tentatively. But he didn't expect that this was exactly what Flynn wanted. Flynn came to the original city just to delay him. I had thought it would be another fierce battle, but now it seems that it won't be necessary. So Flynn smiled and replied in front of the surprised eyes of the Minotaur Kurt. Okay, I agree. But in order to prevent you from doing anything, the two of us must fly above the battlefield and keep an eye on each other while they fight. In order to perfectly complete the task of restraining Kurt, Flynn also put forward his small request. After thinking about it for a while, Kurt felt that it was no big deal and flying wouldn't take much effort, so he nodded in agreement. When the two were talking, they were not far away from below, so ordinary people might not be able to hear clearly, but people with a certain level of strength could hear what they were talking about. Arthur in the Silver Stage is no exception, and neither is the orc officer outside the city. Just like that, the atmosphere between the two sides became several times more tense. After that, we saw orcs 2 kilometers away starting to take out siege weapons, catapults, siege ladders, etc. from their storage equipment. Due to the preciousness of the storage equipment and the sophistication of the siege equipment, the orcs stopped after taking out 200 catapults that were 30 meters high. 300 siege ladders and other tools were also brought out. After all, the initial city is 50 meters high. At such a height, even a strong man at the level of a golden knight can only barely jump up, not to mention other people. So if the orcs want to attack the city, they still need the corresponding equipment. There are 200 catapults, 50 for each city wall. When used, these catapults can suppress the defensive forces on the city walls, allowing their own soldiers to be attacked less and causing damage to the soldiers on the city walls. Seeing the orcs take out such a sharp weapon, David and others on the city wall couldn't help but change their expressions. Some people are amazed. Although orcs are not as good as us humans in manufacturing, this catapult is a special case that can throw tons of stones 2 kilometers away. With such a weight and such a distance, if it were done by human power, probably only the strongest among the Earth Knights could do it. Fortunately, the power of the shot stones was much smaller than that of the Earth Knights' direct close-range fighting spirit attack. Our city walls can defend against the attacks of the Earth Knights, and naturally we can also defend against the stones from the catapults. But even if our city walls can withstand this kind of attack, the defending soldiers will probably suffer heavy casualties. This is a fierce battle. We don't have weapons that can attack at such a long distance. Do we have no choice but to passively take the beating from now on? Magicians can attack from a distance, but the strongest magician in the initial city is only at the mage level, and 1,000 meters just exceeds the magician's casting distance limit. Only the great magician can cast magic from several thousand meters away. The legendary wizard can cast magic from dozens of miles away. Otherwise, he would hurt himself when casting powerful forbidden magic, such as meteorite falling from the sky. Of course, David and others also brought some crossbows to the initial city, but the power of those crossbows could not reach more than 2,000 meters, and 1,500 meters was the limit. In this way, it seems that they can only passively take the beating, which will be a huge blow to their morale and not conducive to their defense of the city. Just when the atmosphere was a little dull, Arthur said, "Have you forgotten my 2 mountain giants? They are natural slingshots." Yes, with the size of a mountain giant, it is more than enough to throw a 1-ton rock 2 kilometers away. Even more accurate, so we have the power to fight back. Sure enough, we still have to rely on Baron Arthur. Hearing this, everyone reacted quickly, and then their mood became excited, and some people even began to compliment Arthur. Arthur was not proud of the compliments from others. Instead, he thought about it and said, "There were only 2 mountain giants, but the orcs' catapults attacked the city walls from all 4 sides. Therefore, 2 of the city walls will have to withstand attacks from catapults for a period of time, so you have to pay attention to the morale of those 2 walls. Once the mountain giants have dealt with the catapults outside 2 of the city walls, they will immediately go to support the 2 walls behind them." Clear. Seeing that Arthur still looked calm, everyone's excitement immediately calmed down and they replied seriously. Afterwards, as Arthur deployed the latest orders, the orcs' catapults outside the city were also deployed. The 2 mountain giants, Zog came to the north wall where Arthur was, and Zoffy went to the west wall on the left. If the orc soldiers did not attack and only launch catapults, Arthur's defensive soldiers could hide under the city wall and avoid harm. So the orcs didn't shoot 2 rounds first, wasting energy. Instead, accompanied by the deep sound of attack horns that spread throughout the battlefield. The orc soldiers began to attack, and at the same time, the catapults fired 200 huge stones weighing over tons. Suddenly, there was a sound of wailing on the walls of the initial city. A volley of fire from the catapults injured hundreds of people in the initial city. This greatly boosted the morale of the orcs, and the entire battlefield was filled with their excited howls. But their joy did not last for a few seconds, as the two whistling sounds that cut through the sky attracted the attention of many people. The two whistling sounds appeared from the initial city wall and disappeared at the catapult behind the orcs. After that, there was only the sound of the catapult breaking and tearing, and the smoke and dust raised by the ground being hit by huge rocks. Before the orcs could react, two terrifying whistling sounds shot out from the walls of the initial city almost once every 5 seconds. It is much faster than the catapult, which can only fire once every 2 minutes. Only then did the orcs realize that the horrifying howling sound was caused by the mountain giants on the city wall throwing huge rocks. The boulders thrown by the mountain giants are specially condensed by earth mages and are extremely round, which greatly improves the mountain giants' accuracy. As Zog and Zoffy continued to throw boulders, the orcs outside the north and west walls heard occasional rumbling sounds and the wailing of orcs operating catapults behind them, and their morale dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even the speed of the charge slowed down. Chapter 61. Defeat the Orcs. Looking at this sudden situation, the Minotaur Kurt, who was 1,000 meters in the air, couldn't help but frown. On the human side, the number of Grand Magisters is even smaller than that of Sky Knights, with only 2, so the probability of encountering them in war is very small. The Orcs' catapults were almost invincible in their previous battles with humans, unless they encountered the Great Magician. Now he is actually suppressed by the Mountain Giant. After careful consideration, they sighed and concluded that mountain giants were too rare. They had never seen them before and had no detailed information about them. They did not expect that mountain giants could do this. Moreover, seeing the speed at which the mountain giant threw a stone ball every 5 seconds, it took less than 2 minutes for the catapult to reload. It is estimated that more than half of the 50 catapults in the north and west were destroyed by the 2 mountain giants. Compared to Kurt, who looked unhappy, Flynn, who was also in the sky, laughed heartily. Haha, I knew this guy had a way. The orc commanders on the battlefields north and west of the initial city saw the mountain giants' fierce attacks every 5 seconds. Knowing that the catapults were no longer of much use, if they were not put away they would be completely destroyed, which would be a huge loss. Knowing that it is not easy for orcs to manufacture such a big thing, he quickly ordered the troops belonging to the catapult to put it away. More than a minute later, the orc trebuchet troops in the north and west put the catapults back into the space equipment at the cost of losing nearly 20 catapults. Seeing this, Zog and Zoffy hurried to the battlefields to the south and east of the initial city. Unfortunately, when they arrived, the orcs' catapults in these 2 directions had almost been withdrawn. It seems that the orc commander understood that there was no value in continuing to use the catapults, and it would be a waste, so he put them all away. However, even after losing the catapults, the orcs' attacks did not stop, and they quickly rushed to the moat 50 meters outside the city wall. There was a lack of water in the Savage Plain, so the original city did not dig a moat, but instead dug a moat pit that was 50 meters wide and 50 meters deep. The moat was in a ring shape, surrounding the original city. There were sharp wooden spikes up to 3 meters long at the bottom of the pit. If an ordinary orc fell into it, he would either die or be injured. However, even if this huge pit is as deep as the sky, it cannot stop the orcs. In their battles with humans, they have already prepared countermeasures. Although there is no magic profession among the orcs, it means that they do not have high-level earth mages and cannot cast spells to fill the pit. But the space equipment solved this problem very well. As long as you put enough stones in the space equipment, walk to the front of the pit and put the stones into the pit, you can fill the huge pit. At the same time, Arthur's earth mages and some earth wizards in the city will not watch the orcs fill the huge pit. Seeing that the huge pit no longer posed any obstacle to the orcs, they would cast spells to remove the filling stones. In this way, the 2 sides continued to seesaw. However, since the magic power of the mages is limited and the recovery speed is slow, they will not remove the stones in the pit unless the situation is critical. Only when the orcs have filled every corner under the city wall will they remove the stones in the pit, cutting off the orcs' source of rear troops for a certain period of time. This meant that the war lasted for half a day, and the orcs' attack on the initial city was still unclear. Only a few powerful orcs of silver level and above rushed up the city wall, but they were quickly repelled or killed by their human counterparts. In addition, during this half day, Arthur's 20,000 crossbowmen performed brilliantly. The flurry crossbow takes half a minute to reload, after which it can fire 3 rapid bursts. During the 5 hours of the orcs' attack, if the 20,000 crossbowmen fired at full strength, they could fire a total of 12 million crossbow arrows. The total strength of the orcs this time is only 2 million. Even if the new boarmen and tauren are tall and strong, the crossbow arrows shot from the wind crossbow will only hit their vital parts such as the head and heart. A whole 3 fingers thick could not kill them, and they even had enough energy to attack, but 3 shots would definitely kill an orc. Such rapid firepower resulted in the death of as many orcs as possible when they rushed to the initial city. Of the 300,000 orcs killed in this half-day battle, more than 200,000 were killed by Arthur's crossbowmen. This made the orcs extremely angry towards the crossbowmen of the initial city, and even caused them to have a certain degree of fear. After half a day, the orcs were no longer brave enough to charge. Before, the orcs naively believed that Arthur's magic crossbow could not shoot continuously for a long time, but until now, after suffering huge casualties, the orcs' naive ideas were finally exhausted. Seeing this, the orc commander knew that he could not continue fighting, so he called back his troops and prepared to study how to deal with Arthur's crossbowmen before fighting again. Seeing that the orcs were defeated and retreated, warm cheers were heard in the initial city. The people around Arthur, including lords like David and some soldiers, all looked at him with admiration, because they knew that the orcs' heavy losses this time were basically due to the 20,000 crossbowmen in Arthur's hands. Another thing is that the number of human deaths this time is far smaller than expected, only less than 10,000. In addition to the fierce crossbowmen, they also relied on the 20 wizard-level life mages sent by Arthur. This is the product that Arthur copied before he came to the Savage Plains. Life mages are good at healing, and with them around, as long as the soldiers don't die on the spot, they can basically be saved after being rescued from the city wall. However, due to the fierceness of the war and the precious magic power of the life mage, only 60% of the injured soldiers were healed. The remaining magic power can be used to rescue more people. This move also greatly increased Arthur's prestige in the original city. Arthur accepted everyone's gaze with a clear conscience, and then said, "While the orcs are retreating, quickly arrange guard rotations so that the soldiers who have been fighting for half a day and are exhausted can rest and have a meal."
Yes.
Compared to the smiling people in Arthur's original city, on the orc side, their generals gathered in a huge tent. All of them looked gloomy, as if their parents had died. In just half a day, the orcs lost 300,000 people, which means that if they continue to fight like this, they will all be dead in less than 5 days. In this gloomy atmosphere, the temporary commander of the orcs, the Gnoll Hank, spoke. "We must find a way to fight against the humans' magic crossbows, otherwise we won't be able to break in just by ourselves." All the animals understood this truth, but it was not easy to resist the attack of magic weapons. For a moment, there was silence in the tent again. If they were as resourceful as humans and could make some huge iron shields, they could block them, but they don't have so many metal resources, so this method doesn't work. Chapter 62. The Harpy Threat. In addition, at this time, in the sky thousands of meters above the initial city, Flynn was looking at Kurt with a smile on his face, as if saying, "You old cow, you've been defeated again this time." The 300,000 casualties were very distressing to Kurt, because among them were nearly 80,000 tauren, all of whom were his people. Thinking of this, Kurt's eyes turned red. If Flynn hadn't been watching, he would have rushed down and started killing people. No one knew about the confrontation between the two in the sky, but after a long silence among the orc high-level meeting on the ground, Hank finally spoke. "Since you can't think of any solution, and I don't think you want to go back in disgrace, let's ask for help. I observed for a long time and found that the initial city's air defense capabilities were not complete. At least I didn't see any corresponding equipment. That magic crossbow is just a light crossbow, and it would probably have little power if it could shoot up to 300 meters. And there are no powerful wizards. The 3 earth magicians are not good at attacking in the air. There is a fire magician, but it is a drop in the bucket for him to defend the sky of the entire initial city alone. In this case, I think we just need to ask the Harpy people for help, using their air superiority. If we attack from hundreds of meters above, the humans in the initial city will be helpless, and we will surely capture the initial city. But if we ask for help, we will lose all our face. You have to know that the Harpy people are unruly because of their air superiority. If we ask them for help, we will probably be ridiculed by Hao Yifun again. Moreover, the Orc King Court only sent our 3 tribes here before, and now we are asking the Harpy for help. I guess when we return to the tribe, we will be laughed at by other tribes. In fact, The Gnolls and Boarmen don't care about asking for help, but the Tauren have the help of the Sky Knights in their tribe. They also considered themselves to be superior beasts, and it was a bit embarrassing to ask them for help at this time, so they couldn't help but complain. In response, the Jackalhink simply said, "Is it more embarrassing to ask for help than to return defeated?" Hearing this, the Minotaur Earth-level warrior who had complained before was speechless and could only shut his mouth helplessly. Just like that, no one among the animals objected anymore, and they agreed on a strategy to seek help. Because they requested for reinforcements, the orcs did not launch any more attacks for more than 2 days. Arthur and others enjoyed the rare leisure time, but they also deeply understood that this was the calm before the storm, and they dared not slack off. On the 4th day after the orcs arrived at the original city, they once again deployed their battle formations, looking ready to attack. Arthur and others didn't know why the orcs had the courage to continue attacking. But Flynn, who was 1,000 meters high in the air, could clearly see with his vision as a Sky Knight that the orcs had added a new group of members at this time, namely 30,000 eagles. Although most of them are ordinary harpy men with no strength. But with their air superiority, even if they only dropped a stone weighing dozens of kilograms from a height of hundreds of meters, it could cause huge casualties to the people in the initial city. Can't help but sneer. Kurt, I didn't expect you orcs to cheat and actually ask for external help. The Minotaur Kurt knew that this was indeed a bit shameful, but this was war, and he snorted coldly. You humans can also ask for help. I'm not stopping you. Flynn sneered, but when he saw that Kurt didn't respond, he said nothing more. Then, fearing that Arthur and the others would be caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the harpy, he quickly sent a message of fighting spirit to Arthur. Arthur was startled by the sudden voice in his ear. Then he realized it was Flynn's voice. Looking up, I saw Flynn nodded and listened attentively. From Flynn's narration, Arthur soon learned that the orcs had received another 30,000 harpies to support them. His expression suddenly turned serious. After all, even if he was facing an enemy in the air, it would not be easy to deal with it without exposing the Sky Knight. Considering that the Minotaur Kurt was watching in the sky, Arthur hurriedly called David and others to get down from the city wall. A meeting was then held in a room under the city wall, and for safety reasons, a magician was even asked to cast a soundproofing barrier. David and the others were confused by Arthur's sudden act of facing a powerful enemy, but out of trust in him, they went down the city wall together. The war against the orcs was too dangerous, so Arthur was accompanied only by a Knight of the Earth and Chris from the 300 Golden Lion Cavalry. As for Corona, unlike Arthur, he was not protected by the legendary Guardian Ring, so Arthur placed him in the castle in the center of the city. Sky Knights Victor and Wilson are also in the castle. With their protection, Corona is safe. At this time, Arthur stood in the center of the room, with Chris and an Earth Knight standing behind him. In addition, there were only a dozen people left in the house. They were the 2 Duke's sons, David and Dennis, and nearly 10 Marquis sons. As for the rest, there are too many of them, more than 70 in total, and their strength is not enough. If we bring them to every meeting, it will only cause trouble. We will only bring them when announcing major events. Therefore, if there is any emergency meeting in the initial city now, it will be discussed by the dozen or so people in this room. Inside the cabin, everyone's eyes turned to Arthur, who wasted no time in telling him what Flynn had told him, that the orcs already had the support of the harpies. This frightened everyone so much that their faces changed. Even the 2 Dukes, David and Dennis, were no exception. They all knew that as long as those 30,000 harpy men joined the attack on the initial city, they would have no means to do anything to them, and the initial city might not be able to be defended. Then they still have a way to survive. But when David and the others who had lost all hope found that Arthur's face was very calm, their eyes lit up and they said expectantly, "Arthur, do you have any idea to deal with the harpy?" Hearing this, Arthur did not answer directly, but said, "David, do you still remember the meteor shower magic scroll that you used in Jubii City before? The hundreds of fireballs emitted by this scroll are very powerful. After each explosion, they can attack targets within a radius of dozens of meters, and their speed is also amazing. We just need to adjust the angle at which it is shot towards the Earth and shoot it into the air." The magic originally appeared at a height of several hundred meters in the sky, and after being shot into the sky, it was estimated that it could be launched thousands of meters away. This way, as long as the harpy come below 2,000 meters, we will be able to deal with them. If they were more than 2,000 meters above the ground, even if they attacked us, their accuracy would be almost zero. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that they used space equipment to drop huge rocks from thousands of meters in the sky. Although the aim is not accurate enough, if it hits a piece, It will cause huge casualties to us. Chapter 63. How to deal with the Harpy. No matter which world it is, air supremacy is very important, and it is even more important in this world with space equipment. Because as long as you can fly, you can hold a space ring and drop a stone hundreds of meters wide from a height of thousands of meters, and the power will be no less than that of a missile. Of course, it's such a big thing. Not just anyone can take it in and out of the space ring. After all, the larger the object, the more energy is consumed. Only the Golden Knights can barely store and take out objects that are hundreds of meters in size. Ordinary people without cultivation cannot use space equipment. Moreover, the higher the place you throw something from, the worse the accuracy will be. If you drop something from a height of several thousand meters, it may be hundreds of meters away from the target. Even if this is extremely powerful, the effect will not be great unless enough are thrown. In this regard, the magic scroll of meteorite that Arthur had previously extracted has its special use. Meteorite falling magic can not only be aimed, but also with the blessing of magic, its power far exceeds that of ordinary 100-meter stones. The most important thing is that meteorites fall from the sky suddenly, which can give people unexpected blows. Moreover, they appear from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters and cannot be intercepted at all. If an ordinary person uses a space ring to throw stones at others, not only will it be inaccurate, but it is likely that the stone will be discovered before it even flies over the enemy's head. In short, air superiority is very important, and being pelted with rocks is very dangerous. On the other side, David heard what Arthur meant, that is, he still had that kind of amazingly powerful magic scroll, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise. This method is indeed feasible, but that kind of magic scroll is very rare. How many do you have, Arthur? Arthur had as many meteor shower scrolls as he wanted, but he didn't want to waste gold coins. After all, he was not afraid of orcs. Besides, defending the initial city was not his job alone, so he smiled mysteriously and said, "How many gold coins can you give? This situation is urgent, and I am one of them." So this time, the meteor shower scroll doesn't cost 2 million gold coins like last time. This time it only costs 1 million gold coins. I personally suggest at least 5 scrolls, since there are 30,000 harpies. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Arthur with more admiration, because in everyone's value system, Arthur had made a huge investment this time. A 9th-level magic scroll cannot be purchased with just 1 million gold coins. It will cost at least over 1 million. In other words, Arthur lost at least 2 million gold coins in his fight against the orcs. How could they not admire him? Even Arthur can bleed profusely, so how can they be stingy? With this idea in mind, everyone contributed money. Of course, those small lords who didn't come would also have to pay, but the situation was critical at the moment, so David and others had to pay first, and then ask those small lords after they defeated the Harpy men. Fortunately, David and others didn't know that Arthur could earn another 4.5 million gold coins in this transaction. Otherwise, their impression of Arthur would probably collapse. After receiving 5 million gold coins, Arthur took out 5 fiery red scrolls with mysterious patterns on them. However, this time he did not hand over all the scrolls. Instead, he kept one and prepared to use it himself to satisfy his own desire. David and others had no objection to Arthur's decision. Is this the 9th-level magic scroll? It is indeed extraordinary. Except for David and Arthur, many people present were seeing such a high-level magic scroll for the first time, so they all played with it carefully first. After a while, Arthur saw that everyone had learned something new. What I'm most afraid of this time is that the Harpy people will throw rocks at us from thousands of meters in the air with space rings. Although the orcs were very poor and most of their ordinary Harpy gods could not use space rings, there were at least dozens of powerful Harpy gods who had space rings. They just need to throw rocks at us from 2,000 meters away, and we will be helpless. If that's the case, what should we do? After hearing what Arthur said, some people immediately lost their joy at obtaining the meteor shower scroll and started to panic. Fortunately, there were still many knowledgeable people present. David immediately explained, "From what I understand, the Harpy are unruly and arrogant. In order to cause casualties to us more quickly, they will not waste their energy flying thousands of meters away unless we have another weapon that can threaten them. They will most likely fly to 500 meters, which is out of the range of our Gale crossbow, and attack us. In order to avoid greater casualties, as soon as the Harpy men come within 1,000 meters, we will use the scroll to kill them in one fell swoop." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's confidence immediately recovered a lot. Considering that this time we must succeed in destroying the Harpy people, failure is not allowed. The remaining 4 meteor shower scrolls were also given to the strong men in the team. Afterwards, everyone discussed the specific timing of using the scroll. While Arthur and the others were discussing, the temporary leader of the orcs, the werewolf Hank, also hurried to meet the harpies who came to support. Hank was very excited at this time, because the number of harpy men was very small, with less than 500,000 in the entire tribe. Coupled with their unruly character, Hank thought it would be good if the harpy people could send 10,000 people to support them this time, but he didn't expect there would be 30,000 people. Now he was more confident of conquering the initial city. And so, with humans and orcs conspiring against each other, the war began again. The 30,000 harpy men spread across the sky, darkening even the sky. With the help of the harpy men, the morale of the orcs finally returned to its peak. In contrast, the morale of the humans was much lower because Arthur and others were going to use the scroll unexpectedly. It was also to confuse the harpy people. The humans didn't know that they had weapons that could be used against the harpy people, so their morale was naturally low. Looking at the morale comparison between the two sides, the Jackal Hank was full of confidence at this time, and he shouted with high spirits, "Attack with all your strength." The orcs launched another attack, and a black mass rushed towards the initial city. This time, the people in the initial city not only had to face enemies on the ground, but also had to deal with enemies in the sky. For a while, they were a little hectic. In order to deal with the harpies, Arthur allocated half of his 20,000 crossbowmen to deal with attacks from the sky. This is necessary, otherwise the harpy men might suspect that Arthur and others are plotting something. At the same time, the reduction of 10,000 crossbowmen meant that the orcs on the ground finally had enough people able to attack the city walls, instead of like before. They could only throw some stones and javelins at close range to attack the humans on the city wall and cause some casualties to them. However, only a certain number of orcs could attack the city walls. Even if there were only 10,000 crossbowmen, combined with other humans using spears and stones for defense, it would be barely enough. Chapter 64. Instant Defeat of the Harpy. The 30,000 eagle men in the sky did not launch an attack on the initial city at the first time, because they wanted the orcs on the ground to attract as much firepower from the initial city as possible so that they would have fewer casualties when launching the attack. As for the life and death of other orcs, they don't care. The 30,000 eagle men had not made any movement after more than 10 minutes of the war between the two sides had begun. Seeing their men dying one after another, the faces of the top leaders of the other 3 tribes also became anxious. The temporary commander, the Jackal Hank, could not help but shout to the harpy in the sky, "Everyone, the war has been going on for a long time. Is it time to attack?" Hearing this, the harpy leaders looked at the other 3 tribes on the ground, whose eyes were about to turn into anger, and knew that it was time to attack. Moreover, the Tauren chieftain was watching them from above, so they couldn't be too aggressive. Then he yelled, "Attack!" Considering that 30,000 people were still a little too few, the harpy men did not split up and attack the 4 city walls, but concentrated their attack on the northern wall facing their original city. After all, as long as one wall is breached, the orc army can march straight in, and there is no need to divide the troops to weaken themselves. On the other side, Arthur was delighted when he saw the army of harpies coming towards him. Because the harpies do not divide their forces and gather together, the damage will be more obvious when they use the meteor shower scroll later. According to intelligence, the initial city's air defense is weak, except for the large number of Gale crossbows that can shoot up 300 to 400 meters. He is a fire mage, but the mage's attack range is only 1,000 meters. The remaining crossbows and stones thrown by mountain giants did not pose much of a threat to the harpies. So the harpy men pressed towards the northern city wall from 1,500 meters above the initial city, which they thought was relatively safe. The 30,000 harpy men were basically all archers, although their bows were rather crudely made. But because they have the advantage of being high above, even an ordinary stone arrow, shot from a height of thousands of meters, is powerful enough to penetrate the golden cave stone. Compared to what Arthur had imagined before, an ordinary harpy carrying dozens of kilograms of stones was much more threatening. After all, an ordinary harpy can only lift one stone weighing dozens of kilograms. After attacking once, he can only retreat, but a bow and arrow can be shot many times. Arthur, David, and other lords were standing on the top of the north city wall. When they saw the harpy coming in the way they expected, they were all delighted. But no one showed it, because the harpy has the eyesight of an eagle, and if the expression is wrong, they might be discovered. After a moment, when the eagle man really arrived at 1,500 meters above the initial city, Arthur, David, and the others looked at each other tacitly, and then took out 5 fiery red scrolls from the space ring at lightning speed. He then injected his fighting spirit into tearing the scroll apart. In an instant, 5 brilliant magic circles lit up in the sky above the initial city. The violent fire elements gathered madly in the sky and condensed into 501-meter-sized fireballs on the 5 magic circles, causing the temperature near the initial city to rise significantly, with heat waves rolling. When this scene appeared, not only the humans, but even the orcs who were charging couldn't help but stop. After all, the power of 5 level 9 magics appearing together was so terrifying that people couldn't help but tremble. When the Gnoll Hank saw this, his wolf eyes widened even more. Half a year ago, the Gnolls failed in their siege of the city because of the magic scroll of Meteor Shower. He had heard the surviving hyenas describe that kind of magic before, and the situation was the same as it was now, but the difference was that this time there were 5 of them appearing at once. Hank immediately realized that the harpy might be finished. Not only Hank and his men, but even the Minotaur Kurt and the human Sky Knight Flynn, who were thousands of meters in the air, showed expressions of surprise at this moment. Because 9th level magic is not easy to come by. Even with their strength, they would probably be seriously injured if they were surrounded by 5 Meteor Shower magics. This is because Meteor Shower is a group magic. Flynn knew that Arthur had taken out this kind of scroll before, but he didn't expect that he could take out 5 at a time. This is a skill that even the royal family may not have. I couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that I still underestimated him. In contrast, the Minotaur Kurt looked at Arthur, who was standing at the head of the crowd on the city wall below. There was fire in the bull's eyes, and he was obviously extremely angry. He knew that this war against humanity would fail again because of this man. Countless people on the battlefield knew the horror of the 5 magic spells. The 30,000 eagle men who were the targets of the 5 magic spells felt as if the god of death himself had come. Many eagle-bodied people were in a state of panic because of this. The first to react to the fear was the strong man among the eagles, and then a shrill cry came out. "Retreat!" spread across the sky. Hearing this, the 30,000 eagle men fled into the distance, regardless of their feathers that had curled slightly due to the intense heat. Unfortunately, one of the advantages of magic scrolls over mages is that they do not require chanting and can be cast extremely quickly. Less than 2 seconds after the magic circle appeared, 500 fireballs had been condensed. At this time, the harpy men who had come to their senses had not flown far at all. The 500 fireballs in the magic circle shot towards them like cannonballs. A fireball hit an eagle man and exploded like a cannonball, covering an area of dozens of meters. Dozens of harpy men around were either turned into ashes or into charcoal balls, falling to the ground. This huge explosion was repeated 500 times under the gaze of countless people, causing 30,000 eagle men to scream in agony. But after all, the harpies were not standing so densely in the sky, so after the magic, there were still nearly 3,000 harpies left. It's much worse than the record of Meteor Shower, killing over 10,000 people with one strike on the ground. However, the remaining 3,000 people are almost all ordinary harpics who were previously on the edge of the harpics team. The strong men in the center were basically blown to death. Although these 3,000 eagle men were lucky enough not to die, they were obviously frightened out of their wits. Even though the magic had ended, they still did not stop running away and kept flying away from the original city. Only after it had flown 5 kilometers away did it slowly stop with lingering fear in its heart. Afterwards, the remaining 3,000 eagle men looked towards the initial city with extremely complicated expressions, including fear, anger, and even hatred. Of course, the most common one is fear. In addition, the more than 1 million orcs on the ground at this time also had confusion in their eyes and were at a loss. Clearly, they were in a very good situation where they were almost certain to win just a few minutes ago. But now their powerful reinforcements, the harpy men, were almost completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. Their support was gone in an instant. The huge contrast shocked the more than 1 million orcs around the initial city, and their morale plummeted. Chapter 65. Exchange 3 Sky Knights again. In contrast, the humans in the city cheered loudly when they realized that they had once again foiled the orcs' conspiracy. "Lord Arthur, Your Majesty, Lord David is mighty." Since the scroll was torn open by Arthur, David, and other 5 people, the cheering soldiers were almost all shouting their names. Seeing that humans' morale was high and ours was completely demoralized, the orc general quickly blew the horn of retreat. Looking at the orcs fleeing in panic, the humans' cheers grew louder and louder. On the North City wall, David and others beside Arthur were also very excited. After David calmed down, he said to Arthur. Among the remaining 3,000 Harpy men, there is only one silver-level warrior, and the rest are bronze-level and ordinary orcs. They are no longer a concern. Arthur, you have once again led us to defeat the orcs. As he said this, David squeezed Arthur's arm tightly again, looking like it's all up to him. Arthur smiled modestly. It's not that exaggerated. It's just a coincidence that there are a few magic scrolls. Everyone's efforts are indispensable. When Arthur said this, others did not think so, and they all complimented him again. Suddenly, a joyful scene appeared on the north wall of the original city. But the atmosphere thousands of meters above was indeed a bit tense. At this time, Flynn was staring closely at the furious Minotaur Kurt, fearing that he would rush to the initial city and kill people to vent his anger while he was not paying attention. To be honest, Kurt really wanted to rush down and kill everyone, because he knew that without the help of the Harpy men, the remaining 1 million orcs would not be able to capture the original city. In other words, they had failed. How could this not make him angry? But when he saw Flynn staring at him, he knew that was impossible. Finally, after a puff of hot air came out of his nostrils, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. Leave a harsh word. Humph, you humans are lucky this time. Then he turned and headed towards the orc camp below. After Kurt left, Flynn flew to Arthur's side on the north wall. Arthur and others noticed two separate streams of light in the sky and knew that the confrontation between the two Sky Knights had come to an end. Then he calmed down and waited for Flynn to arrive. A few seconds later, Flynn appeared next to everyone with a smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was indeed very happy. In just a few days, Arthur and others wiped out hundreds of thousands of orcs. This was great news for Flynn, who advocated war. So he looked at everyone, especially Arthur, with great satisfaction. I have seen your performance over the past few days, and you have done a great job. I will report your achievements to the kingdom, and will reward you when you are conferred the title of Lord in 2.5 years. In fact, as pioneer lords, Arthur and others killed orcs to protect themselves and should not have received any rewards from the kingdom. But since Flynn, the Sky Knight, has spoken, there will definitely be some compensation in the future. Thank you, Duke Flynn. People say they want to reward you, so Arthur and the others naturally want to express their gratitude. After praising everyone, Flynn turned his attention to Arthur. Arthur, I am particularly satisfied with your performance. To be honest, if you were not married to the daughter of Marquis Yueji, I would have wanted my granddaughter to marry you. Marquis Yueji really got the upper hand. Hearing this, Arthur was stunned by Flynn's sudden mention of marrying off his granddaughter. But the fact that he could say this showed that Flynn was extremely optimistic about him. A smile appeared on his face, and he replied, Thank you for Duke Flynn's appreciation of me. I can only blame myself for not being so lucky. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. Although it was speculated that the orcs would retreat, as long as they did not actually retreat, the people in the initial city cannot really relax. So even though Arthur and the others were talking and laughing at this time, they were all standing on the city wall, occasionally glancing at the orcs in the distance to see if they would have any special actions. At the orc place, still in that huge tent, the Minotaur Kurt was standing in the center of the tent, looking at the several orc leaders below with a look of trash. The werewolf Hank, the surviving Harpy, and others below all lowered their heads, not daring to look Kurt in the eye. Kurt knew that cursing would be useless at this point, so he could only sigh helplessly and ask with a glimmer of hope, Do you have any other ideas to take over the initial city? Obviously, everyone had no idea what to do, so there was another moment of silence. After a long time, Kurt reluctantly issued his fate. Since we can't take it, then don't waste food here, let's return to the capital. You have to know that the orcs' food production is not high, and more than 1 million orcs coming out to fight will consume a lot of food. Originally, they thought they could easily capture a few human cities and obtain a large amount of food. But unexpectedly, humans got the news first and retreated, leaving them with very little stuff in the city and even less food. Afterwards, they thought that even if they only had 10 days of food, it would be enough to capture the initial city, but now it seems that they overestimated themselves. Even if the orcs want to continue attacking now, their food reserves are only enough to support them for 5 days, so they might as well retreat. Everyone remained silent for a while, obviously agreeing with Kurt's decision. Half an hour later, Arthur and others on the city wall clearly saw the orcs begin to pack up their tents and other items, and it seemed that they were really preparing to retreat. Dozens of minutes later, the orcs who had finished packing began to walk towards the north, until their figures gradually disappeared. But he still couldn't completely relax at this time. He waited for a few more hours, and the falcon that went out for reconnaissance brought back news. The orcs have already reached the north of Jubii City and Dinghuang City, which were originally regarded as the border by humans. It seems that the orcs are really retreating. After hearing this news, everyone in the initial city finally relaxed and then celebrated with smiles on their faces. Arthur was naturally also part of the celebration, but everyone didn't know that Arthur's other plan was already being implemented at this time. The orcs have come to his doorstep. How could Arthur not teach them a lesson? Otherwise, do they really think he is easy to bully? However, this kind of lesson cannot be taught openly, so Arthur directly arranged for Victor, Wilson, and other 5 Sky Knights to chase the orcs. Yes, it was 5 Sky Knights. Just in case, Arthur exchanged out 3 more Sky Knights. Moreover, in Arthur's opinion, although the orcs are poor, the strong among them must have a lot of money, and he just needs to get that money. Not only will Arthur get back the 30 million gold coins he used to buy these 3 Sky Knights, but he will also make a huge profit. Chapter 66. The terrifying power of the forbidden spell meteorite falling from the sky. The orcs who had already passed through Jubii City did not know that they were about to face another nightmare from humans. It can be said that the orcs destroyed every city they saw along the way. Having suffered a great loss at the hands of humans this time, they would naturally seek revenge as much as possible. Many human towns along the way were directly demolished into ruins. Even Jubii City and Dinghuang City were no exception. It can be said that after this battle, many lords will feel heartbroken for a while. On the other side, the orcs also relaxed after arriving further north of Jubii City, because this place is already the territory of the orcs. Before, they were worried that humans would catch up and hunt them down, but now it seems that humans don't have the courage to do that. Thinking of this, many orcs cursed humans in their hearts, thinking that they must teach them a lesson next time. Even the Minotaur Kurt is thinking about how to take revenge on humans next time. Suddenly, Kurt, the Minotaur who possessed the strength of a Sky Knight, felt panicked and depressed. This is a very rare phenomenon, because Minotaur Kurt is also one of the stronger ones among the Sky Knights. Now, no one can make him panic except the 2 legends of the Orc Royal Court and the Human Kingdom. But the human legend would not target him just because of his failed attack. Just when Kurt was feeling uneasy, he suddenly noticed something strange in the sky. Looking closely, he saw a meteorite with terrifying magical fluctuations coming towards them, and his inner premonition told him that it was coming towards him. The terrifying magical power contained in the meteorite was dozens of times stronger than that of the great human magician he had encountered before. This inevitably made Kurt have a horrible premonition in his heart that the meteorite was a forbidden magic cast by a legendary human wizard. But when did he offend such a strong man? There were no legendary mages in Cake Kingdom. Even though Kurt's thoughts were working at full speed, he still couldn't figure out why. It would be strange if he could think of it. After all, there is Arthur, a cheating guy. At the same time, the situation did not allow him to think too much. Seeing that the meteorite would hit him in a dozen seconds, the Minotaur Kurt turned into a stream of light and flew away in the distance in the surprised eyes of the surrounding beasts. He didn't even think of warning others, because he knew that even if he warned them, they would still be dead in this horrific attack. It would be better to save that 1 second of reminder, so that he can escape further. This meteorite containing terrifying magical power was summoned by the magic scroll of meteorite falling from the sky that Arthur gave to Victor, Wilson, and other 5 people. Unfortunately, the meteorite summoned by the scroll can only confirm its falling position at the beginning, and cannot change its direction afterwards. It is not like when the legendary wizard casts it. Even if the meteorite is summoned, it can still change a certain direction, otherwise the meteorite will probably chase the Minotaur Kurt. After all, among the more than 1 million orcs present, only Kurt, who possessed sky-level strength, posed the greatest threat to Wilson, Victor, and others. In fact, the lineup of the 5 Sky Knights is already very powerful. Facing more than 1 million orcs, they can easily annihilate them all. Because some might escape by chance, but eliminating those strong men with space rings and robbing their wealth will definitely be a sure thing. But Arthur's intention this time was to test the power of the scroll in order to pave the way for its actual use in the future, which was why he wasted the forbidden scroll on Victor and the others. After the Minotaur Kurt escaped, many orcs followed his figure in the sky and immediately discovered the meteorite. Although most orcs cannot detect it, it is a magic that only legendary wizards can cast. But even an ordinary meteorite should not be underestimated. The desire to escape immediately caused the orcs' formation to become chaotic, and everyone ran in all directions. Unfortunately, the meteorite is now only about 10 seconds away from hitting the ground. Where can they run to in such a short time? Under the desperate gaze of countless orcs, the huge meteorite, which turned red due to air friction, finally hit them. There were no screams at the beginning, because compared to the orc's tiny screams, the sound of the meteorite hitting the ground was earth-shaking. First, there was a mushroom cloud that was thousands of meters high, and then the ground began to crack like a spider web, with countless cracks that were tens or even hundreds of meters wide. At the same time, a terrifying shock wave spread rapidly in all directions. The horrifying vibrations and shock waves spread over dozens of miles, even though the orcs' marching formation was relatively loose and wide. But with this attack, their casualties are estimated to be no less than 500,000. On the other side, although the Minotaur Kurt had flown out long ago, he could not fly far in just a dozen seconds and was finally caught up by the terrifying shock wave. However, thanks to his terrifying strength and the fact that he was not at the center of the impact, Kurt only suffered some minor injuries and became a little embarrassed. But even though it was only a minor injury, Kurt still suffered a great psychological trauma. After escaping the disaster, he looked at the tragic scene not far away and felt extremely scared. If he had reacted slower, he would probably have been one of the hundreds of thousands of dead souls. After recovering a little, Kurt was startled again and looked around quickly, trying to find any clues. Because he thought that the person who could deliver such a terrifying attack, even if he was not a legendary wizard, after all, he knew about magic scrolls. But it certainly should not be underestimated. But he was disappointed. In order to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the attack, Victor, Wilson, and others were at least 10 miles away from where he was at the moment. For a long time, Kurt didn't notice anything wrong. Just when he thought it was just a warning from an unknown powerful man, he relaxed. 5 streams of light in the distance attracted his attention. 5 Sky Knight-level warriors. Kate was a strong man with excellent eyesight. She found that the 5 people were wearing knight armor that covered their entire bodies, not even revealing their faces, and their body sizes were the same as those of humans. The face is covered, and it looks like a human. Combining these 2 points, Kurt understands that the person is not friendly. Quickly fled in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, the main attributes of the Tauren are almost all Earth attributes, and Kurt is no exception. The Sky Knights summoned by Arthur are all of Thunder attribute, and only those of Wind attribute can match them in speed. In a short while, Kurt was caught up and surrounded by Victor and his men who had hidden their identities. Quick and decisive, with such a big commotion, both the Orc King's court and the Human Kingdom will immediately send strong men to check it out. Victor didn't waste any time and directly gave instructions to the other 4 people in a deliberately changed voice. Because Victor was the first Sky Knight summoned by Arthur and Arthur had the deepest feelings for him, he became the leader of the 5. Chapter 67. The Marauding Orcs. On the other hand, Kurt was facing 5 top Sky Knights who were even stronger than him, and he knew that there was no chance of escape. But he was unwilling to die unjustly for no reason. After all, he had spent countless sweats to cultivate to his current strength. He quickly raised his hand to signal the surroundings. Wait a minute, 5 of you. I don't think you are from Kate's kingdom. We should have no grudges against each other in the past. Did you find the wrong person? Our current territory is in the Orc King's court. If you kill me for no reason, you will only offend the legendary strongman behind me. I hope you will think it over carefully. Kurt's words were an explanation at the beginning, but contained a hidden threat at the end. Most people might consider the pros and cons, but Victor and the others were here for him, so Victor simply replied, "We are here to kill you. As for your orc legend, it will take at least an hour for us to arrive. By then, we will have disappeared without a trace." Then, without waiting for Kurt to reply, he said firmly, "Take action." Facing 5 people stronger than himself, Kurt was in a very critical situation the moment Victor and others took action. Because it is of Earth attribute, its speed is not as fast as Victor and others of Thunder attribute, so it can only stand still and passively defend. However, Victor and the others wanted to capture him alive and use Kurt as a product for Arthur to copy next time, so they did not directly use their powerful fighting skills. They just used their speed to beat him up, gradually aggravating his injuries. So a special scene appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed all over the 5 people's bodies, and they continuously attacked the 5-meter-tall, khaki-colored Minotaur in the middle with lightning speed. 1 second after the battle started, Kurt was injured, and half a minute later he was covered in blood and was seriously injured. Then he was captured alive by 5 people without a doubt. In fact, if Kurt burst out with all his strength, he could still hold on for 1 or 2 more minutes. After all, his strength is at the peak of the Sky Knight. He discovered at the beginning of the fight that Victor and his men did not want to harm his life. With hope of survival in his heart, he naturally did not want to fight to the death. So he didn't resist much and was captured by Victor and his men. Afterwards, Victor and his companions used a secret method that could seal strength, turning Kurt, who had little ability to resist to begin with, into a reckless man with only physical strength. Even if Kurt's injuries have healed now, as long as he has not broken the seal, his physical body alone is at most equivalent to that of a Earth Knight. Because he had no fighting spirit, he couldn't even fly. After taking the space bracelet from Kurt's hand, they arranged one person to guard it, and the remaining 4 people killed the orc army that was still wailing. As they got closer, Victor and his companions looked up at the meteorite crater in the sky, which was at least 1,000 meters in diameter. There was still a lot of hot magma in the crater. Looking at this horrifying scene, Victor and his companions fully realized the horror of the legend and understood that it was not advisable to stay here for long. Otherwise, it will be bad if the orc legend arrives. So after a brief sigh, the 4 of them rushed towards the orcs below. Killing other orcs is just a matter of convenience. But as long as you see an orc with space equipment, you must kill it. Because there is space equipment, it means that there must be a lot of money inside, and money is what Arthur needs most. 15 minutes later, most of the strong men in the Orc Legion who were equipped with space equipment were killed. Seeing this, Victor and his companions did not stay for too long. They took the Minotaur Kurt, who had no power to resist, and flew to a deserted place. Victor and his companions cannot return to where Arthur is now. The noise caused by the meteorite falling from the sky was too loud. Not only would the strong orcs come here, but the strong men from the Cait Kingdom would also definitely come. If we go to Cait Kingdom, we might run into strong men who come to investigate. The most important thing now is to hide and avoid the limelight. Fast forward 10 minutes, when the huge rock summoned by meteorite magic hit the border between the 2 countries. Not to mention that the entire Orc Royal Court and the entire Cait Kingdom had noticed the abnormality, but at least several provinces on the border of the 2 countries had felt the shock. At the same time, 2 legendary strong men from the Orc Royal Court and the Cait Kingdom rushed out from their seclusion in the royal capital. The ancestors' sudden breakthrough surprised the royal families on both sides, and they hurried forward to ask what happened. There is a fluctuation of forbidden magic. I will go and investigate first. You wait quietly. After the 2 legends used similar words to comfort the royal family members, they turned into streams of light several times faster than the Sky Knights and headed towards where the meteorite fell. You should know that there are no legendary wizards in the Kingdom of Cait and the Orc Royal Court, so the appearance of forbidden magic is most likely due to the appearance of strong people from other forces in the 2 countries. This is not good news. After all, the 2 countries are not considered powerful in the continent of gods. They can only be considered medium and cannot withstand too many storms. As the 2 legends hurried towards the place where the meteorite fell, the people in the initial city, who were celebrating the victory over the orcs, also felt the unusual vibration under their feet. The initial city was only 200 miles away from the site where the meteorite fell, and everyone could vaguely sense the turmoil of magical energy in the distance. They were all shocked and went to a high place to look, but unfortunately the distance was too far and they could not see anything. But the magic riot and this strange vibration appeared almost at the same time. Something must have happened. The celebration was paused. After Sky Knight Flynn told everyone not to go out of the city, he hurried to investigate the situation. Now everyone became curious. Only Arthur knew what was going on, so he was not worried about the strange phenomena in the distance. He was just secretly looking forward to how much income Victor and others' actions could bring him this time. Is it 100 million gold coins or 200 million gold coins, or more? Sky Knight Flynn was the first to arrive because he was closest to the scene. Flynn stood on a high place and looked at the tragic scene underground. Half a day ago, there were nearly 1.6 million orc troops left, but now there are less than 1 million. The most important thing is that the strong ones in the Orc Legion were all killed. Even the Minotaur Kurt, the opponent with similar strength to him, disappeared. Something big has happened. This thought suddenly popped up in Flynn's mind. Everything else was just a small matter. Even the death of hundreds of thousands of orcs didn't matter much. However, the disappearance of Kurt is no small matter for the Orc Royal Court. They only have 4 Sky Knights in total, and now one is missing, which has a huge impact on their strength. The orcs might get furious and go to war with the kingdom, but the kingdom is not fully prepared for this war, and both sides will suffer losses. And since they could make such a big fuss, he would definitely know if the kingdom was taking action, and the orcs would not kill each other to this extent. Chapter 68, 2 Legends. It must be the work of a third-party force outside the kingdom and the royal court. In this case, the situation on the Tauren Peninsula will become even more complicated. In this situation, Flynn didn't dare to act rashly. He could only wait silently for the legends from the two countries to arrive. Of course, before that, Flynn has to hide. Otherwise, if the strong and legendary orcs come first and use him as a punching bag, that would be bad. Fortunately, the legends from both sides arrived at almost the same time, and after seeing the tragic scene below, they all frowned. As old rivals for hundreds of years, they know each other very well. Knowing that it was not the other party who did it, they did not draw fire. Instead, they tacitly scanned the room together, looking for clues. Seeing his own legend arrive, Flynn emerged from the darkness and said to a sturdy old man with graying hair but no wrinkles on his face, "Ancestor." Hearing this, the human legend turned around and looked. "It's Flynn. You arrived before us. Did you find any additional clues about who cast the forbidden magic?" Flynn did not dare to neglect the question from the only legend of Cait Kingdom and quickly said, "Ancestor, I also rushed here after discovering the anomaly. It was nearly 20 minutes after the incident when I arrived. The perpetrators have long since disappeared, and I think the surviving orcs on Earth may know more than I do." "I see. That's a pity." When the human legend sighed, the orc legend with a tiger head in the distance also retracted his slightly erect ears and then looked down at his fellow tribesmen who were in a miserable state. It seems that he is also very concerned about the people behind him. Looking around, it turned out that the strongest of the nearly 1 million orcs below were only at the silver stage. The strong ones at the gold knight level definitely have space equipment, and the wealthy ones in the silver stage do the same. Therefore, the orc army has now been killed by Victor and his men, with only silver left at the highest. After taking a quick look around, the orc legend discovered a silver-level Tauren in a relatively good mental state and immediately flew towards him. Flynn and the human legend did not follow, but they were also secretly paying attention to the movements over there. The orcs must have known their legendary appearance, so after the tiger-headed orc flew towards them, not only the Tauren Silver who was in better spirits, but also the orcs around him knelt down one after another. "Meet my king." The orc legend was once the king of the orc royal court, so everyone called him that. "Hurry up, I want to know who dared to kill so many of my people. Have you seen the murderer's face and figure before? You tell me." The orc legend pointed at the leading Tauren Silver Road. Seeing their king asking about the murderer, the silver bull-headed warrior seemed to have a place to vent. His eyes suddenly turned red and tears came out. At the same time, he cried with fear, "Your Majesty, the situation just now was very chaotic. As far as I can remember, our clan leader Kurt was the first to discover something was wrong and fled away first. Then we discovered that a meteorite with terrifying force was coming towards us. Before we could recover from the impact of the meteorite, we discovered that 5 top Sky Knights, wearing full human body armor, whose appearance could not be seen but whose body shapes were similar to those of humans, surrounded Chief Kurt. In just about a minute, the Patriarch was captured alive by those 5 people. Afterwards, 4 of the 5 men separated and came to kill our orc army. They seemed to be very fond of money. All of our strong men wearing space equipment were killed by those 4 men. Just 15 minutes later, they finished the looting and fled in that direction." As he spoke, the Silver Minotaur pointed in the direction of an uninhabited area. Then the Silver Tauren remembered something and came to. "By the way, those 5 people are all powerful warriors with thunder attributes. They are all of thunder attribute." Upon hearing this, the orc legend was also shocked. You should know that the thunder attribute is a relatively rare attribute. It only appears in at least 1 knight among 1,000, and each of them is a strong one at the same level. The 5 Sky Knights all possess such rare attributes. The information contained therein is extremely vast. Coupled with that terrifying legendary magic, I don't know if it was caused by the scroll or if there really is a legendary wizard behind it. Thinking about all these things, the orc legend began to feel a little hesitant to investigate further. He couldn't help but look at the human legend in the distance with an inquiring gaze, as if asking, "Do you know that there is such a force near the 2 countries?" The human legend silently shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. For a moment, several people were in a stalemate. But with the idea that he might find some clues, the orc legend finally chased in the direction where Victor and his companions had disappeared. The human legend and Flynn did not chase after him. Because of the appearance of 5 top Sky Knights with thunder attributes and forbidden magic, the information contained is too huge. Not to mention the legendary magic, just look at the number of powerful thunder attribute masters. At least it is impossible for the Cait Kingdom to be cultivated. By making such a comparison, we can know that the forces behind the 5 people are not simple. It is highly likely that Cait's kingdom cannot compare. In this case, Since the group only destroyed the orcs, they did not cause any harm to the kingdom. Then there is no need to care. From another perspective, those 5 people killed a lot of orcs, which helped them, so there was no need for them to offend them. The orc legend actually didn't want to get involved in this matter, but after all, those who died were all his people, and he had to give everyone an explanation. Otherwise, even if he has extraordinary strength, others will not be convinced by him. After the orc legend left, the human legend and Flynn also returned to the direction of the kingdom. However, when they left, they all looked troubled. After this incident, Flynn no longer had any interest in staying in the initial city. After briefly explaining the situation to everyone, he returned to the kingdom. When the many lords of the initial city learned that a mysterious force had appeared on the wild plains, they didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. The good news was that that force helped them eliminate many orcs who were enemies just 2 days ago. What is worrying is that with the existence of that force, the situation in the Savage Plains has become even more bizarre, and it may become more difficult for everyone to survive here. In this way, all the lords gathered in the initial city also became worried. Due to an unexpected event, the celebration party for repelling the orcs came to an end. Only Arthur looked calm. David and the others thought that Arthur was very powerful, so they were not worried and showed envy on their faces. Only Arthur himself knew that the mysterious force was him, so why would he worry about himself? Chapter 69. Huge gains of hundreds of millions of gold coins. Another day has passed. The orcs had been repelled, so the remaining 90 or so lords also returned to their homes. But a lot of things were left behind, such as a population of nearly 900,000. Such a large population was Arthur's reward for taking in so many lords. With the addition of these 900,000 people, the total population of Arthur's original city has now reached more than 1.1 million. Fortunately, when Arthur built the city, he did not build houses according to the population of 1 million. So more than 1 million people can still live in it, but not more. The person who benefited the most from this war with the orcs was Arthur. The orcs suffered heavy casualties, while many human lords were short of men and had lost money. Only Arthur not only gained 900,000 people, but also earned 4 million gold coins by selling magic scrolls. Not to mention the money that Victor and his companions later robbed when they killed the powerful orcs. He can be said to be the biggest winner. A few days later, the news that a Sky Knight from the Orc Kingdom was kidnapped by 5 mysterious people spread throughout the Cake Kingdom, causing an uproar in the kingdom. In the eyes of most people, this is a great happy event. After all, if one Sky Knight dies, there is one less strong man. Now that the orcs have lost a Sky Knight-level warrior, humans will have a greater advantage in future wars against them. There are even rumors that those mysterious people are the strongest humans in the continent, and they act like this because they can't stand the Beastmen. Of course, not many people believe this statement. In addition, there are a few people who see the meaning behind it, which is that the situation between humans and orcs may become chaotic. For a time, many people were secretly making preparations. As for Arthur, he has been looking forward to the return of Victor and others these days. Finally, on the 5th night after the meteorite fall, Victor and his companions quietly returned to Arthur's castle. Arthur received them in the study. As soon as they met, Arthur first expressed his condolences. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. It is our honor to serve you, my lord." After the pleasantries, Arthur saw that only 4 people had returned. One person was missing, so he asked, "What about the other person?" "The Minotaur Kurt is too conspicuous to be brought into the city, so we left one person outside the city to guard him. When Master Yu wants to make a copy next year, we will go there again." Hearing this, Arthur nodded and smiled. "You arranged it very well." Then, thinking of the huge fortune he might get this time, Arthur couldn't help but ask excitedly, "How much money did you get from looting the orcs this time? Tell me in detail." "Yes, sir." After responding, Victor took out 2 space rings. "Sir, the money we robbed from the orcs this time is mainly divided into 2 parts. One belongs to the Minotaur Kurt. His storage bracelet contains nearly 100 million gold coins, and the remaining various items, such as weapons and armor, are also worth nearly 200 million gold coins. The remaining 3 Earth Warriors, dozens of Gold Warriors, and hundreds of Silver Warriors had space equipment containing a total of 50 million gold coins and various items worth nearly 80 million. In general, the value of the items is higher. But those are stolen goods, and it is not easy for us to sell them now. We can consider waiting until we are stronger, such as having a legendary warrior, and then sell them. Otherwise, when you sell these things, you might be targeted by orc and human legends. The two space rings contain 150 million gold coins and various items worth 280 million respectively. Please check them. Hearing this, Arthur nodded and said affirmatively, Victor, you are doing the right thing. There is no need to rush to sell the stolen goods. Besides, the 150 million gold coins is already a huge gain for me now, so we don't need to be too greedy. After agreeing with Victor's point of view, Arthur took the two space rings. Arthur was too lazy to identify the space ring containing various valuable items one by one. But Arthur still took a quick look at the ring containing 150 million gold coins. Looking at the mountain of gold coins, the smile on his face became even brighter. Looking at the smile on Arthur's face, Victor and the others knew that Arthur was very satisfied with their actions, and smiles also appeared on their faces. After a moment, Victor thought that their current weapons and armor were of little help to them. If they had the right weapons, they could help Arthur more. Sir, in the space bracelet of the Minotaur Kurt, we also found a knight's giant sword suitable for the Sky Knight. It's inside the space ring in your hand. We can't use it now, but you can copy it and change the style a little bit, so that we can have a suitable weapon. Hearing this, Arthur thought that it seemed that Victor and the others also felt that their weapons were not convenient to use. However, having the corresponding weapons can indeed greatly enhance the strength of several people, which is also of great benefit to Arthur. He curiously searched for the special knight's giant sword in the space ring that contained many high-value items. Soon, a huge sword with a cold glow came into Arthur's sight. He took it out from the space and held it in his hand. Arthur wanted to hold it, but found that he couldn't lift it at all. Seeing that the giant sword was about to hit the ground, Victor was quick to catch it. My lord, be careful. This sword is made of black iron and a variety of rare materials. Although it is only 2 meters long, it weighs dozens of tons. Only a golden knight can lift it. It was my fault that I didn't warn you, and you almost got hurt. In fact, the most it would do is break the floor and make a lot of noise, but Arthur wouldn't be hurt. And this was Arthur's fault. He didn't expect the Sky Knight's weapon to be so heavy, so he apologized quickly. I don't blame you, but I am ignorant. It's a good thing you caught the sword in time. Otherwise, there would have been quite a commotion. I don't dare. After this incident, Arthur truly witnessed the power of Sky Knight-level weapons. They were so heavy that they could kill many people just by smashing them. If Victor and others use it, it will be the end of the world. So the weapons must be equipped and then copied and purchased when there is an opportunity to copy them. After this incident was exposed and the greatsword was put away, Arthur saw that the money he obtained from just one robbery was more than what he had accumulated in the previous 6 months. The robber spirit in Arthur's heart also began to stir. After thinking for a while, he said to Victor and the others, Victor, Wilson, you two will take turns to be my guard from now on. Yes, sir. Then Arthur looked at the remaining 2 Sky Knights. As for you two, I have a mission for you. We must go all out. Before Arthur could say what the mission was, the two began to swear. They paused for a moment before continuing. You all know that I am in great need of gold coins, and the nobles and merchants have the most gold coins in the kingdom. Chapter 72 Headed Flying Dragon. If we want to take money from them using conventional means, it will probably be difficult and troublesome. So I need the two of you to snatch gold coins from some disreputable nobles and merchants in the kingdom. If you really encounter some unforgivable criminals, kill them and do some good deeds at the same time. But I don't ask you to grab it right away. You should spend some time to get some information first. After getting a good feel of the situation, complete all the looting work within a day or two so that the royal family of the kingdom will not be able to react in time. If we come one by one, investigate each one and rob each one, we might be targeted by the legend of the royal family. Hearing this, the 2 Sky Knights solemnly promised. Don't worry, sir. We will act with caution. Even if we are unlucky enough to encounter a powerful legendary figure from the kingdom, we will never let him learn any news about you from us. In fact, the probability of encountering kingdom legend in this matter is very small. After all, it only takes 1 or 2 days to take action, and it is impossible for the kingdom to figure out the action patterns of the 2 people at once. Besides, Arthur naturally trusted the people who bought it from the portable store, so he hurriedly said, I know all of your loyalty, so you must be more careful about your safety. If one of you dies, it will be a huge loss to me. I will definitely live up to Lord Arthur's trust. Seeing that Arthur valued them so much, the 2 were moved and swore an oath again. After that, they discussed the detailed steps, and then the 2 of them left the initial city and went directly to the kingdom. I had just finished my work and didn't even have a night's rest. Arthur was touched and grateful for this. He was touched that the two were so loyal to him, and grateful that he had a portable store and could gain their loyalty. 2 months passed, and it was less than a week away from Arthur's fiancée Olivia's 18th birthday party. Arthur promised Paul half a year ago that he would go, so he really had to make time to go. But there were still 5 days left, so Arthur was in no hurry. 2 months passed, and he added 4 new items to his mall. First, Arthur could choose 2 items to copy. For the first one, he chose the captured Minotaur Kurt. After all the strong men he could summon were humans, so adding an orc would be more comprehensive. After the copying was completed, Kurt was killed. He was once the chieftain of a certain tribe of Minotaurs, with earth-attributed fighting spirit and the strength of a peak Sky Knight. The price is 10 million gold coins. Of course, Arthur didn't just copy Kurt to increase the comprehensiveness of his merchandise. Since he sent strong men to plunder wealth from the human side, how could the orcs be an exception? So he also copied 2 Sky Knight-level Tauren and asked them to go to the Orc King's court to understand the situation and then prepare to take action. Unlike the human kingdom, the Orc King's court only wants to know which tribes and orcs are rich, whether good or evil. It doesn't matter to the human Arthur after all. Now that 2 months have passed, we have a pretty good understanding of the situation on both the human and orc sides. But I haven't done it yet, for 2 reasons. The first is to calm down the previous situation and let humans and orcs let down their guard. Second, Arthur didn't want to add to the trouble at the birthday party, so he planned to take action after the party. The second item Arthur copied himself was the Sky Knight's greatsword that Victor and others wanted before. The Sky Knight's greatsword was forged by a forging master using black iron, ore and a variety of rare materials over a period of months. It can split mountains and cut rivers with ease. Price: 3 million gold coins. The price was reasonable, so Arthur directly equipped each of the 6 Sky Knights he had summoned earlier with one, spending 18 million gold coins. The remaining 2 items were randomly summoned by the system. I don't know if it was luck, but one of the items directly summoned the Sky Knight armor that matched the Sky Knight greatsword for Arthur. The Sky Knight armor was created by a forging master who spent several months crafting it. It can block 80% of the attacks from the Sky Knight and the Grand Mage. It is a treasure in the eyes of countless Sky Knights. The price is 4 million gold coins. It seems that armor is still more expensive than weapons. Now that they had weapons, armor was naturally necessary. So Arthur spent another 24 million gold coins to equip the 6 human Sky Knights with armor. With all the weapons and armors available, the strength of Victor and his companions has increased several times compared to before, and they can now beat 2 or 3 of them. So Arthur made a good deal. Then there is the last random item, which is okay for Arthur. Because the one drawn was a flying monster, and the previous Eagle Man had given huge pressure to everyone in the initial city, flying monsters are still very popular in this world. The 2-headed flying dragon has strength comparable to that of a peak Earth Knight and has a certain amount of dragon bloodline, making it a subspecies of dragon. Not only do they have high magic and physical resistance, they also have good melee capabilities. The most important thing is that they have 2 heads, one that can spit acid and the other that can spit fire, which is very powerful. The price is 1 million gold coins. If he had been there during the previous war between the initial city and the orcs, it is estimated that with just one 2-headed dragon, he would have been able to defeat the 30,000 harpies who did not have any Earth Knight-level warriors. In addition, riding a dragon is the dream of many people in the continent of gods, including Arthur. Even though it's just a flying dragon, it's still a dragon. As long as you ride on it, you'll feel majestic. So when Arthur drew a 2-headed dragon a week ago, he exchanged for one, specially made a dragon saddle for easy riding, and then enjoyed the fun of riding a dragon. At the same time, he also made his first flight in his life, and his passion was at its peak. Arthur flew from morning to evening, but still felt unsatisfied. After becoming a little more proficient, he brought Corona along and let Corona sit in front of him, and they enjoyed the fun of riding a dragon together. You can even ride a dragon above the clouds to watch the beautiful sunrise and sunset, which is extremely romantic. When Corona looked at Arthur, the love in his eyes became even stronger. After all, few girls can resist such a romantic thing. As for the fact that he had a new dragon, Arthur explained to others that he just happened to encounter it, and then they worked together to capture it, and it became his mount. There were 3 powerful human Earth Knights shown by Arthur, plus 2 mountain giants. Capturing a 2-headed flying dragon was a proof of his existence, so no one doubted his words, they were just envious. You know, most of the giant dragons would rather die than surrender. The 2-headed flying dragon inherited part of the dragon's bloodline. It doesn't say how much strength it inherited, but its unruly character is exactly the same. It is extremely difficult to make them mounts. Most of them would rather die than obey. Even if there are some who are willing to obey, they will only serve as mounts for the strong. Chapter 71, Riding a Dragon Home. Arthur, with only the strength of a silver knight, could ride a two-headed dragon as a mount, which shocked countless people. This also made Arthur's title of Lucky Baron even more famous. The people of the original city were also proud of it and admired Arthur even more. In addition to the changes in the portable store, Arthur's transactions with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce continued normally in the past 2 months, earning him 10 million gold coins. Unfortunately, the magic potion that can speed up the training of legendary masters is still missing. But Arthur did not stop his practice of taking silver-level potions. After 2 months of practice, he was one step closer to the middle silver level. He believed that he would be able to break through in another 3 months. 4 days later, the day before Olivia's birthday party, Arthur prepared to set out from the initial city. Since Arthur was going to a birthday party this time, he didn't bring many people with him. Considering Corona's special status, Arthur did not plan to take her with him this time. Because if he really took her there, it might cause the Marquis of Rose to make bad assumptions, and some extreme people might think that Arthur was humiliating them. In order to avoid trouble, Corona can only stay in the starting city this time. In this regard, the considerate Corona also expressed her understanding. As for the person to be brought along, Chris must be one of them, as Arthur is used to ordering people around. Then there is the 101-man Mad Lion Cavalry Squadron. The more than 300 people were considered a battalion, and the 100 people led by an Earth Knight were a squadron. In fact, if we bring a squadron of the Mad Lion Cavalry Regiment, there will still be too many people. But Arthur summoned these cavalry regiments in the hope that they would support him and save face. If he didn't bring them now, when would he bring them? The last one is the two-headed dragon, Andal, who was just summoned. Who would want to ride a silver-level golden lion when there is a cool dragon mount? Arthur wouldn't do that anyway. In addition, Victor and Wilson, who are guarding secretly, will also go. These are the only people in total. After arranging all matters in the territory, Arthur is ready to set off. Andal. Following a shout from Arthur, who was standing at the castle gate, Andal, who lived at a horse farm inside Arthur's castle, also roared in response. Then it spread its 20-meter-long dragon wings and flew into the sky, then turned and flew towards Arthur. Collapse. Andal was 15 meters tall when standing, and he was not light in weight. When he landed, dust and smoke flew everywhere, accompanied by a dull thud. Speaking of which, the two-headed dragon that Andal and Arthur thought of was different. Arthur originally thought that the two-headed flying dragon was a subspecies of the giant dragon, and its forelimbs should have degenerated and merged with the wings, but in fact this was not the case. Andal's forelimbs and wings are separate and look relatively sturdy. No wonder the product description says that he has strong close combat capabilities. Sir, you called me? After Andal landed, he found that the dust he had stirred up was quite large, and it seemed to have smoked Arthur a little. He hurriedly lowered the two huge heads and pretended to greet them. Arthur didn't mind this. After all, with Andal's huge size, it was impossible for him to land without splashing some dust. Yes, I told you about the birthday party a few days ago. Now it's time to go. After saying that, Arthur leaped up and jumped onto the dragon's saddle on Andal's back. After saying hello to Corona and others in the castle, walk. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Andal flapped his wings, and Arthur and him soared into the sky and flew out of the city. Seeing this, Chris and others who had been waiting in line outside the city hurriedly commanded the golden sharp lions under them to keep up with Arthur's footsteps. Since Arthur was flying in the air, if he wasn't careful he would be much faster than Chris and others who were running on the ground. There was no other way. Arthur could only ask Andal to slow down as much as possible so that their speeds could be kept consistent. This was really tough for Andal. Flying so slowly made him feel uncomfortable all over. By the way, Arthur was not the only one from their family attending the banquet this time. Or rather, the whole family will go. It would have been a normal banquet, and since Marquis was from the same province as Mondo, the Earl and Countess could have just brought their eldest brother Art with them. But Olivia has a special identity. She is not only Arthur's fiancée, but also the best friend of his second sister Alina. This leads to a weird scene at Olivia's birthday party, where the whole family attends. As the whole family had to go, Arthur did not go directly to Yujiling, but went home first. Since the minimum mounts for this journey were silver-level golden Mad Lions, the speed was very fast. 4 hours later, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Arthur arrived at Mad Lion City. It arrives about twice as fast as usual, arriving in the evening. This time Arthur did not tell his family the specific time of his return, he just said today, so no one came to pick him up. Chris was also an important figure in Crazy Lion City before. With him in the team, Arthur was not worried that the more than 100 people would not be able to enter the city. So Arthur didn't go down while he was in the air. Although the people in Mad Lion City had heard that Arthur had tamed the two-headed dragon, they had never seen Andal's appearance before. Moreover, when they looked up from below, they could not see Arthur on Andal's back at a glance. Suddenly, some of the defending troops became a little panicked. Dragon! Some even issued dire warnings. But fortunately, Chris and his group were below, and they quickly shouted that it was Arthur on the dragon's back, thus resolving the misunderstanding. Then Arthur flew directly to the Earl's castle. Many people in the city looked at Andal's domineering appearance, vaguely seeing the figure on his back, and showed envious eyes. Then they talked excitedly. So that's the legendary two-headed flying dragon. It looks so scary. Master Arthur is worthy of being able to subdue such a terrifying monster. Because Arthur made quite a bit of noise at the city gate. When he arrived at the Earl's castle, the Earl and his wife and others had already come to the door to greet him. Seeing this, Arthur landed directly at the castle gate. As a two-headed flying dragon, Andal has a ferocious face and looks much more fierce than the mountain giant. As Andal got closer and closer until he landed, the Count and Countess, who were equally powerful, were fine. But Art and Alina couldn't help but take 2 steps back. They seemed a little scared. After Andal stopped, Arthur quickly jumped off his back and greeted the 4 people. Father, mother, elder brother, second sister, long time no see. Long time no see. I didn't expect that your strength is about to break through to the middle silver level. It's really fast. The first to speak was the most steady eldest brother, Art. It was just luck. The strength of my eldest brother and second sister is also improving very quickly. My eldest brother, you have even broken through to the Golden Knight, right? Chapter 72, Let's go together. After Arthur sold bronze, silver, and gold grades of cultivation potions as merchandise, he gave a lot of them to his eldest brother and second sister. So now their strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. In addition to the eldest brother Art advancing to gold, Alina also broke through to the middle silver level. This made the 2 of them very grateful to Arthur. After all, magic potions are good things that cannot be bought with money. The fact that Arthur could give them so much showed that he cared about them. So in response to Arthur's congratulations, Art also smiled. That's all thanks to the potions you gave me. Yes, thanks to those potions of yours, my brother and I were able to break through so quickly. Alina suddenly interrupted and thanked. The Count and Countess were watching the harmonious scene of the 3 people from the side, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. This kind of scene is very rare among the nobles. After all, peers are usually competitors for the right to inherit the territory. It's good enough that they don't want to kill you. That's why the feelings between them seem so precious. After talking for a while, Art and Alina could no longer suppress their curiosity and turned their eyes to Andal. Seeing this, Arthur introduced Andal to several people. I'm sure you've all heard that I tamed a two-headed flying dragon. His name is Andal. Although Andal is just an ordinary adult two-headed flying dragon, his strength has reached the level of Earth Knight. Andal was a perceptive guy. After Arthur finished introducing them, he also asked several people how they were. My Lord Earl, Countess, Master Art, Miss Alina, hello, I am Andal. Andal, who looked ferocious, was the first to greet them in a friendly manner. The Earl and his companions were quite surprised and responded shortly afterwards. Considering that tomorrow is the day of Olivia's birthday party, it will take at least half a day to travel from Crazy Lion City by carriage. If it would be a bit bad to arrive tomorrow exhausted, everyone had already decided to set off today. Therefore, soon after everyone met, Arthur set out on a new journey without stopping. Arthur's cavalry squadron also joined the Earl's convoy. This time they were going to a banquet, and in order to appear more solemn, the Earl and his wife went in a carriage. Arthur and his 2 siblings also had a carriage, but they couldn't sit idle and didn't sit in it for the time being. Having not seen each other for half a year, the 3 siblings felt like they had endless things to talk about. So Arthur did not ride the dragon alone in the sky, but rode the golden sharp lion side by side with Art and Alina, talking as they walked. First of all, the eldest brother and second sister were amazed at Arthur's Golden Lion Knight squadron. The weakest men in the entire cavalry squadron were all at the peak level of Silver Knights, much stronger than the Golden Sharp Crazy Lion cavalry formed by the Crazy Lion leader himself. It would be strange if the 2 were not surprised when they saw this. Later, as they were talking, Alina, who had once stood on the shoulders of the mountain giant accompanied by Arthur, turned her eyes and asked Arthur tentatively, "Third brother, what is Andal's temper like? Does he allow others to ride him?" Before Arthur could answer, the eldest brother Art understood what Alina was thinking and said seriously, "Second sister, stop fooling around. Andal is a flying dragon. He must be very proud. Don't embarrass my third brother." Unfortunately, in the face of the temptation of riding a dragon, Alina ignored her elder brother Art's advice and continued to stare at Arthur with her watery eyes. This was a piece of cake for Arthur. After all, Andal would not go against his words, so he smiled and said, "Brother, there's no need to scold my second sister. Andal listens to me very much. If you want to ride a dragon, I can just talk to him." "Really?" Hearing this, Art asked in shock. "Oh yeah, third brother, you're the best." While Art was shocked, his second sister Alina had already come forward to hug him, started celebrating, and then thanked Arthur. Arthur didn't explain anymore. He just put 2 fingers of his right hand into his mouth and whistled loudly. The whistle spread over a radius of several hundred meters. Andal, who was flying above the team, also heard it. Knowing that Arthur was calling him, he immediately flew towards him. Then it hovered beside Arthur and the other 2, ignoring the panicked golden sharp lion beast as they sat down, and asked with its head tilted, "Lord Arthur, what do you want?" Art and Alina looked at the huge figure next to them that blocked out a large area of sunlight, and were looking forward to the conversation that Arthur would have with him. "I just have a small matter to trouble you. My eldest brother and second sister also want to try the feeling of riding a flying dragon, so thank you for your hard work." "I dare not. It is my honor to ride on Sir Arthur's siblings." Andal's humble appearance also opened the eyes of Art and Alina. This was completely different from the flying dragon they had heard of. At the same time, they also realized that the monsters under Arthur's command seemed to respect him very much. Whether it was the mountain giant before or the 2-headed dragon now, they would respond to his every request. But that was Arthur's secret and none of their business. The most important thing now is to ride the dragon. Andal's words had already fully demonstrated the possibility of them riding dragons, which made the brother and sister excited. Arthur saw that both of them were eager to try, and knew that he had to be the bad guy, so he said, "My second sister brought this up first, so let her do it first." Hearing this, Alina couldn't hide the smile on her face. Art felt a little regretful, but when he thought that it would be his turn later, he immediately felt relieved. "The flying dragon is very fast. You better be careful," Arthur reminded. In fact, this reminder is not necessary. Even if Alina really fails and falls off Andal's back, Andal has the ability to catch her again. There is no need to worry at all. "Don't worry, I'll go then." After saying that, Alina couldn't wait to jump off the back of the golden mad lion beast and onto the back of the 2-headed flying dragon Andal. In order to take care of the novice Alina, Andal did not move fast at the beginning. After she became proficient, he burst out with all his strength, gliding through the sky with a fierce whistling sound. Of course, there was also Alina's insignificant scream of excitement. The huge noise made the Count and Countess in the carriage open the door curtain and look out. With their eyesight, they immediately spotted Alina on the back of the 2-headed flying dragon and couldn't help but smile at each other. Then Countess Charlotte thought of something and said with a little sadness, "Yelena is so lively. She doesn't look like a girl at all. How will she find a husband in the future?" The Earl was more open-minded about this and said with a smile, "Don't worry, madam. Yelena is so outstanding. There will definitely be someone who likes him. I am worried that she will become too outstanding under Arthur's care, and will become more experienced and look down on other men." Chapter 73, Meeting the Marquis and Marquis. "Yeah, what you said makes sense. The 3 siblings have a very good relationship. Even we don't know what Arthur's future peak will be, and even now he has far surpassed us. With a brother like this as a role model, I wonder what kind of boy she can fall in love with." Hearing this, Charlotte replied with a hint of sarcasm. After that, the 2 of them watched silently as the 3 brothers talked and laughed there. Half an hour later, although Alina was still reluctant to leave, the eldest brother Art was already impatient, so it was Art's turn. Charlotte, who was a magician, was fine, but Count Aberg, who was a knight, was shocked to see Art riding on the majestic dragon mount. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. After all, Philong was so handsome. Unfortunately, his father's authority prevented him from being as willful as Art and Yanina. In the end, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes, like a child watching others eating candy. Countess Charlotte noticed her husband's expression and couldn't help smiling, but for the Count's sake she said nothing. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, The group finally arrived at the Rose City of the Marquis of Rose. There were many people attending the banquet this time, and they had hundreds of followers and guards. The followers were fine, but not all of the guards could be brought into the city. After all, if you, a noble, bring a few hundred guards, and that noble brings a few hundred guards, that number would total tens of thousands. If they all enter the city, it would be too chaotic. It is not conducive to management, so the large number of guards can only stay outside the city. The Marquis of Ueji's mansion even arranged for someone to divide the guard garrisons for each noble to avoid conflicts. Although it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, the people in the Marquis's mansion were still on duty. When Arthur and his party arrived outside the city, a team of people immediately came to receive them. Due to the poor lighting at night, the people in the Marquis mansion did not recognize at first that this was the team from Crazy Lion City, but they saw 150 huge magical beast mounts vaguely in the team. I knew the person coming was no ordinary person, so I hurried forward to greet him. Arthur brought 100 golden wild lion cavalrymen, and the Earl brought 50 golden wild lion cavalrymen, a total of 150 Warcraft cavalrymen. The receptionist came closer, recognized the identities of the people, and greeted them quickly. My Lord Earl, my Lady Countess, I am the steward of the Marquis's mansion, and I am specifically responsible for reception matters. The Marquis would be very happy if he knew you had arrived now. The Marquis has specially arranged your residence in the castle. Once you place most of the guards outside the city, I will lead the way for you. The nobles attach great importance to their own safety, so most of the guards can only be stationed outside the city, and each person must have 1 or 2 personal guards. The Earl had no objection to the steward's arrangement and nodded his agreement. That's troublesome. I don't dare. Arthur and his party were then taken by the steward to an open space close to the city wall. My Lord Earl, what do you think of this place? Hearing this, Aber glanced around and found that this open space was more than enough to station an army of 500 people, so he nodded with satisfaction. No problem. Then the Earl began to instruct those who stayed behind, and those who followed into the city to divide their territories. Arthur took Chris and the Earth Knight with him, and left everyone else outside the city. The two-headed flying dragon Andal is no exception. But Andal had not landed yet, so Arthur blew the whistle again. As soon as the whistle sounded, a whistling sound as if a huge object was flying past was heard in the dark sky outside the city. Without waiting for the people around him to react, Andal's ferocious body, which was 15 meters tall, landed next to Arthur. This frightened the steward of the Marquis's mansion so much that he subconsciously wanted to call the guards. But remembering that the flying dragon appeared because of Arthur's summons, it should be related to Arthur, and he suppressed the thought of asking for help that arose from fear in his mind. At the same time, he also recalled the rumors about Arthur that reached the Marquis a week ago. Arthur has recaptured another dragon as a mount. Now it seems that the rumor is true. Thinking of this, the steward's attitude became more respectful, and he said to Arthur, Baron Arthur, this should be your flying dragon mount. It is indeed majestic. Arthur saw the butler's reserved look and explained, Yes, his name is Andal, and he listens to me very much. Don't worry, he won't cause any trouble. Hearing this, the manager's expression did relax a little, but he still said, Of course I believe this. After making all the arrangements, Arthur and his companions went to the Marquis Castle in the center of the city. Only nobles who have a close relationship with Marquis you can live in the castle. Other nobles who attend the birthday party all rent houses in the city. Arthur's family is naturally qualified to live in the castle. After everyone was arranged in the castle's guest rooms, the steward bowed again. Everyone, this is the housing that the Marquis's mansion has arranged for you. If you are not satisfied, please let us know and we will make other arrangements. By the way, the Marquis doesn't know that you are coming yet. I still need to go and inform you, so I'll take my leave now. Then the steward left a few servants from the Marquis's mansion next to the guest room and left. Arthur looked around and found that his room alone was 200 square meters. I thought to myself that these guest rooms are probably the best in the Marquis's mansion. After getting familiar with the room, Arthur and his companions were taken to the reception room of the castle by the servants of the Marquis's mansion. Although it was already midnight, Arthur and his companions had been sitting in the living room for less than 10 minutes when they saw 4 people walking in quickly. The 2 people in front were dressed elegantly and looked like a couple. They also looked like they were in their early 30s. Although Arthur had never formally met the Marquis of Rose, nobles would gather information and get to know each other in advance. Arthur recognized them as the Marquis and Marquis of Rose. The 2 people following behind the Marquis and Marquis Rose were also a man and a woman, but both looked very young. The woman had white hair, and was Arthur's fiancée, Olivia. Although Arthur has never seen the man, he knows that I am the Marquis's eldest son, Omid. After that, everyone exchanged pleasantries enthusiastically, but it was basically the Earl and the Marquis who were talking, while the younger generations like Arthur were basically just listening on the side. Not long after both parties sat down, Alina sat down next to Olivia with an excited look on her face and whispered about some interesting things between best friends. Sometimes he would look at Arthur, and it seemed that some of the topics he was talking about were related to Arthur. The two of them were seen laughing and joking from time to time, showing the girl's youth and liveliness to the fullest. But overall, Alina talked more. Chapter 74: The Banquet begins. Olivia had a calmer personality and looked more serene, so she mostly nodded in agreement. To be honest, even with the influence of their parents, it is really a miracle that two people with such different personalities can become best friends. In addition, it is actually impolite among nobles for the elders to talk while the younger ones are laughing and chatting quietly. But since the two families are about to become relatives, and the relationship between the fathers is relatively close, the relationship between the two families seems to be more harmonious. So the Countess and the Marchioness did not stop it. During this period, Arthur would also look at Olivia curiously. After all, she would be his woman in the future, but he didn't know much about Olivia. The steward of the Marquis's mansion had already informed the Marquis and his wife of what they had seen and heard outside the city. They also confirmed the news that Arthur had obtained another flying dragon mount and became more and more satisfied with Arthur. So not long after that, the Earl and Marquis and his wife turned the conversation to Arthur. Marquis Yueji said first, "Arthur is really promising. He has more powerful men under him than the two of us combined. My son Omid is incomparable to him. I envy you for having such a child." Just like that, Omid, who had been sitting quietly aside, was suddenly caught in the crossfire. But speaking of it, there are a total of 3 Earth Knights in the Marquisate of Rose, including the Marquis. In the Earldom of Mad Lion, only Earl Aberg is an Earth Knight, and Arthur's mother Charlotte is a magician, making a total of 5 Earth Knight-level warriors. Among Arthur's 300-strong Golden Lion Cavalry Regiment, there are 3 Earth Knights, not to mention the mountain giants and 2-headed flying dragons who can fight against several human warriors of the same level. Even if these 3 were counted as ordinary Earth Knights, Arthur had 6 Earth Knights under his command, which was more powerful than the Marquis and Earl combined. When Marquis Yueji said this, everyone present couldn't help but think about it carefully and found that it was indeed true. No one pointed it out before, so I really didn't realize it. This caused everyone's gaze towards Arthur to change suddenly, as if they had suddenly changed from children to adults, or even superiors. Arthur was a little frightened by the surprised looks of the crowd and waved his hands quickly. "It's just luck, it's all luck." Since it was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Arthur and his companions arrived at Rose City, they didn't talk much afterwards and parted ways in less than an hour. It is worth mentioning that Alina did not return to the guest room, but went to sleep with Olivia. I guess the two of them will talk until late at night again. Time quickly came to the next day, and today was the date for Olivia's birthday party. So starting from around 9 o'clock in the morning, nobles' carriages kept arriving at the Marquis Castle to attend the birthday party. By 11 o'clock, hundreds of people had gathered in the castle's auditorium. Alina was with Olivia. Arthur had no idea what she had been doing all morning, but the Countess and Arthur had gone to the hall early. After all, it is called a birthday party, but in fact it is an opportunity for all the nobles to communicate and get to know each other. For art's sake, the Earl and Countess will certainly not miss this opportunity. But Arthur was different. The birthday party officially started at 12 o'clock, but he didn't go to the auditorium until about 11:30. It was so late because Arthur was confident that he didn't need to pay attention to the useless exchanges between the nobles, nor did he need to build any connections. It can also make the forces under your command advance by leaps and bounds. The Earl and Countess knew only the tip of the iceberg of Arthur's strength, and knew that the people at the banquet were indeed of no value to Arthur. Even if they got to know someone, it was only because others asked Arthur for help, so they did not force Arthur to go to the auditorium with them in advance. When Arthur arrived at the auditorium covering thousands of square meters, looking at the nearly 20-meter-high dome and the exquisite carvings, he couldn't help but sigh at the ingenuity of Kate Kingdom's architecture. Even compared with the buildings in the previous life, it is even better. Of course, Arthur's original city was bigger than Rose City, and the auditorium in his castle was even more prosperous than this, but the emotion was still there. Looking around, the hundreds of nobles in the auditorium now have their own small circles, with several or even a dozen people gathering together and talking to each other. Arthur soon saw the Earl and Countess, and from the looks of them, they seemed to be taking art to meet other nobles. That is to introduce their friends to Art and make them his connections. The three of them were aware of Arthur's arrival, but Arthur didn't want to cause trouble, so he hinted to them that he would not stay with them. When Arthur was about to find a corner to sit down, he suddenly saw a figure walking towards him. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was David, the son of a duke, an acquaintance of Arthur in the Savage Plains. Logically speaking, as the son of a duke, even if he is just a bastard, David should not attend the birthday party of the Marquis's daughter. And I've never heard of any connection between him and Marquis Yueji before. Thinking about this, Arthur was a little confused. David walked up to Arthur while he was thinking and said with a smile, "Arthur, why did you come just now? I've been looking for you here for most of the day." Hearing this, Arthur was surprised and asked curiously, "David, why are you here for Olivia's birthday party? And you've been looking for me for a long time. Did you come here just for me?" Facing Arthur's question, David looked a little embarrassed and then replied, "You're right to say that. My brother Dean Crook is Olivia's classmate, and he came to the birthday party. I thought you would definitely come, so I followed you. While catching up with you, I also wanted to see what your future wife looks like." Listening to David's words, Arthur also remembered who Dean Crook was. He is one of the three dukes of the Kingdom of Kate, the eldest son of Duke Crook of the province of Ireland, and the first heir to the duke's throne. Although David is older than Dean, he is a bastard and has nothing to do with inheriting the dukedom. Arthur and David had experienced 2 wars with orcs together and had a good relationship. Now seeing that he came to the party just for him, Arthur felt a little warm in his heart. Regardless of whether David got close to Arthur in order to curry favor with him, the main thing was that Arthur didn't hate this feeling. Of course, the premise is that the two people are already familiar with each other. If a stranger chases you, you will probably just hate him. So Arthur gave David a bright smile in return, and the two started chatting as they walked. It didn't stop until it reached a remote corner. But David and Arthur didn't notice that. When David left Dean's small team to find Arthur, Dean saw Arthur's frown. It can be seen that Dean is not friendly to Arthur and even hates him. His expression was also noticed by other members of the small team, and someone asked about it. Chapter 75, Dean's Thoughts. "Dean, who was that guy David went to see? You seem to dislike him a little?" Upon hearing this, Dean's hatred was completely exposed, and he said fiercely, "That man is Olivia's fiancé, Arthur, a lucky boy." Olivia's fiancé? Hearing this, the people nearby were stunned at first. What does this have to do with Dean's hatred for Arthur? Besides, Arthur's reputation is very great in Kate's kingdom. Although they didn't recognize Arthur at first, when Dean said his name, they immediately reacted and their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. He is the lucky Baron. But everyone still didn't understand why Dean hated Arthur. After all, the two of them had nothing in common. In fact, this is also Dean's secret. Since Dean has been engaged to Duke Bylan's daughter, Gemma Bylan, he has never dared to pursue other women openly before, because that would destroy the marriage between the two dukes. If the marriage between the two families failed because of him, his status as the duke's heir might be unstable. After all, not everyone is like Arthur, who has cheats and is willful. The Kingdom of Kate has 3 great dukes, Duke of Bylan, Duke of Crook, and Arthur's grandfather, Duke of Griffin. When Olivia was studying in the royal capital, she was the most beautiful girl in the academy, and Alina was not as beautiful as her. As the most beautiful person in the academy, she naturally has countless admirers, and Dean is one of them. Because of his engagement, Dean didn't dare to express it openly, but he actually hinted his feelings to Olivia in private. He expressed his willingness to marry her again after marrying Gemma Bylan, but received no response. After the previous experience, it would be strange if Dean would give a good face to Olivia's fiancé, Arthur. The people present were all smart, and they quickly figured out why Dean hated Arthur. After all, the only thing that they had in common was Olivia. But even Dean didn't dare to make this matter public, and they also didn't dare to talk about it. Even after this, they didn't plan to tell anyone about their speculation about this matter. Afterwards, Dean did not openly answer why he hated Arthur, but everyone understood the reason and showed expressions of solidarity. But that's all, because the fact that they came to curry favor with Dean meant that they were at most children of a marquis. Arthur's power was already equivalent to that of a top marquis, so they didn't dare to do anything to offend Arthur. Otherwise, Dean would most likely be fine, but if they had to face Arthur's revenge, they would be in trouble. Dean also understood this, so he didn't talk too much about Arthur with them. Time passed slowly, and soon it was noon, which was the time for the birthday party to begin. First, the Marquis and his wife appeared with Olivia and gave a speech. "It's nothing more than thanking everyone for coming to congratulate my daughter on her birthday. hoping that everyone will be satisfied with the party, etc. There's nothing special about it. Olivia, on the other hand, was wearing a purple tulle dress, which not only showed off her perfect figure, but also displayed a unique charm. Like a magnet, she attracted the attention of many young men present. Arthur also admired it with a look of amazement. Then came the cake-cutting session, and Arthur discovered that it was Alina who walked in excitedly, pushing a 2-meter-high, 10-layer cake. After the cake was cut, it was time for the highlight of the banquet, which was the dancing session. Arthur also planned to take this opportunity to dance with Olivia to get to know her a little bit. But Alina was more anxious than Arthur. Just as Arthur was about to leave, Alina came running to urge him. "Third brother, why don't you ask Olivia to dance with you? Look how lonely she is standing there alone. And if you don't go now, someone else might get there first." In fact, Alina's words were originally a joke. After all, everyone present knew that Olivia was Arthur's fiancée. No one would be so embarrassing as to ask her to dance first. If someone did, it would be a provocation to Arthur. Arthur's forces were already at the top among everyone at the banquet, and almost no one would seek trouble for themselves. But things are always unexpected. Under the surprised gazes of everyone at the party, Dean actually walked up to Olivia, bent down, stretched out his hand, and invited her to dance. Seeing this, Arthur just frowned, but Alina cursed angrily. I knew that guy had bad intentions. As Olivia's best friend, Alina also knew some inside information. For example, she heard Olivia mention that Dean once secretly confessed his feelings to Olivia. That's why she said this. Then, seeing that Arthur was somewhat puzzled by her words, Alina continued to explain. That guy Dean had been pursuing Olivia secretly in the academy before. I didn't expect that he still hasn't given up. Hearing this, Arthur immediately understood that the guy had been trying to steal his girl for a long time and was even trying to do it right in front of him. Thinking of this, Arthur sentenced this guy to death. David, who was with Arthur, also heard the whole story and secretly felt unlucky. He didn't expect that Dean and Arthur would have such a feud. Although his relationship with Dean was average, they were from the same family after all, and even had the same father, which made him feel a little embarrassed now. He didn't want to lose Arthur, a friend with a promising future, so he hurriedly explained. Arthur, I don't know anything about this. If I knew Dean had ulterior motives for coming here, I would definitely tell you. To be honest, he hid it so well that I didn't realize he had such thoughts. You know, he is engaged to the daughter of Duke Bylan? Hearing this, Yelena replied with disgust. So what if they are engaged? Dean just invited Olivia to dance this time and didn't confess his love. It is normal for nobles to invite each other to dance, and it is not considered betrayal. It just sounds a bit unpleasant. I think he is just trying to disgust you, third brother. It should be. Arthur believed what David said, so after returning to Alina, he turned to David and said, Don't worry, David. I believe you don't know what Dean is thinking. But it doesn't matter anymore. He actually dared to provoke me. I will make him pay the price. After saying that, Arthur walked directly in the direction of Olivia. As Arthur took action, everyone's eyes shifted to him, and then everyone's eyes moved between the three people, as if trying to see something. On the other hand, since Olivia had rejected Dean before, she would naturally not accept Dean's invitation to dance now. Chapter 76, Dance, Duel. In response to Dean's invitation, Olivia just said coldly, Sorry, I don't feel like dancing right now. Although Dean knew that his hope was slim, when Olivia really rejected him indifferently, his face, which he thought was elegant, couldn't help but twitch, and then he straightened up and said, Since Miss Olivia is not interested now, forget it. Arthur saw all of this and was very satisfied with Olivia's performance. Dean's unhappy mood immediately eased, and he walked to Olivia with a smile on his face. Ignoring Dean, he also bent down and stretched out his hand, making an invitation gesture. Miss Olivia, may I have the honor of asking you to dance with me for the first dance of the night? Sure. Olivia had already accepted Arthur's identity as her future husband, so she naturally cooperated and accepted the invitation. Hearing this, Arthur stood up, took Olivia's soft and boneless little hand, and led her to the center of the spacious auditorium, ready to dance to the music. Only Dean, who had lost control of his facial expression and had a livid face, was left standing there. If he hadn't been thinking of seriously injuring or even killing Dean in public, it might have led to the Sky Knights of his family being exposed later. This would expose too many of Arthur's methods, and Dean probably wouldn't be able to leave the auditorium. Now that Arthur is ignoring him, Dean should be thankful that he can live 2 more days. Dean's expression, which seemed to have lost control of his face, was noticed by everyone in the auditorium. But because Dean was the Duke's legitimate son, no one present showed any mocking expression. Instead, they showed worry and pessimism towards Arthur. After all, in the eyes of everyone, even if Arthur had several Earth Knights under his command, as soon as the Sky Knights of the Corrick family appeared, those Earth Knights under Arthur would have no choice but to flee. Even though the Sky Knight would not act rashly due to the kingdom's rules, as long as word got out, Arthur's situation in the kingdom would become quite difficult. With all these things happening, how can anyone be optimistic about Arthur? There was one thing that made everyone feel a little strange. Even with the appearance of an enemy as powerful as Dean, not only did Arthur himself show no signs of abnormality, but even the Count and Countess of Mad Lion did not show any worried expressions. It seemed like he was not afraid of the Sky Knights and forces of the Corrick family at all. It leaves everyone puzzled. Arthur naturally didn't take Dean seriously. He was only focused on dancing with Olivia. As pleasant music sounded, Arthur held Olivia's hand with his left hand, wrapped his right hand around Olivia's slender waist, and danced to the rhythm. At this moment, the distance between the two was only about 30 centimeters. This was the first time that Arthur was so close to Olivia. Smelling the faint fragrance and looking at Olivia's delicate face, Arthur smiled and said, "Dean is the legitimate son of the Duke of Crook. You rejected his invitation to dance and then immediately accepted mine. Aren't you afraid of offending him?" Hearing this, Olivia showed no panic on her face and smiled faintly. "I don't like him in the first place, so why should I accept his invitation? And speaking of offending, the person he hates the most right now should be you. Besides, judging from your appearance, you don't care about the power of the Corrick family at all, and I will be your wife soon, so of course I don't have to be afraid of him." Although Arthur was indeed not inferior to the Crook family, he did not show any evidence in front of Olivia. Why was Olivia so sure? She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh, how can you be sure that I am not afraid of the Corrick family? What if I am just in a good mood?" "Well, if I really want to say it, it's the confidence in your eyes. Moreover, you have gathered so many strong people under your command in less than a year. I don't believe you don't have a bigger trump card." Arthur saw that Olivia was clearly guessing but was very confident, and thought that his fiancée was not that simple. After that, the two of them danced to the soft music, smiling and chatting until the music stopped after a few minutes. At the same time, Dean's teeth were almost broken when he saw how close the two were. But due to the etiquette of the nobility, he did not step forward to interrupt the two of them, otherwise people would say that he, as a son of a duke, had no sense of propriety. Seeing that the music finally stopped, he strode towards the two of them. It can be seen that he still doesn't give up, but Dean's goal had already shifted. He came to the two of them and first glanced at Arthur and Olivia's hands, then said to Arthur in a generous manner, "Lord Arthur, I have heard about your heroic battles against orcs many times in the kingdom. I believe your fighting ability must be quite impressive. Can you let me see it and have a sparring match with me?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of many people around. After all, this was equivalent to a night duel. If Arthur refused, he would be considered a coward by others. Your reputation will be ruined in the future. Although Dean and Arthur are almost the same age, Dean is the legitimate son of the Duke. Since he started practicing at the age of 15, he has been using potions to assist in his practice. Now, just at the age of 18, he has reached the strength of the late Silver Stage, which is 2 levels higher than Arthur's early Silver Stage. Because of the similar age difference, even though Dean is much stronger than Arthur, it is difficult for Arthur to refuse this kind of strong bullying the weak duel. It seems that the current situation is very unfavorable to Arthur. If he agrees to the duel, he will most likely lose the duel, and may even be seriously injured by Dean. It wasn't a death sentence, after all, the impact was too great, but the serious injury was enough for Dean to vent his anger. And not agreeing will greatly damage your reputation. Even Olivia looked at Arthur with a hint of worry, because magic equipment could not be used in a night duel. For example, magic scrolls and guardian rings are not available. Only knight armor and knight sword are available. In this way, even if Arthur has a lot of good things, he can't use them. In response, Arthur first gave Olivia a reassuring look, then replied calmly, "I can agree to a night duel, but I want to confirm that mounts should not be prohibited from participating in this duel. Although previous duels were all conducted by default with mounts, after all, a knight is a knight. So can he still be called a knight without a mount?" But Arthur was afraid that his mount would scare Dean. If that happened, he would change his mind and say, "We don't need the mount today." Then Arthur's work would be in vain. So block this road first. As soon as Arthur said this, the clever Olivia thought of the news she heard from the steward last night when she was with her parents that Arthur had a flying dragon mount. Chapter 77. The Two-Headed Flying Dragon's Shocking Appearance. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she understood what Arthur meant. Since Arthur arrived in Rose City at midnight last night, few people saw his flying dragon. This morning, all the nobles came to the castle to attend the banquet. Even if someone saw Arthur's two-headed dragon during the day, it was impossible for them to run to the castle specifically to inform the nobles about this matter. Therefore, the news that Arthur owns a flying dragon mount has not been confirmed by many nobles at this banquet, including Dean. Dean was confused by Arthur's request, but how could he refuse to duel with Arthur for such a common thing? He immediately replied, "Of course, mounts are not prohibited from participating in this night duel. Then I'll have no problem." Just like that, Dean dug a big hole for himself. After all, it is very rare for someone like Arthur to tame a Warcraft mount across several levels. You know, even among the 6 Sky Knights of Cait Kingdom, not all of them have Earth-level Warcraft mounts. Because the monsters are so unruly, most of them would rather die than surrender. So even the Sky Knights of the Kingdom of Kurt cannot tame good mounts. This was also the reason why everyone was shocked when Arthur tamed a mountain giant before. However, mountain giants are not considered mounts, so Dean didn't think about it that way. At the same time, as Arthur agreed to the duel, everyone's attention at the banquet was immediately drawn to the two of them. After all, dancing is not as interesting as watching people fight, especially a fight between two well-known people in Cait's kingdom. Considering the considerable noise that would be caused by the duel, hundreds of nobles came to the castle's martial arts arena under the arrangement of Marquis Yueji. The castle was too far away from the outside of the city. Even if Arthur blew the whistle, the two-headed dragon Andal could not hear it. So during this period, Arthur arranged for Chris to go outside the city to inform Andal. In addition, Dean's mount was a giant wolf that was 6 meters long and 3 meters high. It was not too big, so it also followed him into the city. As the son of Duke Dean, he was naturally arranged by Marquis Yu to live in the castle. So when many nobles were quietly waiting in the martial arts field for Arthur and Dean to prepare for the duel, Dean came in first, riding on a majestic blue giant wolf. Looking at the breeze lingering around the giant wolf from time to time, it should be of wind attribute. Suddenly, many nobles in the field became a little agitated, and the reason why they were so shocked was that the giant blue wolf under Dean's crotch was actually at the Golden Knight level. Being able to subdue a monster above your level is something that not everyone can do. How can it not be surprising? This is the result of the Duke's family's profound background. Although Warcraft is unruly, humans also have a corresponding method, which is to capture the Warcraft cubs and raise them from a young age. The Warcraft raised in this way will be less resistant to humans, and may even be close to them. However, Warcraft generally have a longer lifespan than humans, so the time required to train them is also based on several decades. A gold-level blue giant wolf like Dean's would take at least 20 years to train even with the resources of the Duke's family. Such a long time, coupled with a huge amount of resources accumulated, is not something that ordinary forces can endure. This resulted in the scene of a silver knight riding a golden beast being extremely rare. No wonder the many nobles present were talking about it. At the same time, many nobles present thought of Arthur who had not yet appeared, and they couldn't help but feel pity for him. After all, Dean has the help of gold-level monsters, so Arthur is bound to lose this time and may even be humiliated. The Count of Mad Lion and his family noticed the expressions of the many nobles present, but none of them looked worried, because they all knew that Arthur still had the two-headed flying dragon as his trump card, so they were naturally not afraid. A few minutes later, Arthur, wearing armor and holding a knight's sword, also arrived at the training ground. But what surprised everyone was that Arthur came alone, without his Warcraft partner by his side. This made Dean couldn't help but laugh. "Arthur, you didn't see that my mount was too powerful, and you knew you were going to lose, so you didn't bother to bring the mount, did you?" Hearing this, some nobles in the field also showed doubts, thinking that it really couldn't be as Dean said. But this doesn't seem like Arthur, who was able to fight off the orcs many times. He can't be that cowardly. Arthur was unmoved by Dean's ridicule and replied calmly, "I didn't say I wouldn't bring my mount. My mount is just on the way. Why are you in such a hurry?" Hearing this, many nobles outside the venue nodded silently, thinking that this is more like Arthur who could fight off orcs many times. Dean didn't care what Arthur said. In his opinion, even if Arthur brought a mount, it would only make him spend more effort. A few minutes passed, and just when Dean was getting impatient and wanted to make a sarcastic remark, suddenly, there was a whistling sound as if a huge creature was flying over the castle, followed by a terrifying roar of a dragon. Without waiting for everyone to investigate, Arthur blew his whistle to give directions to the two-headed flying dragon Andal in the sky. Just like that, in the horrified gaze of everyone, the two-headed flying dragon Andal, with his nearly 20-meter-long huge body, flew down towards the martial arts field. For a moment, Andal covered a large area of the sky, leaving a huge shadow on the training ground, making everyone feel the fear of the approaching giant. Suddenly, almost everyone held their breath, and even some timid people couldn't help but tremble. Their brains were blank, and they never thought that the flying dragon was the mount summoned by Arthur. But the facts finally made them understand. Because after the two-headed dragon arrived at the martial arts arena, it did not hurt anyone. It just landed gently beside Arthur. Then they lowered their two extremely ferocious huge heads and rubbed Arthur to show intimacy and submission. Such a strange and shocking scene made the hundreds of nobles present open their eyes wide. That was the legendary two-headed flying dragon that could rival the Earth Knight once it reached adulthood. Yet, it actually surrendered to Arthur, who only had silver strength, and became his mount. The news and scene were so shocking that for a moment, the martial arts arena fell silent. Even Dean had an incredible expression at this moment, but the low growl from under him quickly woke him up. It turned out that the giant blue wolf felt the huge threat from the two-headed flying dragon and couldn't help but growl softly to warn and give courage. Dean, who had just regained consciousness, looked at the 15-meter-tall figure in the distance, and his expression became increasingly ugly. Thinking about the mount request Arthur had made before, he realized that he had been tricked by Arthur. Chapter 78. Instant defeat of Dean. If he had not agreed to Arthur's request before, he could now, if he was thick-skinned enough, say that Arthur's mount was too large and suggest that the two of them fight alone. But the problem is that he had already admitted in person that the duel included mounts, and he can't go back on his word now, otherwise his reputation will be ruined. His own reputation is not a big deal. The main issue is that he is the legitimate son of the Duke of Crook. When he goes out, he represents the reputation of the Duke's family, which prevents him from doing anything too cheap. Otherwise, even if he escaped the confrontation with Arthur at this time, he would face severe punishment after returning to his family. Maybe even his status as heir will be affected. After all, there are more than one brothers eyeing his position, and someone will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of him. But if we continue the confrontation, we will definitely lose, which will also be a loss of face. Dean is now in a difficult situation. After his brain raced, Dean finally made a decision. It would be better to fail in a duel than to be called a coward who fled from the battlefield. Besides, as the designated heir to the Duke's family, he didn't believe that Arthur would do anything to him. At most, he will be defeated, and the physical pain should not be too severe. Otherwise, it will only seriously offend the family behind him. Just like that, Dean finally decided to come down and fight. Arthur on the other side looked at Dean and saw the latter's eyes change from shock, horror, confusion, and finally determination. He couldn't help but look up to him. He didn't expect that after seeing his two-headed flying dragon, Dean would still be willing to fight. This is what Arthur didn't know. Dean thought that he would not use any ruthless force, so he mustered up the courage to fight. If I really knew, I probably wouldn't think so highly of him. After all, Dean was the one who stole Arthur's girl, so how could Arthur not make him pay the price? Even if it is not appropriate to kill Dean at this time, it is still necessary to teach him a memorable lesson. At the same time, with the entry of the two-headed flying dragon, the players on both sides were ready. Originally, Marquis Ueji, as the owner of this place, was supposed to be the judge. But Arthur considered that Dean would be in a very miserable state soon, and if the Marquis of Rose was the referee, the people of the Crook family might vent their anger on the Marquis of Rose. After all, the Marquis of Rose was Arthur's future father-in-law. Arthur couldn't possibly cheat him, so he rejected the Marquis of Rose's proposal to be a referee. Dean didn't care whether there was a referee or not. After all, his guard is also a strong man at the level of Earth Knight, who is just outside the field. If he really encounters any danger, he believes that the knight will rescue him in time. In this way, even if there is no referee, it makes no difference. And so, the referee-less duel between Arthur and Dean began. Arthur took the initiative at this time, so he spoke first. "Are you ready?" "Certainly." Dean didn't show any weakness and replied firmly. As soon as Dean finished speaking, at Arthur's signal, the two-headed dragon took a deep breath and used the roar skill at Dean, who was 50 meters away. The roar of the dragon is a very powerful deterrent skill, which can even make enemies of the same level lose consciousness for a moment. The two-headed flying dragon has the blood of a giant dragon, so naturally it has inherited this skill, although its power is much smaller. But Dean and the giant blue wolf under him are at least one level weaker than the two-headed flying dragon. So Dean and the giant golden wolf under him were directly shocked by the roar that filled the entire venue and fell into a daze. Although the people outside the field only felt the aftermath, many of them still had their hearts pounding, and their eyes turned toward the two-headed flying dragon with some fear. In the martial arts arena, Arthur and the two-headed flying dragon would naturally not miss this good opportunity. The moment the two-headed flying dragon roared, it spread its huge dragon wings, and its sturdy hind legs were also accumulating strength. Seeing that the roar took effect, he spread his huge wings and kicked the ground hard with his hind legs. The two-headed dragon took Arthur with it and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards Dean, who was still in a daze. The distance of 50 meters was too close for the two-headed flying dragon. Almost in the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Dean. Then the thick dragon tail swung. The dragon's tail directly created a sonic boom in the air. One can imagine how powerful this blow was. Dean would most likely be beaten into a pulp by this blow, but this was obviously not what Arthur wanted. So the powerful tail swing did not hit Dean, but only hit the head of the giant blue wolf under him. The giant wolf's head exploded. With the protection of armor, Dean only suffered minor injuries in the face of the aftermath of this horrific attack. Originally, Dean thought that the matter was over. Arthur would not dare to attack him as he expected, and could only blow up his mount as punishment. After that, all he had to do was admit defeat. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw to his horror that the two-headed flying dragon's more than 1 meter long hand was approaching him and grabbed him. Then it flew up into the sky. The two-headed dragon's move not only scared Dean half to death, the expression of his Earth Knight guard also changed drastically. As long as humans have not reached the level of Sky Knight, they cannot fly. At best, they can only jump 100 or 200 meters and become a super grasshopper. If the two-headed dragon takes Dean to the sky, it can then ravage him however it wants. The Earth Knight will be dumbfounded. Seeing this, the Earth Knight guard of the Korik family immediately rushed towards Dean, wanting to rescue him. But how could his speed possibly surpass that of a two-headed flying dragon? When the Earth Knight leaped with all his might to a height of nearly 200 meters, he could only see the silhouette of the two-headed flying dragon getting farther and farther away. Arthur rode the two-headed flying dragon to a height of nearly 500 meters before stopping. Arthur arrived at a high altitude and took advantage of Dean's unstable mind and directly ordered the two-headed flying dragon to snatch the space ring from his body. As a disciple of the Duke's family, Dean must have some unknown means, but as long as his space equipment is taken away, he will be helpless and can only be ravaged by Arthur. At the same time, as a descendant of the Duke's family, Dean has also ridden a flying monster. So even though he was at such a high altitude, he was not too frightened, but was just worried about what Arthur was going to do next. After all, taking away one's space ring is not an ordinary act, so he could not help but yell in panic. "Arthur, what do you want to do? If you do something bad to me in public, the Korik family will not let you go." Upon hearing this, Arthur did not answer Dean immediately, because leaving him alone at this time would make the latter more frightened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Arthur curiously rummaged through Dean's space ring, wanting to see if there was anything good inside. Chapter 79. Received the Space Teleportation Scroll. The first thing that caught my eye was the mountain of gold coins, at least 5 million, and then there were some magic potions to assist in cultivation, fighting crystals, and the like. There are also several spare sets of armor and weapons. Finally, there are some protective and life-saving items, such as the Ring of Earth Guardian, which can defend against the attacks of the Earth Knight for 10 minutes. Since magic items cannot be used in night duels, Dean took off the ring. If Dean wore this thing, even if the two-headed dragon wanted to take it off, it would take some effort. Then there are some intermediate and advanced magic scrolls. If you want to protect your own safety and defeat enemies above your level, magic scrolls are the best means. Arthur took a quick look and found that there were at least dozens of scrolls, including about 10 advanced magic scrolls. All in all, the value of the items in the space ring is almost 20 million gold coins. It can be said that he is worthy of the status of the eldest son of the Duke's family. After careful exploration, Arthur found a silver high-level magic scroll that was somewhat special, and the aura it emitted was something Arthur had never seen before. When he took it out and opened it, even with his knowledge, Arthur couldn't help but smile, because he found that this scroll was actually a real life-saving artifact, a space magic teleportation scroll. It is also the most powerful 9th-level teleportation scroll among advanced magic. Arthur remembered that in a book he had read before, It was written that a ninth-level space teleportation scroll could teleport the user and two people beside him to a location 200 miles away. With such a distance, even if a legendary warrior were to travel at full speed, it would still take nearly 10 minutes. It can be said to be a life-saving weapon. This scroll alone is worth 3 million gold coins, more expensive than Arthur's previous meteor shower. In addition, the Kingdom of Kate does not have a great space magician who can engrave 9th-level space magic. After all, space magicians are too rare. Even among 100,000 magicians, one might not appear. It is difficult for one to appear in a small place like Kate Kingdom. I don't know how Dean got this scroll. This teleportation scroll is probably Dean's last life-saving trump card, but now it belongs to Arthur. It took Arthur about a minute to check Dean's space ring. So now Dean is still in the hands of the two-headed dragon Andal, questioning what Arthur wants to do. Considering that Dean was caught in the hands of the two-headed dragon at this time, he could not see Arthur behind the two-headed dragon. So Arthur signaled to the two-headed dragon Andal to lift Dean up above his shoulders so that he could look into the eyes of Arthur behind the dragon. Arthur looked at Dean's frightened and threatening expression and smiled mysteriously. "Dean, you told me what I should do. You have the guts to covet my fiancée. Aren't you ready to pay a heavy price?" Hearing this, Dean's face became even more threatening, because he knew that only by scaring Arthur could he keep himself safe. "Arthur, how dare you? The power of the Crook family is beyond the imagination of a son of an earl like you. If you do something bad to me now, you will have to prepare to face the revenge of the Crook family later." Unfortunately, Arthur, who had a portable store to rely on, didn't buy his tricks and said disdainfully, "Okay, I'll wait, but you're going to have to suffer now. Are you ready?" Dean looked at Arthur's expression and felt that he was not joking. The fear in his heart gradually took over the upper hand, and his tone softened. After all, even if the family would avenge him later, he was the one who suffered at this time, so he immediately put on an appearance of admitting his fault. "Arthur, I was wrong at the banquet before. I shouldn't have provoked you by inviting Olivia to dance. This is just a misunderstanding. It's not worth making a big fuss about it, don't you think?" Arthur looked at Dean and saw that he had two completely different faces in just 1 minute. He couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of being the heir to the Duke's position and was able to bend and shrink. If ordinary people saw Dean, a son of a noble duke, admit his mistake, they would save face and, because of the power behind him, might forgive him. Unfortunately, Arthur is not an ordinary person. He just replied calmly, "I think it's worth it. By the way, you who are only silver level have never really flown alone. Today, I will let you experience it." What's the meaning? Dean didn't understand what Arthur meant by flying himself. But Arthur did not answer. He just signaled the two-headed dragon to make a throwing gesture and threw Dean in his hand into the distance as if it were an object. Ah! Dean was left screaming miserably in the air. When he was actually thrown out, Dean felt a strong sense of weightlessness and loss of control. Only then did I truly understand what Arthur meant by flying. His speed in the air at this moment was beyond his normal reach. If he fell to the ground at such a height and speed, he would be dead with only the protection of the armor on his body. The feeling of being out of control made him extremely panic. But how could Arthur let Dean be so happy? After Dean flew nearly 200 meters in the direction of the throw, the two-headed dragon appeared directly in his flight path and caught him with one hand. Of course, the two-headed dragon must have been relieving his force, otherwise Dean would have directly crashed into the two-headed dragon's hand and would have been dead. But he didn't completely relieve the force, and the violent impact still made Dean feel as if his whole body was falling apart and he was in great pain. After that, he repeated this process over and over again, throwing it up, throwing it down, throwing it to the left, throwing it to the right, and did this about 10 times. It can be said that Dean was completely treated as a toy. Everyone in the martial arts arena watched Dean being tortured by Arthur, and for a moment, their admiration for Arthur was like a torrent of water, endless. After all, Dean is the legitimate son of the Duke. With this status, there are not many people in the entire Kate Kingdom who dare to do this to him. Moreover, Arthur's move this time can be said to be humiliating Dean, which is also a severe slap in the face of the Crook family. It is estimated that the two forces will be incompatible in the future. In addition, the Crook family's Earth Knight Guards who were looking at the ground at this time had fire in their eyes. Dean felt the same way when he was humiliated. In fact, the Earth Knight Guard also has the means to attack a 500-meter-high two-headed flying dragon. After all, he also has an advanced magic scroll. But if he used the magic scroll to attack, Dean's safety could not be guaranteed at all, so he finally endured it. After Arthur threw Dean a dozen more times, He looked at the latter, who was dying and had 70% to 80% of his bones broken, and felt that it was enough. If you continue like this, you will die. Now is not the time to fall out with the Cork family. Thinking of this, Arthur directly ordered the two-headed dragon to throw Dean towards the Cork family's Earth Knight on the ground. This time he didn't use any force, just let Dean fall to the ground under the influence of gravity. Chapter 80: Olivia's Favor. The Cork family's Earth Knight guards on the ground became even angrier when they saw Arthur throw Dean away so casually. Then he quickly jumped and caught Dean, who was falling. The Earth Knight guard looked at Dean, who was dying, in his arms, and did not dare to delay. He quickly took out a high-level magic scroll for healing from his space ring. Use immediately after repositioning Dean's bones. As the life magic created by the scroll surged with strong vitality, Dean's vital signs gradually stabilized. Seeing that Dean's life was no longer in danger, the Earth Knight guard cast an angry look at Arthur, who had also returned to the ground. But when he caught a glimpse of the two-headed dragon under Arthur, a look of fear flashed across his face. He couldn't deal with the two-headed flying dragon alone. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, so the Earth Knight guard finally swallowed the words he was about to shout. After all, Arthur doesn't dare to kill Dean, but that doesn't mean he doesn't dare to kill him. But not scolding did not mean that the Earth Knight guard would not speak, but his tone became a little calmer. Baron Arthur, you won this duel, but don't you think it's a bit too much? Besides, there is no rule in a knight duel that allows you to take away another person's space ring. The Earth Knights had excellent eyesight. Even though Arthur was 500 meters in the air, the guards still saw him taking away Dean's space ring. You know, the things in Dean's space ring are very valuable, so the Earth Knight guards also tried to get them back. How could Arthur return something that fell into his hands? He just showed an innocent expression and said, "What space ring? I don't know. It might have been lost in the fight. Go look for it yourself. Don't accuse people unjustly." Faced with Arthur's cheating behavior, the Earth Knight guards of the Cork family knew that Arthur did not want to return it. I couldn't help but say, the Cork family's things are not so easy to get. Hearing this, Arthur's expression turned fierce and he asked back, "Oh, why is it so hard to hold? Can you show me how to do it?" Faced with Arthur's attitude of bullying others with the help of the dragon, the Earth Knight guards of the Crook family were so angry that they couldn't say a word. Fearing that Arthur would attack him, he ultimately did not say anything harsh. He simply held the still sleeping Dean in his arms and left with a gloomy face. If you can't afford to offend him, then you can just hide away. Anyway, I'll just get revenge later. Arthur watched Dean and the other two leave without stopping them. At the same time, Arthur noticed that David followed the two after he gave him an apologetic look. After all, David is a member of the Crook family. Dean has been beaten so badly by Arthur, it is difficult for him to stay, otherwise he will be ostracized by the family. Arthur expressed his understanding and nodded with a smile. Then he fell from the back of the two-headed flying dragon Andal and walked to his parents. The Earl and Countess looked at Arthur with a supportive smile. They knew some of Arthur's methods and believed that he could solve the corresponding problems, so they would naturally support Arthur in giving Dean a severe lesson. The eldest brother Art and the second sister Alina were originally worried about Arthur. After all, they did not understand Arthur's strength. In their opinion, the Duke was not someone to be trifled with. But their parents asked them to believe in Arthur, and their trust in their family made them also believe that Arthur had the ability to solve problems. With this kind of trust, Alina is almost becoming Arthur's little fangirl. After all, in her eyes, Arthur tortured Dean just to vent his anger for his best friend Olivia, which was so cool. At the same time, Arthur felt a little embarrassed by Alina's admiring look. Alina was very excited at this time. When Arthur approached, she said excitedly, "Third brother, your performance this time was so impressive that it impressed me. I believe that Olivia must be fascinated by you." The seats of Marquis Rose and Count Mad Lion's family on the stands of the martial arts arena were not far from each other. They could even be said to be adjacent to each other. So when Alina said this, Arthur couldn't help but look at Olivia not far away. When Olivia noticed that Arthur was looking at him, she immediately looked away, and a blush involuntarily appeared on her face, as if she really had a good impression of Arthur. Because everyone knows that this confrontation was caused by Olivia, and Arthur defeated his rival so domineeringly, which naturally made the girl favor him more. After all, people in the continent of gods admire the strong. Arthur smiled inwardly when he found that Olivia's favorability towards him had really increased, thinking that this party was not in vain. It's pretty good to be able to improve Olivia's favorability, and Dean's space ring is also a gain. Although Arthur liked what Alina said, Olivia was not far away, so he had to be humble and waved his hand. My dear second sister, do you think everyone is like you? You admire others so easily. Seeing that Arthur was still mocking her, Alina ran to a nearby place and pulled Olivia over. The Marquis of Rose and his family also took the opportunity to gather here. After all, Arthur had a conflict with the Crut family because of Olivia, so they still had to go and say hello. After they greeted each other, Olivia looked at Arthur with concern. Although she had long guessed that Arthur had a trump card that was not afraid of the Duke, and her rationality told her not to worry about Arthur, her emotions still made her express her concerns. Arthur, is the revenge of the Crook family really unimportant? In order to completely eliminate the worries of many close people including Olivia, Arthur replied in a very serious tone. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with the Corrick family. After these words were spoken, Arthur's family, who already had a clue of the situation, showed no change in expression, but the Marquis of Rose and his family looked visibly relaxed. After all, they will be relatives in the future. Arthur has offended Dean. If he doesn't have a way to deal with it, they will not be able to escape the consequences in the future. As for why they trusted Arthur's words so much, one reason is that Arthur has performed too many miracles in the past 6 months. Second, Arthur showed the two families a lot of secret information, such as showing the Sky Knight to his parents and showing his absolute control over the mountain giants to the Marquis and Marquis Rose. These things are convincing. While the two families were chatting and laughing, the other hundreds of nobles present were not so optimistic about Arthur. After all, he is the Duke. The Corrick family, which is led by the Sky Knights, is not so easy to deal with, even though they admired Arthur's strength and courage to resist the Crook family. But due to the Duke's power, they now dare not get close to the Count of Mad Lion and his family.